Chapter 101. Only after Xie Jinxi sat in the passenger seat of the mecha did Bai Qian tell her about the situation outside. The 9th-level alien plant had finally been snatched away by the Jin family. The alien beast tide had been completely wiped out, and everyone else had returned to base. Xie Xinghao said the queen bee's body wasn't found at the bottom of the cave. I came here to confirm her death. Did you encounter her? Bai Qian asked her while piloting the mecha, adding, I'm not kidding. Tell the truth. Xie Jinxi leaned back in her seat, supporting her forehead. I wanted to get her beast core, but unfortunately, the bees took it away. How could this be unbelievable? Every word she said was questionable. Bai Qian felt like she was driving him crazy. After a pause, Bai Qian couldn't help but look back at her. Are you Xie Jinxi from the Xie family? Originally, this woman was hell-bent on stealing the alien plant, and now that she was surrounded, he was helpless. But even though she was out of the fight, Xie Yayang still wanted to kill her. Bai Qian later confronted Xie Yayang about it. He was told, this is a Xie family affair. Major Bai, please don't interfere. Then, through Annan's recollections, he finally remembered that the Xie family had a second daughter with double S-level talents. It was said that he had once been compared to her. Later, it was heard that she died due to a supernatural power runaway, and her name was forgotten in the overwhelming flow of information and time. Only 11 years had passed, and this genius had transformed himself into an orphan on the border planet. He waited quietly for Xie Jinxi's answer. Who knows? The girl yawned. I was taken to the border planet by X. I don't remember anything. Don't remember? Bai Qian's eyes flickered with suspicion as he brought up another matter. Lieutenant General Oria is dead. His tone was heavy. However, Xie Jinxi showed no reaction. He pursed his lips. You were there when he died. Couldn't you have saved him? Whatever his character, a lieutenant general was incredibly important to the military. Didn't he have a level 9 healing plant? Bai Qian was so angry he wanted to strangle her. He knew that if he had been able to heal such a serious injury, there was no way he couldn't have healed Oria. She hadn't even considered saving him. Bai Qian saw through her cold-bloodedness and, suppressing his anger, said, he died from that damned alien plant. Testing revealed excessive healing energy within it, causing his cells to proliferate rapidly and ultimately exploding. Because of her cold reaction, he couldn't help but say, do you know how much of a loss his death would be to the military? A corps led by a lieutenant general could easily hold down a small planet, drive off migrating high-level alien beasts, and save hundreds of millions of lives. You're simply holding a grudge against him for executing your parents. The execution was publicly reported. It wasn't a secret. The hoarse, mournful voice made Xie Jinxi raise her eyelids. This young man truly cared about the entire Federation. But this didn't resonate with her at all, so she simply fell silent. Bai Qian snorted and revved up the engine. The mech, emitting 2 dazzling tails of fire, sped swiftly through the night sky. Even in a high-level mecha, the sky was already bright by the time they returned to base, just in time for breakfast. Xie Jinxi went straight to the cafeteria. Her appearance drew the attention of the Skyscale Legion and the trainees. Her performance yesterday was truly too fierce. Bai Zaylan looked at her with a complicated expression, while Jinyi was rather smug, for her family had snatched a level 9 exotic plant, and she was even happier when she learned that Xie Jinxi seemed to desire it. Cici, you're back? Are you hurt? Renchinka dropped her chopsticks and approached. You didn't run into the queen bee in the cave, did you? She was probably the only person present who had no grudge against Xie Jinxi. From Renchinka's perspective, they were clearly trying to kill her, so of course she had to fight back. Bai Zaylan also stood up. Xia, welcome back. He also believed that this girl was simply more ruthless than others. After all, coming from a place like the Borderland planet, it was understandable. Xie Jinxi was quite surprised by their understanding and acceptance, and nodded. You guys eat first, I go get some food. After she left, Renchinka sat back down, muttering as she ate, did Cici get mad at that woman named Xia? She then glared at Xie Xinghao, who had lost interest in his noodles. Why are you targeting Cici? When they arrived, they had also seen Xie Yayang attacking Xie Jinxi. It was just a strange plant. No need to resort to such brutal tactics, right? Xie Xinghao had no way of explaining the truth to them, so he could only silently lower his eyes and eat, determined to go back and find out what had happened. Let's eat. Bai Zaylan interrupted Renchinka's questioning. Student Xie should know. After his identity was exposed, Xie Jinxi remained calm and went about his business. Xie Yayang saw it all and couldn't help but stop her in the empty fighting room. Xie Jinxi, you're so lucky, aren't you? After all, you're all still alive. Agency, a towel draped over her shoulders, slowly wiped the sweat from her face. The woman in military uniform looked down at her, then suddenly laughed. Ha ha, don't you see how you look now? What qualifications do you have to fight me? With that, she suddenly swung out a row of ice spikes and charged forward. Agency transformed her galaxy into a power-up brace, quickly dodging the ice spikes and her punches. She circled around from behind and kicked her hard against the wall. Xie Yang was unconvinced. She clearly still had bone-breaking nails in her body, so how could she have such explosive power? So she lunged at her again. Using both powers simultaneously, she couldn't even touch the edge of Agency's clothes. If it's not yours, even if it's dual element, it's useless. Agency sarcastically mocked her from a distance. If you're capable, don't use the galaxy. Xie Yang's eyes were red with anger at being hit in the back of her pants. Agency admitted. Based on your own strength, you're no match for me. Provocation had no effect on Agency. You should be thankful this is the base. Then he turned and walked away. Xie Yang nearly gritted his teeth. I won't let you go. When Agency returned to the trainee dormitory, she ran into someone she knew in the hallway. The person immediately called out, "Cousin." She didn't even glance at him, but took her key and opened the door to her own dormitory. Grandpa would be so happy if he knew you were still alive, Robert said from behind her, clearly knowing her identity from Xie Yang's reaction. Agency didn't even look back. Tell your dear grandfather not to bother me. With a bang, the door closed. Robert couldn't help but laugh. He wondered how the Xie and Klein families would react when word got back that this person was still alive. That would be quite a show to watch. But Agency didn't care at all. She was only thinking about how to get the exotic plant. Chapter 102. Oria's death was big news in the Federation, and the military immediately issued an obituary. The cause of death was simply the self-detonation of a level 8 alien beast, not the improper use of alien plants. The concern was that someone might exploit this, and ask why he was able to use a level 9 alien plant. I still don't understand. A level 9 healing alien plant would be perfectly suitable for the Lieutenant General's injuries. How could the excessive energy cause his body to explode? Medical Team Captain Fred attempted to appeal to Baikuin, saying, for the sake of his poor subordinates, we need to further investigate the Lieutenant General's death. Perhaps it was the alien plant. Even if it was the alien plant, the medical team still bears responsibility for not discovering the problem. Baikuin expressed regret. If that woman had intervened, the situation might not have been so dire. I've done my best to absolve them of responsibility in the report. Major Fred, suspension and revocation is the best possible outcome. Even if the medical team had found Oria's body, they wouldn't have been held responsible. Fred left Baikuin's office in a sullen mood, and his assistant hurried over to inquire about the results. No way. He unbuttoned his white coat irritably. If Oria had retreated immediately after the explosion instead of coveting the level 9 alien plant, he wouldn't have been on the verge of death and caused us so much trouble. The assistant trotted after him, her eyes suddenly lighting up. By the way, teacher, before the medical team found them, there was a healing trainee. It said that she used her powers to stabilize Lieutenant General Oria's injuries. Perhaps the problem lies with her? The last sentence held a profound meaning. Just a trainee. If they could dump the problem on her. Fred suddenly stopped and stared at him coldly. What are you thinking? The assistant's eyes drifted. I just want to save Angie and the others. What we need is to find out the truth. Agency was stopped by the medical team captain on the way to the combat room. Xia, can we talk? The yellow-skinned man looked extremely tired, his brown hair tangled like weeds. She nodded, waiting for him to speak. It's about Lieutenant General Oria. Fred didn't beat around the bush. I want to know, did you actually treat Lieutenant General Oria when you found him? Yes, I noticed he was experiencing jaw-dropping breathing, so I gave him emergency treatment. Fred observed the girl's unwavering indifference and brought up another matter. I heard you cured Major Bion Binhuang Star. Why couldn't you go one step further and treat Lieutenant General Oria? Supposedly, she had the ability. Because the medical team had already been notified, they asked me to stand by and protect the Lieutenant General. Agency looked at him intently. At the time, my mission was to locate and transport the wounded on the battlefield. Besides, I was just a trainee and couldn't handle the heavy responsibility of treating the Lieutenant General alone. After all, treating the Lieutenant General was the responsibility of the medical team. Who would dare send a trainee like her? There's no reward for saving him, but a death at your hands would be a disaster, just like those other members of the medical team. Besides, she was just following orders. Fred couldn't find any flaws in her answer and pressed on. So, after your lieutenant general took the alien plant, did you notice anything unusual? I don't know. I'm the farthest away. Can I examine your psychic abilities? The psychic particles left on the lieutenant general's remains are too few for analysis. He wondered if there was something wrong with the girl's psychic abilities, causing the lieutenant general's treatment to trigger an abnormal reaction in the alien plant. The girl's face darkened, and she scrutinized him from head to toe. What do you want to analyze, Major Fred? His tone was slightly wary, but Fred spoke in a scholarly tone. I heard your psychic abilities are quite special. I wonder if they might affect the 9th level alien plant. The anger on her face was immediately clear. If Major Fred wants to blame me for the Lieutenant General's death, then I'm sorry, but my psychic abilities cannot be used for research. With that, she turned and left, leaving Fred with a look of astonishment and resentment. After leaving her sight, Siegency curled her lips coldly. Her psychic abilities, in a way, were indeed quite useful. In the end, Fred found a defense for several members of the medical team. Because the alien plant grew within the mineral vein, it possessed far more energy than similar species, leading to its explosion, something the medical team members could not have anticipated. Furthermore, the alien plant was provided by Lieutenant General Oria himself, and its use was permitted by him, so the general himself was responsible for his own death. In short, the remaining members of the medical team successfully retained their positions and qualifications, receiving only demerits. The Finga Corps withdrew after Oria's death, and the remaining mission was completed smoothly by Baikuan and Xieyang through negotiation. Siegency and the others were nearing the end of their internship, and they returned with the technicians who were returning for further research. Without the constant watchful eyes of the Skyscale Legion, Xinghao found her again. At this time, Siegency was undergoing supernatural power training. Sister, are you going to stay on Nagano Star forever? He watched her continuously radiate green light from her hand, attempting to shatter a target 50 meters away. Your identity has been exposed. Grandpa will definitely call you back. Although he still didn't know the details of his sister's feud with the Xie family, even with her healing powers, she was so exceptional. How could Grandpa allow her to remain confined to Nagano Star? I told you, leave me alone. Xienghao's face was wounded. Why do you hate me so much? You saved me, after all. Siegency paused, wiping her sweat from the towel beside her. I saved you because you still have value, and I don't want to see Xie Yang succeed in his scheme. As for the level 9 body forging plant, surrounded by 3 level 7 plants, she wouldn't be able to keep it even if she managed to snatch it. Weighing the pros and cons, going underground to arrange the rest of the plan and saving her brother along the way was the best option. Falling while injured would only worsen the injury. Exposing her identity was unavoidable. After all, she couldn't control everything. In reality, she wasn't worried about Xie Zhonglin, as he had no leverage over her. Besides, he couldn't reach Nagano Star, where the Bai family was stationed. Xienghao was discouraged. Then what should I say when I return? Whatever you say. Xienghao felt like he wasn't facing his own sister, but a cold, iron wall. When the warship stopped on Feishua's star for supplies, Renchinka and the others excitedly waved goodbye and headed home. 2 days later, the warship landed on Nagano Star, and Robert and the others had to rush back to Imperial Capital Star without stopping. Facing his brother's reluctant back, Siegency looked at him as if he were a stranger. Use your last bit of value, my dear brother. Chapter 103. After Xienghao left, Zhao Jin, who was walking behind, suddenly approached her and said with a sinister grin, "Second miss, the general said if you still care about your brother, you should be obedient." As expected, he saw the resentful and suppressed expression on the girl's face, and said coldly, "Tell Xie Zhonglin I will never return to the Imperial Capital Star, nor will I go around shouting about my identity. If anyone dares to touch Xinghao, I will fight him to the death." Zhao Jin chuckled. Second miss knows the situation. After that, he boarded the spaceship and reported to Xie Zhonglin. No matter how ruthless she was, it was useless. Could she really ignore her brother completely? In the end, he still had to obey. The spaceship took off into the distance. Siegency withdrew her gaze, transforming into a cold pond. Just like when she stayed in the Xie family for Xienghao, she had to give him another handle, so that Xie Zhonglin would feel that he had the reins to tame her. However, who was holding this rope? Only time would tell. With some time left before school started, Siegency went straight to the factory. She hadn't been home for over a month, and since her personal computer was outside the Federation Star Network, she couldn't communicate with the factory. Many things awaited her decision. While flipping through the newly arrived contracts, she stumbled upon one from a company affiliated with the Jean family, so she called Morian over. What's going on? The Jean family, as expected of a major conglomerate, always took on large orders, so large that they couldn't keep up with the orders without opening a workshop. As the saying goes, pie in the sky is either a conspiracy or a trap. The order came in a week after you left. Morian wiped the sweat from his forehead. His boss seemed even more dangerous after his trip. Who came to negotiate? The eldest son of the Jean family, Jean Jing? This was really interesting. Xie raised an eyebrow. He came smiling? Smiling, but he looked like he wanted to bite. Morian shrugged and jokingly said, So, who is using Jean Jing to curry favor with her? Has the contract been signed? Boss, this is a big deal. The contract is in black and white, with no omissions, so I signed it on my own. Morian didn't seem afraid of her anger. I think, in business, we prioritize payment and delivery, not those empty promises. He then quietly waited for her reaction. You did a great job. Whatever the Jean family's intentions, why not take a lucrative business that's right there at their doorstep? Even if they wanted to back out later, they have to pay the penalty first. Xie quickly dealt with other matters, working overtime for 3 days before finally finishing the review of the reports and contracts. Morian had to be capable, otherwise this whole mess would have been a mess. When Xiao'er learned she had finally returned, he hurriedly led a man over. Boss, this is my senior brother Sujio. He was the champion of the Federal Youth Intelligent Machinery competition 10 years ago. He was the one who turned the tide in the mecha competition. That? But the man interrupted her. I want to work with you. How much can you offer me? To be honest, if Xiao'er hadn't been so respectful to him, Xie would have thought he was a homeless person on the street corner. With his unkempt, semi-long hair, unshaven beard, and rag-like clothes, he looked like a fly's delight. His only peculiar features were his hands, and his eyes, seemingly distracted but in reality defiant, seemed to hold no favor. Xie blinked. I can provide you with sufficient research funding, but only if you can deliver satisfactory results. She glanced at Xiao'er. I'm sure Xiao'er and you have strongly recommended the treatment I offer you, but I must be clear, I don't support useless people. Sujio, uninspired by the bluntness of his words, nodded excitedly. What if I want to research mechas? The kind with incredible destructive power. Morian's expression suddenly changed. Shaw pursed his lips in a nagging headache, pulled him over, and growled, Brother, didn't we agree not to bring this up? Private research on mechas is prohibited. If you want to do it, go back to the Mecha Association. Forget mechas, even non-military intelligent robots have clear regulations regarding their intelligence centers, which cannot exceed Class C. If caught, the penalty could be a fine at best, or even imprisonment. Okay. The 2 words gently escaped the girl's lips, causing everyone in the office to glance at her. Xie propped up her chin, her eyes half closed. I can provide you with materials and funding for your research, but there are 3 conditions. First, no finished product. At least, not a real one without my permission. Without a real one, there's no evidence, and even if you're caught, there's no room for maneuver. Second, all research data must be backed up for me and not transferred to anyone else. She extended a 3rd finger. Third, let me plant a mental imprint. This was essentially asking Sujio to sell himself and his talent to her. Morian felt deeply that his boss was extremely ambitious and ruthless. Great. Sujio rushed to the desk, brushed his hair back from his forehead, and pointed at his forehead. Let's get started now. Give me a mental imprint. Xiao'er opened his mouth, but knew he couldn't stop them. One of them was incredibly ambitious, the other completely obsessed with intelligent mechas. The next day, Xie had just handed Xiao'er the various minerals he had brought back from Dragon Scar Star for analysis when a radiant, black-haired young man, thin and handsome, appeared before him. Then, like a beggar, he held out his hands, holding the materials before him. Xiao'er glared, clutching the various rare materials. Who are you? Who allowed you in? Where's the security? The young man gave him a sidelong look, as if he were idiot. Shujio? Xie quickly recognized him. Through her mental signature, she looked at Xiao'er. You didn't recognize me? Huh? The young man looked shocked and quickly removed his electronic glasses to examine the newcomer. You really are my senior brother? So this is what you look like. Shujio stared at his boss intently, extending his hand. I heard that a high-level energy or was discovered on Dragon Scar Star. Boss, could you give me 2 pieces to research? Where did you hear that? In the secret document sent back from Dragon Scar Star. He paused. Don't worry, no one knows I've seen them. So, they hacked into the military intranet? What a pity. As she dug through the space link for energy, she lamented that the Federal Confidential Office was all paper documents, leaving this talented person useless there. After finishing her work at the factory, Xie received an invitation from Jean Jing. Mr. Jean wants you to have dinner at the Night Sky Hotel tonight to discuss future cooperation. Morian calmly read out the dinner appointments to her. If it's business, you can just go. Xie didn't even look up. But they've invited you to come in person. Here she is, she put down her pen. So let him come over here himself. The fact that young Master Jean has taken the initiative to make overture suggests the other party is seeking something significant. She looked at her trusted subordinate and asked, "Have you inquired? What's going on?" Faced with her boss's sudden inquiry, Morian remained calm. "I heard that the old man of the Jean family is in charge of the company these days. He has a serious genetic disease." Chapter 104. The nights in Beihai City are always azure, with satellites casting a faint glow across the sky, making the city center look like an exquisite technological model. Here in the ordinary residential area, however, thousands of lights blaze, and the sound of people and dogs barking lingers incessantly. With a week left before school starts, Manny works part-time until late every day to earn extra money. That day, she was once again stopped by a luxurious hover car at the gate of her residential complex. She reflexively tightened her backpack strap, nervously staring at the young man who emerged from the car, and hesitantly called out, "Mr. Jean. You're Xiaoyu's good friend, so you can call me brother." Jean Jing looked a little tired, but he maintained a respectable and elegant demeanor. Seeing the girl's shyness, which even the darkness couldn't conceal, he smiled softly. "Manny, for Xiaoyu's sake, can you tell me who healed your grandmother?" The night breeze from the sea rustled past, clearing Manny's mind. She lowered her eyes guiltily. I can't say. She had promised Jinxie. As she lowered her head, she didn't see the impatience that crossed the man's face. Although he was certain that the woman was the only one who had visited Kidman's house during that time, he still refused to believe it. "But my grandfather is also suffering from illness, and it makes me feel very sad." He sighed softly, "just like when Mr. Kidman was seriously ill. I think you can empathize with him." Of course she could, and she felt sorry for him. Suddenly, the young man lowered his head and gently cupped her face, his voice soft and tender. "Manny, can you help me?" The face she dreamed of approaching was right before her, and Manny's face suddenly felt hot. She quickly stepped back, scratching her braid helplessly. "No, no." Seeing the man's eyes dim and slightly dissatisfied, she bit her lip. "I ask her." "Great." Manny walked to a quiet corner and called Xie. "Hello." Xie was still in the office. He stood up and went to get a glass of water. After the water was filled, he still didn't respond. "If you have anything to say, just tell me." "I'm busy." The cold voice instantly calmed Manny down. Oh my god, what was she doing? That, Jing. He came to ask you who cured your grandmother? If you call now, he find out. Xie flicked the smart switch, opening the window. He looked out at the tall, bright buildings in the city center, and took a sip of water. "I'm sorry." Hearing the slightly rapid breathing on the other end, he sighed in relief. You can tell him. Judging from the old man's reaction, he was probably certain it was her. It didn't matter whether he told her or not. It would just make Jean Jing more willing to bow his head. Okay. Manny had just hung up the phone, feeling incredibly guilty and uneasy. She turned and met Jean Jing's intense gaze. Who was it? It was Jean Shi. Manny saw his eyes quickly darken. She used drugs and her powers to heal my grandmother. Really? Jean Jing's tone was subtle, returning to the polite and distant-able young master. Manny, thank you. I'm leaving now. Manny watched the hovercraft sail away and bit her lip bitterly, feeling like a disposable paper cup thrown away after use. After boarding the hovercraft, he let out a deep breath. He hadn't wanted to believe it when his grandfather called him back from a remote planet to take over this mission. It turned out to be that girl. Thinking of Morian's reply, "Get lost," he felt a surge of weakness and suffocation. He actually had to ask for help from someone he had nearly driven to despair. But what else could he do? If his grandfather could recover, the benefits it would bring were far more than this little dignity could ever hope to bring. Xie waited for Jean Jing the next day. He arrived at her territory with a group of bodyguards, dressed in a slim, tailored light gold suit, his hair meticulously combed, and a somewhat condescending demeanor. Morian met him at the door, and immediately stopped the bodyguards outside. "I'm sorry, the boss said the reception room is too small to accommodate so many people." Jean Jing wasn't stupid enough to act so arrogantly on someone else's property. Since he wasn't really going to discuss business, he simply left his secretary behind and followed Morian inside. He discreetly surveyed the manor along the way. It was simple and elegant, with infrared surveillance and cameras everywhere, and some even had DNA verification checkpoints. Upstairs, Morian led him to the reception room and had his assistant make some black tea. Please wait a moment. Then he left him and walked away. This wait lasted an hour. Though Jean Jing was annoyed, he didn't show it. Sorry to have kept Mr. Jean waiting. Siegency pushed the door open, wearing a fitted white t-shirt, loose-fitting trousers, and ankle boots, even for such an occasion. Jean Jing stood up and held out his right hand. Not at all. Miss Xie is busy, it's my duty. The girl seemed to have no qualms and shook his hand calmly. Then let's get started. Then she took the documents from Morian's hand and said, I'd like to discuss the follow-up details of the order with Mr. Jean. She continued to talk for a few minutes, and Jean Jing finally lost her patience and interrupted her. Miss Xie, I think you should know the purpose of my visit. Siegency's gaze shifted from the documents to his face, and she leaned back gently on the sofa. What should I know? The young man narrowed his eyes, leaned forward slightly, and looked at her with an oppressive attitude. Do you think I'm cooperating with a small factory like yours just for such a small profit? Excuse me, the Jean family is a wealthy family. Your small profits are a feast from heaven for us. Siegency ignored his contempt and spoke frankly, causing Jean Jing to choke. He didn't want to play Tai Chi with her anymore, so he crossed his arms. Manny called you yesterday, didn't you? My reason for calling you is simple. I hope you can cure my grandfather's genetic disease. After a brief silence, the girl smiled. Mr. Jean, are you kidding? If you need treatment, go to the hospital. I'm a healer, but I don't even have a medical license. How dare I treat you, Mr. Jean? How could he get her to give in so quickly? Jean Jing understood the situation and simply revealed his trump card. I heard you're trying to snatch a level 9 body forging plant from Dragon Scar Star. It just so happens we haven't started the auction yet. Oh, so remember to let me know when the auction starts, so I have time to raise the funds. You? Jean Jing was genuinely furious, irritated by her posturing, but he quickly calmed down, and after examining the girl with a cold smile, he quickly realized his mistake and said in a deep voice, After you cure my grandfather, the 9th level bodybuilding plant will be your reward. In addition, we can sign a confidentiality agreement. Siegency finally put on his expressionless face. It's settled. The day after tomorrow, I personally visit you and ask you to make all the necessary preparations. Do you need anything? A treatment chamber or other medicinal herbs? No need. Jean Jing stood up to take his leave. Before he left, Siegency suddenly stopped him. What if I don't want the confidentiality agreement, but a spiritual imprint? Jean Jing almost immediately thought of the supernatural seed in his sister's heart, and bristled with embarrassment. Impossible. Both of them tacitly agreed not to mention their past grudges. Chapter 105. Even after returning home, Jean Jing's face was still etched with anger. His gait was like the wind and rain, making the servants who greeted him gasp. The eldest young master had always been good-tempered, so how could he be so angry? In the living room, a white-haired old man sat in a wheelchair, reading the report on the screen in front of him. Is everything confirmed? Jean Jing immediately straightened up. The day after tomorrow, she will come to treat you personally, and she specifically requested the 9th level bodybuilding plant. Well, I leave it to you to arrange. After saying this, the old man finally fixed his gaze on him. Jinger, you are my chosen heir. Don't let me down. Yes. Jean Jing replied sternly and immediately contacted the best doctors on the Gano Star, having them prepare their equipment and be on standby. He knew how seriously his grandfather took this matter. It was not just his own life at stake, but the future of the Jean family as well. If anything happened to the old man, not only would they be killed by their enemies or collateral branches, but the Jean family would also fall apart. By the time everything was arranged, it was already evening. He pinched the bridge of his nose wearily, about to close his eyes for a moment's rest. The study door slammed open. Brother, I heard you're asking Siegency to treat Grandpa? And you're giving her the level 9 exotic plant. Jean Yu stormed in, wearing a lace nightgown and a bow headband, clearly having rushed over upon hearing the news. A cold glint flashed in Jean Jing's eyes. Who told you that? Don't try to change the subject. If I hadn't recorded Bulu number 3, I'd still be in the dark. Bulu number 3 was her room's robot butler. She angrily stalked around the desk, skirt in hand. You know how she treated me, yet you still want to work with her, and give her a level 9 exotic plant. What gives? Her tone was as if she suffered a profound betrayal. Agreed. Because she's confident she can cure Grandpa's genetic disease. Jean Jing felt his brain buzzing, but he patiently reasoned with her. Grandpa's health won't last much longer. Do you know what would have happened to us without him? In an age dominated by superpowers, money alone isn't enough to survive. Jean, you managed to calm down a bit. Just because she says she can cure it, does that mean she can? What if she gets into trouble and ends up harming Grandpa? She doesn't have the guts. He glanced at his still angry sister and warned, this is a serious matter. Don't let your temper get to you. What about the injustice I've suffered? She'd definitely laugh at me when she comes back the day after tomorrow. Jean Yu spun around, clutching at her hair. Dad said he could deal with her, but he still let her come back alive. I shouldn't have let Anshin go and get that strange plant. I should have killed her first. Just be quiet. Dad was punished by Grandpa for this. Jean Jing didn't want to deal with her anymore. Go get some rest. Knowing her brother was upset too, Jean Yu turned around and went to find the old man throwing a tantrum. You don't know how she bullied me. Grandpa never even dared to scold me since I was a kid, but she planted a strange seed in my heart that could take my life at any moment. Speaking of her heartbreak, she buried her head in the old man's lap and burst into tears. Thinking of how she gotten whatever she wanted from birth until now, all the injustice she endured was caused by Xie. The old man rubbed her head lovingly. But Grandpa needs to recover first before he can protect my darling granddaughter. Jean Yu seemed to understand, but she was deeply dissatisfied with the answer. At the appointed time, Morian drove Xie to the Jean residence in a hovercraft. On the way, he couldn't help but ask, Boss, even if this deal goes through, what if the Jean family comes to settle the score later? The old Jeans are not easy to deal with. Xie napped in the back seat and answered without hesitation, besides demanding a high price in the agreement to recoup the losses, I can't think of any solution for now. Opening her eyes, the bustling traffic outside the window came into view. Half of the city's famous skyscrapers and shopping malls were connected to the Jean family. This behemoth, with a mortal feud against her, had struck a deal because of some compelling advantage. But once the old man, the true master of the Jean family, recovered, could she withstand his retaliation? The answer was obvious. When she arrived at the Jean residence, she was greeted by an acquaintance, the housekeeper who had kicked her into a deep pit on Long Hangsing, and also the head housekeeper of the Jean family. Welcome, Miss Xie. Her narrow eyes, framed by swollen eyelids and large eye bags, made her appear both arrogant and mean. Xie stepped out of the car and nodded softly. Thank you for your care. It was unclear whether this was referring to the Jean family's intention in sending her out to receive guests, or to the kick on Long Hangsing. As she had done, Morian was not allowed in. Xie was not surprised. You should go back and wait for my news. The young man, knowing she knew what she was thinking, nodded. Once it's over, the boss will notify his subordinates to pick you up. Yes. Then they walked silently to the back of the palatial villa, which seemed even more mysterious and profound. Century-old trees and dense vines betokened its age, and symbolized the Jean family's unshakable status. Entering the room, the housekeeper saw the elderly man on the white fabric sofa. This is my master, Mr. Kim Taehyung, she said, leaning over. Kim Taehyung was of medium build, dressed in a green hospital gown for medical treatment. His face was pale, but his drooping eyes held a time-honored dignity, like the muzzle of a gun, a chilling glance. He was only a little over 100 years old, yet already an 8th-level psychic. After recovering from his illness, he had at least 70 or 80 years left to live. Advancing to 9th level, or even higher, was possible, and he could certainly lead the Jean family to even greater heights. Xie walked in without looking away, nodding gently, I'm Xie. Without waiting for the other party to speak, she said, time is limited. Please let me inspect the goods first. Being inferior to the other party in experience and strength, she proceeded at her own pace. After all, since the other party didn't know the importance of the 9th level bodybuilding plant to her, it was the other party who needed her help. Jean Taehyung smiled calmly, it's my duty. Then he gestured to the housekeeper, asking her to bring the things over. Then she nodded, and was about to leave when Jean Jing hurried in. Seeing Xie, her face immediately changed to a smile. Miss Xie, why are you here so early? Almost an hour earlier than agreed. Xie didn't miss the anxiety on his face, and replied calmly, some preparations need to be made in advance. Jean Jing smiled, as she walked over to Grandpa, and whispered something in his ear. The old man raised his eyelids, then smiled at Xie, there's still some time before your scheduled treatment. Since Miss Xie needs to prepare things, please do so. I just need to see a doctor to adjust my condition. Then he said to Jin Jing beside him, Jinger, take Miss Xie there. Arriving at the room, Xie Jinxi saw all sorts of medical equipment filling it. Jin Jing was still explaining the next steps to her when she asked, is there something wrong with what I need? Chapter 106. The 9th level exotic plant is a treasure of immense value to the Jin family. Since its retrieval, it has been stored in the underground vault of the Jin family's main residence. Jin Jing had been preparing to retrieve it early in the morning, but when he arrived at the vault, he discovered it was gone. The password here is known only to 4 people. Since his father wasn't around, and his grandfather wouldn't have taken it beforehand, that left only one person. Jin Yu. He immediately contacted his sister, but she wasn't on the Star Network. To avoid her, she smashed her laptop. The anti-reconnaissance skills he learned in school came in handy today, preventing them from finding the person in a short period of time. Jin Jing had hoped to find his grandfather to delay the search, but Xie Jinxi arrived so early, and he ran into her. If you haven't seen the 9th level bodybuilding plant, let alone preparing, there's no need to even look at the agreement. Xie Jinxi sat down on the swivel chair. Who took it? Jin Yu? Jin Jing really wanted to ask if this guy had installed surveillance cameras at the Jin family. How did you know? Besides the eldest daughter of the Jin family, who else would dare to take the old man's life? Children raised in pampered ways are naturally willful. But perhaps this is an opportunity. Just then, she received a text from Morian, Core. The workshop supervisor said Manny is taking a day off today. Manny taking a day off? Xie Jinxi lowered her eyes, and was about to have Morian keep an eye on her, but stopped the idea. Asking Morian to act at this time would only make her look like she was inappropriate, and draw suspicion from the Jin family, even though it clearly had nothing to do with her. While the Jin family was searching for someone, Jin Yu was having breakfast at Manny's house. She held a palm-sized black metal box in one hand, a cup of coffee in the other. Why is it instant coffee? Can't you just buy coffee beans at the mall? She took a sip and set it aside, then complained about the greasy buns Manny had brought back. We're afraid we'd be discovered if we go too far, because we don't drink coffee at home. Manny sat across from her, feeling uneasy. She didn't know what treasure Jin Yu had brought out, but the warning she'd given her upon entering, don't reveal your whereabouts to anyone, no matter who asks. And then she mentioned Xie Jinxi, which gave her a bad feeling. Jin Yu, you just ran away like that, and your family. I know what's going on. It's none of your business. Jin Yu threw the bun aside in frustration. I won't let that bitch get her way. She knew Xie Jinxi had fought tooth and nail to get the level 9 exotic plant, so it must be very important to her. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became, and she stole the item. I'm warning you. Don't forget you still owe my family money in favors. If I find out you've exposed my whereabouts, I make you sell your house to pay it back. If her other friends weren't all in the city center, making it too easy to be discovered, she would never have come to this shabby place. Manny blanched at that. At that moment, her mother couldn't help but emerge from the room and, ingratiatingly, took Jin Yu's hand. Miss Jin, Manny always listens to you. Don't worry, we won't say anything. Jin Yu unceremoniously pulled her hand away and wiped it with a wet tissue. As long as you understand. Manny held her hand tightly. Mom, aren't you going to work? It's getting late. As Manny's mother saw her parents off, she repeatedly urged her to be obedient and repay Miss Jin, as their family couldn't afford the debt. Okay, I understand. Leaving the two of them alone in the room, Jin Yu yawned and casually asked, Where's your grandma? She went for a walk. Jin Yu was surprised. She can walk now? Yes, the doctor said she's fully recovered last time we went to the hospital. It was around that time that Jin Jing learned about this case of genetic disease recovery from the hospital and began investigating and questioning her. Jin Yu touched the metal box in her arms. Can she really cure genetic diseases? Yes. Jin Yu still didn't quite believe it. After all, Grandpa's condition was much more serious, and even the best doctors in the Federation said there was no way. Just then, Manny's mother, who had recently left, suddenly contacted Manny and whispered, A lot of Jin family bodyguards have entered the residential area. Jin Jing, after screening the movements of people associated with Jin Yu, quickly confirmed her whereabouts. Jin Yu, go back. Manny felt a little scared. Impossible. Jin Yu stood up hastily. Let's go! With that, he grabbed Manny and ran away. Jin Yu was quite capable, and she navigated Manny through the narrow residential area and quickly escaped. They passed through the residential area and arrived at the river on the edge of the city. Manny grabbed Jin Yu as she was about to cross the bridge, You can't go any further. Beyond the river is the old capital. It's too chaotic. The old capital was the center of Beihai City hundreds of years ago. However, technology was not as advanced back then, resulting in widespread radiation pollution and the displacement of most residents. After the construction of the new Beihai City, the area became a slum and garbage disposal site. Because of the cheap land, many daily necessities factories were built there, attracting a large number of ordinary people. Without supernatural powers or mental strength, these people could not work in technological industries, and could only sell their labor. The infrastructure here was rudimentary, and even surveillance was inadequate, attracting all sorts of people, gradually becoming a chaotic place. Most people there are ordinary people. What are you afraid of? We just hide for a while, and leave. Jean Yu dragged her across the bridge without a word. The clear, blue river seemed to separate another world. Here, the ground was filthy, and skinny children, unable to go to school, ran everywhere. The entire area was shrouded in a gray mist. Several children saw two clean, beautiful girls, and gathered around them with laughter. Pretty sisters, please buy us some food. In the alley next to them, the older children hurried into a nearby house. Brother Xiong, there are two great girls. I've never seen such beautiful older sisters. One is even prettier than Sister Li, who's next to the eldest brother. The men sitting in a circle playing cards dropped their cards upon hearing this. You're not lying to us, are you? I swear, they're right at the bridgehead. The young man nodded and bowed, insisting. A few men opened the window and took a look, immediately excited. Wow, it's true. Then they pulled a few lianqing coins from their pockets and tossed them to the boy. Keep watching for me. The skinny, dark-skinned boy immediately smiled, feeling relieved for the rest of the month. The men walked out, grinning. Beautiful lady, where are you from? Do you want to play with us? The children, who had been dragging the two children, immediately clamored for candy and scattered. When surrounded by these people, Manny's face turned pale with fear, and she clutched the arms of those around her tightly. Jean Yu, let's go back. Look at you, you're so useless. Jean Yu pushed her away and swung a water whip. Under the shocked gazes of the men, she quickly dispatched them all. Humph. She proudly tossed her hair and pulled Manny deeper into the slums. The Jean family bodyguards chasing them were stunned. Why did this woman end up here? Chapter 107. When Jean Jing received the message, he almost wanted to run out and find someone himself, but he still had to keep an eye on Xie Agency, fearing she might make some unsettling move. Add more manpower, use drones for surveillance, and don't let her get away with anything. Xie Agency held a glass of water, rubbing the rim of the glass expressionlessly. Young lady, worthy of being a young lady, really thinks the whole world is hers to roam. The only difference between the slums and the border planets is that the majority of residents are ordinary people. The main problems are low income and underdeveloped infrastructure. Even if there are some nasty things going on, they're mostly minor. However, that doesn't mean there aren't experts there. A level 4 psychic and a level 3 psychic can indeed navigate the slums safely, but only if they maintain a low profile. But Jean Yu's personality is destined to be anything but low-key. There are too many minions looking for trouble, and she always takes strong action. After all, the slums are bustling with people, and unlike the city, there aren't surveillance cameras everywhere, so she doesn't worry about exposing her whereabouts. Shuttled between the towering, dimly lit city walls, her feet drenched in grease and sewage, she felt utterly irritated. How could there be such a backward, shabby place in the world? Even more disgusting than the residential areas. Manny followed her, constantly trying to persuade her to return, but Manny ignored her. Soon, they were trapped in a narrow alley again. Boss, it's those two. A man, who had just been beaten, pointed at them. They're good, but they're hard to get. Many women in the slums, physically challenged, were forced or voluntarily into the red light district to support their families. Some attractive women were even sent to residential areas, or even downtown to work as door-to-door agents, often with generous pay. The enormous profits have lured many organizations and individuals with the power to manipulate others into this trap, becoming predators. Some factory owners have even banded together to refuse to hire female workers, then, when desperate, coerce and bribe them into this kind of work. Others, like this gang before us, resort to direct criminal activity, trafficking women who stray into the slums. This place is too chaotic to manage. The leader, with his stubbled face and an open black jacket revealing a scar and muscular chest, looks decidedly formidable. He surveyed Jean Yu with his dark eyes and grinned. You're truly a good quality. He raised his chin towards Jean Yu. You're already level 4 at such a young age. Do you want to join me? It's much better than serving men. Jean Yu snorted. Even the words felt deeply insulting. What kind of person are you? You dare talk to me? The man called her a little wildcat, then glanced at Manny and casually said, this one's a bit ordinary. Let Ollie teach you how to handle a customer. Jean Yu, unable to contain her anger, swung the water whip at him, only to have it shattered by the man's fist. A closer look revealed thick metal armor covering his fists. He roared and charged, sending Jean Yu flying. The violent psychic particles told the two that this man's psychic power level was higher than theirs, and his skills were completely different from the others. Jean Yu's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth as he yelled at Manny, what are you standing there for? Come on! Manny forced herself to calm down, condensing into a wind blade that whizzed towards the man. It struck his stone armor with a crisp sound, but it didn't even leave a mark. Jean Yu rushed forward and exchanged a few blows, only to have her arm twisted and broken. She leaned against the wall, screaming in agony. The metal box fell to the ground, unnoticed. At that moment, the drone buzzed overhead. Her eyes lit up, and she shouted, I'm here. The man melted a piece of stone from the wall and smashed the drone. He glared at Jean Yu's pale face and sneered, my prey, how can it escape? Manny leaned against Jean Yu and whispered, I count to 3, and then we run together. She nodded. 1, 2, 3. Manny suddenly blew away the nearby trash can, sending a cloud of garbage everywhere, making it a perfect time for her escape. Go! Just as she was about to pull Jean Yu over, she was suddenly pushed, bumping into the trash can. Jean Yu ran away. The leading man and his men chased her, leaving a level 4 and several of his men behind to capture Manny. Damn, that damn girl is always looking for trouble. The driver, a portly middle-aged man, slapped her twice across the face. Manny came to her senses, and the momentary, frantic look in her eyes stunned the fat man, who immediately grabbed her hair and spat. How dare you stare at me? The slender girl finally felt fear and trembled. A thug whistled, Brother Wang, this girl may not be as pretty as the last one, but she's still pretty young. She's going to be entertaining customers anyway, so why not let the brothers have a taste of her? Everyone burst into laughter. In the dim alley, Manny was grabbed by the hand by a level 4 man and shoved against the wall. She cried frantically and struggled, but several men grabbed her arms and punched her in the stomach several times, causing her to vomit with a fishy, sweet taste in her throat. Then she paused. Now that's good. The fat man ripped open the zipper of her sweatshirt and burrowed against her like a pig. She bit her lip tightly, her eyes fixed on the gun at the man's waist, then on the metal box abandoned in the corner. Wait, I have a high-level alien plant. She had heard Jean Yu casually say this as they escaped. The man, about to take off his pants, suddenly stopped and grabbed her hair. Are you kidding me? The chill wind seeped through her exposed skin and into her lungs, and she burst into tears. It's in that box. Can you let me go? The allure of the high-level alien plant was too great. The man had his men hold him down, and he hesitantly picked up the box. As he opened it, pure energy poured out. Everyone was stunned. The real thing. They rushed over. Holy shit, is it real? Just as they were in a state of surprise, a sudden gust of wind blew, sending several of their men flying. The fat man, about to charge, was shot in the head with 2 bangs. Manny cried, holding her gun, channeling her supernatural powers, and repeatedly attacking the men. Only when blood stained her shoes did she react, and quickly put on her clothes, picking up her other pistol and the 9th-level alien plant. She carefully located Jean Yu, and heard her shrill cries, and the man's lewd laughter from within the house. Thinking of what had just happened to her, anger flashed in her eyes, and she turned and ran. The voice on the laptop brought Xie Jinxi back to her senses. It was Morian. What's up? Boss, are you not done yet? There's something going on at the factory. She put on her headphones and listened, then immediately made a decision. Well, you take care of it. I'll be back this afternoon. After hanging up, she couldn't help but glance at Jean Jing. How much longer do you want me to wait? We're investigating. Jean Jing was even more anxious than she was. What on earth was that willful girl thinking? The slums were filled with a grayish-yellow fog year-round due to factory emissions. I'm going to kill you. No, let me go. Only after Jean Yu's screams faded did Manny, hiding by the trash can, tremblingly reach out to someone. Hello, Mr. Jean? In the end, she chose to contact that person. Chapter 108. Jean Jing practically jumped out of his chair when he received the call from Manny. Where are you? I don't know. I just found Jean Yu. She's been Jean Jing's vision darkened, and his hands trembled slightly. "I'd be right there." He contacted his bodyguard, who was searching for someone, and then said to Xie, "Miss Ya, something went wrong today. Can we continue tomorrow?" He clearly had no intention of dealing with her anymore. "Sure." Xie raised an eyebrow, feeling surprisingly forthright. The housekeeper escorted her out, and before Xie could tell, Morian arrived in a hovercraft to pick her up. "I figured the boss would be leaving." He swiftly got out of the car and opened the door. "Everything at the factory has been arranged." "Yes." Xie nodded and got in. After the hovercar was out of the housekeeper's sight, she raised her lips slightly. "Ask your friend if he wants to be my driver. If he doesn't want to, find him another suitable job. He hasn't been to school since elementary school. He'd definitely be willing to be a driver. After all, we all just want to get out of that shabby place." In the old capital, Manny watched the bodyguards gather like a flock of crows, attracting immense attention throughout the city. Jean Yu was in there. They swarmed into the building, the previously chaotic noises suddenly turning into infernal screams. The level 6 man who was working with Jean Yu was pointed at by countless particle guns. He shuddered and raised his hands. Jean Yu, her skin utterly broken, slowly climbed to her feet. The level 7 psychic security captain quickly took off his coat and covered her with it. Blood trickled down her legs. With trembling hands, she pulled the gun from the man's body, aimed it at the man who had assaulted her, and fired. Before she fainted, she uttered, "Cut it off. I want to live." The entire old capital was in a state of panic, and other factions dared not breathe. When Jean Jing arrived, the bodyguards had already completely wiped out the group. "Where are they?" The security captain opened the back door, revealing the beleaguered young lady, who was then kicked down by Jean Jing. "I asked you to find someone to protect her, and this is what you give me." Jean Jing's eyes were red with anger. No matter how angry he had been at his sister's willful behavior, now he was filled with only heartache. All the bodyguards quickly lowered their heads, knowing that the old man's storm awaited them upon their return, and they felt a surge of pressure. On the way to the hospital, Jean Jing coldly asked the security captain, "Where's the stuff?" The captain leaned over and whispered something in his ear, making his expression even uglier. "Lock that damn beast up and treat him well." He looked like he was ready to eat someone. After Jean Yu's injuries, both physical and mental, had healed, Jean Jing spotted Manny in the corner of the crowd and approached her with a sullen expression. Manny looked up, dazed. "Brother Jean." "Miss Kidman, I'm not worthy of being called brother." The cold, aloof words made her already pale face look as awful as someone who had been wronged. "Why didn't you contact me sooner? Instead, you shut down your computer like Xiaoyu did?" The usually gentle and elegant young man looked down at her aggressively, his words piercing like a cold winter wind. "You bear at least half the responsibility for what Jean Yu has endured. As a friend, don't you feel any guilt at all watching what she's endured?" He gently pinched the girl's chin, a hint of sarcasm crossing his face. "Is your love for me so cheap?" This sentence was the most damaging. Manny felt as if her heart had been ripped out and hung on the gallows, surrounded by insults and contempt. Mingmingly, she was the one being forced. Mingmingly, they had a chance to escape, but Jeannie used her as a stepping stone. Mingmingly, she almost didn't make it back. Slowly, her expression shifted from one of bewilderment and grievance to one of emptiness and sarcasm. "If I didn't like you, I wouldn't have contacted you." This was something she almost never said. "I could even just run away, leaving Jean Yu behind and letting her be captured and tortured. Even by the time you find her, she'd be ruined, right?" Jean Jing forcefully pushed her face away, his expression completely changed. "You're so vicious. How could Jean Yu be friends with someone like you?" Manny covered her face, tears streaming down her face, unable to hold back any longer. She choked out, "Yes, I shouldn't have been friends with her. I return the money immediately. I have something to tell Jean Yu. When she wakes up, I say a few words and then leave. We won't contact each other again." With this, she clutched her damaged zippered clothes and slowly squatted down against the wall. With the presence of a senior therapist, Jean Yu woke quickly, and there was little sign of the miserable experience she had endured just a few hours earlier. She leaped up from the bed, glanced around, and realized she was saved. Then she slammed the bed down. She was going to torture those damn bastards back. "Jean Yu, are you okay?" Manny, having changed her clothes, sat by the bed. Her expression was calm, but Jean Yu inexplicably couldn't bear to look at her. How could being tortured by those beasts be any better? "What about you?" She still remembered pushing her out to stop them, feeling a little unsure. Manny's eyes, their former cautiousness gone, stared at her intently, reflecting the white light like a ghost demanding her life. I killed those people, found you, and then notified your brother to come and rescue you. Without waiting for Jean Yu to speak, she added, but your brother blamed me for not contacting him sooner, saying I was half responsible for your injury and severely humiliating me. At first, Jean Yu felt a tinge of guilt, but then he realized she was being sarcastic and complaining, and glared. Are you blaming me? Shouldn't I blame you? Manny slowly unzipped her clothes, revealing the mottled bruises and teeth marks. You had a fight with your family, so why should I suffer with you? Jean Yu's. He quickly shifted his gaze from her wound. Don't forget, you already owed our family money. What's wrong with asking you for a little help? I've already paid you back, and I'm not saying this to get an apology. Manny stood up under her surprised gaze and asked with a look Jean Yu couldn't understand. Jean Yu, do you know the difference between rice that costs 2 yuan per pound and rice that costs 10 yuan per pound? The girl on the bed didn't answer. Manny continued to herself. For you, it's just a difference in taste, but for me, it's the difference between life and death. She quickly came to the conclusion, so, we're not from the same world. From now on, we're no longer friends. She slowly straightened her clothes, stood up, and left. In Jean Yu's eyes, her slender figure looked like just a passing guest in her glamorous life. Manny didn't even have time to grieve. Seeing it was still early, she decided to go back to her part-time job at the factory. She had just clocked in when Xie Jinxi called her into his office. By comparison, their moods were worlds apart. Xie Jinxi leaned against the window and looked at the girl in front of him. Have you cried? Chapter 109. Manny knew the man before her wouldn't offer any words of comfort, yet she felt incredibly reliable. She suddenly threw herself into her arms and burst into tears. I don't want to be so weak, but what he said really hurt. Woo-woo. Xie Jinxi leaned against the windowsill, letting her cry for a while. Then, pushing him away, he took the tissue from Morian's hand and wiped her tears. After all, men are just part of life's fun. As long as you become strong, you have thousands of golden mirrors to choose from. Her cold, mechanical voice was like a bewitching mantra. Manny hummed softly and took 2 steps back sheepishly. That money. I said it's yours. You don't have to pay it back. The black-haired girl patted her shoulder with her slender hand. From now on, learn more from Morian how to manage others. Hold your head high and don't give in again. As if given courage, Manny nodded and returned to the workshop. In the office, Morian noticed his boss's slightly quirky expression and couldn't help but ask, Boss, do you think she's that important? 18-year-old, a level 3 psychic, and a military academy student? Do you think she's just some roadside weed? Besides, Manny has a clean background. She's the kind of person who would be 100% loyal once she surrenders, making her completely worthy of her careful training. Don't be idle either. Find me some more useful people, if you don't want to work 23 hours a day. Morian's eyelids twitched. The boss was generous, and a very qualified capitalist. The next day, Xie Jinxi returned to the Jin family. To avoid further complications, Jin Jing showed her the agreement first. If there's no problem, then inspect the goods. Yes. Xie Jinxi pointed at the 100 million yuan penalty for breach of contract in the agreement. 10 times that. Jin Jing frowned slightly. You don't trust us? You're kidding. What trust can there be between us? This simple remark left the young man speechless. He immediately adjusted the amount and returned it to her. Can we inspect the goods? Bring it here. The housekeeper brought a black metal box and placed it on the coffee table in front of him. She gently opened the lid, revealing a crystal-clear fruit with white spots on a green background. There's no intuitive way to identify exotic plants today. Only specialized energy-sensing instruments can determine their exact grade. Xie Jinxi took out his own instrument and scanned the box. The screen popped up with the result, green-spotted fiery fruit, level 9. The result was undeniable. The two immediately signed the agreement and officially began treating Old Man Jean. Perhaps due to his granddaughter's experience yesterday, his anger had worsened. In less than a day, he looked significantly weaker. The old man lying in bed said with obvious anticipation, Thank you, Miss Xie. It's just a matter of each taking what he needs. Xie Jinxi took out the prepared medicine and was about to feed it to him when the doctor summoned by Jin Jing stopped her. Please examine us first. She dodged the man's outstretched hand, brow furrowed. This is a secret recipe. The atmosphere immediately froze. Jin Taeyong waved the doctor away. After all, it's a secret. I believe Miss Xie knows the answer. He glanced at the young woman, who nodded. I'm glad Mr. Jean understands. Kim Tae-young chuckled. Could she possibly be playing tricks in front of him? Then he took the medicine and drank it, his face turning pale with bitterness. However, when Sejinsi's superpowers followed suit, his eyes widened. It worked. The genetic disease he suffered from was called cerebral fibrosis, one of the highest mortality rates in the Federation. The patient's brain neurons die at an extremely rapid rate, causing the brain and brainstem to become increasingly rigid, and even their superpowers to gradually weaken. Finally, at the time of death, the brain shrinks into a walnut-sized lump. Due to brain damage during this process, complications such as paralysis, amnesia, and epilepsy can occur. Although the Jean family's financial resources allowed him to maintain optimal condition, he had indeed reached a point where even experts had run out of ideas. So, upon learning of the Kidman family's genetic recovery, he had no hesitation and was determined to get Sejinsi to help, no matter the cost. He was so angry that he almost killed Sejinsi's son and exiled him to a remote planet. The atrophied nerve cells regained vitality, and even his uncontrolled superpowers were revitalized. The comfort was so great that it almost brought tears to his eyes. About 5 hours later, Sejinsi, somewhat exhausted, withdrew her powers. Jean Jing, who had been watching, quickly stood up and asked, "Are you okay?" After she nodded, several doctors rushed over to examine the old woman. Seeing her newly healthy brain, they were practically stunned. She's actually healed? It's a medical miracle. I wonder what her medicine was. Check it out. They stared at Sejinsi with intense gazes. Was her power special? Or was the medicine truly effective? However, they were all bound by a confidentiality agreement, so they were destined to be unable to ask her these questions. Ahem. Sejinsi paused for a moment, then reached out to Jean Jing. Give me the 9th grade jade-spotted fiery fruit. Jean Jing had the housekeeper bring the box over and hold it out to her. The girl glanced down, but didn't reach for it. She looked back at Jean Jing. What do you mean? The delighted young man narrowed his eyes slightly. I don't understand. I want the 9th grade jade-spotted fiery fruit. Who are you trying to fool by substituting an 8th grade one? Jean Jing looked at her as if she were joking. Miss Xia personally inspected it, and now you're accusing us of deceiving you. Why do I feel like Miss Xia is deliberately making things difficult for me? I'm making things difficult for me? Sejinsi's thin lips rolled these words, a hint of irony. At this moment, Jean Tae-hing sat up from his bed, donned a coat, and said with a kind smile, Miss Xia, I have a use for that grade 9 jade band life fruit. Why don't you take this grade 8 one? I give you the difference. In the large treatment room, the frail girl, alone, raised her eyebrows. Are you going to burn your bridges? Not really. After all, my daughter Yura has suffered a lot because of you, and as a grandfather, I have to stand up for her. The old man and the young man exchanged glances, their faces etched with ambiguous smiles. Suddenly, the once righteous old man's expression changed, and he collapsed. Several doctors, startled, quickly gathered around him to examine him, then gasped in shock. How could this happen? The illness, once thought cured, returned with a vengeance, rapidly eroding his brain. Xia Jean Shi. Jean Jing angrily flung a water bullet at her. What have you done? She dodged slightly and smiled. You're allowed to trick me with a level 8 exotic plant, but I'm not allowed to use a little trickery to trick you back? Jean Jing's eyes widened. So this woman knew from the start that the box wasn't a level 9 jade-spotted fiery fruit. How did you know? Glancing around, was there a traitor? Chapter 110. Don't worry about how I know. Sejinsi glanced at old man Jean, who had fallen back onto the bed, looking even more frail. He smiled and asked, Are you still going to save him? But that smile chilled his heart. The answer was definitely yes. After 2 days of trouble, his own sister was almost kidnapped. Wasn't it all to save Grandpa? But with the deception exposed, Jean Jing felt as if she had a knife at his neck, completely in control. The Jean family had 2 level 7 psychics, but he knew they couldn't use force. He let out a sharp breath and rubbed his face. What do you want? Sejinsi slapped the agreement on the instrument beside the bed, leaning forward slightly with one hand. I want a spacecraft with official route rights to Dragon Scar Star, with a payload of at least 500,000 tons. Lease, sale, or purchase, with a minimum 10-year lease. Dragon Scar Star hasn't actually been officially developed yet. Currently, only a few major investors, using official channels, are mining its resources. For a nobody like her, even applying to build a commercial spacecraft would take forever, let alone obtaining route rights. Furthermore, even if she had a spacecraft, the star map of Dragon Scar Star hadn't been made public. Only officially certified spacecraft carried navigation maps. The plan she had laid out there couldn't begin until Dragon Star officially opened to immigration from all over the Federation. By then, she wouldn't even be able to get a sip of hot soup. But who could have imagined that the Jean family would offer her this opportunity? At this moment, Siegency's expression was no longer cold and lifeless. His dark eyes were filled with ambition. Even Jean Jing hadn't anticipated her ambition to carve up Dragon Star. After a moment's shock, he couldn't help but sneer, "How dare you? I can guarantee that the old man won't relapse for 50 years. That's the only condition." Siegency ignored his sarcasm. "I'm already very unhappy about not getting the 9th level exotic plant. This is just one opportunity for discussion. You can decide. It all comes down to whether the Jean family's old man's survival is more valuable or the value of a spaceship with transport routes." This blow truly struck a blow to the Jean family. Even they only secured the route rights for 4 spaceships, and with so many resources, packing less would affect their maximum value. After all, if you pack less, others can eat more. Jean Jing glanced at his grandfather in the hospital bed. He gently opened his eyes and blinked at him. Deal. Satisfied, Siegency tossed the previous agreement into the trash. Then, they signed an agreement for the transfer of the spacecraft's use rights. This was strictly an internal agreement. Officially granted route rights couldn't be transferred so easily. Even if it were officially used, it would have to be under the Jean family's name. At the same time, Siegency added another condition. Mr. Jin's illness can't be cured all at once. We can only use our supernatural powers to treat him periodically, about every 2 years. Jean Jing, about to sign, paused. Siegency, don't push your luck. It's a genetic disease. I don't have the ability to alter a person's genes. If it were truly altered, no one would know whether it was still there. Siegency spread his hands. Besides, I remember exactly what Mr. Jean said to me just now. It would be a good time to avenge his precious granddaughter. Now that both their lives were in her hands, she felt safe. This was exactly what Jean Jing was worried about. But what makes me believe you keep this promise? We have absolutely no conditions binding you. The person before him was clearly overly ambitious. If she ever got too far and set her sights on something else, wouldn't she threaten him with Grandpa's life? Siegency glanced at the housekeeper nearby. Killing me should be easy for you. You'd just be accelerating Mr. Jin's demise. She paused, then added, although I prioritize profit, it's always mutually beneficial, based on mutual satisfaction. She wasn't trying to be a mosquito, constantly sucking the blood of the Jean family lion. That would only lead to an early death. Are you all satisfied? Humph. Jean Jing glared at her with disdain, quickly signed, and had the document pushed to her. Siegency read through the entire process quickly, and signed her own name. Without being reminded, she arrived at the bedside. This time, she didn't pretend to stay for 5 hours. In just 1 hour, a dazzling green light poured into Old Man Jin's body. Because of her experience of being deceived, she was asked to stay for the next period of observation. Why aren't you taking the medicine this time? A doctor asked her. The girl didn't even blink. Because the medicine's still working. The medicine was just ordinary plants that Boss Shang and his men had collected from an unknown planet, to obscure the presence of their supernatural powers. After confirming that Grandpa wouldn't relapse in the near future, Jean Jing finally relaxed his frown. You can leave now. Siegency nodded and left briskly. Jean Jing stood by the window, watching her back, a feeling of powerlessness washing over him. At this moment, the housekeeper quietly approached him and whispered, Master, Ryan said the people in the basement are adamant they didn't see anything. He regained his composure. Where are the people searching the old capital? We immediately blocked all trading channels in the old capital and launched a comprehensive search, but found nothing. Xiao Yu said it was lost at some point during their hasty escape. Those scumbags didn't see it, and the comprehensive search yielded no results. Jean Jing's brow furrowed again. Could it be that the green speckled fiery fruit just flew away? That's right. It wasn't that he wanted to go back on his word. The thing was truly gone. At this moment, Jean Taiheng sat up from the bed, with ease, and casually put on his clothes. Jinger, there's no need to look for it. But that thing will be useful for Grandpa's future advancement. Don't you understand yet? The old man raised his insightful eyes. Only a few people know about your stealing the green banded fiery fruit. Jean Jing shuddered. I go find her. Forget it. My recovery is the most important thing. There's no need to fight her to the death over a level 9 exotic plant. The old man was like a lion awakening. I haven't been well these past few years. Let's deal with those guys who jumped too high first. Over here, Jinsey arrived at the gate of the Jean residence. The new driver, Pratt, quickly opened the car door for her. "Boss, are we going back to the manor?" "Yes." As they drove, the young man kept glancing at the young boss through the rearview mirror. He was caught red-handed and immediately gave an embarrassed smile. Jinsey didn't seem to mind, asking, "Are you adjusting to your new job?" Pratt quickly sat up straight. "It's much better than being a thug in the old capital. My sister and brother also managed to get into college." "Thank you, boss." The young boss nodded slightly. "You deserve it." Chapter 111. Jinsey's office contained a hidden lounge. She strode briskly back to the manor, briefly explained a few important matters, and instructed Marian not to disturb her for the next 2 hours, no matter what. Then, she headed straight for the lounge. She opened the safe hidden in the wall, revealing a palm-sized, muddy black metal box. Yesterday, after calming down, Manny had a straightforward thought. Jean Yu didn't want Jinsey to have this item, but she wasn't going to let her have her way. Furthermore, she wanted to repay those who had helped her so much, so she called Marian. Knowing the boss wanted this item, Marian, under the pretext of an internal factory matter, informed Jinsey, receiving orders to obtain it immediately. This capable assistant, originally from the old capital, immediately contacted Pratt, a trusted friend from his youth, to avoid attracting the attention of the Jean family, and asked him to help retrieve the item. To conceal the truth, Manny had been deliberately asked to remain hidden for a while before notifying Jean Jing. This is why Jinsey knew from the start that the fruit Jean Jing had given her was a fake, because the real thing was right in her hand. Looking at the fruit radiating intense energy, she smiled and then dropped it into her mouth. Marian stood guard at the office door, fearing anyone would disturb the boss. His approach proved correct. About an hour and a half later, a figure rushed in from the end of the corridor, caught in the wind and rain. "Marian, where's the boss?" Sujio wore a greasy blue overalls, his goggles tucked into his hairline, causing his hair to stand up like a pot of green onions. He was still clutching a welding torch, looking utterly furious. Marian's eyelids twitched. God knows, he'd rather face a mountain of reports and data than deal with these technicians whose only thought was to hustle for R&D funding, especially this guy. "What do you want with the boss?" "Stop him first." Sujio glared at him, his distinct black and white eyes glaring. "You're asking me, wasn't it you who sent me the message just now? The boss said I could focus on working on mechas, but how come he suddenly sent me off to explore the land on Dragon Scarstar?" This? Marian could roughly guess the boss's intentions, and fully agreed, but he couldn't add fuel to the fire right now. The boss has something urgent to do. Come back in half an hour. He was confident the boss had a way to deal with this research freak. "I'm even more anxious." Sujio raised his welding torch. "I didn't even have time to turn it off. If the boss doesn't give me an explanation, I'm going to hit her with this." He scurried into the office, a weapon sizzling with sparks. Marian didn't dare actually strike, fearing he might inadvertently maim his boss's expensive hire, or even damage important office documents. He wasn't paying attention, and he actually made it into the lounge, knocking the door off. Damn it! He steadied the folder on the table and hurried after him, only to find Sujio frozen in the doorway, his weapon in hand unresponsive. He shuddered as he followed and took a look. The lounge, about 10 square meters in size, was completely white. The bed, carpet, walls, and mirror were covered in blood. It was a shocking sight. The strong, fishy odor filled their nostrils, making both of them feel nauseous. Marian panicked and rushed inside. "Boss! Are you okay?" There was so much blood. Did something happen to the boss? Oh my god, that long-term meal ticket he finally found. Ahem, didn't you say you're not allowed to disturb me for 2 hours? The voice was hoarse, like someone swallowing a handful of sand. A slender hand reached out from the other side of the bed and grasped the sheets. As it exerted force, tiny wounds burst open, spilling blood like red spider lilies. The sight made both men's scalps tingle. The blood-soaked girl staggered to her feet, like a ghost. She should be in pain, but her expression was eerily calm. Then, supernatural particles began to surge frantically. Marian's eyes widened. He advanced. A dazzling healing light enveloped Jinsey. Success? She opened her eyes, a deep, restrained radiance. "Sujio, I think you should memorize the company's employee code of conduct and learn what rules mean." He then picked up a sharp black machine from the ground. Sujio, about to complain, was shocked. This, ugh. Marian muffled the words before the young man forcefully embraced him and led him out the door. Before closing the door, he met the girl's dark, sinister eyes, and forced a smile. Boss, take a shower first. I have the cleaning staff come clean the room and explain the rules to the mechanic. The door closed, and Siegency's gaze returned to the bone-breaking nail. The third one. After inserting the space button, she went into the bathroom. When she emerged, Morian had already watched the cleaning staff tidy up the room. She was very pleased with such a capable subordinate. Tell me, what's going on? The girl sat back down at her desk, looking as if nothing had happened, coldly gazing at Sujio across from her. The young man, who had been so irritable just moments before, clutched his welding torch guiltily. Well, I don't want to go to Dragon Scar Planet to explore new land. Can Shower go? After all, I don't know how to manage my subordinates. You all have to go, and Morian has to go too. Then both of them froze. Siegency knocked on the table to bring them back to their senses. Sujio, do you know how many newly discovered mineral materials there are on Dragon Scar Planet? Materials? Well, I can do it all by myself. No need to bother Xiao Air. Sujio rubbed his hands, his eyes filled with anticipation. Don't you know how to manage? Sujio truly regretted it. Siegency didn't bother to talk to this eccentric person anymore. Since they were all family, she didn't hide it, and told them about her deal with the Queen Bee. I've asked the Jean family for a spaceship with flight rights. You find a way to transport it back. Sujio, your task is simple. Find ways to utilize these things. This is crucial to the factory's development over the next 10 years. So, Morian, you go and keep an eye on it. You can leave a reliable person here to guard it. She had internal military data, and the two of them gasped after hearing it. After calming down, Morian realized the key problem. But boss, we can't swallow so many resources. After all, with a newly established team, there are only so many people who can be used. Expanding scale isn't something you can just do. If you expand too quickly, internal problems are likely to arise. Just grab the best. I have partners for the rest, and I have them contact you directly. Sujio stopped making a fuss and instead enthusiastically prepared the various instruments and equipment he would bring over. With so many new materials, he could make a lot of mechas. Besides, Dragon Scar Star isn't officially under scrutiny right now, so maybe they could secretly develop a real thing. However, after he left, Siegency told Morian, keep an eye on Sujio. Don't let him actually build a mecha, or it'd be very troublesome. Yes, I get ready right away. Morian wasn't upset about his boss sending him to a new star to develop new land. Instead, he was filled with anticipation. As long as he could handle the Dragon Scar Star situation, he believed he wouldn't be far from the second-in-command position. In the office, Siegency called Boss Sean directly. The portly man on the other end, wearing a nightcap, looked quite irritable. Miss Xia, don't you see what time it is on Border Star number 2? Do you want to go develop Dragon Scar Star? Boss Shang, drowsy, sat up abruptly. Yes. Chapter 112. Boss Shang was so excited by Siegency's call that he couldn't sleep for half the night. After discussing the specific details, he summoned Bond before dawn and told him about the plan for Longan Star. The self-proclaimed knowledgeable secretary couldn't help but get excited along with his boss. Ha ha, I never thought her military academy studies would bring us such huge benefits. Boss Shang smiled as he sipped his hot milk. Developing new stars. People like us never got a chance to get involved before. To put it bluntly, the reason they weren't favored by the authorities and the military was because their business targets were fugitives and interstellar bandits. Having this opportunity was like a beggar donning a suit and enjoying a fine meal at a high-end restaurant. Of course, they still had to disguise their identities and contact Nagano Star to avoid alarming the authorities. So, they sent Bond to Nagano Star to meet up with Morian. This was necessary. Although Dragon Scar Star hadn't been officially brought under their jurisdiction, satellites already monitored it from the surrounding space, making it impossible for them to land anywhere else. Furthermore, without a star map, it would be difficult for them to find such a small planet in a universe filled with wormholes and meteorite swarms. However, when they actually set out for Nagano Star, he discovered that members of the Caesar mercenary group were also traveling with him. What are you going for? In the airport, Boss Shang stared at Caesar as he and his men prepared to depart. Could it be what he thought? Fatty, have you forgotten I'm a mercenary? Of course, we're paid, and we're here to do the work. Caesar now had a unique hairstyle. The scarred side remained shaved, while the other side was grown and braided. Bullshit, are you going to get resources? Caesar saw his eyes twitching and smirked. Do you really think everyone loves those crappy ores? I'm not interested in business. I'd rather fight and find some useful exotic plants. This was something the girl had agreed to long ago, otherwise she wouldn't have asked for such a low price. Although they were in business for money, they had no conflicts of interest with the government. They were much cleaner than Along and Boss Shang, so she could move around the Federation. Boss Shang watched the mercenary group, Bond, and the others leave, then frantically called Xie Jinxi. She had just finished her return paperwork, and was packing her things in her dorm. "What's up?" She hung her clothes in the closet, and glanced at the screen. "You're still asking me, what's going on with Caesar?" Boss Shang was jumping up and down, like a bombshell. "Why didn't you tell me? What's it to you if I hire a few bodyguards?" Xie Jinxi closed the closet, sat down at his desk, and twisted his neck. "I only have a few technicians. I'd be worried if I didn't hire a few more to look after him." "Hey, what's there to worry about?" "I'm worried about you." The girl propped up her chin and finally looked at him. "We both know what kind of people we are. There's no point in having a trusting relationship." She was so blunt that Boss Shang wanted to play Tai Chi with her, but he was speechless. "By the way, besides this, I think you have some other problems to deal with," Xie Jinxi said with a half smile, then yawned. "I'm sleepy." Looking at the computer that suddenly shut down, Boss Shang tooted. He could say he hinted to Bond last night, "Be smart, that girl isn't worth anyone anyway." But she was completely wary of him. Well, getting even with her isn't easy. As he was muttering, there was a commotion at the airport gate. Along, leading a group of his men, stormed in aggressively. Remembering the trouble Xie Jinxi had just mentioned, he rubbed his bald head in annoyance. He first summoned airport security, but before he could even smile, Along grabbed him by the collar. "What are you and Caesar up to? You've even gone to Nagano Star? Did that little bitch, Scalpel, do something bad again?" Boss Shang had always believed that Along's survival was due to his claws, not his brains. Typical example of forgetting the pain after the wound has healed. "What's it to you?" He pushed the man away unceremoniously. At this moment, airport security officers, armed with weapons, surrounded them, and passers-by, sensing the situation was unsettled, retreated like a tide. "Damn it! You let her get away, and now you're the one who's reaping the benefits. This is exactly what you were planning, isn't it?" Evil Dragon only knew that Xie Jinxi had the Midas touch, able to get Boss Shang to mobilize his forces to Nagano Star, where there might be some incredible gains. Boss Shang was too lazy to bother with this idiot. "If you're capable, go find her. Stop bothering me all the time." He was about to leave. "I'm not finished." Evil Dragon lunged at him, attempting to pull him away, but Boss Shang backhanded him with a club. The fat man's baseball bat transformed into a broadsword. Pointing at the bearded man spewing blood, he sneered, "Have you forgotten who's boss on Bianhuang Star? If you keep yelling, I chop off your claws and serve with your wine." The dragon spat, "Fatty, you're so powerful, I can't afford to mess with you." Then he scrambled to his feet, "Tell Scalpel not to let me catch her." After that, he pushed aside Mariana, who had come to support him, and walked away, dusty and grimy. The red-haired woman brushed her hair and smiled at Boss Shang. "Daddy just has a bit of a bad temper. Don't be offended, Boss Shang." Looking at the enchanting and beautiful woman, the stern look on his fat face transformed into a narrow smile. If only that guy were as reasonable as Miss Mariana, everything would be much easier. Mariana smiled and turned away. Xie Jinxi had no interest in the conflict on border planet number 2, because the next day was the damn physical fitness test. After advancing to level 6, she hadn't had time to properly adjust her physical condition, and couldn't easily increase her explosive power for the time being, otherwise the gains would outweigh the losses. Thus, this was destined to be a day for cheating. Qin Luo had been waiting downstairs in his boss's dormitory since early morning, feeling utterly embarrassed by the curious glances from the sultry future female soldiers. Finally, he spotted Xie Jinxi and hurried over to her, only to have Renchinka sneak up on him from behind. Xie Jinxi dodged, allowing Qin Luo to slip into her arms. Manny covered her mouth in surprise, then chuckled, "Kiki, quickly let Senior Qin go." Renchinka pouted and pulled the young man out. "Did you faint?" Yes. "I'm sorry." Qin Luo's face flushed like a shrimp, and he didn't dare look at her. He apologized hastily, "I'm sorry. I didn't have eyes and offended you, Junior." Renchinka was about the same height as him, but because of her thick-soled combat boots, she looked even taller. She bent down, stroking her chin, and sized up the young man, who kept bowing. "He's quite good-looking, but why does he look like a rabbit?" The roles seemed reversed, and Manny was at a loss for words. The delicate atmosphere was broken by Xie Jinxi's cold and indifferent voice. "Where are the things?" Chapter 113. Xin Luo quickly pulled the box out of his pocket. Brother said there were 5 pills in there. Yes. Xie put her things away and looked at him. Anything else? The young man quickly shook his head and glanced at Renchinka. Boss, I'm leaving now. He hurried off. Hey. Renchinka, unable to stop him, watched him hop away like a rabbit. She turned back and stared at Xie. Is that one of your men? The latter raised an eyebrow slightly, but didn't answer. Instead, he walked away. The tall girl pouted and grabbed Manny, who was about to leave quietly. You must know him, right? Manny reluctantly smoothed her messy ponytail. Senior Xin Luo works part-time at the factory like me, but he spends most of his time at school attending classes. Renchinka uttered a meaningful oh. Hurry up, we're going to be late. After arriving at the exam venue, Bai Zalen greeted them, and was then surrounded by a group of classmates, asking him to share his experience at the Nova Development Center. Bai Zalen chuckled and said briefly, it was quite interesting, but a little dangerous. When asked about Renchinka, she was even more direct. We encountered a level 8 alien beast. Many people died, and we just went to pick up the bodies. Didn't you see? Those bodies. The group of young students, full of expectations, blanched and couldn't listen any longer. Neither of them mentioned Xie. Others, wanting to ask her about her feelings, gave up when they saw her deadpan expression, which seemed to repel anyone. A symbol. Bishop Wade, after an absence of over a month, was as stern as ever. He first glanced at the students returning from Dragon Scarstar. Not one was missing. Before he began, soldiers are a profession where slacking off is the most important thing. After over a month's break, whether you've trained well or not will be revealed today. Let's wait and see. This exam was clearly no mere talk. Even the homeroom teacher, Chang Fuyun, arrived with her assessment booklet. Some wore agonizing expressions, others eager to try. Everyone in Class 1, form up. Xie stretched her arms, front and back, left and right, to align the formation. It was certain that Wade had just given her a few extra glances, the underlying meaning obvious. 200 push-ups, then run to the hill over there, retrieve the small flag, and run back. 1 hour passes, time begins. Many gasps rang out. Xie quickly dropped to the ground and began doing push-ups, not using her powers at first, completing the 200 with agility and speed. She rushed out with Bai Zalen and Renchinka. She only managed to reach the foot of the hill, leaving them covered in dust. As expected, even after extracting 3 bone-breaking nails, her physical condition was far inferior. Then, she quietly began to cheat, finally completing the task with the last hour left. Cough, cough, cough. The familiar coughing sound made it impossible to connect it with the first-place finisher in the individual competition of the mecha competition. Next came tests on mental strength, mecha operation, shooting, and so on, and the entire morning passed. In the afternoon, upon entering the classroom, a stack of comprehensive exams was presented to almost everyone, and everyone collapsed. If the physical exams were still a good start, this one would truly test how hard they worked during the holiday break. And as a military academy student, regular exams are electronic, but paper exams must be entered into the graduation file, which is crucial. Isn't this school a bummer? They're on a surprise attack, and there's no time to study. Help! I've been playing all holiday. Ha ha, I already asked around, so I asked the second-year students to buy the review outline. I take a look at it, and I at least pass. Claude quietly asked the monitor, you spend most of your time at Dragon Scarstar. You probably don't have time to study, do you? He wanted to find someone like him, at least so they could all get screwed together and be less embarrassed when punished. Bai Zalen frowned. Well, my brother reminded me last week to just go over the textbook. Claude had a heart attack. He forgotten, this guy was a true academic genius. Going over the textbook once was the same as reviewing thoroughly, like a sure thing. It's over, it's over. Renchinka grabbed her short hair. I just go back and train with my brother and the others. The thing is, her family is full of poor students too, so no one ever reminded her. She grabbed Xie hand. Cici, I'm counting on you to save me. She winked and made hand signals. This is A, this is B. Get it? Xie blinked. I don't have time to study at all. Yesterday afternoon, I was still busy preparing for Dragon Scarstar. It's a relief to remember the start date. Renchinka was struck by lightning. She was about to ask her roommate for help when she realized Manny's reaction was even more exaggerated, practically on the verge of tears. Everyone was assigned a seat. The exam papers were handed out one by one, and the classroom immediately fell into a dead silence. At this moment, one could see the diverse atmosphere of the exam room. Some people frowned, flipping through the papers, unable to find the ones they knew. Others wrote with impulsive speed, flipping through the papers and overwhelming everyone else. Some people hadn't read the textbook before the exam, completely forgetting everything, and then, once the papers were handed out, they wrote faster than anyone else. Renchinka was an exception. She hadn't read the textbook, so she didn't remember much. She glanced at Siejinsi beside her, her eyes widening. "Didn't you say you didn't have time to study?" She observed the movement of Siejinsi's pen tip, and quickly wrote down her answers. The invigilator coughed a few times, and she averted her gaze. Unable to watch, she listened to the sound of the pen tip. "A has 3 strokes, B has 2 strokes and a fold, C has only 1 stroke, and D has 2 strokes without a fold." If she had applied this level of concentration to studying, she wouldn't have been so miserable. Siejinsi sighed, and pulled out the paper she had been using as a cushion, leaving only the answer sheet. This made the sound of the pen tip scratching across the table clearer. Manny, who was beside her, gritted her teeth and copied along. Jinsi had said, as long as no one noticed, it wasn't cheating, but Zalen, sitting behind them, 2 steps higher up the ladder, couldn't help but twitch his lips at the sight of this, but decided to pretend he hadn't seen anything. After all, he could only copy down a single multiple-choice question. After 3 full hours, the exam was finally over. For a moment, widespread grief and sorrow filled the air. The exam syllabus is completely different from the ones before sophomore year. I spent 200 lianqing coins on the materials. Did we really learn this stuff? I doubt it. Where did the teacher dig up this information from? Renchinka lay flat on the table like a roasted eggplant. "Cece, you said you didn't have time to study." Siejinsi glanced at her. "I'm going to eat." The girl, looking resentful, said, "We agreed to be bad students together." Manny jokingly pulled her along. Being a bad student is impossible. Just because Jinsi didn't study doesn't mean she can't remember. Someone like her wouldn't allow herself to fail over such a trivial matter. The results came out that evening. Although most people had cried miserably in the afternoon, only a few actually failed. Claude looked at his red 50 points and the perfect score from the class monitor. Sure enough, he was the only one who said he hadn't studied. Chapter 114. On the day Bond, Caesar, and the others arrived, Siejinsi, fearing the secretary taking over Morian's duties would be overwhelmed, went to the airport to pick them up personally. However, she had classes in the morning, and when she arrived, the new secretary was already surrounded by Caesar, Bond, and the others. She wasn't in a hurry, and simply stood aside to watch. "You're pretty tight-lipped, little girl." Caesar, a man of both sexes, flirted with the petite secretary. "I just wanted to ask about Scalpel's profits lately." "You can't even tell me." The new secretary, Tang Bebe, dressed in a black suit and skirt, had clearly been busy lately. Her hair was pinned up with a brush, and her mouth was chattering like a machine gun. "Sister Caesar, please don't make things difficult for a nobody like me. We all have to obey whoever feeds us. Besides, I was just promoted, so how dare I say a word to you? If you really want to ask, don't pick on me, a weakling. Go find the boss." After that, she suddenly glanced at Caesar's waist. "Oh my God, is there a gun hidden there? Boss, help!" As if hearing her inner cries, Caesar suddenly let go of her and turned away. In the bustling airport, the girl, dressed in a vest and overalls, her black hair half tied back, barely obscuring her eyes, looked incredibly small, yet her icy presence instantly captured everyone's attention. This girl is truly terrifying. Caesar dropped his relaxed smile, half closed his eyes, and stroked the gun at his waist. Bond adjusted his glasses. "What does Captain Caesar mean?" "She looks far more dangerous than you right now. Those who constantly walk on the edge of life and death are naturally more intuitive about danger, especially as a space-based person, who is more sensitive to the fluctuations of supernatural particles." Just as Siejinsi entered her most sensitive spatial range, the psychic particles were almost instantly attracted by her. Bond's expression changed slightly. "Level 6? Obviously." As the two whispered, Tang Bebe silently retreated, quickly hiding behind her boss, and breathed a sigh of relief. "Are all the people here?" Siejinsi glanced at the number of people they had brought, a glint in her eyes. The enthusiasm of these two companies was far greater than they appeared. Caesar put his hands on his waist, and put his arm around her shoulders. "Making a fortune is what I'm most interested in. I brought my best hands with me." The hand on her frail shoulder slowly tightened, almost digging into her flesh. Tang Bebe watched and swallowed. It hurt. Then, without blinking, her boss removed his hand, his slender wrist tense. The two women's veiled confrontation ended with Sia Jinsey standing still and Caesar's expression slightly stiff. Seeing this, Bond had a clear idea. We've also called in the relevant technicians. Thank you, Mississippi. It's a pleasure to work with you. Of course. The group hurried to the suburban estate. Originally used for vacations and rest, the surrounding greenery and flowers had been largely removed and covered with protective shields by mechanics like Shaw. Drones whirred overhead. Hidden locations contained various infrared devices, ensuring that those with ill intentions would be turned into thieves in the blink of an eye. The lawn behind the estate housed nearly 10 production workshops, producing therapeutic devices and other products. The most important core studio was located downstairs from her office. This place was a massive money-making machine, integrating the most advanced technology. Even though Bond had heard of it briefly, he hadn't expected her to have acquired such a large business in just over 6 months. We're just getting on track. Sia Jinsey briefly introduced the situation. In reality, they hadn't even seen much of the actual money yet, as the cost of preparing the machinery for the workshop alone was enormous, along with the construction of the workshop itself and the manor. If she hadn't saved some money on Border Star, and if she hadn't made a killing at the mecha competition, it would have been completely wiped out long ago. So, if they wanted to see the real money, they had to dig on Dragon Star. Caesar was quite excited when he saw the exquisite and elegant castle villa from afar. They had lived so roughly, but to one day live in a house where even a marshal had lived was a novel experience. Then, Sia Jinsey, who had led the way, turned and passed through the grove next to the villa, where several white buildings appeared before them. You stay here temporarily until we leave. Eat in the cafeteria. As the castle villa got further and further away, Caesar's expression grew increasingly subtle. Pointing to a few simple buildings, he said, "We're staying here?" Sia Jinsey turned and asked, "Or do you want to stay in a hotel outside at your own expense?" Caesar was immediately enraged. "Holy crap! We came all the way here to help, and you won't even let us stay in the villa? I paid, and don't sound so righteous. You're just trying to get a bargain by going to Dragon Star. If she weren't truly short-staffed and couldn't handle this huge pie, would she have let Boss Shang and Caesar get away with it? Scalpel, why are you so stingy?" Bond quickly stopped Caesar. "This place is fine. How much would it cost to stay with so many people outside? Besides, the villa was probably a key area. There was no way Scalpel would have let them in." The atmosphere between the three leaders was strange, and Tang Bebe couldn't help but wince. "Wow, the boss is so impressive, he's not afraid at all." Secretary Tang. "Yes." Suddenly called, Tang Bebe perked up. "According to the number of people Sister Caesar and Mr. Bond informed us in advance, I've already arranged rooms. I've also specifically instructed the cafeteria, so I make sure you all have a comfortable and worry-free stay." Then, smiling at Caesar and Bond, he said, "The boss is busy with school matters. If you have any requests before you leave, please let me know. I'd be sure to accommodate them." Sia Jinsey nodded. "Then you two should rest for a while. We talk over dinner later." Then he returned to the office to confirm some matters with Morian. Not long after, Tang Bebe hurried back to the office, wiping sweat from her face. She quickly cleared the documents on her desk while greeting her former boss. "Mr. Morian, you're back?" The young man nodded. "Then, boss, I go and prepare." Sia Jinsey nodded slightly, signaling that he could get back to work, and then was lost in the files Tang Bebe had collected. This girl was an assistant Morian had hired at a university job fair. She came from an orphanage, and among the countless applicants, her resume wasn't particularly outstanding. But one thing caught Morian's attention. Any job is fine, but the salary must be high. Because she wanted to support the orphanage. During her probationary period, she wasn't particularly outstanding, but she did have one thing: a quick learner and the ability to face any challenge head-on, even if she was a bit timid. Morian was intent on training her, and before departing for Dragon Star, he had finally given her the ability to handle factory affairs independently. After all preparations were complete, the Jean family received news that the spaceship was ready to depart. Sia Jinsey watched the spaceship lift off from outside the airport, his eyes darkening. "Boss, is Mr. Morian okay?" Tang Bebe was also a little nervous. With her current experience, she couldn't imagine the difficulty of the mission to Dragon Star. "Everything has been arranged. Only Morian knew the spaceship's launch key, storage location, and password. Bai Qun was also there to take care of Dragon Star. Caesar and the others didn't even know this, and they'd probably be very excited when they arrived. When it came to their own interests, they would work things out." Chapter 115. Sia Jinsey kept in constant contact with Morian. Although she encountered a number of challenges, they were largely within her expectations. On Lone Star, with Baikuin keeping a lid on things, even Caesar couldn't make a big splash. Only after the first shipload of refined resources and various exotic plants was brought back did the Dragon Scar Star development project finally get back on track. Boss Sean kept a close eye on the situation. As soon as the ship landed, he immediately sent someone to take the supplies away, fearing she would pocket them all. In fact, Bond had given him a list of resources, so everyone knew exactly how much there was. After counting the items, he specifically asked Siegency, "How much did your men bring back for you?" The girl responded with a faint smile, "Want to cooperate?" The fat man chuckled. "No need." Still being blunt, Boss Sean stroked his bald head, looked at the items his men had brought back, and smiled. Compared to the complexities of factory life, school life was much simpler. With a packed schedule of training and theoretical classes, even Siegency struggled to spare any extra energy for anything else. So when Renchinka asked her if she wanted to participate in a school tryout, she declined without a second thought. Half a semester had passed, and she unexpectedly heard the news of her failure. She was complaining in her dorm. "Those juniors are too ruthless." Even the class monitor lost. It's worth noting that Jean Yu finally couldn't stand the three of them being inseparable, and moved to a different dorm. Now the dorm is surprisingly harmonious. By this time, Long Hangsing's development project had been largely finalized, and she finally had time to ask, "What competition is it?" Renchinka, who had been lying on the sofa feeling depressed, suddenly jumped up. "The annual Federation Military Academy tournament. Every registered military academy in the Federation participates in this actual combat competition. It's much more exciting than that Mecha League." After explaining the basics, he felt sorry for her. "If only you had gone too, you'd definitely have been selected." Of the 7 players selected, only 2 were level 6. The competition was scheduled for the summer vacation between June and July in the Federation calendar, held on Imperial Capital Star. Even without Renchinka explaining, Siegency knew it was an annual event. "Our school has been in second place for years, so the school is planning to bring the team together for training, hoping to win first place." No way. It wasn't that Siegency looked down on the Nagano Military Academy, but the Imperial Capital Military Academy simply had more top students than here. Small military department wasn't just a name for fun. But that wasn't something she needed to worry about. She didn't want to go to Imperial Capital Star just yet. Going there would be tantamount to seeking death. However, when the training camp list was announced, she was furious and stormed into the office, demanding, "I didn't even participate in the tryouts. Why am I on the list?" Wade stammered, unable to give her a definitive answer. After all, he had no hand in the matter. Chong Fuyun turned his chair and calmly told her, "We don't know the truth." Just then, a tall figure entered the doorway. "The principal and I drew up this list. Do you have any objections?" Siegency pursed his lips, a hint of anger etched across his usually expressionless face. "Yes. The competition was supposed to be open and fair. I didn't even participate. Why should I go? This is coercion. Rules are meant to constrain students, not us." Andre's smile was practically scoundrel. "Besides, you should know why I arranged for you to go to training camp." He looked at Siegency, hiding the amazement in his eyes. "According to school regulations, after advancing to the next level, you must report to the training instructor to increase the intensity of training." Wade and the other instructors in the office were shocked. Even Tikhov couldn't help but stroke his chin. Wow, this girl is only in the first grade and already at level 6. Wade was the one with the most mixed feelings. The student's ability level was even higher than hers. Siegency wasn't at all guilty. "I didn't report because my abilities aren't stable yet. Besides, even if I were level 6, it wouldn't have anything to do with whether I participate in the competition." He was so stubborn that he almost made Andre laugh. "Then talk to the principal." The portly old man, as always, had a veiled smile. "Xiao Xia, putting aside your student status, you've seen from your cooperation with the school that our school has been ranked second for many years, lacking funding and supporting facilities. That's why this competition is so important." He smiled, holding a cup of hot tea. "I figured it's just one competition, it won't delay anything." He used both soft and hard tactics. If she didn't go, she would withdraw and terminate the cooperation. Siegency understood his trick, and had no choice but to fall for it. She had originally planned to visit Dragon Scar Star during summer vacation, but the school was playing this trick on her? But was the school really aiming to win the competition? Or did the principal have other plans? "Excuse me, principal, are you acquainted with Lieutenant General Xie from Imperial Capital Star?" Could it be that Xie Zhonglin had been holding back until now to force her to return? Or did he have some other motive? A host of theories raced through her mind. The principal was rather surprised. That Lieutenant General Xie Zhonglin? I'm old, having spent over 40 years at the Nagano Military Academy. I've only heard of him. If you want to meet him through me, I'm afraid it's impossible. Xie Jinsi couldn't fathom this old fox's thoughts or find out what he was saying. She sighed, but I have a request. I'd like to have the training camp on Longan Star. Without waiting for the principal to refuse, she decisively stated, this is very important to me. If I can't go to Longan Star this summer, I'd rather drop out and terminate our cooperation. Joining the military would also allow him to sign up for conscription. The school's cooperation was simply to enhance their reputation. But if something unexpected happened at Longan Star, all the hard work accumulated over the years would be lost. No room for error. The principal glanced at Andre, who nodded. Anyway, the training camp is about finding a venue for all students to improve their skills, and Longan Star is perfect. It just requires some paperwork for the principal to go there. The fat old man was straightforward. After all, we're in the wrong. The training site just hasn't been decided yet, so it's not a big deal. So, both sides were somewhat satisfied. But as soon as they left the office, Xie Jinsi's face darkened. The perennial second-in-command suddenly wanted to be first, and even agreed to her request. No matter how you look at it, it seems like they're forcing her to participate. Even if they went to Longan Star, things wouldn't be peaceful. In the office, the principal instructed Andre to arrange the training camp properly, make sure the students are safe. Yes. Even without his instructions, Andre wouldn't dare let anything happen to his students. After all, they were the top students at Nagano Military Academy. After he left, the principal's cheerful and kind face suddenly darkened, and he opened his computer to contact someone. She's agreed to go to the Imperial Capital Star, just as you said. Yes. The person on the other end nodded. Keep an eye on her. The old man's face was slightly annoyed. I just don't understand why you have to keep an eye on a little girl like her. The call was cut short in response, leaving only a deep sigh in the office. Chapter 116. The school's tryouts were generating a lot of buzz. After the training camp list was released, the unfamiliar name of Xie Jinsi sparked a huge discussion. Who is this? She doesn't seem to be competing. Why is she on the training camp list? 7th place is clearly Junior Yuri. What a shady deal. Which talented person managed to get in through the back door? How dare the school announce it? Xie Jinsi, I remember she's a freshman, and a healing type. How did she suddenly appear on the competition list? Maybe the people above don't know, but Goddess Cece was the individual champion of last year's Mecha League. In just one day, Xie Jinsi's basic information was completely revealed, causing a sensation at school. Some said her grades were good enough for the Military Academy League. Others said she hadn't even participated in the tryouts, and since she was still a freshman, why should she participate? In fact, after the tryouts were announced, the training camp list wasn't immediately announced. The school said it was waiting for confirmation. But everyone assumed the top 7 would be the candidates for the league, only to have Xie Jinsi, a freshman, show up unexpectedly. While everyone was just watching the fun, 7th place finisher Yuri was the most upset. He even approached the head instructor and the academy's leadership before Xie Jinsi, but their responses were all the same. Xie Jinsi was more suitable than him. As for why, the day after the public outcry erupted, the school explained. Xie Jinsi had already been promoted to level 6, exempting him from the selection process and participating in the training camp. Well, most of the doubters were silenced now, as the selection website clearly stated it from the outset. Even Yuri's friends advised him, Xie Jinsi is only a freshman and already at level 6. She must have some special qualities. Don't argue with the school, it's not good to cause a scene. But she's just a healing type. How can you expect me to admit defeat? Yuri's thoughts grew increasingly unconvinced. I'm going to challenge her. So he asked his friend who worked at the school radio station to broadcast a challenge. Xie Jinsi from Class 5, Grade 1, Combat Command Academy. I'm Yuri, 7th place in the trials. I challenge you. This Friday at 7 p.m., at the first fighting arena. See you there? Suddenly students, whether they were eating or just strolling around, all looked up at once. Excited? Holy crap, Yuri's awesome. Haha, this is going to be something to watch. At that moment, Xie Jinsi had just emerged from the principal's office. His voice, carried over the school's withered drone, was full of fighting spirit and high spirits, but it didn't catch her attention much. It was pointless, because the school wasn't going to change its mind. Cece, so you're here? Renchinka strode over. We're going to training camp. How are you feeling? She was met with many surprised glances, as if wondering if she was Siejinsi. She remained completely unmoved. It's very bad. Huh? Yeah, you never really liked this kind of thing. Renchinka scratched her head. Just as she was about to continue, Manny, who had come running over, tugged at her clothes. There are too many people here. Let's go back to the dorm and talk. After arriving at the dorm, Renchinka asked if she wanted to go to the appointment. Siejinsi, still thinking about going to Longin Star, casually asked, what appointment? That Yuri? He's challenging the whole school to a fight. The tall girl pumped her fist. I'm going to beat him to a pulp. Of course, I'm talking about you. I can't beat him yet. Siejinsi didn't answer, but her expressionless face told her everything. Renchinka immediately became as limp as a wilted cabbage. As expected, her enthusiasm could never ignite Cece. Well, I'm going to training. Manny quickly tied her hair up. Wait for me. Stepping out the door, she couldn't help but pat Kiki, whose face was filled with boredom. Jinsi would never waste time on these things. It doesn't benefit her in any way. Sai, how could she possibly go to military school with her personality? She's completely different from me, the squad leader, and the others. I think she's more suited to military school than us. Manny's words were initially driven by intuition, but as time went on, she realized their truth. Friday night arrived amidst much anticipation. At 6:50 p.m., the first fighting arena was already packed. Minute after minute, the only person on the stage was Yuri, the protagonist. The passageway leading from the door to the stage, deliberately left clear, remained empty until 7:10, when the other protagonist appeared. At this moment, someone posted on the forum, Siejinsi was spotted in the 7th supernatural training room. Half the school was waiting for her, and she's in the supernatural training room? Is she deliberately trying to be too pretentious? Yuri went looking for her. Manny, who was working out in the same training room, saw the message on the forum and quickly put away her laptop. Jinsi, that senior worry is here. Yuri led the way, followed by a huge crowd of onlookers. Some even stayed home Friday night to watch the showdown. Siejinsi pursed her lips, a healing light condensing in her palm. With a flick, the light dispersed into tiny dots. As she stretched out her hand and thrust it forward, it instantly shot out like a bullet. The whirring sound continued, leaving tiny, dark holes in the wall. The wall, constructed of densely packed metal, then repaired itself. Just as he was about to continue, the light behind him was blocked, revealing a dense crowd. The leading young man strode out, looking down at the girl, less than 1.7 meters tall, Siejinsi. What's going on? She didn't turn around, concentrating on training her supernatural powers. Feeling ignored, Willie's face darkened with displeasure. He asked, why don't you come to the first fighting room? Why would I go if I hadn't agreed? Siejinsi stopped and turned to look at him. You're just trying to cause me trouble, and you're so confident about it. The onlookers thought they misheard. Are all first years so arrogant these days? Willie hadn't expected his enthusiasm to be so coldly dampened, as if he were being unreasonable. You're brave enough to cut in on me, but you can't accept my challenge? Little did he know, Siejinsi was even angrier than him. If that's what you're talking about, go to the school. Stop talking nonsense, watch me. Willie suddenly charged, his fists whistling with the wind. Siejinsi dodged to the side, and just as she stood still, the air around her swirled, forming a tornado that enveloped her. She frowned slightly, unfolded her light shield, took a few steps, and leaped from the air. Before Yuri could react, several light bands emanated from her back and pierced him. So she's not a healing type? Yuri rolled on the ground to avoid the attack, but before he could even stand, the girl suddenly swooped in and slammed him down. The custom-made floorboards cracked with a crack. Yuri half-knelt, his hands numb from blocking. Before he could even use his superpowers, the light bands entangled him like a glutinous rice dumpling. What followed was an almost one-sided beating. Chapter 117. In the 7th supernatural training room, the sound of fists clashing against flesh continued. The onlookers retreated continuously, and only after Wu Li was thrown aside did they look fearfully at the girl, who was slightly panting. What kind of monster is this? Siejinsi retracted his supernatural power, glanced at the crowd indifferently, grabbed a towel from the nearby rack, wiped his sweat, and left the training room. Renchinka and Manny exchanged a glance, shrugged, and continued training elsewhere. A dead silence fell upon the room. Several young men hurried over to lift Wu Li, who had collapsed on the ground, and hurried to the medical room. From a corner of the crowd, several young men simultaneously walked out. No wonder the school insisted on letting this girl go. It's too scary. Is she really only a first year? I thought it would just be one more level 6 healing device. With her combat power, she's probably on par with the president. Everyone looked at the blonde young man in the lead. He simply curled his lips and said nothing. With the second semester final exams over, the training camp date was set. The other 6 team members had already met each other, more or less. Only Siegency, due to arranging work with Nagano Star, didn't properly greet the team members until the day before their official departure. Of the 7 people, there were 5 third years, 4 boys, 1 girl, a second-year male, and herself, a first year. This time, the head instructor led the team, with Tikov and Wade providing assistance. Andre, pleased with the students' punctuality, raised his chin. Everyone's here now. Let's say hello to everyone. I'm the new student union president, Nizkano. The square-faced blonde young man folded his arms and nodded. The third-year woman then smiled brightly, her chestnut ponytail swaying. My name is Gong Yin, and I'm the vice president. The others followed suit, introducing themselves. When it was Siegency's turn, everyone's expression shifted noticeably. She nodded gently. Siegency, please give me your guidance, seniors. At a time like this, proper humility is crucial to avoid feeling out of place. Haha, we wouldn't dare give you any advice. You're so scary when you're dealing with Wu Li. A tall, thin young man Duo, a third-year student, chuckled. He leaned forward to touch her head. Honestly, you're so petite, how can you be so powerful? Is your healing ability a little special? Siegency raised her hand to block his claws. I don't think we're that familiar. Duo narrowed his eyes at the cold attitude. First years are really arrogant. All right. Behave yourself. Andre gave the provocative young man a warning glance. Everyone's here. Let's go. Duo spread his hands and made a face at the other third years. Some stifled laughter, others expressionless. When they boarded the ship, Gong Yin fell behind and whispered to Siegency, don't bother with these over-energetic guys. There was a hint of disgust in her tone. Siegency glanced at her and nodded slightly. The spaceship they were on was filled with old acquaintances, including Baikuin's adjutant, Anon. He had originally returned to handle some military affairs on Nagano planet, which had just allowed them to arrive in time for the return voyage. The young man saluted Andre and Tikov, then exchanged a salute with Wade. Without further ado, he said, we've arranged accommodation for you and all the students. The facilities are limited, so please squeeze in. Then, amidst the crowd's astonishment, he smiled at the black-haired girl and said, Miss Xia, nice to meet you again. Siegency saluted him. Captain Anon, thank you for your help again. No, it's just a mission. However, only Anon knew the subtleties in his heart. There always seemed to be unforeseen trouble around this person. Furthermore, things had been quite tense on Dragon Scar Star lately. Due to certain circumstances, Anon found an opportunity to speak privately with Siegency. Miss Xia, please exercise extreme caution upon arrival on Dragon Scar Star. He still remembered the scene of this person fighting a group of level 7s for exotic plants alone, and it made him sweat. Siegency lost his previous politeness and raised his eyebrows. Mr. Anon, don't tell me there's trouble on Dragon Scar Star. This person must be well aware of her collaboration with Baikuin. To put it bluntly, everyone's on the same page. If he were to hint at something now, it'd be hard not to speculate about what's going on. But Morian hadn't said anything recently. This isn't really a big deal. Anon simply stopped arguing. It's just that the atmosphere is quite tense. To put it bluntly, it's still a problem caused by competition for resources. There's only so much, yet everyone's vying for it. Mr. Morian's actions have caused some complaints. Major Xia seems to want to suspend your caravan's mining rights. Of course, the Major disagreed. He'd have to be kicked in the head by a monster to agree. Forget it. This guy has never respected their Major. It's pointless to remind him. He was about to say something, but was interrupted by Siegency. Don't worry, I've got it figured out. No one can stop her from making money on Dragon Scar Planet. Anon wanted to say, Miss Xia, your eyes don't look like you've got it figured out at all. His worries were in vain. Via the space teleport station, they landed on Dragon Scar Planet in just 3 days. Since they were unfamiliar with the area, Andre decided to discuss the training content with the 2 instructors first. He told them, you will each rest for 3 days to adjust your body clocks. We notify you once we've inspected the training location. Also, the daily gathering times. This gave Siegency time to get her work done. No one except Tang Bebe knew she was coming, not even Morian. At this moment, the capable second-in-command was worried about not being able to find his boss. He contacted Tang Bebe again in the spacecraft control room, but was told that his boss hadn't returned yet. He pinched his nose wearily. Remember to contact me as soon as he gets back. The round-faced girl smiled and gave an awkward salute. Okay. Calculating the time, his boss should have arrived. After disconnecting the communication, Morian stood up and left the command room. As he opened the door, he was met by Caesar and Bond, who were blocking his way. His heart ached, but he smiled and asked, "Have you two eaten yet? Stop talking nonsense. How's the password issue going?" Caesar rudely pushed him aside and walked into the command room's conference table, where he sat down. "If you don't give me the password, my people won't work." Morian's face darkened, and he glanced at Bond. "Where's Mr. Bond? Don't you want to work either?" Caesar had been hired by the boss as a bodyguard. Now, the caravans of other developers were becoming so powerful that they were forcibly seizing the mines they had already surveyed and planted their equipment. The Skyscale Legion, responsible for protecting the developer teams, even helped put pressure on them. If it weren't for the Glory Legion's support, they would have been wiped out. Caesar took advantage of the situation and demanded that he reveal the activation key and storage password. But Bond, who was also there to mine for profit, joined Caesar in putting pressure on him. The man adjusted his glasses calmly. "It doesn't make sense that bodyguards know the code, but partners don't know it, right?" The three of them were caught in a strange standoff in the command room. Caesar suddenly attacked, grabbing Morian by the collar. "Boy, don't be so shameless." Just then, the door opened. Chapter 118. "Didn't I tell you no one's allowed in?" Caesar glared fiercely at the open door, then froze. The sound of applause echoed, and a slender figure stepped in. "I never thought I'd come quietly and witness such a spectacle." A strange smile lingered on her face, making him shudder. Even though she was only level 6, the moment she stepped into the command room, Caesar felt the air grow thinner. The coldness on Sea Agency's face grew increasingly distinct. "Caesar, what are you going to do to my men?" He unceremoniously flung out several beams of light, then pulled Morian over as a shield. The beams simply circled and darted behind her, forcing her to turn and open her space. The beams flashed, dragging Morian with them and throwing him aside. In an instant, Sea Agency rushed into her space like a ghost, galaxies rapidly forming a shield around her. As a level 7 spatial type, Caesar shouldn't have been afraid of her. He immediately warped space to trap her, twisting the metal table corner into a knot. But this level 6 cultivator, with far greater mental power than hers, dodged the warp with lightning speed and, aided by the deformed metal, launched a powerful punch. The wind pressure stung her face, and she immediately cleared the space in front of her to deflect her fist. She retaliated, kicking the armor, but it didn't budge. Sea Agency's punch to her leg missed, and she suddenly swung her arm sideways. Caesar, her eyes shrank, looked back, only to see the armor on her fist instantly transform into spikes and fall, sending her tumbling to the ground in dismay. She opened and closed the space, dodging Sea Agency's pursuit. Just as she was looking for an opportunity, the armored girl lowered her hand, and the space suddenly erupted with psychic particles. Countless green points of light pelted towards her like tiny meteors. The sound of whooshing continued, and Bond, standing on the other side, couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. When Sea Agency looked over, he bluntly said, "You're almost dead." But her current target was Caesar. Just as she was about to continue, the woman immediately raised her hands. No. I was wrong, okay? In reality, she wasn't seriously injured, just a few bloody wounds on her body, which would heal with a treatment device. Sea Agency paused. "Let's restore the command room first. We settle the score later." Then he raised his chin towards Morian, who immediately understood. "Boss, please use my lounge for now." His lounge wasn't far from the command room. As soon as he entered and closed the door, he began to wheeze and cough violently. This was too much of a stretch. If Caesar had persisted for a few more minutes, he had been exposed. That would have been a big problem. Morian quickly poured her a glass of water. Sea Agency, fearing she would choke, placed it aside and covered her mouth to ensure easier breathing before taking 2 sips. "What's wrong?" Her face was tinged with blue and red. Morian knew she wasn't feeling well, but he hadn't expected her to feel so bad after fighting Caesar for less than 5 minutes. This weakness must not be discovered. Caravans other than the Gene family, relying on their numbers and employing level 7 bodyguards, are constantly competing with us for territory and resources. Caesar, citing the heavy losses they would suffer in a real fight, is demanding a share of the resources and the spacecraft launch key and storage password. I've tried my best to avoid conflict with the larger caravan, But Major Xie is attempting to revoke our mining rights, claiming our mining technology is substandard and damaging the surface. The other caravans are taking advantage of this situation, and are even deliberately targeting us. The brief account quickly gave Xie Jinxi a clear understanding of the current situation, essentially internal and external troubles. Xie Jinxi pursed his lips in thought for a moment, then nodded at the table and asked, "What's the attitude of the Jin family and Baikuan?" "The Jin family doesn't care." Morian frowned. Major Bai intervened several times to thwart the conflict, but the other side had more men, colluding openly and covertly, and Major Bai couldn't constantly prevent them. Their group had arrived later than the others to begin with. If it weren't for the Queen Bee Scout ahead of them, they would likely have been left picking up scraps. While they made money, they also drew envy from others. Furthermore, with a team of less than 100 people, they looked like a weakling compared to other caravans of 3, 4, or even 500. Compared to Morian's concerns, Xie Jinxi commented, "It's not so bad. At least the Jin family didn't take advantage of their misfortune, and Baikuan didn't stand idly by." As he was speaking, Xiao Er, who was at the mining site, received an urgent call. "We just finished surveying a small mine, and the Qian family is here again. Without a word, they're starting to dig." He was clearly furious, and there seemed to be an argument at the scene. Ma Yan told him not to act rashly. "We'd be there right away." Then he looked at his boss. "How far is it?" "About 3 hours by hovercraft." He thought his boss would go straight there, but she instructed him to do something first. "Contact Major Xie immediately, and tell him the Qian family is seizing our mining site." By now, Xie Yayong should have heard about her arrival on Dragon Scar Star. Ma Yan was a little surprised. "Xie Yayong? Okay, just ask her to resolve the dispute. Remember to record it." Although he didn't know his boss's intentions, Morian did as he was told, even sending over the on-site surveillance footage. It was clear they were the victims. Xie Yayong on the other side seemed surprised by their actions, then sarcastically informed them, "We're only responsible for protecting the developers. As long as your conflict doesn't result in casualties, we're not responsible." Morian hung up the call and looked at his boss, only to see the hint of a smile on her face. "What are you waiting for? Order the men, and let's go." Xie Jinxi abruptly stood up and went to the command room, where he found Caesar already restoring the twisted parts. "We discuss our business tonight. Let's get to work." Without waiting for the woman to refuse, she continued, "Otherwise, you remain on Dragon Scar Star for the rest of your life." Caesar looked at her with uncertainty. "Are you serious? Or maybe we give it a try." As for Bond, he didn't need any prompting. He immediately summoned the men who remained at the base, and the group boarded the hovercraft in a mighty procession. Dragon Scar Planet ranks among the top 5 discovered planets in terms of size. Even the fastest hovercraft currently orbits it in 26 hours, and using a trailer to transport or would take even longer. This is why they haven't been able to get very far. Even so, those guys are determined to target them. When they arrived, they could hear the sound of machinery in the distance, exposing vast expanses of freshly excavated rock. Xie Jinxi opened the car door, the whistling wind blowing her black hair. She pointed downwards, spreading her 5 fingers. A massive ball of green light condensed, suddenly descending like a meteor, smashing the enemy's equipment to pieces. Caesar whistled, "Is it that powerful? Don't forget where we came from." Xie Jinxi donned her armor again and called everyone on the intercom, "Don't kill anyone. Smash it down." Chapter 119. After Xie Jinxi finished speaking, he spread out his light shields, deploying them one step at a time, and jumped down first. Caesar, behind him, waved his hand, "Brothers, follow." They cheered like a pack of wolves, carrying sticks and stepping on the light shields as they charged down. The already stunned staff froze, only realizing when a clanging sound rang out. "What are you doing?" The head of the Qian family jumped out. "Hey, you're being rebellious. Get on." Just as he finished speaking, a silver figure rushed over, grabbed him, and slammed him to the ground. "What are you talking about?" "Huh?" The girl's voice was as cold as a machine. A sudden sound of breaking wind hit, but she didn't react. The space around him instantly warped, deflecting the opponent's attack. Caesar dropped from the air and found the opponent's 7th level Esper. "Brother, your opponent is me." As the second young master of the Qian family, Qian Chuan lived a life of luxury, always respectful and polite to everyone he met. He had never encountered such an aggressive person. When he was thrown to the ground, he tried to resist, but the silver-armored figure kicked his head into the ground. The bodyguard beside him tried to save him, but was immediately caught by several light beams shot out from the attacker, and smashed to the ground like a sandbag, leaving his head bleeding. Xiao Er, initially seething with rage, froze. He quietly sidled up to Morian. "Why are you here, boss?" "For training." Morian waved in front of Xiao, who was mesmerized by the brawl. "How many people were injured? Was there any equipment damage?" "Nothing. We were too few to confront them." Xiao couldn't help but glance at the chaos in the distance again and swallowed. Sure enough, that was the boss's style. Soon, Qian Chuan couldn't even curse, only wailing. The others were even worse off. He didn't have all the men here, let alone the staff, who were no match for the wild beasts of Binhuang Star. In just half an hour, the equipment was smashed to pieces. The person in charge was beaten up, and even the level 7 master, while fighting Caesar, was suddenly kicked down by Xie. Qian Chuan, his face bruised and swollen, was supported by someone, who pointed at her like he was going to kill her. "You have guts. Tell me your name. You're targeting someone. Haven't you ever asked who their boss is?" Xie retracted the deformed metal, revealing a figure so petite, it was startling. "Qian, if you do it again, I cut off one of your arms." Qian Chuan laughed at her cold words. "I know you, Xie, right? You know my last name is Qian, and you still dare to say that? Believe it or not, I make sure you never leave Dragon Star. The next second, his vision blurred, and he was punched in the stomach. The level 7 beside him tried to move, but was held back by Caesar's space. The woman lifted her half-braided hair and glared at him angrily. "The leaders are discussing something. Why are you butting in?" Qian Chuan doubled over in pain, his hair yanked up by delicate hands. He shuddered at the girl's approaching face. "I want to see who can't get out." The harsh words were trapped in his mouth, unable to utter a single word. Finally, Qian Chuan and his men fled in disarray, the convoy swiftly fading into the victorious cheers. Xie ordered everyone to excavate faster, then enter the tent. "Boss, will this cause trouble?" Xiao asked her worriedly, as he adjusted the equipment. "I had originally thought there were plenty of new materials here for him to research, but now that the materials are available, he's the one digging them up for the jerk senior brother to research. If I don't do this, it's already going to be trouble enough." Xie didn't feel much of a burden. The Qian family's influence was all on Imperial Capital Star. Even if they left Dragon Star to deal with her, they wouldn't be able to reach her. As for Dragon Star, forget it. Everyone aboard the spacecraft here needs identification. It's impossible to just add more people just because they want to. Otherwise, what secrets would there be? Interstellar pirates would surely catch wind of this and come. They were only able to get here thanks to the Jin family's spacecraft, and by Qian's connection. So for now, she wasn't worried about the Jin family's retaliation. Thinking with this, she casually sent a message to Bai Qian. The young man was having lunch, and when he saw her, his appetite instantly vanished. "You contacted me. What good thing have you done?" The girl on the screen blinked. "It's not a good thing, so I'm letting you know." In the evening, helicopters whirred across the sky, some from the Jin family, and some from the military. Xie led the Sky-Scale Legion troops around the tent, and forced the machinery to stop. Then, Xie and his men emerged, meeting Bai Qian's gaze. The latter's face was expressionless, but he was secretly gnashing his teeth. Why did he always have to clean up this woman's mess? The moment he saw her, Xie heart was filled with anger. Why was she so determined to survive? "Xie, were you the one who led the attack on the Qian family's caravan and injured their staff?" She stood with her hands behind her back, appearing remarkably righteous. Xie readily admitted, indeed. Qian Chuan, who had recovered from his injuries, immediately jumped forward. "Major Xie, he's confessed. Arrest her." Xie nodded. "In that case, please come with us." Zhao Jin, who was beside her, immediately led his men to arrest her. "Wait." Xie's cold eyes swept over Zhao Jin, who immediately stopped. She then looked at Xie. "Isn't this a dispute between caravans? What right does Major Xie have to interfere? We are responsible for maintaining order on Dragon Star. Of course, we have the right to intervene." Xie uttered a meaningful "oh," motioning for Morian to play the previous communication recording. The perfunctory attitude of Major Xie in the recording was in stark contrast to his current one. Facing her uneasy expression, Xie sarcastically said, "I don't know what the relationship between Major Xie and Mr. Qian is. He's actually abusing his public power for personal gain. If we post the comparison video online, it might spark a huge discussion." Xie turned her head and saw someone else recording the video. At this point, Bai Qian had to speak out and express his opinion. "Major Xie, what you're doing is really not a good idea." Xie hands were clenched blue behind her back. Without realizing it, She had stepped into her trap. You're going too far. No one's dead. Xie retorted lightly. If Major Xie is truly worried, I can treat the patient first next time. Caesar couldn't speak in such official language, but she couldn't hide her laughter, which was quite loud. The atmosphere was tense for a moment. Xie Yayang's double standards had landed him in a trap, and he was in a dilemma. He couldn't decide whether to arrest the person or not. At this point, Bai Qian, the mediator, stepped in again. I believe Major Xie has been misled. He glanced at the indignant Qian Chuan. From the scene, it seems the Jin family's caravan was the first to explore and develop the area. Mr. Qian, we've already expended considerable manpower and resources dealing with the alien beasts. I hope you won't cause us any more trouble. He finally understood that Xie Jinxi had asked him to come along specifically to embarrass Xie Yayang. Otherwise, without a third party, there would be no way Xie Yayang would insist on arresting her. Chapter 120. Word quickly spread of the Qian family caravan setback, and the other caravans, originally hoping to exploit the weaker side, put their plans in check. Every so often, the principal leaders of all caravans would return to base for a brief meeting with the military leaders to report any anomalies and the progress of all parties involved. It happened to be the second day of Xie Jinxi's adjustment period, so she, the true boss, attended the meeting. Moyan, Su Jiao, and Bon followed her. As soon as they took their seats, they were immediately met with many stares. Most of those glances were filled with surprise. Although they had heard she was a little girl, they hadn't expected her to look so young. She walked in without looking away and took her seat. Soon, Bai Qian and Xie Yayang arrived. To cut a long story short, let's get started. Annan, who was in charge of presiding over the meeting, turned on the 3D projection. This is the data and development map compiled by various parties. Please review it to see if there's anything missing. If not, I enter it into the archives. The meeting was free of pretentiousness, and concluded in roughly half an hour. Annan asked, as usual, if you have any suggestions, please feel free to raise them. Yes. The girl's cold and indifferent voice echoed through the conference room, and everyone immediately turned their gazes. Miss Xie, please proceed. Annan smiled, though he didn't want to hear it. It's about the various caravans competing for development territory. I like to inquire about the military stance. Xie Jinxi launched into a bombshell, leaving no room for evasiveness. Everyone saw Major Xie's reaction yesterday. She raised her chin at Xiao Er, who replayed Xie Yayang's recording, denouncing her execution in front of the entire caravan. This made her face flush with anger, and she demanded coldly, Xie Jinxi, what do you mean? On the surface, Xie Jinxi sat upright, his sharp gaze sweeping over the men and women present. Before I arrived, everyone here showed great care for my caravan. But now that I'm here, I'd like to take this opportunity to ask whether Dragon Star truly respects order. If not, I follow the rules of Bianhuang Star. Huh? Is this looking for trouble? Qian Chuan sneered inwardly. Their Qian family was far from Dragon Star, and their team consisted of fewer than 300 people, but other families were different. A gray-haired old woman snorted disdainfully, You're young, but you're so arrogant. Her hair was neatly tied up, and she wore a varying-colored double-breasted tang suit. This planet is so large, teeming with minerals and exotic plants. Naturally, those with the ability will claim it. In other words, so what if they stole yours? The others looked at Xie Jinxi with sneers and nodded. Madam Hong, there's no need to be so critical. They arrived here on the Jin family's ship. Young and full of energy, it's natural for them to lose their temper. Don't scare the little girl. They're from the Borderland planet, so they're known for their rough behavior. But this isn't the Borderland planet. Bai Qian, seated at the upper seat, frowned slightly, but didn't speak immediately. Jin Jing, also present at the meeting, held the documents before him, his reserved gaze fixed on Xie Jinxi. What will you do this time? They don't have any leverage over you. Xie Jinxi smiled. If you're capable of obtaining it, that's good. Bai Qian's face twitched, and he immediately slammed the table. While how to mine is up to each caravan, I'm making this clear. Violent clashes like yesterday's must not happen again. Any further violations will result in the repatriation of all present, and no new personnel will be allowed. He was known for his gentle demeanor, but no one forgot he was the son of a marshal, and one of the most promising young men in the military. His face darkened, and an air of authority emerged. Even Mrs. Hong, who had been there, lost her arrogance. We will naturally abide by the rules. The others agreed. Bai Qian looked at Xie Jinxi again, and the girl nodded. All right. There was a hint of regret in his tone, and the young major nearly exploded. He knew this guy was definitely up to something. In reality, this new rule was not a friendly policy for Sea Agency. They only have so few men at best. If another caravan were determined to target them, they could easily dispatch a few to sabotage and drag them down with them. But this presupposes the unity of the other families. Otherwise, who would be so generous? Even the Hong family, with the largest number of members, wouldn't leave their valuable ore and abundant exotic plants unmined. Diverting personnel to target such a small caravan would be tantamount to handing over resources to someone else. Morian understood this, so he wasn't too worried. However, upon returning to the main base, Sea Agency instructed him to keep an eye on Xie Yang, especially keep an eye on her to see if she's in contact with the leaders of the other caravans. The other companies might not be able to cooperate due to conflicting interests, but they couldn't resist being grouped together. Her gaze held a dangerous tone, making Morian's hair stand on end. As night fell, Morian detected the movements of several companies through Shujio's surveillance footage and quickly informed his boss. They've all gone to see Xie Yang. I see. Sea Agency disconnected the call and contacted by Qin. As soon as the call was connected, he angrily accused him. Look at what you've done. Xie Yang has teamed up with other caravans to target us. Can you blame me for that? Bai Qin was so busy that he couldn't even make it to the cafeteria. He had his assistant fetch him some food. Upon hearing this, he immediately put down his chopsticks. You're exposing this matter today just to give yourself an excuse to deal with them the same way you did yesterday. Clearly, he was aware of the drawbacks of this rule, but he would never compromise on principle. The girl on the other end fell silent, but Bai Qin knew he hit the nail on the head. Sea Agency, those are a merchant caravan, ordinary citizens, not those bandits from the Border Star. I will never allow you to harm them in front of me. Those merchant caravans were arrogant, but lacked unity. They thought they had strength in numbers, but in reality, Sea Agency's forces were far more numerous and powerful. If a fight came to a head, they would be completely defeated. Thinking of these merchants constantly fighting to the death right under his nose, he couldn't bear to watch. I just hit them. No one will die. Sea Agency paused and took a step back. Worse than I can heal them? Bai Qin felt like he'd be dead if he ran into her. No. After all, those merchant caravans were just robbing, not hurting anyone. Can't you just stay out of the way? It's time-consuming and laborious. No way. Sea Agency responded with the same two words. Well, find any excuse and send your men to follow my caravan. Do you know what you're talking about? How could I possibly get involved in your dispute? Even Xie Yang has humbled himself. So why are you being so arrogant? Before he could continue to refuse, you lost many lives on Dragon Star this time. Had you received enough compensation? After a brief silence, Bai Qin took a deep breath. But this isn't a long-term solution. Just hold it off until my training camp is over. When Bai Qin announced the need for on-site data collection, none of the parties reacted. Only after his men followed Sea Agency's caravan did everyone come to their senses. Major Bai was actually defending Sea Agency. What on earth is young Master Bai thinking? Qian Chuan, who had been eager to fight, was bewildered. Is he interested in that Sea Agency? Mrs. Hong, disdainful of such idiots, sniffed in the face. Young Master Bai is a man of integrity. How could he possibly associate with a small merchant? Another middle-aged man, with a paunchy belly added, I guess they considered the consequences when they proposed this rule. They're doing this to prevent the small caravan from suffering an injustice. We were all ready to take that caravan down with us, but we didn't expect this Bai guy to be so intolerant. In the end, they all came to the unanimous conclusion, wait and see. If Sea Agency had heard these words, she might have laughed. She was currently in the training camp, listening to Andre's instructions. Improving physical fitness or abilities quickly is difficult, but increasing their coordination and teamwork can yield quick results, which is the main purpose of the training camp. We won't designate a captain during the training camp. We announce the selection afterward, so you need to discuss your actions. Andre swept a stern gaze over everyone. We be keeping watch. Don't try anything tricky. Finally, he announced the training camp's mission. To capture a Wind Rock Beast cub. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Chief Instructor, you mean a Wind Rock Beast cub? Andre frowned. Are you deaf? No one objected immediately. Among the third-year students, Gong Yin and Nice were remarkably calm. This was their second training camp, and they were well aware of the difficulty of the mission. It just seemed a bit more challenging this time. Because the Wind Rock Beast was a level 6 beast, and the couple was raising the cub together, this meant they would have to face 2 level 6 beasts simultaneously if necessary. Chapter 121. Andre only assigned the training team one large, heavily armored off-road vehicle, powered by solar energy, which meant they had to constantly monitor their energy and activity schedules. The mission's difficulty increased again. Damn, what kind of training is this? Are we even going to make it back alive? Every time Uduo spoke, people wondered how he could be a military academy student. He looked more like someone from a desolate planet. And the information shows that this type of wind rock beast lives in exposed rocky areas and has dual abilities. It can fly and burrow. Catch your paralyzed cub. Gong Yin was inconsolable. Can you clean up your mouth? Oh, the vice president is acting so arrogantly. This smug look reminded Xie Jinxi of Grimes from the Imperial Capital Military Academy, but the latter understood the meaning of a man of insight is a hero, but Uduo didn't. Facing Gong Yin, who was even more capable than him, he looked down on her. You women are so pretentious. You can't listen to this or that. If you don't want to listen, can't you just cover your ears? What right do you have to demand others change? Not only Gong Yin, but even the third-year boy sitting next to him couldn't help but frown. Seeing the tension was growing, Nice, as the president, quickly spoke to smooth things over. Okay, now's not the time to argue about this. We all know the mission is difficult, and we need to come up with a solution. The topic was eventually moved on, but Gong Yan's expression remained grim, and Uduo couldn't help but sneer as he looked at her. Xie Jinxi and another second-year student named Zheng Songyu sat in the back row, listening the entire time. Both knew that even if they offered suggestions, the third-year students wouldn't necessarily adopt them, so it was better to remain silent. After 7 hours of shifts, they needed to stop to confirm their next route and discuss a specific capture plan. In reality, given these mission conditions, robbing them by force was the worst option, while stealing was the most appropriate. This meant someone needed to lure the two adult wind rock beasts away. Wind rock beasts are very fast. Anyone who can divert them needs either a way to avoid danger or the ability to fight them. As Nice said this, his gaze flicked across Gong Yin and Xie Jinxi. Without him having to speak, Gong Yin volunteered, I have wind-type abilities. I can lure an adult wind rock beast away, but I need assistance. At the same level, beasts are naturally more powerful mentally and spiritually than physically fragile humans, unless, of course, the latter possess exceptional abilities. But wind-type abilities clearly don't fall into this category. A second-year student nearby volunteered, I have earth-type abilities. I can delay its return. Their combined abilities perfectly complement the wind rock beast's abilities. Nice didn't object. But with just the two of you, I'm afraid we can't contain it. If one of them escapes, the other one will be in trouble. Uduo glanced back at the girl in the far corner, who seemed almost invisible. He raised his thumb and nodded. Look, isn't there a level 6 here? Let her join the vice president, and we'd be safe. We're safe, but what about you? Gong Yin automatically split the team into two. Xueme's special abilities give her a natural advantage in capturing cubs. We're just trying to contain a single adult wind rock beast. That's a waste of talent. She had witnessed the battle between Xie Jinxi and Wu Li and had immediately assigned this junior to the team's top tier. With only 3 level 6s, of course, the priority was to ensure the strength of the team that captured the cubs. Uduo, however, overheard this and chuckled sarcastically. A healer, how could such a talent be wasted? Another third-year student disagreed with Uduo. You went home that day and didn't see Junior Xie fight. I think the vice president has a point. Just side with these two women. Uduo winked and chuckled, making Gong Yin so angry that she wanted to punch him. The third-year student who had been driving couldn't help but grumble, Are you crazy? What does this have to do with gender? Stop arguing. Nice interrupted them with a headache, looking at Xie Jinxi. What do you think, junior sister Xie? Focusing on the issue directly, Xie Jinxi took over without hesitation. My physical fitness isn't up to par. I'm afraid I'm not up to the task with senior sister Gong. She even cheated on the school's physical training. Was she really going to risk her life running against a wind rock beast? Uduo immediately retorted, Why are you doing this training camp if you're not physically fit? Don't we have to deal with wind rock beasts on the other side? So I'm going to steal the cubs while you distract the adults. The others' abilities were mostly offensive, and since the defensive earth element was going to help Gong Yin, she became the best choice. Without waiting for Uduo to urge her, she simply said, Let's just vote. Everyone had been sitting casually in a circle. Upon hearing this, Gong Yin looked at each other and raised her hand first. I agree. I just asked Kalun or Lu Bo to help me. The two people he mentioned, also third years, raised their hands simultaneously. I agree. Sophomore Zheng Songyu followed suit, agree. Left behind were Nice, the guild president, and Uduo, who stared blankly. Nice nodded. Let's do it then. Uduo's shouting was simply ignored. The specific details still needed to be worked out, but that wouldn't be determined until they reached their destination. Along the way, they needed to avoid alien beast nests and terrain obstacles, which necessitated a considerable detour. The day and night on Dragon Scar planet were almost a third longer than on Nagano planet, and satellite light at night could also provide energy, though not as much. They stopped when the vehicle's kinetic energy was less than 20% remaining, each one utterly sleepy. After arranging their respective vigil times, they all fell asleep. Across the boundless universe, a massive spaceship, its hull etched with the striking skull of a unicorn beast, sped along. Atop the ship, a radar satellite spun continuously, searching for nearby planets harboring life. On Dragon Scar, the equipment in the information technology department beeped incessantly, startling the staff member on duty so much that he fell off his chair. After scrambling to his feet, he quickly pressed the emergency button. Non-identifying radar signals detected outside Dragon Scar. I repeat, non-identifying radar signals detected outside Dragon Scar. He rapidly tapped the screen in front of him. Immediately activate the anti-reconnaissance system and the signal blocking system. The military's information technology has always been at the forefront of the Federation. With this series of operations, the presence of everyone on Dragon Scar can be concealed to the greatest extent possible. A moment later, Baikuin rushed over, buttoning his shirt as he walked. What's the situation? Non-identifying radar signals are most likely interstellar pirates or Imperial reconnaissance vessels. Either possibility warrants serious attention. The enemy could destroy them at any moment. Utterly careful, they scan the enemy using a hidden satellite, only one ship, identified as interstellar pirates, and they appear to be lingering in this star region. Baikuin acted decisively. Request support from the nearest military space station. Chapter 122. To avoid causing panic, the news of interstellar pirates near Dragon Scar star was kept secret. But this information couldn't be hidden from Sujio, brought by Siegency. He was fond of the Black Army's information system. When he heard the news, he was stunned for a moment and quickly told Morian. Morian didn't panic. After all, he and Axe had once been on the same side, and were no strangers to interstellar pirates. He stroked his chin and examined the picture in front of him. It looks familiar. Just then, Bond returned with his men and approached them. Mr. Morian. When he saw the spaceship in the picture, his brow furrowed. Isn't this the Flame Snake Pirates? Their leader is a level 8 master of both wind and fire. They were doing business on Border Star number 2, and the Flame Snake Pirates were a regular customer. Now that you mention it, I remember. Morian understood. They're lingering near Dragon Scar star. Bond's face tightened. Mr. Morian, that joke isn't funny. Military information. Morian snapped his fingers. We need to notify the boss first. I suggest you contact your boss as well. If these pirates land and start a massacre, ask your boss if you can use your face. According to regulations, communication devices are not allowed during training, but Siegency could cheat in front of the instructor, so bringing one was no problem. She happened to be on night watch, and the miniature communicator hidden behind her ear vibrated. She touched it with her fingerprint, and the faint sound entered her ear through bone transmission. Boss, the Flame Serpent Pirates have been spotted outside Dragon Scar Star, and they're lingering nearby. Although Morian spoke with Sujio and the others with ease, his voice tightened when he addressed his boss, the pillar of his family. Flame Snake? In the dark night, Siegency sat by the campfire, the flames casting a shadow on her face. Currently, there are 8 level 7 psychics on Dragon Scar Star, while the Flame Snake Pirates have 1 level 8, 2 level 7s, and over a dozen level 6s. It's too dangerous. Has the military requested support? Morian immediately replied, Major Bai has sent a distress signal to the nearest military base station. Military base stations all have teleportation stations, allowing for safe wormhole jumps. The nearest teleportation wormhole to Dragon Scar Star takes 40 hours by military ship. During those 40 hours, they could be discovered by the pirates at any time. With no other options left, Siegency frowned and issued an order. Suspend all excavation work, organize the collected resources, and send them back first. Okay. After hanging up, Morian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the boss valued his men's lives and didn't let them die for a single resource. At the same time, Sujio also received instructions from his boss. Monitor the signal movements within the Skyscale Legion at all times. Okay. Sujio, thinking of something, quickly said, Boss, Should we block the radar signals of your training convoy? What if the pirates escape and find you first? The training team didn't need to communicate with the outside world. They used an internal radar network. Unless the pirates got in and had their coordinates, or they actively transmitted signals to the enemy, there was no need to worry. No need. The evening breeze swayed, carrying the unique, secretive aura of this rising star. Agency restocked the firewood, and when Gong Yin arrived to relieve him, she rose and went to sleep. The military kept tabs on their mission progress, which originally had nothing to do with the Skyscale Legion, but Xie Yang approached Annan that day and asked, "The mission for those children undergoing training should be almost over, right? What are they up to?" Ever since learning Agency's true identity, Annan couldn't help but wonder whenever the two sisters inquired about each other. This has nothing to do with Major Xie, and I can't answer. Thinking about it later, he still felt something was amiss, so he brought it up with Bai Qian. "Do you think Xie Yang will?" "No." Bai Qian dismissed his suspicions without hesitation. No matter how foolish Xie Yang is, she wouldn't do something so daring. Even if they wanted to eliminate Agency, there were plenty of ways. There was no need to resort to such a self-defeating tactic. That's true. Time passed agonizingly. They no longer detected the Flame Serpent Legion's radar signal, and the enemy hadn't noticed their presence. The training team easily found traces of the Wind Rock Beast with its cubs. The area was rocky and rugged, with only sparse, low-lying shrubs growing. Small, herbivorous beasts had dug holes everywhere, and upon seeing the unfamiliar iron nugget, they scurried into their burrows. They didn't dare approach, so they used a miniature reconnaissance aircraft to survey the surrounding terrain. Finally, they located its nest in a hidden rock forest. The Wind Rock Beast was grayish-white, covered in layered, diamond-shaped scales. Its body was streamlined, nearly 2 meters long. Its head resembled a python's, its upper limbs short and pointed, allowing it to dig a burrow large enough for itself in a rocky mountain in just 5 seconds. Its lower limbs were massive and powerful. A thick tail, nearly twice its body length, stretched from tip to tip, sporting a row of dorsal fins, which served as its primary means of directional control during flight. Only the female is in the den. The male must be out foraging. Great opportunity. This way, we won't have to worry about separating the two adult beasts. Gong Yin nodded. No time to lose. Let's intercept the male. Nice wanted to wait, but realizing the opportunity was too great to miss, she said nothing. After the three left and sent back a message indicating they had spotted the male and were ready to attack, they also began their move. Xie, after capturing the cub, immediately retreat toward the armored vehicle. Notify us when you're at a safe distance. No problem. Nice, you duo, and Kalun then dashed out in a high-profile manner, quickly engaging the female head-on. Human activity had become no secret among the exotic beasts during this period. Upon seeing this group, the female beast quickly sensed the danger. With a few rapid, unsteady cries, the cub immediately burrowed into a narrow burrow. The female beast's dorsal fin, with its silver-white outline and bright red background, flared, whizzing through the air like silver lightning. Duo rushed ahead, but was pinned to the ground by a single claw upon contact. Then, with a swift movement of its claws, it lifted a nearby rock and flung it towards Kalun, who attempted to approach. Kalun quickly sprouted a multitude of vines, deflecting the rock. Cold sweat soaked his back. This dual-type exotic beast was truly perverted. Dare to attack your grandfather? Duo spat out a mouthful of blood and scrambled to his feet, transforming into a half-orc, 2 curved horns sprouting from his head. He rushed towards the female beast and clawed at her fiercely. Sparks flew from the rubbing of his claws against her scales. On the other side, Nice threw out fireballs, which exploded when they landed in front of the strange beast. Chapter 123. During the battle, the three tried to lure the female away, but driven by maternal instinct, she wouldn't stray further than 30 meters from her nest. Once she exceeded that distance, even if attacked from behind, she would fly back to her nest. Shit! Duo, having engaged in close combat, had several bloody wounds on his body. To make matters worse, news arrived from Gong Yin. The male seems to have noticed something's wrong and is desperately trying to get back. We can't stop him. Kalun was a little anxious. What should we do? At that moment, a calm voice rang through his headset. Seniors, continue. I try to lure the cubs out. 5 minutes later, regardless of success or failure, retreat immediately. Agency had already reached the enemy's nest and gestured towards them. Damn, why is this damn girl dawdling? Duo cursed angrily. Kalun rolled his eyes. We haven't lured the female away yet. She's lucky she even made it. The three attacked again. The female beast, unaware that her home had been stolen, was forced to distract herself from the gang. A deeply human rage shone in her eyes. If it weren't for her cub, she would have slaughtered them all. In the narrow cave, the silver-gray cub huddled. Ever since the extermination of all the level 7 alien beasts on this planet, its parents have been considered top tier, meaning it has never faced a major crisis since birth. If it weren't for the cub's instinct to hide, it would probably still be sleeping in its cozy nest. Suddenly, two luminous green streaks stretched out, trembling and beautiful. Unable to resist, it stretched out its claws and pried at the creature. Its round golden eyes gleamed brightly. It possessed a power it admired. While playing, a band of light suddenly enveloped it, completely enveloping it. Its mouth was covered, preventing it from even uttering a cry for help. Success. Siegency, dragging the cub, nearly her own height, ran away. The three men on the other side rejoiced, waiting for her to run away. Ah! The female quickly sensed the fluctuations of the power coming from the nest and turned back. The three men hurried to stop it, begging Siegency to run faster. But the female went berserk. Its bright red dorsal fin hissed, its speed nearly tripling, sending Kaluan and Uduo flying in the blink of an eye. Nice stopped its next move, directing its attention to himself. At the same time, the male beast, entangled with Gong Yin and the others, also hissed at its dorsal fin and flew back, completely ignoring the attack. The male beast has returned. Uduo's face drastically changed. We can't hold on any longer. Run! But Siesume just left. Nice hesitated. But Uduo had already fled. The remaining two had no choice but to tell Gong Yin and immediately evacuate. Gong Yin, fuming as she chased the male beast, said, "Why are you retreating? Run in another direction." Soon, Nice and the others spotted Siegency, dragging the cub with him. Seeing them, Siegency frowned. "I guess I haven't given the signal yet. What the hell are you waiting for? Those two beasts are going crazy. We can't stop them." Uduo shouted as he ran. "So if two level 6 beasts come together, we can stop them?" Everyone was stunned. The worst was about to happen. Andre, watching from above, roared with rage, "Are these guys useless? Even a first grader understands this, yet they've herded the beasts together. If Uduo and the others had redirected the female beast away, she would have calmed down and returned to search for her cub, and they would have been safe. Siegency would have hidden the cub by then. Even if there was a chance of the two beasts colliding, at least there was a better chance of recovery than the current 100% certainty of being stuck." Wade wiped his face. Besides, Siegency's stamina isn't great. She couldn't possibly outrun the Windrock beast. Andre sighed. "Get ready to rescue them." The tone of his voice was filled with deep dissatisfaction. "Not necessarily." Tykov angrily pointed at the surveillance screen. "Someone's got their plans in mind." Siegency pressed her earpiece. "Senior Gong, can you hold off the male beast for another 10 minutes? Gong Yin, on the other side, froze for a moment, staring at the alien beast sprinting in the distance. She gritted her teeth and said, 7 minutes at most, unless someone dies." "Okay." Siegency stopped and dropped the cub at her feet. Nice and the others, who were running around her, stopped. "Are you looking for death? Why aren't you running? 2 level 6s, 2 level 5s against a level 6 alien beast. There's no need to run." Siegency adjusted her breathing. "The best option is to take out the female before the male beast arrives." Staring at the female beast charging like a missile, she thrust her hands forward and gently wiped them. Emerald green light shot out like raindrops. It stirred up a strong wind, plopped down on the female beast, and actually smashed the fat alien beast with bloody holes. "Isn't there just one belt form? Quick victory." Cologne stomped the ground, sending countless thick vines flying in the direction of his finger. Unfortunately, the female beast reacted quickly, leaping into the air to avoid the vines. From the sky, a long-prepared fireball pelted the female beast down. Uduo cursed, waving his claws to meet the falling female beast, but she reacted with remarkable speed, building a forest of stone around her to block his attack. But the stone wall couldn't stop the serpentine light. With 2 swoops, the light pierced her dorsal fin and right claw. The smell of her mother's blood unnerved the cub. The light band wrapped around her mouth suddenly loosened, and the cub immediately let out a howl. It was these cries that distracted the female beast, and several vines burrowed into her body through the bloody holes in her body. After all, she was a level 6 alien beast, already possessing both rationality and emotions. Hearing the cub's cries, she howled in pain and forcibly tore the vines from her body. The female beast, its dorsal fin broken, staggered upwards, darting towards the cub, crashing into the light trap the agency had prepared. Caught! Kill it! Duo charged forward with a snarl, sinking his claws into the female beast's body. Blood splattered all over the ground. Ah! The female beast screamed miserably, its eyes fixed on the cub so close. Ah! Just then, another, even louder howl echoed. The male beast had arrived. Gong Yin followed closely behind it, while Lu Bo and Zheng Songyu followed further behind. Duo, unfazed, proudly withdrew his claws. Just in time, we take care of it all. The female beast collapsed helplessly to the ground, its cub nudging it with its head, screaming at the top of its lungs. The male beast, visibly enraged by this sight, suddenly stopped in midair and let out a long roar. A dense mass of rocks gathered around it. The group that had been about to charge forward paused, retreating with their scalps tingling. But the rocks were launched like cannonballs, and even a slight touch would result in severed limbs. The agency, being the closest, had no choice but to deploy her light shield. After the wave of waves subsided, she retracted the light band wrapped around the female beast and fled with the cub. The male beast flew over to the female beast and nudged it. Hang! The female beast looked toward the cub, her mouth opening weakly. Andre, eyes blazing with anger, immediately gave chase. High in the sky, Andre clapped his hands and laughed. Looks like the mission was a success. The 3 level 6s had already joined forces. Dealing with a single male beast was easy. As they spoke, the helicopter's warning radar began to whine. A huge shadow cast its shadow. The 3 looked, their expressions suddenly changing. The clouds above suddenly parted, revealing a massive spaceship slowly descending. The unicorn head looked incredibly ferocious. Chapter 124. Just as the training team was about to engage the beast, the agency looked up. Andre's urgent voice rang through his headset. Interstellar pirates are attacking. Training team, drop your mission and flee immediately. As soon as the words left his mouth, a loud bang echoed from the sky. The helicopter, hovering in the air, exploded. A massive spaceship broke through the clouds, revealing its hideous features. From a distance, pirates, resembling birds, flew out on a flying disc. The students below were stunned. Interstellar pirates? Gong Yin shouted, snapping everyone back to their senses. Run! They immediately ran towards the armored vehicle. As they approached the vehicle, a sudden flash appeared before them. Tykov, his body scorched, appeared carrying 2 people, urging everyone to get in. Hurry! When everyone saw Andre, whom he was carrying, their hearts sank. The chief instructor had barely recognizable as a human. They hurriedly boarded the car, while the agency treated Andre's injuries. This level 7 was their only chance of survival. The first pirates were approaching, and she immediately declared, I cover their retreat. She turned back and held up her light shield, blocking the incoming bullets. The others had already boarded the car, which roared to life, kicking up a cloud of dust. After giving the other guys a hail of bullets, the agency fired a beam at the receding armored vehicle, preparing to board it. Unexpectedly, the vehicle swerved, dodging the beam, and so it sped away. Gong Yin, furious, leaped over Nice and lunged at Duo, the driver, to strike him. What are you doing? You bastard! Kaluan and the others were also enraged. There's no obstacle ahead. Are you doing this on purpose? Didn't you see the pirates are catching up? Duo admitted his intentional actions, and with complete conviction. It's good she was the last one to leave, otherwise we all be doomed. You ungrateful bastard! Gong Yin tried to punch him again, but was stopped by Nice, who was in the middle. This isn't a civil war. Before she could finish her sentence, Gong Yin punched her in the face. Get out of here! What else can you do besides smooth things over? Being the president is pointless, you loser. Nice's face flushed red. Seeing the others' disapproving looks, he felt a surge of resentment building up inside. In the rearview mirror, he could see the agency being surrounded by several men and taken aboard. Tykov's face was grim. The burnt areas on his head, shoulders, and chest had ruptured, and blood was dripping down. Beside him, Wade was unconscious. Andre Yuan was temporarily out of danger thanks to the agency's treatment, but he hadn't woken up yet. The interstellar pirates arrived unexpectedly. Despite having installed radar systems, the military hadn't given them any advance notice, indicating they were well prepared. They contacted the military immediately, and by Qin dispatched personnel to meet them. The news of the agency's capture spread. There were far more people gloating than worried. When news of the interstellar pirate landing spread, everyone stopped their work and sought safe haven. It's a good thing we didn't leave, otherwise we might have ended up like some others, unable to return. It's a good thing they targeted the training team first, Otherwise any of us would have been doomed if they encountered them. That's the Interstellar pirates, the flame snakes. I heard their leader is moody and often commits heinous acts like massacres. He's an S-rank wanted criminal. Morian hurried back from the warehouse and was spotted by these guys. They asked hypocritically, "Hey, isn't that Mr. Morian? How's it going? Any news on your boss? I heard you've been temporarily closed for the past 2 days. Are you planning to stay closed forever?" Morian nodded gently. "Thank you for your concern. I'm busy. We talk next time." He turned around, his face darkening as he returned to his caravan's area. Bond and Caesar immediately approached. What did Kyun say? Because they have a level 8 psychic, they won't initiate an attack to avoid meaningless casualties. Morian's tone was tinged with anger. He then turned to Bond. "Mr. Bond, could you please contact Boss Shang and ask him to negotiate with the Flame Snake? I hadn't expected that a joke from 30 hours ago would actually come to this." Bond adjusted his glasses. "I'm afraid not. Dragon Star has blocked its communication system. No signals can be sent outside except to the military." His last hope dashed, Morian collapsed, slumping against his chair. Is he just going to watch his boss die? Actually, Caesar suddenly said, his expression somewhat subtle, "With Flame Snake, your boss has more respect than that fat guy." As if remembering something, Bond twitched his lips. That's indeed the case. Their reactions were a bit strange, and Morian couldn't help but rub his nose with a headache. "Can you two explain it more clearly?" His head was about to explode. "To be frank, Flame Snake is your boss's suitor, probably." As the agency was taken aboard the spaceship, he merely glanced at the jumble of exotic beast limbs before being taken directly to the command room. The chair in the center resembled an emperor's throne, crafted entirely of platinum and gemstones. The man atop it wore a white suit and leather shoes, a colorful feather brooch pinned to his left chest, and his long, lustrous red hair flowed down his back like fine satin. He had narrow eyes, thin lips, a narrow nose, and light makeup, giving him the appearance of a beautiful snake. When he saw the girl enter, he clapped his hands excitedly. "I thought I was seeing things, but it's really you." He greeted her with delight. "You are the light I hoped for." When he stood up, the man was tall and lanky, nearly 2 meters tall, forcing him to bend down and cup the agency's face. "Oh, even with those cold eyes, you're still so delicate and lovely." He spoke with the rhythmic rhythm of an opera performer. "I heard you went to study at Nagano Star. I thought I only see you on the battlefield in this life, but I didn't expect our fate to be so profound. Have you grown taller?" His cold fingers traced the girl's delicate features, his face fascinated. Suddenly, a colorful snake emerged from his collar, hissing and flicking its tongue. Agency kept looking up, a hint of impatience in her eyes. "Have you seen enough?" No." Flame Snake snapped his fingers, and his fashion designer hurried over. "Put on one of my collection." Then he looked back at Agency. "Dear little princess, you should listen to me when you're here, you know?" "Of course." As they were being led out, the Windrock Beast cub, which had been tied up with them, barked twice. She turned back and said to Flame Snake, "This little thing is mine." Flame Snake blew her a kiss. "I promise I won't touch your toys." Chapter 125. Agency changed into a black Lolita dress with red accents, a matching lace headband, and a pair of baby shoes. She also wore a slightly darker makeup. When she wasn't talking, she looked at the window display, which was unmistakably like a baby doll. Flame Snake was holding a scalpel, examining the Windrock Beast cub like a child trying to figure out how to open a gift box. He turned around, and the knife fell from his hand. His eyes were filled with amazement, and he walked towards her with the gait of a leading man on stage. "It's perfect. How could it be so perfect?" He placed a reverent kiss between the girl's brows, his eyes gleaming with a murderous glint. "I can't wait to fall in love with you, right now. I can't wait any longer." Agency, enveloped by his rich fragrance, raised her eyes. "Do you know how many mineral veins there are on Dragon Star?" The Flame Snake frowned. "Dear, can you please stop saying such a spoiler? I've already had my men decorating our new home. I know the locations of all the major mineral veins, including the level 8 energy mine." The man's once tender and gentle face froze slightly, his thin lips widening like a giant python feeding. "Where are they?" The snake in his arms, sensing danger, suddenly emerged and bit his neck. He gently tore it free and threw it to the ground, gently instructing his men, "Make snake soup." Then he bent down, scooped up Agency, and sat her in his arms like a doll. "Be good, stay in my arms and show me the way." She didn't resist, remaining as cool and calm as she appeared, sitting sideways in his arms, and calmly stating a coordinate. The flame snake licked his lips. Did you hear that, little ones? Go! Unlike those interstellar pirates, who dealt in weapons and human trafficking, he preferred to plunder resources wherever possible, whether from undeveloped new stars or officially developed planets. Mrs. Hong, who had been gloating just an hour ago, soon received news that her caravan had been attacked. The weapons on their ship are too powerful. Not only did they destroy all our equipment, they nearly wiped out our entire fleet. The staff responsible for delivering the message hid in a crevice, gazing fearfully at the massive ship. It hovered over the mine, its massive mechanical claws extending from its underside, violently breaking through the surface and digging out all the ore hidden beneath. And it only dug the good stuff, with astonishing speed. After finishing one area, under Siegency's instructions, it moved on to another. The fire snake gently pinched her thigh. Dear, why do I feel like you're deliberately using me? The girl cupped his face and lowered her voice. So what, huh? She looked like a robot, yet she was filled with allure. The man felt like drowning in those deep, dark eyes. Willingly. Just then, his men brought him a new pet, a green snake, along with freshly prepared snake soup. The fire snake wrapped the live snake around his hand and served the hot soup. I feed you. It was a bit fishy, and Siegency didn't want to eat it, but the spoon pressed forcefully against her lips. Finally, she opened her mouth, frowned, and swallowed. As if they had a map, the fire snake pirates plundered every caravan that hadn't escaped in time. Even if they escaped, they'd still be met with a beam cannon if discovered. This wasn't the first time these guys were planning to develop a new star, but never before had they been so perilous. The advance team had already eliminated risks on the planet and the surrounding star fields, confirming there were no signs of interstellar pirate activity before they issued a bid. This odds, less than 1 in 10,000, had actually happened to them. Baikuan's brow furrowed so tightly that it could kill a fly. He mentally designated the flame serpent as a target and summoned several caravan leaders. Didn't I tell you to evacuate everyone immediately? What's with all these casualty reports? One of the slightly plump middle-aged men wiped his sweat. I was just thinking we at least recover the important equipment, but who knew those pirates would be so quick? Before he could finish his words, he jumped back in fear at a loud bang. The desk in front of Baikuan shattered into dust, and a terrifying mental force spread, shuddering everyone into silence. Mrs. Hong, under pressure, resented the young man's excessive meddling. We're businessmen, so we naturally have more to consider than Major Bai. Instead of blaming us, why not find a way to drive the interstellar pirates away? We each have a level 7 expert, so if we join forces, we might be able to win. Right. At least we can hold out until reinforcements arrive. They were afraid too, but their focus wasn't on the workers' deaths. It was on preventing the pirates from mining all the minerals. So they were counting on the military to quickly drive the pirates away. Baikuan glanced grimly at them. It's not enough to send the workers to their deaths, but you're also expecting the military to make unnecessary sacrifices for your treasure. Dream on. We originally wanted everyone to return and evacuate Dragon Scar Star quickly, but these guys are dragging their feet, and even wanting the military to die. Major Bai, your mission is to protect us. Now we've lost our men and our equipment is destroyed. Are we really going to hand over so many resources to others? Xian Chuan angrily accused them, as if Baikuan had made some heinous decision. Xie Yang, who had been leaning against the wall in silence, dropped her arms, her eyes blazing. Enough. Do you realize how much responsibility we bear for causing so many casualties? If you want to die, go ahead and do it yourself. No one could remain calm at a time like this. Her anger flared up, and the caravan leaders also erupted. Blame us? Why didn't you issue a notification until these space pirates had already landed? Mrs. Hong rolled up her sleeves and glared angrily at the two military officials. Again, why did the space pirates find this place? Can you explain? Xie Yang choked. Baikuan stared back. We investigate this later. Right now, saving your own lives is the most important thing. Their duty was to protect these people. The tragedy had already happened, so they could only make a final effort. However, the fire serpents didn't give them that chance. Report. Enemy spacecraft spotted 200 kilometers away. Approximately 10 minutes away. The spacecraft was moving too fast, leaving them no way out. When disaster struck, those obsessed with money finally began to fear for their lives. Baikuan waved his hand, opened the star shield and prepare for battle. He glanced at the caravan leader, who had been so confident moments before but now looked terrified. For everyone's safety, Please summon all the level 7 psychics to join me in the fight. The men exchanged glances and hurriedly obeyed. This is killing me. Dragon Scar Star is so huge, how come these pirates are so accurate in finding it like they have a map? Inside the spaceship, Agency sat in the arms of Flame Snake, who was laughing heartily at his bountiful harvest. My dear, you are truly my treasure. He kissed her vigorously. Agency looked at her outstretched hands and said calmly, one question, how did you find Dragon Scar Star? Chapter 126. The Flame Snake was a regular customer of Boss Shang, occasionally stopping at Border Planet number 2 for supplies. When he first saw Agency, he said, you and I pursue the same dream in light. Although they had only met 3 times in total, he had a certain degree of tolerance for Agency. In response to her question, he frankly said, we were originally planning to leave, but fate brought us together. The radar picked up an unshielded signal. They began searching the nearby star field and eventually discovered the existence of Dragon Scar Planet. Just as we were getting closer, I received another set of coordinates. Following them, I found you. The previous sentence was still a tribute to fate's favor, but now his thin lips curled into a strange grin. Did you offend someone, dear? If you ask me, I help you out anytime. Agency placed a finger against his lips, curling her lips into a smile. Before you can help me out, you have to survive first. The gorgeous man twisted her hair, sniffed it carefully, and whispered, don't worry, I will definitely live to spend the wedding night with you, and the baby you bring out will be incredibly cute. A few minutes later, the pilot in front turned back to report, Captain, we've discovered the military base, but they've activated the star shield. The man's smile widened, becoming somewhat sinister. He snapped his fingers. As a guest, I should say hello first. The massive spaceship, gathering its laser beam, suddenly launched. A massive energy shield immediately rose above the star shield, opening a large purple shield to block the beam. It's an advanced star shield. Flame Snake laughed instead of getting angry. Ah, this planet is truly rich in resources, enough to even equip advanced star shields. He excitedly hugged the person in his arms, pondered for a moment, and sighed with a hint of regret, but I guess support should be arriving soon. It's time to leave. Agency's eyes flickered slightly. The man was still as cautious as ever. Are you leaving now? Don't worry, I definitely take you with me. From now on, we never be apart. Aw, so happy. She didn't respond, instead planning how to pit Flame Snake against the military. But soon, she no longer had to worry about that. 2 mechs led the charge, and the other level 7 mechs rode their flying discs straight towards them. The pirates, who had been causing trouble outside, were wiped out in the blink of an eye. Flame Snake frowned in displeasure. How rude. We were clearly planning to leave. Looking at the 2 high-level military mechas on the screen, he rubbed the head of the person in his arms. Honey, I need to go out for a while. The man and woman who had been hiding in the corner also came out. Level 7. Captain, the other side has more people. Let me go with you. Thank you for your hard work. When you return, you will have the chair at my wedding. Before leaving, Flame Snake picked up Agency and entered a room, placing her on a large lace-trimmed bed. I deliberately arranged your room next to mine. There are no cameras here because I absolutely cannot allow others to admire your beauty. Do you like it? The hangers in the room were filled with beautiful full-skirted dresses and various beautiful jeweled ornaments. On the wall opposite the bed hung 2 large oil paintings. The first painting depicted a beautiful opera singer, singing and dancing on stage, her figure graceful and stunning. The second painting depicted the same opera singer tragically dead on stage, her body entangled with venomous snakes. This is my mother. The Flame Snake gently stroked the painting, introducing it to her. But Agency's attention was on the wall, cast from an extremely hard metal that also blocked out psychic particles. The Flame Snake lifted her chin, demanding a response. Answer me, do you like it here? Agency curled her lip. I really like this cage. She tilted her head slightly. Because it's next to your room. The man narrowed his eyes in enjoyment at her response, his heart clenched as he nearly choked with sobs. Once I've dealt with those troublesome flies, I give you a wonderful evening. He donned a bright red cape and walked out like a knight. The man collected the only key and tapped the chest of the guard at the door. Watch out for my bride. The door slammed shut. After Agency sat quietly for a moment, her mysterious smile vanished, returning to her usual cold demeanor. She stood up, walked over to the wall against which her dressing table rested, and gently tapped it. She attempted to mobilize her supernatural powers, but her mental energy fell on deaf ears, unresponsive. This did not stop her. The galaxy, as her mental energy mobilized, transformed into 4 sharp, massive gears, colliding violently with the wall in the direction of her finger. A sharp sound, sparks flew. Siegency's face paled slightly. What kind of high-grade metal had that damn madman used to trap her? A guard outside the door listened intently. Is there a sound in the room? Another person yawned. Even if there's a sound, we can't get in, and the scalpel can't get out. The leader, in exchange for a major mission from the Empire, made a cage specifically for her out of high-grade metal. In the room, Siegency finally felt the gears pass through the wall. Feeling the small, 1-foot square hole, she gently pushed the cut metal away and slipped through. As she landed, the room's fishy, rose-scented scent made her vision go black. Ahem. Suddenly, something covered in black cloth in the corner trembled. She immediately became alert, transforming the galaxy into a knife in her hand. Given that madman's habits, there was a high probability some kind of alien beast inside. She ripped off the cloth, then her eyes widened in surprise. A cage that suppressed the alien particles, and inside, curled up a child with black hair and black eyes. He seemed terrified, letting out a short cry and clutching his head, trembling. Siegency's face was filled with surprise and doubt. As far as she knew, the flame snake didn't interfere in human trafficking, and they deliberately placed someone in the bedroom, making it seem like precious merchandise. Never mind. She turned and began to search the room. Sure enough, she found something valuable. A superpowered gun. It looked very similar to the one Boss Shang had lent her. Not quite as advanced, but it could still be strengthened by about 2 levels. She unceremoniously put it into the space button. She searched everywhere, but couldn't find the ship key. Something so important should be kept close to home. There was no other way. She tried to force her way out. Sister! Sister, save me! The child clung to the metal cage tightly, his dark eyes filled with fear and hope, as if grasping at a last straw. According to the situation, Siegency shouldn't have bothered with him, but the child's hair and eyes gave him some luck. With a flash of silver light, the top of the cage was shaved off. His eyes widened in surprise, and he was about to leave when Siegency stopped him. Don't follow me. The child pouted, about to cry again, then silently retracted his legs and tucked them into his arms. Oh! Siegency withdrew her gaze, gently opened the door a crack, and after taking a look at the situation outside, she suddenly attacked. A few whistles of gunfire rang out, and the guards in the corridor were instantly killed. She, like a nimble cheetah, scurried into the command room and pulled down the gate. Chapter 127. Some people chased after her and shot at her, and even a speedster nearly managed to get in, but Siegency blocked them with a shield. When she entered the command room, the remaining personnel immediately attacked her. If she hadn't had the galaxy in hand, she would have been chopped into a sieve. There were banging sounds outside the gate, those trying to break and quickly buckled. Siegency had no choice but to use the galaxy to block the entrance and exit. With so many level 6s still aboard, there was no need to risk her life. Stepping on the bloody ground, she reached the control console and accessed the ship's hull control panel. In the open space between the ship and the military base, various powers collided, sending sand and rocks flying and the sky shifting. To fight these interstellar pirates, Tikov, severely injured, used teleportation to transport Andre back. An extra level 7 would significantly increase their chances of victory. Besides, his spatial system would also be of considerable use here. However, just as everyone was fighting tooth and nail, the hovering spaceship began to move. Annan, who remained at the base, immediately became nervous, prepare for defense. But the spaceship flew off in the blink of an eye. Could it be that Zero had another plan? The fire snake blew a dragon of fire to dispel the oncoming Andre, shouting into the control room. No response. Something's happened. The supernatural particles began to surge wildly, and Baikuan and the others, who were about to attack, suddenly froze in their tracks. The red-haired man, surrounded, had a hideous expression on his face, and a hissing sound emanated from his throat. The mouth stretched wider and wider, and the head flattened, unmistakably resembling a triangular-headed, venomous snake. The stained suit ripped, its lower body transforming into a 10-meter-long snake. Red back, white belly, covered in bumps and dark purple pus-filled lumps, a hideous sight. An uncontrollable, fishy odor emanated from its entire body, making one dizzy the moment it entered their noses. Poisonous. In the blink of an eye, the flame snake pursued the spaceship, kicking up yellow sand at an astonishing speed. Chase! Baikuan realized something. Don't let him get close to the spaceship. He took the lead in using gravity to pin the snake man down. Get out! The flame snake paused for only 3 seconds, then shook itself free from the gravity. However, Those 3 seconds were enough for the others to launch a round of attacks. Thanks to this coordinated effort, they were able to hold on. Infuriated, unable to escape, the flame snake shouted to its 2 lieutenants, "You two go back and take a look." They immediately pulled out their frisbees and rushed back, followed by the 2 level 7s they had been fighting. The spaceship was fast, but its presence was a significant threat. After chasing it for a while, the men spotted it hovering in the air from a distance. Suddenly, the ship's lower storage opened, and the newly collected mineral resources were unloaded with a bang. After unloading, the ship slowly ascended and flew off into the distance. The men immediately had a bad feeling and gave chase once more. When they were very close, there was first a blinding light, followed by a deafening explosion, as if the world was collapsing. The blast reached the clouds, the air, and even the rocky mountains and forests below, sweeping across an area of 100 miles. Before the pursuers could react, they were swept up by the irresistible blast wave, their skin first, then their very skeletons shattered. The 2 level 7s chasing behind, seeing the situation was bad, turned and fled. Though not killed instantly, they were knocked to the ground by the aftermath, completely unable to move. The blast wave lasted for nearly 10 minutes. From above, it looked like a ferocious firework bursting forth from the earth. In the deep pit, a giant silver-white egg gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight before shrinking into a ball. Cough, cough, cough. Siegency dropped the child in her arms, coughing up blood from her hand. The exhaustion of her mental energy made her vision black, and she stumbled to a half-kneeling position. "Sister!" The child quickly supported her, her eyes, nose, and mouth red from crying. As the wind-rock beast cub rolled out of the egg, freed from its restraints, it poked its short claws, carefully spread its fat hind legs, raised its dorsal fin, and flew away. Although it admired the power of this human, it preferred to remain with its parents. As it flew, it emitted a distinctive sound with its dorsal fin. The explosion had nearly wiped out all the nearby exotic beasts, save for a male wind-rock beast that had flown in search of its cub following the blast. The wounded female also emerged from the ground, much to the cub's delight. It rushed to its mother's arms and nuzzled affectionately, discovering the remnants of the power it loved. After Siegency recovered, she found the lost black box, a foot-square cube that reflected a faint light in the sunlight. This was the spacecraft's intelligence center, recording all of its information. "Help! Help!" A faint cry for help carried on the wind. She pulled a frisbee from the space button, stepped on it, and was about to leave when the black-haired child quickly followed, hugging her waist. Without a word, he gazed up at her with his gleaming black eyes. Siegency launched the flying disc and quickly located 2 level 7s lying among the rocks. They weren't acquaintances, likely bodyguards from other caravans. Ahem. The 2 men were somewhat shocked to see her. One of the men quickly said, "Save me, and the Hong family will give you many benefits." Then he watched the girl pick up rocks from the ground with a light beam. "Without you, I could get more benefits on my own." 2 bangs rang out. After flying away with the disc single-handed, she released her hand from the boy's eyes and hurried back without a word. My name is Phil, sis." The boy pinched the hem of her skirt, mustering the courage to introduce himself. "Sister, where's my sister?" "You don't need to know. I don't remember where I came from. The military will investigate." Shut up." "Oh." Soon, she sensed the surge of supernatural particles in the distance and paused. Philsis stared at her in confusion, noticing silver armor rapidly crawling all over her body. He panicked and scrambled to grab her. "Don't leave me." But Siegency brushed him off. "Don't get in the way." She drew her psychic-enhancing gun and, using the terrain as a cover, quickly approached the battlefield. By this time, the flame snake was nearly out of control, and the other level 7s couldn't contain it. 2 with weaker psychic powers were even unable to fight. The fiery red snake scurried ahead, swarming with tiny insects behind it. The flame snake's eyes were filled with resentment, and it suddenly stopped. "I didn't want to use this trick, because it makes me sick." Before anyone could react, the pustules on its body opened up, and a large amount of dark purple pus oozed out and floated in the air. Everyone's scalp tingled. Just inhaling this poison made their heads spin. If they were hit. Without warning, everyone retreated immediately, but the poison spread like a torrential downpour. Ah! Anyone who touched it would instantly corrode their entire body in the blink of an eye, swelling purple and black, their flesh ulcerating. A sinister expression filled the flame snake's face. Just as he was about to flee the battlefield, a barely perceptible sound of wind breaking was heard. He reacted with incredible speed, twisting and dodging. Baikuin, who had just emerged from the mech, saw this and immediately summoned his remaining superpowers, shouting, "Don't miss." Flame Snake was once again pinned down by gravity. The next second, a green bullet pierced his head. He collapsed to the ground with a thud, his eyes blazing with the desire to survive. In the blinding sunlight, silver blades fell like meteors, piercing his arms and neck, the last one aimed at his chest. He suddenly formed a ball of fire, confronting the metal blades. A figure crashed down, planted one foot on the metal blade, and pierced the fireball through the heart. The flames and psychic particles dissipated, and he returned to human form, his clothes tattered, his hair charred black. The light in his eyes faded. In this life, I love two women the most. Trying to maintain a gentle smile, 2 lines of blood and tears fell from the corners of his narrow eyes. Mom thought I was ugly and disgusting, and then abandoned me. Why did you do that? The doll he had personally dressed up, its foot on the blade that had dealt him the fatal blow, its delicate face and cold eyes silently observing his death. Ah, still so beautiful. Chapter 128. Flame Snake's mother was a stage actress in the Empire. She had an affair and gave birth to him, but then she sent her own son to the laboratory. Somehow, the laboratory returned him to her years later. As soon as communication was restored, Boss Sean called to inquire about their situation. Upon learning they were safe, he breathed a sigh of relief and chatted with Xie Jinxi about Flame Snake's gossip. But back then, I heard his snake-like powers were difficult to control, and his mother couldn't stand it, so she abandoned him. This guy was so cruel, he killed his mother after becoming an interstellar pirate. It was a tragedy, but Xie Jinxi seemed completely unconcerned. Hey, that's pretty ruthless. Boss Sean grinned and simply brought up the topic that interested her. Bond said Flame Snake robbed all the other caravans. Where did you move the stuff when you blew up the ship? The girl finally raised her eyes. It's all mine. The fat man couldn't sit still. So much, you want to keep it all for yourself? We're all in this together. Caesar at least helped hold off Flame Snake. Your men didn't do anything. Xie Jinxi stated the facts lightly. Besides, the other caravans won't be able to make any waves anytime soon. Why aren't you sending your men out to work instead of just staring at the stuff I've looted? Boss Sean was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Because they had been targeted by the major caravans before, he had secretly supported Caesar and Bond in their attempts to seize the ship's activation key. As a result, the girl in front of him actually used the interstellar pirates to deal with the other caravans, and told him directly, if you dare to covet the spaceship again, she will blow up the spaceship and let these people stay on Longin Star forever. Her people can anyway use the military spaceship. You're the cruelest one. Boss Sean sighed and ended the call. Xie Jinxi relaxed, sprawling on a chair. A moment later, there was a knock on the door. Boss, Major General Bai and Lieutenant Colonel Bai would like to see you over. This Major General Bai was Baikuin's younger cousin, said to be in his 50s, still in the prime of his life. With his casual demeanor and irreverent smile, he looked more like his eldest nephew's younger brother. Oh, you must be Xie Jinxi, right? I've heard my nephew mention you all the time. Bai Yuan, with his legs crossed and his arm resting on the back of his chair, greeted her warmly. You're really cute, exactly my type. Very good, as an elder, teasing his younger nephew's classmate right in front of his older nephew. Baikuin lit the pen in front of him and shot it at him. The latter caught it with his backhand without even turning around. The Bai family possesses a very stable supernatural gene pool. Those who have made it big in the military are almost all gravity-based, with varying degrees of talent. Xie Jinxi pretended not to notice their exchange and saluted. Oh, so serious. Major General Bai rubbed his chin, bent down to look at her, and said with a smile, would you like to join my regiment after graduation? Be my personal secretary. Major General Bai, please respect yourself. Baikuin, unable to bear it any longer, stood up, grabbed him, and retreated. Not only were you late in supporting Shanshan, but you also openly harassed a student. I will report the truth to my superiors. They had already completed the casualty statistics when this Major General, who had received the request for assistance, arrived. Baikuin was nearly furious. Major General Bai pouted, feeling guilty. He lifted his white cloak and sat down again, looking at Xie Jinxi. Well, it's like this. After all, we captured the S-rank pirates and wiped them all out. The superiors are going to reward you accordingly. Considering you haven't officially joined the ranks yet, your superiors have decided to award you the rank of honorary sergeant. After graduation, when you join the ranks, you have official shoulder straps. You also receive a medal, which will be sent directly to your school. People in the military also value background. For example, most people who enter the military through military service start out as privates, the lowest rank. After a period of time, they're promoted to corporal first class before being eligible to participate in the regimental selection. Cadet graduates receive the rank of corporal upon graduation. If they achieve merit in official competitions or during internships, they can be promoted even higher. For example, Baekhyun was already a second lieutenant upon graduation. Major General Bai said in a few words, "It could have been higher, but those old guys said it was too high profile. So, I give you a sergeant." "That's fine." Siegency didn't despise him and, after a few words of thanks, said, "By the way, I have something to hand over to you too." He then pulled out a black box from the space button. Major General Bai's eyes widened in surprise. "Is this the black box from the Flame Serpent?" "Yes." Baekhyun also stood up excitedly. "We've been searching like crazy for this. Major Xie is still searching, so why is it with you?" "I found it specifically." Before he could complain about why he only just taken it out, he added, "I'm giving it to you because Xie Yeyang isn't around." Major General Bai immediately raised an eyebrow. "What does this mean? Are you saying she deliberately attracted the space pirates?" Baekhyun asked her directly. "Is that true? We find out if we can find out." Siegency looked at him sarcastically. "How else can we explain the space pirates finding us the moment they landed? Clearly, this couldn't be explained by chance." Baekhyun pursed his lips and personally took the black box to the technical department. When Xie Yeyang learned that the black box had fallen into Baekhyun's hands, her reaction was like the sky had fallen. After much deliberation, she called her technicians. At the base, Siegency went back to the training grounds where the intensive training team was located. Although they had left earlier yesterday, they had encountered sporadic pirate disturbances, and a fight had broken out. While there were no casualties, everyone was injured. "Xia, sister, I'm so glad you're okay." Gong Yin was genuinely happy. Andre was still in the recovery room, being trained by Tikoff and Wade. Siegency nodded to the two instructors and asked Gong Yin, who was driving yesterday. Gong Yin knew what she meant and pointed at Yuduo, who was scowling not far away. "Look, that bastard. I was driving, isn't it?" The young man, unfazed by the revelation, sneered. "If you hadn't been caught aboard the spaceship, would you have achieved merit and even earned the honor? Well, that pirate's skills are pretty good, and it must have been quite pleasant to serve him." The way she came back yesterday was well known. Then his vision blurred, and a loud slap hit his face. He froze for a moment, baring a tooth. "You dare to hit me?" Smack! Yuduo roared, and horns sprouted from his head, only to be grabbed and thrown away by Siegency. Even though he had used his supernatural powers, he was still being beaten. The sound of each punch hitting flesh was tooth-grinding. Wei tried to stop them, but Tikoff held him back. "Don't go. This guy deserves a beating for asking for trouble." "But we're instructors." Wade felt a headache coming on from the voice. "Then we can't beat him. That's the tough guy who single-handedly blew up the Interstellar pirate base. Be careful, he might even get beaten up if you try to stop him." Chapter 129. No one expected that after the Interstellar pirates landed, the ultimate winner would be Siegency. The caravans, having suffered heavy losses, watched Morian and his men bring back carloads of ore with Indy, but they could only watch. They wanted to say, "Those are the resources the Interstellar pirates stole from us," but they had suffered heavy losses, and were still trying to get an explanation from the military, which would probably only earn them Siegency's cold shoulder. "I suspect that girl deliberately brought the Interstellar pirates to sabotage our equipment." Xian Chuan hadn't slept well in the past few days, his beard unshaven and his face gloomy. But others clearly disagreed with this absurd theory. If she really had the guts to attract the Interstellar pirates, why would she have been bullied by us before? So who exactly provoked the Interstellar pirates? "I won't let him go." Zhao Jin, who was passing by, stopped and changed direction. Today was a regular military meeting, a good opportunity to review the aftermath of the past 2 days. Xie Yeyang arrived on time and had just taken her seat when Baekhyun asked, "Why isn't Captain Zhao here?" She smiled and said, "He's still working on something and will be here later." "Really?" As they spoke, a fierce alarm suddenly blared. Xie Yeyang immediately stood up and asked grimly, "What happened?" "I think the classified room, where the black box is stored, has been broken into." Baekhyun, as if anticipating this, ordered Annan to turn on the conference room screen. Inside the sealed classified room, the Flame Serpent's black box, sealed in tempered glass, was being analyzed by a supercomputer. Below, at the console, Zhao Jin was working rapidly. Zooming in, he was deleting some data. The middle-aged man was like a lab rat in a cage, completely unaware that his actions were being fully exposed. Major Xie, do you have any excuses? Xie Yayang was also shocked. Why would Captain Zhao do this? Bai Qian tried to read her expression, but found nothing except surprise and disappointment in his subordinate. Zhao Jin had been caught red-handed, and it had been confirmed that he had sent the signal that evaded the shielding system, and was subsequently discovered by the interstellar pirates. In other words, he had attracted the pirates. He was taken to an interrogation room and handcuffed with power-restricting handcuffs. Under Major General Bai's interrogation, he repeatedly emphasized that he had blocked the signal when sending the message, but somehow it was discovered anyway. Then how do you explain sending the coordinates to the interstellar pirates again? Bai Yuan looked at him sarcastically. Since arriving on Dragon Star, he had heard several stories about Xie Yayang and others targeting Xie Agency. Having also learned Xie Agency's true identity, it can only be said that the Xie family played a terrible hand. Zhao Jin immediately confessed, Major Xie ordered me to do this. He knew he couldn't bear the consequences alone, or he would die miserably. But Major Xie claimed he knew nothing about this. Xie Yayang's exact words were, she would never cross the line for personal grudges. Bai Yuan's gaze fell on his rapidly fading face. Furthermore, we've checked all the communication equipment in the base, and the coordinates were sent from your optical computer. Furthermore, we caught you deleting the contents of the black box. That was Xie Yayang who told me to do it. At that moment, Zhao Jin realized that Xie Yayang had completely pushed him out to take the blame. Do you have any evidence? Zhao Jin slumped, uttering two weak words. No. Because Xie Yayang had only verbally told him to do it, and no one else knew about it. Bai Yuan pointed to the transcript in front of him. Then, Captain Zhao, your crime is clear. He said simply and clearly, due to improper operation, the confidential location was leaked. Not only did you fail to remedy the situation promptly, but due to personal grudges, you sent the coordinates again, leading the enemy to land. However, Zhao Jin emphasized, I did block the signal. I suspect someone deliberately intercepted my message and requested a retest. Bang! Bai Yuan's face darkened completely. You have no remorse. So many people have died, how dare you live? He took a deep breath to calm his distorted expression. Not wanting to listen to his excuses any longer, he turned and left. Zhao Jin knew he was doomed. However, he did indeed block the signal and immediately notified Xie Yayang. He should have discussed retreat with Bai Qian immediately, but the timing was too delicate, with only a few hours until reinforcements arrived. So, Xie Yayang had a bold idea, to lure the interstellar pirates to Xie Agency's location. Given their brutality, Xie Agency would surely not survive. Who could have imagined this? Reinforcement arrived too late, the flame snakes acted too quickly, and Xie Agency was unlucky. In the end, he was the one who suffered the most. Zhao Jin tried to contact Xie Zhonglin, but he received only one response, to try to avoid the death penalty and give him a life sentence. However, the caravans that suffered heavy losses wouldn't let him go. Those people were all more or less connected to the military, and they would surely give him a quick death sentence, perhaps even harboring a grudge against the Xie family. If you hadn't been so determined to stir up trouble, how could they have been implicated? After Bai Yuan thoroughly investigated, he took the prisoner and his findings with him, and the Skyscale Legion was also recalled. With such a major blunder, Xie Yayang couldn't continue her mission. She was also punished for poor supervision, and banned from military assessments for 7 years. In other words, she completely lost all chances for promotion for these 7 years. Before leaving, everyone went to see Bai Yuan off, including Xie Agency. Xie Agency, you've done well. Before leaving, Xie Yayang approached her and said, I'd be waiting for you on Imperial Capital Star. Nagano Star was the Bai family's base, and the Xie family didn't dare to intrude. But Imperial Capital Star was different. People were dying here every day, inexplicably. At this point, further pretense was pointless. She nodded gently. Well, wait patiently. Xie Agency's eyes grew darker, as he watched the warships disappear into the sky. By the time the other caravans redeployed their personnel to Dragon Star, with no one targeting them anymore, Xie Agency's caravan, guided by the Queen Bee, had already thoroughly mined the high-quality mineral veins. The caravans were envious. The officer who replaced Xie Yayang was an acquaintance, Ren Qingjue. Because the Ren family's legion was closest, upon arrival, he pretended not to know Xie Agency, but in reality, he offered her considerable assistance. The training camp soon concluded, and they needed to travel directly from here to Imperial Capital Star to participate in the annual Military Academy League. After 2 weeks of continuous wormhole travel, the bustling imperial capital star came into view. The orbiting artificial satellite, the silently rotating celestial satellite, was so eye-catching. The day had finally arrived. Chapter 130. As the largest planet in the Federation, Imperial Capital offers the best living conditions, boasting 20 human settlements of varying sizes. Central City, home to the royal family, government officials, and military headquarters, is equipped with the most advanced star shield defense system available. This is a world where the most advanced technology blends with a diverse cast of characters. Siegency gazed at the orange-yellow stars in the sky, his eyes deep and cold. Having just emerged from the airport, the first thing that came into view was the intricate maze of Skitrans stretching in all directions. In the distance, the towering buildings of Central City could be seen. The parking lot stretched as far as the eye could see, filled with Skitrans of all sizes, buses, hovercraft, and other modes of transportation. Don't look too far, as all transportation is carried by conveyor belts. Just check the number of the bus you need and queue up to board. Gong Yin was the only one from the Imperial Capital among the training team. Gazing at the others' astonished looks, she smiled and explained, "This airport is one of the largest transportation hubs, connecting you to virtually every gathering place. Since they were coming to participate in the competition, the school wouldn't be so stingy as to let them take the bus. They had a dedicated medium-sized hovercraft to transport them." "Let's go," Wade said, contacting the driver. "Take conveyor belt 32. All the way, the young people looked around, dazzled by the sight. Finally, they left the airport and reached the main road, sighing with admiration. A passing man in a suit and his friend chuckled, another bunch of country bumpkins. Yu Duo chuckled and was about to go up, but Andre gave him a look that stopped him in his tracks. The man was startled. Upon closer inspection, he realized that while their upper bodies were draped in simple attire, their lower bodies were covered in the uniforms of the military academy. Sorry, haha." His companion immediately smiled and nodded apologetically, then grabbed the wicked fellow and ran off. But this had already dampened the young people's curiosity. Gong Yin smiled indifferently. There are plenty of people like that in the Imperial Capital. But soon, their excitement returned. The Imperial Capital Star has a dedicated hotel contracted to accommodate the Military Academy League, and at the beginning of each year, media outlets would gather here to gather first-hand information. Before getting off the bus, under Andre's pressure, everyone donned their school uniforms, regardless of whether they were too hot or too bothered. The moment the straight, dark blue uniforms appeared, the reporters' cameras were all focused on them. "It's the Nagano Military Academy. I heard you have 3 level 6s this time. Do you have a chance of breaking free from your perpetual second-place ranking? There's even a freshman on this team. Is that your school's trump card? Or are you running out of top students?" The reporters didn't care about anything else and just asked whatever hot topic was hot. Though Andre told himself to stay calm and act like a prestigious student, his temper was too much for him, and soon his face darkened to the bottom of a pot. Tykov quickly stopped the reporter, who was fussy about his life. Between smiles, he winked at Wade and ushered the reporter aside with a squinting look. "Anyone, feel free to ask me any questions. Come over here. I'm the spokesperson." He looked so easygoing. After snapping photos with a few young people, they surrounded Tykov, who was standing by the flower bed. Wade quickly led a few students into the hotel. The reporters excitedly pressed Tykov, their questions raining down like bullets. He gave a mysterious smile. "I have no comment on your questions." Then he vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. By the time the reporters came to their senses, he had already entered the hotel. "Damn! Are you kidding us? You're a prestigious school, huh? What a waste of expression." The gang rushed into the hotel like hounds smelling meat, and the security was almost overwhelmed. They even threw objects at the crowd, trying to attract their attention. Yu Duo, who had already walked away, couldn't help but punch the thrown water bottle back. The force caused the water to burst in midair, spraying all over the reporters. "Are you going to stop? Did I even give you face?" The reporters only got more excited, snapping him up and taking pictures, as if they were going to put him on the headlines of a scandal. Will this reflect badly on our school? This was the first time Wade had ever faced such a situation. Tykov waved his hand. "It's okay. Our school is known for its roughness anyway. Besides, these reporters wouldn't dare to go too far. If they really want to tarnish the Military Academy League, then why should they even be in it?" Sure enough, an hour later, the news about a Nagano Military Academy athlete getting angry at a reporter quickly became a trending topic. However, the article also explained that it was the reporter's persistent pestering who initiated the attack, causing the other party's dissatisfaction. In short, it was a conflict. The mere fact that it generated buzz was enough. However, a particular photo included in the incident caught the attention of some interested parties. The girl was petite, and her face was obscured by her taller teammates. But because her face was so striking, a reporter painstakingly managed to snap a solo photo of her. Amidst the stream of comments drooling over her beauty, some were filled with surprise. Help, she looks familiar? Siegency, isn't she the same name as that dual-trained genius from back then? But some people had already recognized her. Is it really Siegency? I remember her even if it turned to ash. But wasn't she in the same year as me? Why did she end up as a freshman? With her abilities, why did she end up on Nagano planet? Didn't they say she died from a supernatural outburst? Does she look alike in real life? Most of her peers had already joined the military and had some experience, but they were all familiar people from that same circle. Of course, there were also those who suspected it wasn't her. The discussion was quiet and didn't cause much commotion. Siegency and Gong Yan shared a room. After putting her things away, Gong Yan looked at her roommate, whose face had been sullen. Xia, you don't look very happy. Is something bothering you? Nothing. I'm planning to go home. I need to ask for leave from my instructor first. Goodbye. Gong Yan, already aware of her aloof nature, left the room. In the hallway, two men passed by her, and she shuddered. This sense of danger. But this was the official hotel designated by the military, so they were probably some high-ranking military officials. She quickly dismissed the thought. Knock knock. The door rang. Siegency, who had been resting with her eyes closed, immediately opened them, faced the door, and slowly moved toward the window. Two bangs. The door lock was pierced by a laser rifle. The two men immediately kicked the door open, just in time to see her leap from the window, the light ribbon in hand. However, there was someone else upstairs across the street. A silenced gun was pointed at her. Siegency pursed her lips, her entire body enveloped by the galaxy, swaying violently in the air. Such a startling scene drew the gazes of passers-by, who, believing a criminal was being apprehended, pulled out their devices and began filming. She landed rather awkwardly, cracking the street tiles. Andre quickly noticed the situation and, leaning against the window, attempted to jump down to save her, but was forced to retreat by the incoming fire. In the blink of an eye, the two men from upstairs had already caught up. Chapter 131. Siegency, wearing her Nagano Military Academy uniform and riding a hoverboard, sped down the main street. Pursued by 4 level 7s and 1 level 8, how could she escape? The answer was she couldn't, unless she caused a commotion. The wind whistled in her ears as she moved through the streets like no one was around. Wherever she passed, hover cars and buses swerved, then collided and exploded. What the hell? Shit! The driver ran out in panic, only to be frightened half to death by an ice spike that brushed her head mid-sentence. Siegency used her backhand to throw up her light shield, but was still sent flying, slamming hard into a roadside office building. The impact shattered the glass, causing the men and women working there to scream in terror. Despite the excruciating pain in her back, she didn't dare stop and bolted out the other side. She was draped in galaxy armor, tumbling through the air, suddenly rising high into the sky, but even there were ambushes in the air. The level 8, a wind type, was faster than her, blocking the way overhead. He raised his hand and unleashed 2 tornadoes, pinning her to the ground. Even the sky rails were broken. Puff. Cough cough cough. Siegency climbed to her feet and stumbled for a moment before 2 more tornadoes crashed down, shattering the windows on both sides of the street. Her pupils shrank sharply, and she forced herself to fling out a stream of light to pull herself away. The moment she landed, the other level 7s surrounded her. They were expressionless, as if they weren't trying to take the life of a young girl. Siegency wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Killing her wasn't that easy. In an instant, the galaxy transformed into countless sharp blades, unleashing a sudden burst of mental power like a raging wave. These people were stunned by the mental force for 2 seconds, and then they were stabbed like sieves by the sharp blades and fell to the ground. She actually had a trick up her sleeve. Everything happened in an instant. The level 8 didn't bother checking for the other safety and immediately gave chase. She rushed straight into the street and was hit by a passing hovercraft. She was sent flying a long way, and it was unclear whether she was dead or alive. The killer couldn't help but feel delighted. Just as he was about to finish her off, he was suddenly pinned to the street by an overwhelming force. This force is gravity. The black hovercraft opened, and a middle-aged man in plain clothes stepped out. In an instant, he seemed to dominate the world, a formidable presence. I've been away for less than 2 months, and I didn't expect the security on Imperial Capital Star to be so devastated. Someone is actually hunting down military cadets in public. At this moment, the patrol team responsible for security finally arrived. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, they were struck by lightning. Trembling like a sieve, they saluted. "Your humble servant greets the marshal." Bai Yuanen's brow furrowed, and the patrolman looked on the verge of tears. This was the end of them. "Who's in charge of this area? Have him come to my office and explain everything to me." Bai Yuanen glanced at the excited crowd around him. "Make all the necessary arrangements and surrender yourself to the military tribunal." He used the word surrender, and several people immediately felt as if they had lost their parents. Because it was common for them to slack off when asked to do so by their superiors, these small-time thugs had no choice but to comply. And yet, today, they had run into the hands of the marshal, who had returned in a low-key manner, lying on the ground. Xie Jinxi was quickly taken to the hospital, specifically to the intensive care unit designated by the marshal, where any visitation required approval. By the time the assassins were apprehended, Xie Zhonglin had already learned the news. He was watching the surveillance footage from Central City. When he saw Xie Jinxi calmly fleeing from the assassin's pursuit, he couldn't help but sigh. If only Klein blood hadn't flowed through her veins. Even though she lost her powerful offensive abilities, even though she was saddled with bone-breaking nails, she still persevered. A life that made him sleepless and restless. Why should she? Xie Yayong hurried down from upstairs. "Grandpa, what do we do now?" Although this incident hadn't caused any online buzz due to official intervention, the military would eventually find out. "Yayong, Grandpa told you, never leave any evidence behind." Xie Zhonglin raised his shrewd eyes. There was no way those assassins would make it to the interrogation room alive. Xie Jinxi was just too lucky. Nagano Star was the marshal's territory, so he didn't dare act rashly. After all the hard work of reaching Imperial Capital Star, he was lucky enough to find the marshal's protection. Xie Zhonglin rubbed his ring. No rush, there are plenty of opportunities. But was the marshal's action accidental? Or deliberate? Xie Jinxi hadn't anticipated this outcome. She simply wanted to stir up trouble and force the patrols into action. If these guys hadn't been able to sit still, she would have rushed directly to the official building. Unexpectedly, she ran into Bai Yuanen. "Are you awake? I'm sorry you've been put through this." What surprised her even more was that the marshal had taken time out of his busy schedule to visit her. Unlike the invincible and unbreakable marshal on the battlefield, his eyes and movements exuded a calmness, without a trace of oppression. But this was the man who ordered the murder of her parents. Her hands, hidden beneath the sheets, clenched and unclenched, and she sat on the bed and saluted. "Student Xie Jinxi greets the marshal." The middle-aged man raised his hand to stop her. "Don't be so formal. You're Xilan's classmate and a good friend of Kowun. He even asked me for your help." Bai Yuanen once again displayed a side of himself that didn't belong to the marshal, forcing a smile. He stopped talking here. Clearly, both Xie Tianhan and Ursula Klein had a tacit understanding regarding the cause of their deaths. "I thank him." Bai Yuanen seemed busy and simply nodded. "I have things to do. You should get some rest." After leaving, his adjutant frowned. "Marshal, she is indeed Xie Tianhan's daughter. Do we really want her to join the military?" Bai Yuanen regained his commanding presence. The matter was already settled by then, and the child was completely unaware. Besides, wouldn't it be a shame to let such a promising talent go? His distant gaze fell upon the city. The military needs fresh blood. Otherwise, it will gradually decay and age, and eventually this star region will fall into the hands of the Empire. The adjutant said nothing more, but sighed. "Even we understand this truth, but that old fellow Xie Zhonglin." Bai Yuanen's face tightened again. Although the military held absolute power, he, a marshal, was not a figure who could call the shots there. Since the founding of the Federation, the true lifeline has been held by the vast families. The relationships within these families are so complex that even he could only balance the various aspects, not interfere. Perhaps because of the magnitude of the incident, Xie Zhonglin didn't resort to any other means to deal with her until the start of the Military Academy League. However, the more this became, the more apprehensive Xie Jinxi became. Chapter 132. The day before departure, Tang Beibei finally freed herself from the chores of the new store opening. She rushed to the hotel lobby to report to her boss and asked, "Boss, you're going to compete on a closed island. Do you still want Mr. Fei to stay with you?" Mr. Fei was a level 8 psychic, specializing in high-level bodyguard work. Before Xie Jinxi arrived on Imperial Star, he had Tang Beibei contact him and offered him a high price for covert protection. But in reality, he was never used. Even when they encountered danger on their arrival, he remained silent because Xie Jinxi hadn't called on him to take action. When Tang Beibei went to the hospital to pick up her boss, she was completely baffled. This bodyguard's daily salary was tens of thousands, and her heart ached when she calculated the bill. Although the money was being used from the boss's personal account, she still wanted to ask, "Boss, do you like being beaten? Keep going, until I leave Imperial Capital Star." Xie Jinxi raised his gaze from the pile of expense reports that needed to be reimbursed. Give him an internal communicator, and find him a spot close to the competition venue, ready to go at any time. Tang Beibei thought, thinking that those people dared to kill in Central City, so tampering with the competition wouldn't be a problem, and nodded quickly. After the boss reviewed all the documents and signed them, she couldn't help but ask, "Boss, why didn't you let Mr. Fei take action that day?" She had seen the video, and the boss had nearly died. "Because I wanted to see just how many people were in cahoots with the Xie family." Xie Jinxi put down his pen and looked out the window at the bustling traffic. It was clear that beneath this prosperous facade, a rotten mess lay raging. It wasn't that the Xie family held such prestige, but rather that each family shared similar grime, so they each focused on their own affairs, turning a blind eye to the affairs of others. People her parents once associated with didn't intervene, nor did their former subordinates. Even her in-laws couldn't offer any help to her future plans. On the contrary, Bai Yuanan, who had ordered her parents' execution, had, whether intentionally or not, aided her. But it was clearly with a purpose. After all, she was alone. She really wanted to see what would have happened if she had gone to the government building that day. She curled her lips sarcastically. "You have full control over all business on Imperial Capital Star. If you have any questions, go to Morian first." She knocked on the table. "One more thing. Find me someone." She then uploaded a photo from her computer, the former medical captain of the Skyscale Legion, the doctor who had implanted the bone-breaking screw. To regain her superpowers, they must find the person who performed the transplant. The Xie family couldn't take action for now. The masked researcher was nowhere to be found. Only this person might know something. Tang Beibei replied with a yes, then asked, "What happens after we find him?" "First, find him, then keep him under surveillance." Given Xie Zhonglin's methods, sparing the doctor's life over a decade ago was considered merciful. Even if he were still alive, there's no telling how well he'd been hiding. He waved his hand, signaling Tang Beibei to leave. She rubbed her brows, stretched out her arms on the sofa, and exhaled. He had to enter the military headquarters without help, or even without resistance, and climb up step by step. I also need to investigate the truth behind my parents' execution. I need to regain my superpowers, and then avenge the Xie family. There's a lot to do, and I have to take it one step at a time. The slender girl looked at her thin hands, which slowly tightened as if they were holding a mountain of bones. A hint of a maniacal smile played on her lips, like a hideous demon in human skin. The Military Academy League is just a small stepping stone. On the opening day, drones above Central City were adorned with large screens, reading, "Warmly congratulate the successful holding of the Military Academy League." Such messages were also displayed on roadside billboards. The opening ceremony took place in the Central Square, a vast area that served as the seat of power for the Federation and a must-see landmark for visitors to Central City. On one side stood the military headquarters, on the other the government, and the royal family, the mascot, sat in the palace complex at the foot of the distant mountain. The square was paved with milky white stone slabs, and even the gaps between them exuded a meticulous majesty. The outside of the venue was already packed with reporters and spectators, holding cameras and terminals to record videos, or waving cheering balloons and flags, forming a dense crowd. When the magnificent Mecca, with its colorful taillights, streaked across the sky, after a long, dazzling and powerful performance, the event officially began. As the host introduced each of the energetic cadets, the atmosphere heated up. When the marshal appeared and delivered his speech, the crowd erupted in excitement. Under the dual pressures of alien beasts and the Empire, admiration for strength is a common trait among the people of the Federation, and their admiration for the marshal surpasses anyone else. Xie Jinxi sat in her chair, her head aching from the noise. "Xie, are you all right?" Gongyan whispered beside them. She shook her head. "It's too noisy." At this moment, Tikoff chuckled and secretly handed them something. "Thank goodness, instructor, I had the foresight to plug my ears." Soft gel earplugs. This was a lesson he learned after participating in several military academy tournaments. Xie Jinxi surveyed the instructor's expressions and realized they didn't seem at all curious about her recent pursuit. But that wasn't her concern. She simply put on her earplugs and waited for the opening ceremony to conclude. The Military Academy tournament was hosted by the military, so naturally, the organizers wouldn't miss such a good opportunity for publicity. So, instead of any other chaotic singing and dancing performances, there were all sorts of mecha shows and demonstrations of superpowers. At the climax, Xie Yayong actually took the stage. Ever since she made a name for herself as a dual-powered user in the Military Academy tournament, she became quite famous among the public, especially the students. The opponent in her exhibition match was a very handsome young officer, also a celebrity. A chilling ice sculpture and a dazzling display of flames appeared on the stage. It was more of a performance than a competition, and at the end, both sides unleashed a dazzling steam bomb, bringing the atmosphere to a climax. Next is the interactive session. Are there any students willing to come up and interact with the two of you? As soon as the host finished speaking, the students in the audience raised their hands in unison, like grass growing in the spring breeze. Then let's draw lots. The screen scrolled across the number of everyone present. Xie Jinxi suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, her seat was listed. She pursed her lips and stood up. Who is it? Glancing at Xie Yayong's grim expression, it was clear the Xie family wouldn't be so foolish as to bring her out at this time. Once her identity was revealed, how could she suddenly die? Under Xie Yayong's piercing gaze, she stepped onto the stage and spotted Xie Zhonglin, a high-ranking member of the military, sitting in the seat behind the stage. Chapter 133. Xie Zhonglin's face showed no emotion. He simply stared at her. The others, who had some knowledge of the subject, also had strange looks on their faces. This was too amusing. Could you please introduce yourselves, classmate? The host hadn't noticed the subtle atmosphere yet. Xie Jinxi. 3 cold, indifferent words. The female host, a little embarrassed, tried to get her to say more. Which school are you from? What grade are you in? What's your special ability? Nagano Military Academy, first year, healing department. Oh, The host was stunned. First year? Healing department? Not only her, but even the audience and those watching the live stream were bewildered. The other cadets immediately pointed at the stage and began whispering to each other, either in confusion or in mockery. Forget about first years? A healing class is competing in the Military Academy League. Is Nagano Military Academy kidding? What the hell? At Nagano Military Academy official, are you out of people at school? Pulling in a first-year healing class to fill the numbers? What if they have a hidden weapon? At Nagano Military Academy official, explain. Did they know they had no chance of winning and just find someone good-looking to drum up popularity? At Nagano Military Academy official. There were so many people tagging me that every Nagano Military Academy student with free time immediately rolled up their sleeves and started replying. While a first year participating in the league was controversial within the school, they had their say, so no one else could look down on them. What the hell do outsiders know? They have no idea how amazing our goddess Xie is. First place in the Mecha League team competition, individual competition. Don't you understand? What about first years? First years are better than you fourth years. Soon, because of Xie Jinxi's uniqueness, her grades at school were scrutinized. Although she was excellent, she still seemed quite special. What are you bragging about from Nagano? We have a freshman from the Imperial Capital Military Academy competing too. I know this question, Robert Klein, my idol. I know this one too. This guy lost to our goddess Xie in the Mecha League. Despite the online uproar, the female host still had to go through the motions in real life, asking the question as directed by the director. Miss Xie is a healing type. Why is she participating in the competition? Xie Jinxi glanced at the audience. I don't know either. You can ask our selection instructors. The host, assuming she was joking, continued, it's common knowledge that Major Xie has a cousin named Xie Jinxi. Do you have the same name? As soon as the seemingly lighthearted question came out, even the slow-witted host could sense a chill in the air. Xie Zhonglin, on the podium, simply frowned. Looking again, the previously expressionless girl tilted her head and smiled, an indescribable mystery and subtlety. You have to ask Major Xie about that, because I was injured and have lost my memory. How could she not cooperate when someone was trying to embarrass the Xie family? Everyone was stunned. How did this turn out so melodramatic? Xie Yayong forced a smile as the microphone was passed to him. Classmate Xie does bear some resemblance to my cousin. At that moment, anyone who knew Xie Jinxi's identity couldn't help but laugh. While it was unknown what had transpired between the Xie family and this girl, the current scene was filled with ironic humor. Enough talk, let's get started. The host looked at Xie Jinxi and abruptly changed the subject. Who do you want to choose as your opponent? The girl didn't hesitate much. Since Major Sia and I are destined to fight, then Major Sia will do it. Another young officer joked, it seems Mr. Sia doesn't like my face. He then walked towards the audience. Two strikingly beautiful women stood facing each other on the stage. Ever since Sia Jinxi's private beating, the same sense of oppression she once felt against her once again enveloped Sia Yaoyang. Why? She didn't understand. In terms of rank and status, she had already left that bitch behind. Sia Yaoyang unleashed her full powers, condensing a dense stream of ice spikes and fiercely shooting them at her opponent, as if to pierce her. Many people frowned. Major Sia really doesn't take us as outsiders. So seriously? The camera flickered to life, and Sia Jinxi moved across the stage like a ghost, her ice spikes piercing the air. She leaped up and struck Sia Yaoyang. The latter immediately used her strength abilities to meet her head-on, but was knocked back 2 steps by the overwhelming force. For a moment, the entire audience was stunned, and that wasn't all. Sia Jinxi continued to attack, even without using her abilities. Sia Yaoyang tried to freeze her with her ice abilities, but Sia Jinxi simply waved his hand, scattering her energy particles. Finally, he grabbed her by the collar and pinned her to the stage. An S-level ability? What's the point of giving it to me? Sia Jinxi whispered in her ear, but calmly pulled her to her feet and dusted her off. Major Sia, thank you. Then he nodded to the host and left the stage. The entire place was in dead silence. Where was the promised exhibition match? Instead, the students beat up the military commander. Not only did they slap the military commander in the face, but they also slapped Xie Zhonglin hard. Ha, ha ha. The host chuckled dryly. This year's contestants are truly courageous. Major Xie is so considerate of the students. But the atmosphere was somehow awkward. Ultimately, this incident became the highlight of the opening ceremony, and the video of Xie Yaoyang being beaten by the students went viral. The entire competition was live-streamed, with each military academy having a live stream entry point for their supporters to watch. The actual competition began the next day, and they would be dropped onto a small, enclosed island at sea. And the competition would begin on a ship, with each academy being dropped near a random landing point. With at least 100 military academies eligible to participate across the Federation, it was impossible to prepare so many entry points, so the competition began at the landing point. Outside the landing site, rows of shelves held psychic guns and machines that launched moving light discs. They needed to shoot the discs with their psychic guns. Only by hitting 60 discs within 100 rounds could they obtain the landing code and board the elevator to the island. The narrow, double-sculled boats swayed like dead leaves on the vast sea, buffeted by the waves. They were still sitting ducks. The first stage alone stumped a large number of contestants. The others also stopped by the shelves, grimacing as they discussed the matter. After securing the boats to the shelves, Nice frowned and asked, "Who's going?" Gongyan replied directly, "Xia, my junior sister, will go. She has the highest shooting accuracy." After the training camp concluded, she had been selected as team captain, directly surpassing Nice. Though upset, Nice couldn't argue with the head instructor. Without further ado, Xie Jinxi stood up, grabbed her foot-long psychic rifle, donned her goggles, and, confirming her target was the blue frisbee, prepared herself. A whirring volley of light and shadow discs erupted, a dazzling display of color dancing in the air. Across the gently undulating sea, a barrage of green psychic bullets blasted out, striking the blue disc without missing a single one. The other teams either missed or hit their own discs, causing widespread discontent. The count on her rifle had barely reached 60, when the login password was transmitted via the communicator connected to the authorities. Xie Jinxi decisively stopped firing. "Let's go!" Of the dozen or so teams, the Nagano Military Academy was the first to board the elevator. Chapter 134. The commentator cut to the island. You can see that Nagano Military Academy and Taito Military Academy are both in the lead, having reached the island first. The next stage they face is crucial. Obtaining the complete map depends on this stage. To protect the students, the island has undergone extensive renovations, not only with new terrain features, but also a defensive star shield. The military league system relies on leveling and earning points. The more complete the map, the more levels visible and routes available. They carried backpacks containing only barely enough compressed food, antidotes, and other supplies, along with some exotic plants that could temporarily boost their abilities. Other teams might have prepared healing devices, but they didn't need them. Yu Duo waved his fist with fighting spirit. "We must get the most complete map. The key is not to give those bastards behind us any chance." Gong Yan surprisingly didn't refute him. instead emphasizing, the prerequisite is to conserve our strength first. Cologne, with his wood-based abilities, has an advantage in the wild where vegetation grows. From their landing point, they trudged through the grove. Pushing aside the last clump of trees, they found a wetland grassland ahead. Suddenly, the waist-deep grass shook, startling everyone. It turned out to be the vines Cologne had released, retracting. He frowned. There's something in the swamp. Then a screen suddenly popped up on a nearby tree trunk. The first stage begins ahead. The 7 of them immediately became alert. Suddenly, a dense column of mud and water erupted with a hissing sound. Zheng Songyu, with his earth-based abilities, reacted quickly, building a wall of earth. Seeing the small hole shot out nearby, everyone couldn't help but wipe away a cold sweat. Obscuring the grass, they couldn't see the attacker's true form at all. They could only determine the type of beast by its habitat and attack method. Spouting fish, a level 2 to 3 beast, are omnivorous, schooling fish. Their powerful jets of water can easily pierce an unprotected human body. The anchor interpreted the information at hand. It looks like Nagano Military Academy and Imperial Capital Military Academy are facing difficulties right from the start. The anchor said, switching the camera to the Imperial Capital Military Academy. Look, first-year student Robert from Imperial Capital Military Academy has taken action. He's directly electrocuted the fish with his lightning ability. Unfortunately, Nagano Military Academy doesn't have abilities that work with the swampy terrain. What will they do? They were also discussing this. The main thing is to keep these little creatures invisible. Otherwise, have the president burn the grass? Lu Bo suggested. You duo quipped sarcastically, will burning it relieve the pressure on those behind you? Then what do you say? The organizers aren't so merciful. Just burn it, and it probably grow back. Gong Yan calmly replied, the question is, where is the map? With so many fish, are they going to kill them? Or are they just going to avoid them and pass? Just then, Xie reeled in a fish and plucked off the largest scale on its head. Here's the map. A closer look revealed it was a small fragment of the map disguised as a scale. In other words, to obtain the map, they had to take the scale. The frustrating thing was that not every fish had a fragment. Not only did they have to find the fragment, but they also didn't know how many scales were needed to complete the map, and they had to eliminate any duplicates. After this analysis, everyone fell silent. This is ridiculous. The people watching the live stream were also shocked. No way. Why is this year's league so difficult? Just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. The host maintained a smile. Although Imperial Capital Military Academy has a head start, they don't seem to have a clue yet. From this perspective, Nagano Military Academy is actually ahead. This first-year player is truly attentive. As he spoke, the Nagano Military Academy player on the screen, like a fire burning the prairie, plunged into the water without hesitation. The squirting fish in the water immediately sensed their prey and swam over with a clattering sound. Their 10-centimeter wide mouths, covered with densely packed fangs, made a piercing, snapping sound. Fuck. Aren't they afraid of being squirted like a sieve? Then again, if we can't get into the water to catch fish, are we supposed to use a rod? Gong Yin whispered to Xie, please. The black-haired girl nodded and immediately deployed a green light shield to envelop everyone. The others then engaged themselves in catching fish. The speed was rapid, and before long, a map was almost complete. It practically shocked the entire Federation. Who introduced herself as a healer? Does she have some misunderstanding about healing? When did healing become a defensive shield? Does anyone still object to our goddess Xie participating in the competition? Xie Yang, sitting in the spectator seats, gritted her teeth. Why, after all she'd fallen to this point, could she still attract so much attention? She regretted it so much that she almost vomited blood. Why had she given her superpowers back then? Listening to these rumors, even if it meant completely breaking off relations with the Klein family, was better than watching her reappear. Even more difficult for her to accept was the chatter from the command desk behind her. Lieutenant General Xie, is that first-year student at the Nagano Military Academy really your second daughter? The old man sitting next to Xie Zhonglin asked with a smile. Although I'm older, she still looks a lot like she did when she was little. Why did she go to a remote planet just to recuperate? Once someone shines in the league, they attract attention. Who doesn't like talent? When Xie unique healing ability appeared, the information she had left on Nagano became no longer a secret. Does the Xie family still want such a talent? If not, they just take her back. Xie Yang turned back and stared at her grandfather's inscrutable expression, and suddenly her heart skipped a beat. Xie Zhonglin sighed helplessly and replied, that child has always had her own ideas. I can't control her. Xie Yang suddenly panicked. Why would her grandfather acknowledge her identity? But on second thought, she quickly calmed down. If he didn't acknowledge her, would he let her go to the military to recruit other supporters? The old man questioning her curled his lips, as if everyone knew about your CF family's troubles. Well, even if he can't join the military, it doesn't matter if my own kid can catch someone. That girl used to have dual abilities. Although she went berserk due to improper training, her genes are still there. She's not bad looking either. If she could have a child, who knows how talented she would be. The abacus on the podium clattered. On the competition field, Xie and the others had already assembled the map. Based on the scale of the island and the area of the fragments, this is a complete map. Gong Yan made this judgment. After a scan by the official computer, it immediately showed 100% completeness, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As the map appeared, all the levels and points were marked. We only have 3 days. I mean, we should pick the most difficult level. What do you think? After resting briefly on higher ground in the swamp, Gong Yan pointed to the screen before her, outlined 3 routes, and began to discuss with the others. Of course, we have to get the highest score. After everyone agreed, they chose the most suitable path based on their ability coordination and began to move forward. Suddenly, Xie stopped them in their tracks. The unburned grass began to shake violently, as if something was approaching rapidly. Chapter 135. A bed-sized carnivorous plant suddenly burst out from the brush. The prepared crowd launched their attacks, and in the blink of an eye, they were surrounded. The flower's enormous white, red mouth was terrifying from the camera. The tiny humans were completely engulfed, and everyone couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. My scalp tingles just looking at it. Are these students still alive? They've been so caught up in the game that they've forgotten. Every military academy league has a 5% mortality rate. A blinding flash of fire shot up into the sky, and the carnivorous plant retreated with a shrill scream. Yu Duo wielded his claws to pluck down the slower-moving plants. He was about to continue his pursuit when Gong Yan called out, "Don't waste your energy. Come back. How much effort does it take to take care of these things?" He reluctantly ran back, nimbly dodging the water jets of the water fish, deliberately displaying his strength. As long as they excelled in the competition, they would receive a direct pass into the Legion. Gong Yan frowned in disgust. No time to waste, let's go. They waded forward again. Once they crossed this line, the attacks from the spouting fish ceased, and instead, the other difficult alien plants and beasts appeared singly. Xie fell behind the others, and picked up the roots of the piranha plants. He discovered that the soil around them contained not only swamp mud, but also other elements, as if it had come from somewhere else. This was strange. This was only the first level. The difficulty should lie with the spouting fish. How could such a large group of level 4 piranha plants appear? This clearly didn't fit the competition's design. However, the team's terminal only had one-way communication, so they couldn't ask the organizers any questions. Meanwhile, in the official competition building, the staff responsible for monitoring the progress hurried to the main command room. The person in charge was talking to Xie Zhonglin and other military officers in charge of monitoring the competition, which left the staff at a loss as to how to start. Xie Zhonglin and the others paused and looked at him. Any questions? The young man, wearing a microphone, wiped his sweat and looked at the person in charge with a grimace. How could I ask? The person in charge said, Lieutenant General Meyer asked you, so just answer. For some reason, the piranha plant, which was supposed to be in the second stage, got out of control and ran to the first stage. The person in charge was smiling and joking with the other leaders, but they didn't expect such a misunderstanding. How are the other levels doing? No problems for now. The old man who had just spoken to Xie Zhonglin, Lieutenant General Meyer, frowned. You've checked it over and over again, so why did something go wrong right now? You know, Nagano Military Academy and Imperial Capital Military Academy passed, but the others might not. If there hadn't been a system prompt, do you know how many casualties there would have been? The person in charge, and the young man's scalps tightened. The elder's eyes were filled with terror. Xie Zhonglin interrupted his accusation. Meyer, that's not right. Although this is a competition, these kids will face more dangers in the future. It wouldn't be a bad idea to have some experience. They're just kids after all. Then can we really pause the competition? Xie Zhonglin looked at him, realizing he couldn't argue, and instructed the person in charge. The mistake has already happened, and there's nothing we can do about it. Just add a system prompt for the teams that come in later. Okay. The person in charge, as if granted amnesty, quickly nudged the young man. Hurry up. Yes. The students and spectators participating in the competition didn't notice anything unusual, only lamenting the sheer difficulty. Even adding an additional system prompt would only reduce casualties, forcing many already weak military academies to stop there. Some refused to give up, repeatedly trying until they were swallowed by the piranha plant. Although the official explanation was that the piranha plant would be immediately destroyed for rescue, there was no telling whether they could be saved. When the leader in the command room received the news, a chill ran down his spine. The piranhas that had swallowed humans were gone. He covered his mouth and whispered, "Where are the chips? Don't all these modified plants have chips? We used satellite positioning and found that the chips were destroyed." This was definitely not an accident. The leader thought his voice was quiet, but it couldn't escape the ears of the two lieutenant generals. Before he could report, Lieutenant General Meyer immediately ordered, "Send people to investigate the island immediately." Xie Zhonglin raised his eyelids. It certainly looks like it was man-made. It's best to be cautious. At this point, the students were unaware of the impending disaster and were preoccupied with the competition. The number of teams that had obtained the map and successfully crossed the piranhas had dropped sharply to just 9. The Nagano Military Academy team, leading the way, had reached the second stage of their self-selected route, a desert area. Yellow sand filled the sky. Small exotic creatures like scorpions, spiders, and lizards scurried across the sand. The scorching wind blew in their faces, making their mouths dry. "Check your kettles," Gongyan whispered. Amidst the chorus of "enough," Yuduo's words, "Damn, the water bottle's leaking," stood out jarringly. Just now, while chasing the piranha plant, his water bottle had been shot and punctured by a squirting fish. This made Gongyan glare at him. "Haven't you noticed all this time? I'm the vanguard, busy exploring the route. How could I care about a water bottle?" His unjustified yet brazen attitude made her clench her fists. Everyone saves some for him later. Gongyan didn't waste time on him, though she rather let this jerk die of thirst. "Let's go, Junior Zheng, please be careful." Zheng Songyu, possessing earth-based abilities, nodded. "Okay." The boundary between the desert and grassland was so clear, it was obvious it was all designed by the organizers. As soon as he stepped inside, a rolling heat wave hit him. The high sun grew brighter and hotter, distorting the surface air, and sweat quickly washed away the moisture. It was so quiet here. No wind, no life. The dryness and scorching heat gradually eroded the calm. "Give me a drink of water." Yu Duo grabbed the nearest Kaluan's water bottle and gulped it down. The latter's face darkened. "Leave some for me." He was about to grab it, but Yu Duo turned away, and the water bottle fell to the ground, empty in the blink of an eye. Kaluan hurriedly picked it up, but only one sip remained. He wiped the sand from the mouth of the bottle. His eyes reddened, his teeth gnashing. "Did you do this on purpose? Who told you to grab it? A sip of water? Is it worth it?" Even though they worked in the student union together, resentment had been building since Dragon Star. Regardless of whether he was live streaming or not, Kaluan grabbed his collar and flew into a rage. Nice hurried to smooth things over. "Still playing." Suddenly, Zheng Songyu shouted, "Watch out." The sand beneath the three of them suddenly gave way, sending them tumbling downwards. Looking up, they saw a gaping maw at the bottom of a massive sand pit. Chapter 136. The once soft sand seemed to have turned to mud, sinking one pit after another, with gaping maws lying in wait at the bottom. Even as Zheng Songyu warned him, Xie Jinxi had already quickly moved away. After confirming there were no strange beasts beneath him, he turned around and swung a beam of light to pull the others out. Everyone was safe, except for one. "Help!" Yu Duo held the word help in his mouth, as the strange beast below suddenly leaped up and swallowed him whole. This scene chilled everyone's heart. Even Kaluan, who was currently arguing with him, looked distressed. The wind and sand lashed his face, bringing him back to his senses and wiping it. "Is he dead?" Gong Yin was also silent. They hadn't recognized what was in the sand pit. "Not dead." Xie Jinxi's cold voice was refreshing. "We need to catch up." Nice seemed hesitant. "But this is only the second round. If he's not dead on the spot, the organizers should be able to rescue him soon. It's not that he doesn't care about his teammates, but as third-year students, they have more to consider. This was their last time participating in the Military Academy League. If they weren't invited by the Corps, they would have to wait until their senior year to practice on the battlefield. Striving to excel in the competition was definitely easier than risking their lives on the dangerous battlefield. That requires the organizers to get in. Xie Jinxi pointed to the light blue hexagonal light shields overhead. "Didn't you notice? The star shield has activated?" Everyone was horrified. Or maybe it was initiated by the organizers. Nice words were already losing their strength. Gong Yin frowned. Why did the organizers activate the star shield? And when the piranha plant appeared in the first round, I sensed something was amiss. Clearly, something had gone wrong in the competition. Outside the star shield, the reconnaissance team, frustrated by their inability to enter, quickly contacted the headquarters. The star shield was somehow activated, and all the chips and instruments have lost control. The chips are the primary means of controlling the alien plants and beasts. If they were to lose control, the fate of the students on the island would be unimaginable. Besides, there's a large creature trapped inside. Lieutenant General Meyer also felt a serious concern. Shut down the live stream immediately. The technician in charge of the live stream rushed in. The live stream can't be shut down. It's being controlled by a satellite signal from outside our star system. Xie Zhonglin's grip on his crutch suddenly tightened. Lieutenant General Meyer casually asked, "Lieutenant General Xie, what do you think is going on?" His face darkened. An alien network? Could it be that Imperial spies have infiltrated? Lieutenant General Meyer stood up suddenly, his rising momentum silencing everyone. "Report to the Marshal immediately." He then turned to Xie Zhonglin. "Lieutenant General Xie, I think we need to go there immediately. I hope those children can wait for our rescue." Imperial spies had actually infiltrated the Federation's military academy league. Nothing could be more embarrassing and ridiculous than this. Suddenly, the person in charge of the live stream shouted, "A student has noticed something unusual." The two of them turned back to see that the Nagano Military Academy's men had strayed from the competition route, chasing the escaping monster in the sand pit. Good. Meyer immediately ordered the technicians, "Find a way to contact them. We need their assistance." They knew nothing about the situation on the island, and could only hope these young people could provide some clues. "Okay, we follow the Nagano Military Academy's live stream throughout." Xie Zhongling cast a deep glance at the leading girl on the screen, his complex expression difficult to discern. Meyer glanced back at him, then glanced at the screen again. "Lieutenant General Xie, let's get going." Outside, the situation had changed. Even the spectators noticed something was amiss from the other team's experiences. What's going on with this year's league? Why are they always devouring students? It's too difficult. Loki Military Academy and Feishua Military Academy were wiped out in the blink of an eye. Why do I feel like the organizers didn't even consider letting anyone pass? Are you kidding me? Are we going to just leave the three schools to fight after the tournament ends? Upstairs, the third-placed Royal Military Academy has already lost 2 players, and they're still fighting. Wait, look at Nagano Military Academy. They've strayed from their designated race route. What are they doing? Led by Xie, a group of people quickly followed the rapidly moving bulge in the sand pit. After leaving the desert, the creature revealed its true form, the sand-wandering moss spider, a predator native to deserts. It got its name from the large mouth on its back that possesses spatial abilities. It didn't stop, crawling straight towards somewhere in the jungle. The exotic beasts and plants placed on the island have been modified, with controllable chips implanted in their brains, making them semi-mechanized. They no longer have any mental strength or independent consciousness. "It doesn't look unusual," Nis muttered, trying to persuade his teammates to return. "I heard other contestants, who were captured, say that after being captured by monsters, they would be rescued at the recovery point." Everyone hesitated, including Gong Yin. However, Xie suddenly stopped. "Someone's coming. Is it a contestant from another military academy? Let's hide first." Gong Yin urged everyone to hide in the dense brush. Xie quickly climbed up the trees, using the thick trunks for cover. The sound of rustling grass gradually approached, and the people who appeared made their eyes widen. Not a contestant, and certainly not one of the organizers. They were wearing rough camouflage uniforms, their vests stuffed with guns and ammunition. Crucially, their eyes were filled with murderous intent and vigilance. Didn't the live broadcast show a military academy student chasing us? Why didn't I see him? It's okay. He can't escape anyway. Let's find him and capture him first. They spoke as they searched. While the students were still in a state of shock, Xie shot out 2 lightning bolts. 2 heavy bodies fell to the ground, leaving not only the teammates on the scene, but even the audience in the live stream stunned. What's going on? Why did they kill someone? What's wrong with this first year? They just kill people. Gong Yin and the others rushed out. Nice looked as if the sky was falling. Why did you kill someone? We're in a competition. Competition? Xie picked up the weapons from the bodies. The Imperial spies are rushing at us. It was like a bolt from the blue. You mean the Imperial? Gong Yan's expression suddenly changed, her eyes filled with hatred. Xie pulled out another pistol and threw it at her. This isn't a Federation weapon. Having spent time on board her planet number 2, no one knew the appearance of Federation and Imperial weapons better than she did. The weapons these guys were wearing, from both material and construction, were all Imperial products. Get your stuff. Saving your life is the most important thing. In an instant, the atmosphere in the Federation shifted from the cheers of a military academy tournament to the trepidation of an Imperial spy invasion. Chapter 137. When Lieutenant General Meyer and Xie Zhonglin arrived outside the island, the reconnaissance team had already engaged in a standoff with the island spies. If you want these students alive, stay outside. In the live broadcast, all the students captured by the piranha plants and the desert giant mouse spiders were still alive, bound hand and foot and thrown together. Covered in slime, they were in a state of disarray, their faces etched with terror. They hadn't even reacted when they were captured, and it wasn't until someone was killed for resisting that they realized the severity of the situation. The live broadcast continued, forcing Meyer and Xie Zhonglin to act cautiously. They couldn't just ignore the lives of these children in front of the entire Federation public, could they? To top it all off, the third prince had also been captured, even though the Imperial family, which had survived for over 2,000 years, was now a hollow mascot. The fact that even the mascot had been captured was a significant blow. Just when he was at his wit's end, Meyer's adjutant arrived with a message. A level 8 psychic named Faye wants to see you. He says his employer on the island has asked him to discuss countermeasures with you. Meyer was startled. Hurry and send him. The middle-aged man named Faye, dressed in a black suit, looked like a civil servant at first glance, but his sturdy, calloused hands and sharp gaze betrayed his identity. Hello, my employer is Miss Xie from the Nagano Military Academy. She would like to speak directly with you. The man handed over a fingernail-sized communicator. Meyer felt a little frustrated, but now was not the time to consider such trivial matters as violating the rules of the competition. He glanced at the sullen Xie Zhonglin and took the communicator. He contacted Xie Agency in front of his grandfather. Hello. Lieutenant General Meyer. The girl's voice was calm and composed, but her rising and falling breathing suggested they were running. We've now pinpointed the enemy's general location and have been discovered. Their target is the contestants. What specific countermeasures are being implemented outside? Or is the situation so dire that the military can't get in? The last sentence truly made Meyer blush. Ahem, are you still broadcasting live? Xie Agency heard the implication. After all, this was a matter of military pride, and they couldn't let the audience see everything. How do we interrupt the live broadcast? The technician nearby quickly replied, the live broadcast is conducted via satellite positioning. All you need to do is destroy your team's terminal to shut down your own. Xie Agency glanced at Gong Yin, who immediately unplugged the terminal and shattered it with a single shot. This also caused the spies pursuing them to lose their lead. The live stream has been shut down. Xie Agency and the others discovered that this method was indeed effective and found a place to hide. So now, because they have hostages and the Star Shield is activated uncontrollably, the military can't get in? I can only say that your assessment of the situation is absolutely correct. Meyer sighed. Now we can only wait for them to evacuate the island, or for the marshal to arrive. I suggest you hide for the time being, fearing they might have high-level psychics. Aside from guarding outside, they had no other options. The crowd, eagerly awaiting rescue, fell silent. Xie Agency turned off the communicator and returned to the cave. Let's wait for rescue. How long will that take? Lu Bo leaned against the stone wall, a little dejected. Lieutenant General Meyer just said we should wait for them to evacuate, but no one even knew they had landed on the island. They must have some way to sneak back and forth quietly. Gong Yin frowned. Besides, they're hunting down the contestants everywhere. The behavior of the piranha plant and the sand spider made it clear that the Empire's target was these students. Xie Agency sat at the cave entrance, observing the nearby movements. We all know about this problem, and the military brass won't ignore it. They were even able to quietly access the island's controls. There's clearly a traitor. Let them investigate slowly. Nice understatement was unacceptable. Investigate slowly? Those people are hunting us everywhere. Are we just going to wait? Or are you going to die? Xie Agency raised an eyebrow and asked, we were lucky to escape the live surveillance. They have high-level psychics. What else can we do besides hide? Nice was speechless for a moment. After a moment's silence, he said, at least find a way out. If we could get out, would the two lieutenant generals still be stopped? Gong Yin rolled her eyes at him. How did you get elected president with your brain? The Star Shield is activated, and I can't even dig a hole out. It's infuriating that someone like that can hold her down. Nice's face flushed crimson with contempt, Then he collapsed, covering his face with his hands, his voice choking. I'm just afraid of being captured and taken to the Empire. I don't even know if I survive. This statement shattered the students' forced show of resilience. But Xiejinsi was much more optimistic. We're not that dangerous. The cold voice was like a shot in the arm, causing them to raise their heads. First, the enemy landing on the island won't be numerous, as they don't have the formidable ability to conceal so many of them. Second, we've escaped surveillance, and the island is large enough to deal with them. Third, the enemy won't stay long. At least they have retreated by the time the Marshal arrives. There are unspoken rules of war between the Empire and the Federation, stipulating that only level 9 psychics will appear on the battlefield. Disrupting this balance would be a catastrophe that would annihilate humanity. Therefore, as a level 9 gravity psychic, the Federation Marshal possesses sufficient deterrent power. After hearing her analysis, it didn't seem like much of a problem. But what Xiejinsi left unsaid was that these assumptions were based on the assumption that the enemy had set their sights on other contestants. However, unexpected events often preceded plans. At night, there was a sudden movement in the forest outside the cave. It was the vines Columbus had planted for security, having been cut. The already frightened crowd immediately went on alert. Don't do anything, it's us. Several figures emerged from the low palm trees. They were the players from Imperial Capital Star. Something seems to have gone wrong in the competition. Did you know? The leading young man looked at the Nagano Military Academy team. Seeing they weren't surprised at all, he gave a wry smile. It seems you all know. Gongyin and the others didn't know what to say. Not only did we know, but we also knew our situation was dire. Because they saw the Imperial Capital Military Academy leader still carrying an official terminal. In other words, they'd been discovered. Gongyin, without a word, fired a shot at his terminal, frightening the Imperial Capital Military Academy team so much that they nearly attacked them. The satellite surveillance has been taken over by the enemy. Anyone carrying the terminal is under constant surveillance, Gongyin explained. The opposing captain suddenly realized what was happening, then gritted his teeth. No wonder we're being discovered wherever we go. Now's not the time to talk. Retreat. A dozen students immediately shifted positions, exchanging information, though the shock was limited to the Imperial Capital Military Academy. Chapter 138. In the control room on the training island, several bodies were haphazardly piled in a corner. A group of men and women in black work clothes were operating the equipment with full vigilance. Those Federation losers are still fighting us for control. At this moment, a woman staring at the surveillance camera quickly said, General, we discovered the locations of the Imperial Capital Military Academy and the Nagano Military Academy. They've destroyed the terminal, and the last footage shows them fleeing towards the southwest of the island. Both academies together? The gray-haired woman stood up at this. How long will it take until the passage reopens? 3 hours. Come, 2 people, come with me and capture them. After a pause, she suddenly pointed at 2 mechas in the corner. You drive these. She walked outside, pulled out a scarlet mecha from the space hub, jumped in, and soared into the sky. In the pitch-black night, it stood out like a burning flame. The military and spectators outside the island saw this scene clearly, and they began to worry about the students. What the hell is going on with the military? Why hasn't the star shield been activated yet? I'm so worried. Our seniors are still in there. Xiejinsi, fleeing in the dark, was the first to notice something was amiss. Hide. We're being chased. She quickly slipped into the nearby woods. The people at Nagano Military Academy, unfazed by her powerful mental abilities, immediately followed her orders. Is it from the Federation? Someone at the Imperial Capital Military Academy asked. Regardless of whether they are or not, let's hide. Gongyin grabbed him and lowered herself to a crouching position. With a roar, a mecha flew through the sky. Its silver-gray form was the most basic of the Federation military's mechas. Someone couldn't contain their surprise. It's our mech. It must be the military coming to rescue us. Xiejinsi frowned. No, we haven't received any news. However, the 2 men had already run out of the bushes, waving excitedly. We're here. Before they could finish their words, 2 anesthetic needles pierced their bodies. The 2 men fell to the ground one after another, and the mechs charged towards them. Gongyin and the others immediately drew their guns and fired at the cockpit, destroying 1 mech. Another, just as it was about to take flight, was pierced by the following green beam, sending it crashing down. Xiejinsi rushed forward, dragged the bodies out, and, unconcerned with the blood, jumped in to check the various instruments for continued operation. Her strike proved precise. Aside from the outer shell, everything remained intact. After the two enemies lost contact, a red light shot out from the distance, accompanied by a terrifying mental force, like a knife at one's neck. Run! She sarcastically glanced at the captain of the Imperial Capital Military Academy, who looked ashamed. Then those two. Siegency pulled out the damaged mech and climbed in. If you want to be buried with them, take them with you. Before closing the cockpit, she said to the others, I suggest you all flee separately. With luck, we can reunite at the destination. With that, she fled, a trail of flames trailing through the stunned gazes of the crowd. The Imperial Capital Military Academy's men pointed in astonishment at the nearly invisible mech's back. She just ran away like that? Gong Yin said firmly, CSUMA must have her own plans. Let's split up and run. The Nagano Military Academy's men immediately dispersed and fled. The Imperial Military Academy's troops had no choice but to flee separately. The Scarlet Mech landed beside a small grove. After confirming its two men were dead and spotting the unconscious student, it sent the coordinates to Control, instructing them to send exotic beasts and plants to retrieve them. Then it took off again. Human speed was like a snail's compared to the advanced mechs. She quickly spotted the fleeing students and cursed them contemptuously, Damn you little bastards. Don't even think about escaping. This island, originally built for the Military Academy League, was not very large. With a diameter of less than 500 kilometers, a hovercraft could make a round trip in under an hour. But this area was only relative to the mechs. For human power, and with the terrain hindering them, the distance to the center was still quite difficult. Because of the disparity between field of view and speed, and the layers of forest obscuring their view, they had no way of determining the enemy's location. A junior at the Imperial Capital Military Academy complained as they ran, even if she stole the mecha, couldn't she have brought two more people? Glancing at his expressionless companion, he said disingenuously, I heard she's your cousin. She should have at least brought you. Though he'd rather have gotten on board himself. Bringing people will increase the load. Raybert said calmly, besides, in times like these, the faster you run, the longer you live. Before his teammates could fully grasp his complex expression, he suddenly accelerated, turned, and ran in the other direction. The young man was about to give chase when he was knocked down by a tranquilizer needle. Before he passed out, he realized what Raybert meant. What a bastard. Raybert leaped into a deep pit and was swallowed whole by a piranha plant hidden within. Perhaps realizing he couldn't escape, the red mech turned and pursued the other group. A fierce bolt of lightning erupted from the deep pit, and a slime-covered Robert climbed out. Without even a glance at the unconscious senior, he turned and headed for the finish line. Siegency had already reached the finish line, only to discover someone had beaten her to it. Who? The silver-haired young man seemed to be observing something. Upon hearing the noise, he suddenly turned and flung a pale blue light like tentacles at him. The tentacles were blocked by a green light screen. Siegency jumped out of the cockpit and retracted the mech into the space button. Prince, I'm a contestant from the Nagano Military Academy. As for why he saw the Federation mechs attacking, she didn't care. Granville withdrew his superpowers, but Siegency knew his superpower particles were ready to activate at any moment. Ignoring his guard, she asked again, Are you the only one left at the Royal Military Academy? After a brief silence, he nodded yes. In the moonlight, his silver hair seemed to glow, his originally handsome features greatly diminished by his gloomy demeanor. Siegency glanced at the terminal on his wrist, but didn't remind him. The thick metal chain dragged against the rock with an unusually dull sound, accompanied by a breath like the sound of wind, making one's scalp tingle. I assume you're here for the same reason I am. She walked up to the young man and turned on her flashlight. Huge metal pillars were embedded in the surroundings, and metal that suppressed supernatural particles extended from them, converging in the deep pit. A level 7 ancient serpent, compared to the level 8 ancient dragon snake, it looked more like a snake, lacking gills and a snake-like, blunt snout. It was also smaller. It had several rings of supernatural suppressing metal rings on its body, connected to the chains, completely confining it here as the final stage. The audience watching the livestream were once again stunned by the military's actions. Many were even seeing advanced alien beasts for the first time outside of movies. Oh my god! They brought advanced alien beasts into the competition. And this is the Imperial Star. How many people would die if this thing broke free? That thing is really cool, but it seems to be imprisoned, and with the advanced star shield, it probably poses no danger. Chapter 139. Granville was a bit surprised. How did you know there were high-level alien beasts here? He knew because of his special status, but how did the Nagano Military Academy know? Because this is a high-level star shield. High-level star shields are expensive, yet they're being used in the League, most likely to imprison beings of their rank. Shortly after Agency reappeared on the surveillance camera, the enemy leader received a message from the control room. The target has appeared at the finish line, with the Federation's Grand Prince. The Scarlet Mech paused in midair, glancing at the fleeing creatures through the scanning screen. Ultimately, it decided to prioritize the target. After all, it's the condition for us to get in. We better keep our promise. Thinking of something, the woman's face was filled with sarcasm. Give me the surveillance footage. Then they sped towards the finish line. Agency leaped directly into the pit, coming face to face with the alien beast. Frightened, Granville's stern expression cracked. A laser beam suddenly shot out, but she blocked it with her galaxy. The beam scattered, landing on the metal chains and pillars, but had no effect. It's certainly been weakened considerably. Agency turned and saw the eldest prince's gaze fixed on the galaxy. Granville didn't ask why she had this thing, instead focusing on the beast before her. Have you encountered the enemy leader? Level 8, unknown abilities. I think they're catching up soon. Agency continued to provoke the level 7 beast. It lashed its tail angrily, attacking with all its might, but the girl easily blocked them with a strange metal. Seeing this, Agency left the monster's pit and sighed. Clearly, this thing isn't enough to stop the enemy leader. The handsome young man's face darkened. In fact, he had fled here with this very purpose. The audience watching the live broadcast finally understood the two men's plan. Granville said startlingly, releasing it might hold it off for a while. After all, monsters are inherently stronger than humans. Even a level 7 monster could cause enough trouble for the enemy if it made a scene. Agency hadn't expected the prince to say such a thing. Besides the enemies, the island was filled with more participating military cadets. Furthermore, even if he released it, it wouldn't be able to break through the star shield. At most, it would hold the enemy back, allowing the remaining students to survive until they left or the marshal arrived. 800 casualties for the enemy, 1,000 for our own. One can imagine how much discussion his words would spark after this was over. But considering his background, Agency felt he could understand his thinking. But we can't free it with our strength. The suppressor's controls are in the control room. Then take care of yourselves and flee, Granville said, turning to leave. Wait. Agency called out to him. While we can't do anything, we can make it break free on its own. Under Granville's puzzled gaze, she jumped back into the pit. This strange beast had been in contact with humans for a long time, and could understand human language to some extent. This time, although it was wary, it didn't attack again. Instead, there was a hint of anticipation in its eyes. However, it underestimated the human's cunning. The girl before it released a mental force that almost crushed it. She smiled. How about we make a deal? The man and the beast communicated with their minds, and even Granville, present, didn't understand what she was saying. The audience was even more bewildered. The beast's emotions fluctuated for a long time before it finally lowered its arrogant head, allowing Agency to throw something into its mouth. After everything was done, Agency, swaying from mental exhaustion, shook her head and returned to Granville's side. Granville vaguely guessed her intention and sneered, "You're too bold. My motto is, starve the timid and eat too much to be bold." Agency glanced again at the computer on his wrist. Just as he finished all this, a crimson laser suddenly shot out from the distance. It illuminated the night sky and the frozen faces of the two men. The laser streaked across the ground, leaving a long, still melting furrow. In the center of the furrow, a silver egg stood quietly, then curled into a ball, revealing the two men sheltered within. The two men gazed warily at the crimson mecha before them. It's Xinghe, indeed. A woman's low, slightly hoarse voice echoed from the mecha. Agency, you can't make it in the Federation. Would you like to return with this general and serve the Empire? Thank you for the invitation. I still prefer my hometown. She spoke in a very cold tone, words that moved and excited countless viewers. Then, there was a snap of fingers. It was just a snap, and then a massive explosion erupted in the air. If Agency hadn't reacted quickly and dodged, he would have been blown to a bloody pulp. In contrast, Granville, who hadn't dodged, lay on the ground, his body covered in countless bloodstains. A barrage of anesthetic needles shot out from the mecha, but Agency dodged them again. Granville was a bit luckier this time. The anesthetic needle landed near his head. Enduring the excruciating pain, he thought, might as well have passed out. The woman's voice was tinged with anger. Surrender now, or I use 70% force next time. Agency landed beside the pit, her lips curled. You might have to fight like hell. Instantly, A surge of supernatural particles surged over, sweeping the woman's supernatural powers somewhat out of control. Her gaze fell on the ancient giant snake in shock. It clearly has a suppressor. Her voice was filled with surprise. But it's now level 8. The violent force cracked the ancient giant snake's skin. In the blink of an eye, its dull scales shattered to the ground. Amidst the dazzling energy, new purple scales sprouted from its body. The gills spread, and its snout transformed into an eagle's beak. As its dorsal fin flapped, the whirlwind ripped the ground apart, sending boulders and sand flying. The creature's surging size and strength broke through its level 7 inhibitors, and with a piercing roar, it soared into the air. Before the woman could recover from her shock, it suddenly rushed in front of her and sent the mecha flying with a single blow of its tail. Level 8 Ancient Dragon Snake. The woman's voice trembled. How did it suddenly advance? Because it's very intelligent and knows how to make the best choice. Xie Jinxi touched its slightly warm scales. Their deal was this. She provided the level 8 advancement exotic plants and energy minerals, and in return, it was implanted with a mental power contract, allowing it to command her from now on. Although this was too much for Xie Jinxi, a level 7 exotic beast and a level 8 beast were practically pushing her to the limit. If she hadn't extracted the third bone-breaking nail, she would never attempt it. Go! With her command, the ancient dragon snake suddenly raised its head and unleashed a laser. The light blue star shield cracked like glass, suddenly disintegrating into points of light. Everyone was excited. The star shield was broken. Chapter 140. The audience watching the live broadcast and the military personnel outside the island, unable to enter, were horrified. Lieutenant General Meyer waved his hand, prepared to land immediately, split into 2 groups. He then looked at Xie Zhonglin. Then he nodded. I deal with the enemy general. Then I lead the troops to rescue those children. On the island, Xie Jinxi scooped Granville into his mech, opened the map displayed on it, and rushed to the control room. He also threw a ball of healing light at him. Ahem. Where are we going? The handsome eldest prince slumped in the passenger seat, covered in blood, like a blood-stained white rose, full of broken beauty. Xie Jinxi glanced at him. I'm going to save my teammates. Granville was silent. He wanted to say, your expression doesn't fit the line, but his focus was elsewhere. Why would you take me with you to rescue people? I don't want to die. He wasn't that hot-blooded and kind-hearted about venturing into an enemy stronghold alone. Don't you want to save the third prince and his teammates? Xie Jinxi asked, her motivation maxed out, without even turning around. The eldest prince of the royal family offered a sardonic sneer. If they had listened to orders along the way, they wouldn't have ended up like this. He insisted on listening to the third prince and going against me. Now he's dead. What does it have to do with me? Objectively speaking, Xie Jinxi agreed with her values and casually replied, that's true. She glanced at the mecha's sound settings, confirming they were muted. If he's dead, the inheritance is yours. Granville's gaze fluttered for a moment, then his gloomy eyes darkened. You're right. However, upon returning, he would likely face retaliation from the queen and her family, as well as blame from his own father. Xie Jinxi pushed herself to the limit, reaching the control room even faster than the military headquarters arriving from the coast. However, upon entering the grove, she was surrounded by armed imperial spies. Get down! Granville wanted to see how she would react. To her surprise, she shouted, let our companions go, we fight you. Then she charged recklessly in her mech, only to be ripped to pieces by the enemy. The mech was wrecked, and she had to scramble out in a panic. Before leaving the cockpit, Granville felt something cold pierce his wound, the pain making him pale. He glared at Xie Jinxi, but said nothing. The latter quickly hid beneath his skin. The audience watching the live broadcast was also stunned. Sister, didn't you have a plan? Just send them right away. I thought she was so powerful. All she ends up doing is increasing the number of hostages and putting our eldest prince in danger. They're running to save their companions. Would you dare? The star shield's broken. Go ahead. Stop acting like commanders online. That's right, you're just a bunch of whining. They've broken the star shield and held up the enemy general. What else do you want? If it weren't for Xie Jinxi, the military would still be blocked outside. Everyone was most worried about what would happen next. So many young students, some of the best in the Federation, were in enemy hands. What would the military do to save them? It doesn't matter if they escape. At least we have to get these kids back. Netizens criticized the military for incompetence, while others criticized the Empire for its cunning. But they all shared a common wish, to rescue these students. Xie Jinxi and Granville were searched, stripped of all their tools, then bound with metal rings and taken to the open area where the other hostages lay. However, the former was singled out and set aside. Agency raised an eyebrow slightly and asked, "I want to know who wants my life?" The man guarding them shrugged, "The one who let us in." The crowd was in uproar. There was indeed a traitor. Then why arrest a bunch of students? Agency asked again. Hee, because arresting you is enough to slap us in the face. We torture you, and then release the video. The man chuckled maliciously. Just think about it. These are the most talented and promising young people in the Empire, yet they were kidnapped in public. How humiliating. It's fair to say that the military has completely lost the trust of the people. From the perspective of terrorism, this is a very sufficient reason. At that moment, the person in charge of monitoring shouted, "Damn it. The federal military has landed on the island. Meyer is coming towards us, and Xie Zhonglin has gone to the general." An atmosphere of tension suddenly enveloped the control room. "Notify the general immediately." A man with a sullen face ordered, "How long will it take for the passage to be opened?" 5 minutes. Agency concentrated on the word passage and vaguely suspected something. As expected, these people had arrived so quietly. They must have had some special means. As for being able to locate the coordinates, they probably had made a deal with Xie Zhonglin, and the subject of the deal was probably her. Haha, she curled her lips. What merit had Xie Zhonglin had to go to such lengths to eliminate her? It was truly ironic that my father and mother were executed for this very slander. 5 minutes passed quickly, and a strange, violent wave of energy spread. A black dot appeared before them, slowly expanding until it became an olive-shaped black hole nearly 2 meters tall. Clearly, this was the passage the enemy had spoken of. Even Agency was somewhat surprised. The Empire possessed such a method. Wouldn't that render all defenses useless? The middle-aged man pointed at where Agency and the others were and said, "Throw them in first." Yes. The two men immediately approached the contestants. They seemed like lambs to the slaughter, and the audience watching the live broadcast were also sweating. This scene weighed down on the Federation like the end of the world, and they began to pray. The first to be lifted up were those from the Imperial Capital Military Academy, their leader also inside. When they reached the black hole, all 4 of them revealed expressions of despair and fear. They knew that once thrown in, there would be no return. Just as the 2 men were about to exert their strength, their arms suddenly severed at the root. The middle-aged man who had been monitoring the group reacted with remarkable speed. The raging sand condensed into ropes and attacked the other students. A green screen of light, even faster than him, enveloped the others. The next second, Agency, fully armored, attacked him with all her might. She threw a punch, but it was blocked by a wall of sand, even sucking her fist in. Level 7. She pursed her lips, and several beams of light extended from her back, piercing the sand wall. As the 2 men engaged, the people in the control room rushed out, frantically attacking the screen of light enveloping the students. The metal encased in Granville's wounds transformed into sharp blades, slicing through the metal rings on their bodies with a silvery flash. Without waiting for the enemy to react, they launched a counterattack. After all, with level 6 experts like Gong Yin and Nice, killing these spies was no problem. The sudden turn of events caught the Imperial forces off guard. The middle-aged man fighting Agency became enraged. He summoned a raging sandstorm that engulfed Agency, then rushed towards the few Imperial Military Academy students still standing near the black hole. "I'm going to take a few of them." With a sinister grin, he rolled them up and flung them towards the black hole. Chapter 141. The Empire would not allow this terrorist attack, after painstakingly planning it, to go nowhere. The raging sand was swept up and destroyed upon approaching the black hole. For students were so close they were about to be sucked in. The Federation members, who had thought they had hope, stared wide-eyed. A cold glint flashed in Agency's eyes, as he frantically mobilized the other party's supernatural power particles. It was as if power burst forth from his soul. A dazzling green light pierced through the raging sand, layering in front of the black hole to form a screen of light, separating the few people who were less than 5 centimeters away from it. The light was brighter and purer than before, and the tiny drops of fluorescent light fell, sending a shudder through the soul. The Federation members finally reacted and began to breathe. Granville immediately rescued the surviving Imperial Military Academy students and untied the metal rings from their bodies. The Empire members, especially the middle-aged man, looked as if they had seen a ghost. How is that possible? How could anyone stop it? Agency felt as if all her strength had been drained from her body, and her head throbbed with pain. What was that supernatural power just now? Suddenly, a white-gloved hand extended from the black hole, and a tremendous suction force surged towards her, Unable to resist, her feet left the ground and flew towards the black hole. I can't go. She bit her lip hard and shot out a beam of light. Gong Yin grabbed the beam of light, and most of the others immediately freed their hands to hold onto her lifeline. The Imperial Level 7 finally recovered and slashed the beam of light with a palm. Gong Yin and the others fell to the ground, and Xie Jinxi also plunged into the black hole. The hand grabbed her arm. "Xia, my junior sister." At that moment, a large hand grabbed Xie Jinxi's ankle and pulled her out. Not only that, the person who came in also grabbed the person on the other side of the black hole and was about to pull him in. The person seemed to realize the danger and cut off one of his arms, and the black hole immediately disappeared. The man who appeared made the Federation's faces light up with joy. Xie Zhonglin was fighting the ancient dragon snake and the Imperial generals. His familiar supernatural power intervened, striking the enemy general hard. "Lieutenant General Meyer, aren't you going to rescue the students?" Xie Zhonglin frowned at the person who came in. Haha, to ensure the children's safety, the marshal went there personally. Meyer looked at the woman, who had crawled out of the Crimson Mecha. "Lieutenant General Xie, don't waste time. Capture the enemy first." The two men attacked the woman together. The ancient dragon snake's eyes flashed with human-like shrewdness, not far away, and its scales rustled as it soared into the sky and fled. High-level alien beasts possessed the ability to migrate across space, and it was no exception. Having finally escaped and advanced, it couldn't die here. This was part of the bargain it struck with the human. 2 against 1, Xie Zhonglin and his companions held a commanding advantage. "Surrender," Lieutenant General Meyer said, following the procedures, but secretly, he wished the woman dead. "Dream on." The woman knew the passage was gone, that they had been abandoned by the Empire, but her pride would not yield. Glancing fiercely at Xie Zhonglin, whose face was filled with murderous intent, she sneered, "Don't you want to know who gave me the coordinates?" Lieutenant General Meyer replied expressionlessly, "If we capture you, the truth will come to light." "What's the point of talking nonsense at this moment?" The woman simply stopped moving, her supernatural power surging out like a floodgate, sending the surrounding supernatural particles swirling, almost out of control. Even the supernatural powers of the two men erupted in uncontrollable turmoil, forcing them to move away. "I can tell you who he is," she panted, her face a frenzied expression, her eyes darting between them with sarcasm. Xie Zhonglin's brows twitched. "Oh no! She's going to self-destruct." With a speed that shocked Meyer, he suddenly appeared behind the woman. "That person is..." Puff! The woman lowered her eyes, only to see her own body plummet to the ground. She had been beheaded, her eyes wide open. Xie Zhonglin snorted coldly, and threw the severed head away. Meyer stared at him intently, his eyes filled with wonder and confusion. This old man clearly possessed a lightning-type supernatural power, so how could he be so fast? It was just that the supernatural particles were so rampant that he hadn't been able to clearly sense his power. "Let's quickly reunite with the marshal." Meyer collected the woman's body. Xie Zhonglin nodded, his eyes glaring fiercely towards the control room. When they arrived, all the enemies had already surrendered. The marshal's display of intimidating power reassured the people of the Federation. They believed that as long as this god of war was there, the entire Federation would be indestructible. This wormhole is a special ability of the other party, not a high-tech method. I have Elder by pay attention. Even if it wasn't an all-pervasive high-tech method, it could still be prevented. Bai Yuanan explained this to the live broadcast, which brought a sigh of relief to everyone. After saying this, he walked towards the pale, unnaturally flushed girl. "This time, thanks to you, Xie Jinxi. Your wisdom and strength saved all the young people present. And the prestige of the military." Most people, including Gong Yin, cast grateful glances at her and applauded. The audience watching the live stream couldn't help but applaud. "I declare. From today on, Xie Jinxi is my goddess. Xie Jinxi my hero. Anyone who disputes this will be severing ties with me." Who just said she sent them off on purpose? She was clearly deep inside the enemy camp, rescuing hostages. Xie Jinxi is amazing, but the military deserves the blame. It all came down to one student saving the situation. Granville only then realized his terminal was still connected to the livestream. I had assumed Xie Jinxi had brought him along for convenience, but now it seemed her purpose might not be that. As everyone evacuated, he lagged slightly behind, walking side by side with Xie Jinxi. Miss Xie is quite calculating. Now the entire Federation revered her as a hero. One could imagine how warmly she would be welcomed by the military, and how generously she would be rewarded. After all, the entire Federation witnessed her saving the players in the Military Academy League. "But I saved everyone, wasn't that true?" The girl's cold, cat-like eyes glared at him. And I nearly sacrificed myself. If it weren't for the publicity, she wouldn't have bothered with all this effort. Especially since she suspected this conspiracy might involve her, she couldn't let them succeed, even more determined to exploit it for maximum benefit. Granville was speechless in the face of her truth, deeply aware that this woman's hidden scheming was unmatched by ordinary people. Yet, for some reason, he felt a little envious of her undisguised ambition. Everyone boarded the helicopter departing the island. A furious blonde youth pushed through the crowd, grabbed Granville, and punched him in the face. "How dare you, you bastard, abandon this prince and run away alone?" Chapter 142. Agency, returning from the island, has become a hot new star in the Federation. No wall is impenetrable. Her identity was thoroughly uncovered by resourceful reporters and netizens, even revealing her 7-year stay in cryogenic storage. For a time, the Xia family was thrust into the spotlight. I heard that the Xia family had a dual-element genius who died due to a supernatural power runaway. Could that be her? Can someone explain why she's still alive? She might have been in a cryogenic chamber for treatment, and rumors spread that she was dead. A genius is a genius. Even with only her healing element left, she's still so amazing. She's truly my goddess. Don't you find it strange? Why would she go to a place like Border Planet number 2 to heal her injuries? Who knew? Agency's name is currently the most searched term online. News about her, whether from those just watching the show or those just trying to capitalize on the hype, has begun to pour in. Xia Yang was suspended from work and home, her red eyes glaring at the overwhelming number of promotional posts, as if she wanted to dig out the calm and powerful woman in the video, her teeth grinding. Watching Agency steal the spotlight again was more painful than killing her. Why on earth? She shivered under the blanket, trying to ease the chill within her body, like a bug afraid of the light. You must be hiding somewhere laughing to yourself, right? However, no matter how she pried, Xie Zhonglin hadn't commented on the matter. Ever since Agency returned to Central City, countless media outlets had sought to interview her, but she had vanished, completely untraceable. She was preoccupied with something else. Have you found that doctor? Back in Xindian, she immediately sought out Tang Beibei to inquire. Knowing her need for efficiency, Tang Beibei immediately replied, "We've found information about the hospital he last worked at, but he's changed his name, and we're investigating his current identity." Agency nodded. Don't just rely on hired detectives. If necessary, use specialized channels. As for what specialized channels, she had been away from Imperial Star for over a decade, and wasn't entirely sure of the current situation, so she simply let Tang Beibei search for them herself. In this era of information explosion, many people are working as information traffickers. The Federation didn't let public opinion fester for too long. The morning after her return, they re-announced the start date for the Military Academy League. The venue was set up in just 2 days, right inside the Federation Gymnasium. Due to the tight schedule, this time, they skipped all the pretentiousness and went straight to the Military Academy competition. Competitions included mental strength, combat skills, specialized skills, mecha operation, and team competitions. To shift public attention from the Imperial spies to the Military Academy League, the organizers sought to make the tournament extravagant and gimmicky. That day, Agency met up with his teammates at the hotel to discuss tomorrow's match. As soon as they met, Yu Duo's face darkened, and without a word, he charged forward, fist raised. Agency casually brushed him aside. What for? How dare you ask? I'm asking you, did you deliberately not save me that day? The memory of being swallowed by that damn spider sent chills down his spine. He had nightmares all night, dreaming of himself being digested into feces. This damn girl had saved everyone, only to watch him get captured. That's because the monster wouldn't return to the control room if it hadn't captured anyone. The nonchalant tone intensified Yu Duo's anger. You really did it on purpose. This time, before he could even get close, he was met with a spinning kick, sending him flying into the flower bed. On purpose, what's the problem? Agency stopped, tucked the stray hair behind her ear, and glared at him. You should be grateful I didn't throw you into the black hole yesterday. As if this life was worth nothing to her. Andre, who had been watching from the doorway, frowned. Tikov crossed his arms, and clicked his tongue. This girl is really ruthless. I heard she's from the Xia family, but I don't know if it's true. Just then, a hovercraft with the carp leaping over the Dragon Gate logo arrived at the hotel entrance. A man got out of the passenger seat, walked over to Agency, and bowed respectfully. Second miss, the general asks you to return. For a moment, the bustling hotel entrance fell silent. After all, the Xie family was a prominent family on the Imperial Capital Star, and a recent trending topic online. Add to that the already garnering attention, and countless people around him pulled out their computers and laptops to record the scene. Andre's frown deepened. Wade was about to bring the students in, but Tikov stopped him. What right do we, the little minions, have to interfere in Lieutenant General Xie's family affairs? So it was true. Everyone stared at Xie Jin's reaction, and then a faint smile spread across her slightly surprised face. To be honest, although this man was merely the housekeeper's son, a servant, Xie Jin saw the pride of the Xie family and Xie Zhonglin in his calm and composed face. What's the saying? Thunder, lightning, rain, and dew are all grace. It was as if the bone-breaking nail implanted in her 12 years ago, the theft of her superpowers, the targeting on Dragon Scar Star, and the pursuit on Imperial Capital Star had never happened. Now, like summoning a dog, he waved his hand, ready to send her back. The man stared at her intently, a hint of dominance in his eyes. However, the girl only glanced at him briefly, and walked towards the hotel entrance. The man frowned, quickened his pace, and reached out to stop her. Second miss, please. Xie Jin's hammer finger twitched at his side. Andre noticed and pushed Tikov, who was watching intently. The latter pouted, reluctant to go, and was then grabbed by his superior and thrown away. Were the Xie family members to be slain on the spot? Tikov had no choice but to teleport in front of the man and rip his hand away. Our team members need to focus on the competition. Please don't disturb her for now, as this will affect her performance. The particularly official language left the man at a loss for words. In the blink of an eye, Xie Jin had already entered the hotel. A gloomy atmosphere slowly spread, centering around her. Everyone was sitting at the table, discussing competition strategies via screen, and seeing this, they all seemed a little out of focus. Tikov knocked on the table. Please, some students, please don't bring your personal emotions into the competition. Xie Jin wiped her face. Sorry, please continue. She was just wondering what Xie Zhonglin's purpose was. He would know after the meeting was over. The internet was flooded with discussions about her identity, but the tone had changed. Some said she had run away from home due to injury. Some said the Xie family was searching for her, and some said she was having conflicts with her family. After scrolling for a long time, Xie Jin was actually amused. Boss, do you need to deal with the online information? Tang Beibei asked tentatively. Oh my god, their boss is actually Lieutenant General Xie's granddaughter, though these grandfather and granddaughter are truly out to get each other's lives. No need. Chapter 143. She almost forgot that the Xie family, unlike her, was a lone figure. They were a prominent family that had stood in the Federation for centuries and had a sense of honor. Otherwise, they wouldn't have placed the curse on her to quell the rumors. On the other hand, Xie Zhonglin probably feared she would take advantage of this opportunity and find a powerful backer. At this thought, a faint glint flickered in her eyes. This might be an opportunity. She tapped the table lightly. However, returning to the Xie family was too risky. After thinking about it, she decided not to rush. After all, this wasn't the only option. But it also meant that Xie Zhonglin couldn't take action against her at the moment. After all, everyone was watching her. If his opponents caught hold of her, she could easily be in the spotlight. At this moment, a communication request popped up on the computer. She glanced at the name of the person, turned down the volume, and then clicked agree. Goodness. Scalpel, you've got us screwed. As soon as the key was opened, Boss Shan's voice shot out like a bullet. Xie Zhonglin's granddaughter. You're so brave, eating from the same pot as us. Xie Jin leaned back with her arms folded, very calm. Making money, it's the same with anyone. Boss Shan was nearly furious. It's different with you, Auntie. You've got to be careful. We're all in this together. It's no wonder he was so frightened. The granddaughter of a lieutenant general in the military had infiltrated their ranks. She was completely exposed. I assumed this girl was someone special, but I hadn't expected her to be a military agent. It was like a mouse meeting a disguised cat, calling them friends, only to have it peel back its skin and devour them. Don't worry, I'm still counting on you making money. Xie Jin leaned forward slightly. Or are you regretting my exposure? The fat man on the other side of the screen choked and nearly burst into tears. How dare I regret it? He risked his entire fortune on this big project. The core factory, the development on Dragon Scar Star. That's it. Looking at the slight curl of her lips, it seemed as if she anticipated this moment, making Boss Shang feel like he was about to vomit out 3 pounds of regret. Don't worry, we continue to cooperate as we did before. After all, he was her current largest partner, so Agency reassured him. And don't you think our cooperation will be even more profitable after I join the military? Huh? Boss Sean leaned his face forward in front of the screen, a look of utter misery. Andy, are you serious? Agency shrugged. I'm not much of a joker, you know. Taking a glimpse of her meaning, Boss Sean immediately smiled. I knew you had good taste, Miss Sia. The military always treated them, the people of Borderland Planet, like trash, trying to avoid them. But behind the scenes, they were always trying to get favors from them. They wouldn't even bend over backwards to beg for food. But this person was different. She wasn't afraid of such fluff. As for the online rumors about her and the Sia family's grievances, Boss Sean said it was none of his business. With this girl's methods, she'd sooner or later be successful in the military. By then, with this partner, even a pig could soar. Besides, Boss Sean was no pushover. Okay. I tell Caesar right away, so she doesn't get too anxious. Then, with a smile, he cut off the call. After discussing this with Caesar, they both thought of another person. I wonder what that along grandson's reaction is now. Caesar sat cross-legged on a box, watching his men work while gloating over his misfortune. Him? I'm glad he didn't die of rage. Boss Sean raised his lips sarcastically, then thought of something and asked, by the way, is it true that the Sia family wants to kill her? That's a good thing. Would I lie to you? This meant that Sia Agency wouldn't side with the Sia family. Caesar rubbed his head. Since Scalpel is still willing to cooperate with us, let's not cause her any trouble. Keep an eye on Along. As they had suspected, upon learning Sia Agency's identity, Along instinctively feared that she would bring in the Sia family's warships to bomb him to death. But then he thought again, feeling this wasn't a simple matter. Mariana, go check it out. The red-haired woman, curled up in bed, sat up, wrapped in the quilt. Her exposed shoulder was covered in purple pinch marks and bleeding teeth marks. No need to check, Daddy. Have you forgotten? Scalpel was originally abducted to the second desolate planet by that axe. Her pale face was filled with certainty. Also, when she who killed Lieutenant General Sia's nephew, Sia Agency was there, but she didn't save him. Clearly, she and the Sia family don't get along. The evil dragon, who always trusted her judgment, laughed heartily at this. You've reminded me. If she were truly powerful, how could she have ended up like this? He pulled the woman into a hug. But this is a good opportunity. I want to see if those idiots in the Federation will still call her a hero if they know she's hanging out with us. Daddy, we're being too ruthless. We never get the core. Evil Dragon didn't particularly enjoy hearing arguments, but he was in a good mood at the moment. He waved his hand nonchalantly. I just want to see her down, then I have a chance to deal with her. However, when he actually tried, he discovered that his messages wouldn't get through. No need to guess. There was only one person on Border Planet number 2 who had the ability. Damn you, Boss Sean. In the tavern, Evil Dragon had just finished cursing the tavern hostess when a sneer echoed from the doorway. Wow, Evil Dragon, you've got some nerve. Boss Sean strode in with his men. Passers-by who had been drinking immediately dropped their money and left, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. Boss Sean didn't hesitate. He took the metal pestle and began to beat Evil Dragon mercilessly. Then he grabbed him and, with a sullen face, warned, "This is what Caesar and I are saying. Get this. If you dare cut off my financial resources again, I kill you." The two factions confronted each other in the tavern owner cowering behind the counter, trembling. Along let go of his hand. Boss Sean, how many times have you done this? Do you really think I don't have a temper? The words sounded harsh, but he wasn't a hardened person and didn't dare let his men take action. Besides, he noticed that the fat man's abilities had grown stronger, which was very bad news. I'm laying it on you, behaving. Boss Sean then left with his men. Along rubbed his waist, which had been hurt by the beating, and spat with a grin. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he had been tricked by that little bitch Sia Agency. I can't stay in this crappy place anymore. Not making any money, and having lost a lot, he decided to return to his old business. Someone would tell Sia Agency about what was happening on Borderland Planet. She simply hummed a sigh of relief. Let's proceed as planned. Then she turned off her laptop and followed the team into the gymnasium. Chapter 144. The Federal Stadium covers nearly 1 million square meters, resembling a small city. It houses nearly 100 arenas of varying sizes, each with its own unique function, including competitive sports and special ability competitions. In addition, it boasts a comprehensive range of service facilities, including lounges and a shopping arcade. Furthermore, It boasts a striking array of intelligent robots, capable of navigation, cleaning, and snack vending. Given the cadets' impressive combat capabilities, the main competition venue is located in the largest arena. The weather was perfect that day, and the dome above the stadium was retracted. A large screen, attached to the aircraft broadcasting the proceedings, soared overhead for the audience. The two hosts, also on flying discs, delivered a performance-like explanation. Xie Yang, dressed in military uniform, hurried to the control room door and knocked. "Come in." The old man's calm and dignified voice echoed from within. She quickly pushed the door open and stepped inside. "Grandpa, why are you?" "Ya Yang, are your powers stable?" Xie Zhongling interrupted her question, staring down at the field. "This is the lead control room. Be careful. It's stable." Xie Yang felt a little aggrieved. "I just don't understand." She was suspended from work because of Xie Jinxi, and suffered so much because of her powers gone awry. And what happened? Grandpa actually sent someone to bring Xie Jinxi home. He even acknowledged Xie Jinxi's identity online. Who still remembers that she's the Xie family's proudest daughter? Grandpa wouldn't answer her calls either. As soon as her powers stabilized, he rushed over to get to the bottom of things. Xie Zhongling finally turned his gaze to her. "Ya Yang, I've always nurtured you wholeheartedly. I've always told you to prioritize the Xie family's interests. So how could you not understand why I acted this way?" He looked at the young students waiting in line. "Your cousin is incredibly successful right now, so it's a good thing she's doing her best for the Xie family. How could it be possible? Given what they'd done to Xie Jinxi back then, it was simply unbelievable that she could still do her best for the Xie family." Xie Yang knew the whole story, but she didn't understand why her grandfather said that. But she knew he must have other plans, so she asked, "Are you afraid that if she joins the Marshal's Corps, it will be difficult to control her?" Xie Zhongling returned his gaze to the competition field inside. "Ya Yang, you still need to learn more. Go back. This isn't the place for you." With Xie Yang's mere 20-odd years of experience, it was difficult for him to understand his grandfather's thoughts. "Then, Grandpa, I'd be leaving first." The door closed, and Xie Zhongling's eyes grew cold for a moment, then returned to their mysterious and deep expression. Xie Yang's steps grew heavier as she walked. Finally, she couldn't help but kick the vending machine hard. She pulled out her laptop and contacted someone. "Have you prepared the things I asked you to prepare?" "Don't worry, they won't win." After hanging up, a twisted smile appeared on Xie Yang's face. Whatever her grandfather's plan, she wasn't going to let Xie Jinxi get away with it. When the Nagano Military Academy entered the arena, 1,000,000 spectators erupted in cheers, audible throughout Central City. This made Xie Yang's eyes blaze with excitement. At a glance, the people in the farthest seats looked like little ants, their voices boiling with excitement. Everyone knew that the cheers were for that person. Xie Jinxi. As the protagonist, she seemed oblivious to the envy of the other cadets, even her peers, and kept her eyes slightly lowered. The director immediately remotely controlled the smart camera to fly over and film. A delicate yet impassive face immediately appeared on the large screen high in the sky. She nodded slightly to the audience, eliciting another wave of cheers. "It seems everyone really loves our heroine." The host landed in front of her on a frisbee and, holding up the microphone, asked, "I wonder if I can interview Miss Xie alone?" "Of course, it would be my honor." The words of the girl, who had been expected to be aloof and arrogant, were actually quite comforting. The host couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and asked with a smile, "Was Miss Xie afraid when she rescued everyone?" "I think anyone would be afraid when facing a high-level alien beast and a powerful enemy." Her eyes were filled with determination and righteousness. "But I couldn't abandon my teammates and the others. This is a fundamental soldier's quality, and I would also feel guilty." It was a perfect answer, moving countless people. Watching the live broadcast from Longhin Star, by Qin, Boss Shang, and others all wore horrified and strange expressions. Is this military academy student worthy of being included in textbooks? The Xie Jinxi they knew? It wasn't that she couldn't act, but rather that she simply didn't want to give others a good face. Or rather, when her interests reached a certain level, she wasn't shy about showing the side of herself that others expected. After a brief interview, her name and the Military Academy League both became trending topics. Clearly, she would be the hottest topic of this Military Academy League. After the selection process was complete, Gong Yan said with deep emotion, "I thought junior sister Xie was usually aloof and reserved, but I didn't expect her to be so passionate, leaving us seniors far behind." Xie Jinxi glanced at her. "It's just what I should do." Opportunities and dangers coexisted, and her gamble proved to be a success. Next, all that remained was the finishing touch. She gazed at the competition arena ahead, which resembled a vast mechanical empire. The floor cracked, revealing a waterway covered in light, and various obstacles rose. This was the first round, a mental power competition. They would use their mental power to control a hoverboard, gliding across the waterway. The fastest would win. The competitors for each event had already been determined. From a morale and skill perspective, Xie was the best choice for the first round. When she stood up, the cheers rose noticeably. Correspondingly, the other competitors felt immense pressure. The Imperial Capital Military Academy was particularly concerned, as they were supposed to be the center of attention. Captain Richard's face was sullen. "Lebert, go." Lebert nodded and headed off stage. The competition format was a single-round match, and it was a new type of competition none of the cadets had ever experienced. Everyone felt a bit nervous, but also filled with fighting spirit. They lined up to receive their hoverboards. When it was Xie turn, she reached for one, but the staff member glanced at the school logo on her chest and put the hoverboard back down. "Sorry, there's a problem with this one." With a smile, he handed her the one on the table. Xie raised her eyebrows slightly, quickly scanning the two boards with her mental power, then took one and smiled, "Thank you." The staff member shuddered. Chapter 145. 105 people lined up diagonally along the waterway, surprisingly not seeming crowded at all. After all, the competition venue covered nearly 200,000 square meters. To the spectators, the waterway looked like a long, circular strip, but the athletes landed on it, looking as tiny as birds. It was impossible to see clearly with the naked eye. Only by wearing special electronic glasses, which allowed for a closer view, could they watch the competition. The walls of the waterway were nearly 10 meters high, and they felt like they were in a majestic canyon. The counter beside the waterway began counting down. With a ding of the green light, all the athletes shot off like arrows from a bow. The splashing water shone like stars in the sunlight. Amidst this spray, Xie, who remained standing, stood out. The host, flying over the waterway, exclaimed, "Why isn't CF from Nagano Military Academy moving? Is there something wrong with the hoverboard?" There is indeed a problem. This hoverboard requires more mental effort than other hoverboards. In other words, it's very heavy. But this was just right for Xie, because she was worried about how to control her mental energy. Competitions, after all, are all about the thrill of back and forth. The corners of her mouth curled up slowly, and in the blink of an eye, she rushed out, a dazzling splash of water rising behind her. The loose hair that had been hanging on her forehead and cheeks fluttered in the wind, revealing her smooth forehead. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, staring ahead, as if nothing could shake the faith hidden within them. That was ambition. Kyuan had documents in front of him, a pen in hand, but he was inevitably drawn to the person on the screen. The girl, who had been lagging behind the others, passed one person after another with remarkable composure. She weaved through the densely shattered crevices, precisely controlling her angle and speed through the winding, serpentine glass passageway, without a trace of hesitation. The moment she burst forth, she landed on the water, vanishing like a flash of lightning. The water danced for her, the wind danced for her, even the sun seemed to favor her. Finally, she spotted Liebert in the lead. The young man saw her reflection in the water, like a sharp blade closing in on him, and pursed his lips, preparing to accelerate. The next second, a gust of wind brushed past. She was ahead. His pupil shrank as he stared at the figure surging away, reduced to a foil to the audience's excited cheers. What a monster! The staff member who had given her the hoverboard shuddered. How could it be possible? He recalled his actions just now. He had indeed given her the tampered hoverboard. At that moment, an angry voice boomed through the headset. "What's going on?" "There's nothing wrong with her hoverboard," the man hurriedly explained, "but I did exactly what you said." "What the hell? That hoverboard takes 7,000 mental power just to start. Just go fly so fast, and let me see." What if that girl's mental power was already that high, but the person on the other end had already hung up? Turning to Xie, who was accusing him, he explained, "I'm sorry, it was a staff error. Don't worry, she won't be allowed to pass the next round. I hope you keep your word." Xie glared at him coldly. The competition venue suddenly erupted in celebratory cheers. The results were in. After crossing the finish line, Xie straightened up and cut a beautiful arc across the water. Her wet hair was swept back, a neat, clean look magnified by the camera on the screen, sending the audience into a frenzy of screams. The live stream's comments followed suit. "She's so wild and awesome. I'm going crazy. My goddess is so delicate and petite, yet so cool. A military academy student who's strong, beautiful, and has such a good personality. How could there be such a perfect person in the world? The contestants arrived one after another, and soared up on their hoverboards. The overall score display showed Nagano Military Academy standing tall in first place. The contestants lined up to return their hoverboards, but Siejinsi wasn't among them. She gestured to Andre, who immediately came off the field. Under the watchful eyes of the recycling staff, she whispered a few words to the chief instructor. Andre immediately frowned and took the hoverboard to find the organizers. A moment later, the staff member was escorted away. The small ripple went unnoticed. Using a minor staff member as an excuse wasn't enough to fool Andre. He called over Tikhov and whispered a few words into his ear. After a moment of surprise, Tikhov sneered, "I see." After retreating to a dark area, Tikhov immediately used teleportation to leave and arrived at the competition preparation room. Sure enough, he saw someone tampering with the mecha they had reported for. Teleporting again, he recorded the action at a very close distance and sent it to Andre. After obtaining the video evidence, Andre went straight to the organizers and demanded an explanation in a very firm manner. The general manager was also a little confused, but, being evasive by nature, he said this might just be a misunderstanding. He still couldn't quite believe such a mess had happened under his command. Andre grabbed him by the collar of his suit and said, "If you don't get this straightened out today, I not only tear down your lousy office, but I also release this video." The security guard immediately rushed in, only to be punched away as he approached. The general manager, on the verge of tears, finally regained consciousness. "Colonel Andre, let's talk this out. I investigate. Oh my god, what's going on? Last time, a bunch of Imperial spies came, and now they pulled this kind of troll." Andre's murderous gaze frightened him, and he felt 1,000 regrets. He was just a businessman organizing a tournament. Why was he getting into such trouble with these soldiers? He rushed to the preparation room and caught the perpetrator red-handed. Then, he was out of the loop. Andre arrested the man and interrogated him, quickly betraying the mastermind, the deputy director of the technical department. When Andre led the supervisory committee into the office, the deputy minister was grabbed by the committee members before he could react. "What are you doing? Why are you arresting me? You still have the nerve to complain? I give you a good beating later." The general manager wiped his sweat and glared at him with gritted teeth. "Idiot! This is military territory. Who would swallow their anger after suffering a loss?" He didn't even bother to clean up his mess. He got caught in the act and implicated him. After repeatedly promising there would be no next time, the general manager sent Andre away. Turning back, his cautious face suddenly turned sinister. He ordered his bodyguard, "Go and interrogate that idiot, who was secretly giving him bribes to ruin my plans." But no matter how hard they pressed him, the deputy minister held his breath and dared not speak. That look immediately alerted the general manager. He glanced at the control room and angrily waved his hand. "Forget it, just kick him out." He later tightened his guard and inspections, hoping the bigwigs above him wouldn't get in the way of him, a small businessman just trying to make a profit. The following matches went on without further incident. The three schools competed fiercely, each with its own victories and losses. It wasn't until the team competition, the highest scoring event, that Siejinsi was forced to leave the competition for the second time. Chapter 146. The team competition, as the name suggests, is a real-world competition, divided into one-on-one individual matches, 3 rounds of arena matches, and then a 5-person team competition. This is the highlight, and also the part with the highest score. It was already the afternoon of the second day of the competition. 52 small platforms rose from the field below. With the exception of the military academy that had a bye, the other military academies found their respective platforms according to their numbers. Entering the preparation seats next to the square platform, the competition began according to the rules. The audience, on the other hand, chose a platform of their choice and watched through their glasses. Which military academy is this? I've never heard of them. In the preparation seats, Uduo crossed his legs rather arrogantly and picked at his ears. Andre glanced at him. "Didn't I ever tell you not to underestimate the enemy?" Meeting the glare of the hot-tempered chief instructor, he awkwardly lowered his legs and muttered, "Isn't that quite weak?" Wade disagreed. "Weakness is only relative. Students who can attend the military academy are superior to ordinary psychics. They just might be slightly lacking in mental strength and theoretical knowledge. Isn't that still weak?" Uduo wasn't entirely convinced. Then Andre sent him to the individual competition. "Oh, the chief instructor has great foresight." Uduo seemed delighted. Winning the first match would be a huge success, As if to boost morale, the other team had sent their captain to the first match. The opponent had a water-based psychic, and their attack power was relatively weak. Although they were of the same level, Duo didn't take it seriously. He transformed into beast form and charged forward. Today, he had specially purchased a set of clothes made of stretchable molecular fabric, which guaranteed to deform without tearing. "I'm so cool," his eyes said as he swung his claws forward. And then, he was trapped in the opponent's water dungeon. The opponent had clearly honed his special moves. No matter how hard he swung his claws, he couldn't pierce the invisible flow until his oxygen ran out, and he was slammed to the ground. The host immediately flew over. "I didn't expect Nagano Military Academy to pull off an upset." Contestant Duo lost the individual competition right from the start. The microphone blared his name loudly for the entire audience, and Duo, already short of oxygen, rolled his eyes in anger and fainted. The instructor was so embarrassed he didn't even want to collect the trash. As the team leader, Gong Yin, with a stern face, went up and carried him back. The opposing players shook their heads. How could one person be so disliked by all his teammates? The victory in the first match seemed to give the other team immense courage. During the ring match, the first opponent made a neck-snap gesture towards Columbi. To his speechless expression, he was bound by vines and thrown to the stage. At that moment, the opponent remembered that although their captain was a level 5, the worst team on Nagano Military Academy's side was also level 5. The officials intentionally placed the higher-ranked teams at the back, so the first 2 rounds were completely predictable. It wasn't until the third round that the competition became tense. It was also at this point that Nagano Military Academy finally encountered an opponent they could muster, Rocky Military Academy, which had ranked 10th the previous year. But they were only able to play more seriously. The outcome wasn't too suspenseful, because at level 6, the opponent was so far behind. Siejinsi yawned in boredom, as he watched Duo walk down with such high spirits. Seeing this, Tikoff plopped down next to her and asked jokingly, "Aren't you angry that you weren't allowed to perform?" Even the host, trying to drum up buzz, brought up her absence several times, but Andre made no comment, constantly arranging other people as if he hadn't noticed her. If any other student had come, they'd probably lose their composure and complain, but this girl, on the other hand, had already dozed off. Giving away the trump card casually would be boring. She watched the intense team competition on stage with little interest. Besides, with my popularity, it would be embarrassing to just show up casually. "Wow, you're quite confident." Tikoff found chatting with her incredibly interesting. "Why wouldn't I believe you're so indifferent to fame and fortune? You really don't care at all?" Siejinsi half smiled. "If I wanted to perform, you instructors wouldn't let me. Otherwise, how could the seniors get ahead? From the head instructor's perspective, it's best if all the students he trains benefit from it. A freshman stole all the limelight, which wasn't good for the entire Nagano Military Academy. After all, saying a senior is inferior to a freshman isn't exactly a nice thing to say." Hurrying up at her "You're talking nonsense" look, Tikoff coughed and rubbed his nose. "Oh, you're such a sweet kid, so understanding." He was about to reach out and rub her head, but Siejinsi's cold, warning look forced him back. He scratched his head awkwardly. "Goodness me, this girl is so difficult to deal with." He quietly approached Wade, who was watching the game. Wade gave him a disdainful look. "I told you to mess with her." No one knew this girl's ability to choke people better than the head instructor. Tikoff patted his shoulder with emotion. "Thank you for your hard work." Wade shrugged. Not bad. He had already accepted the fact that the students were better than the instructors. As Siejinsi had said, an ace was a weapon of opportunity. When the semifinals against the Royal Military Academy came around, she would have to take the stage. In the individual competition, Lu Bo lost to the opponent's third prince. In the ring match, the opponent's captain, Granville, faced 2 opponents alone, slightly panting. Andre frowned, his eyes scanning all the competitors, and finally called out, "Siejinsi." Nice, who had been full of anticipation, was a little surprised. Wasn't he supposed to be on stage? The host was immediately excited. Nagano Military Academy finally sent Siejinsi on stage. It seems the eldest prince is putting quite a bit of pressure on them. Siejinsi stood up and walked onto the stage, where a protective light shield immediately rose. He remained as gloomily handsome as ever. It was this face, and this aura, that had made him a royal idol, beloved by countless young girls. However, Siejinsi's gaze fell on the corner of his mouth. "Have you healed?" Granville's eyes immediately darkened. On the day he left the island, he was beaten by third Prince Parker in front of this man. This had been his daily routine since childhood. Even though he was far more formidable than Parker, he couldn't resist openly. And Parker didn't care about the occasion, always attracting onlookers. Utterly humiliating. But that day, the girl simply glanced at him and left coldly, which in turn comforted him. Like an octopus in a ditch, not being noticed was the greatest respect. I thought you were different. Why are you humiliating me? Several blue, light-like tentacles extended from his back, just like an octopus's. The light spikes on them paralyzed the nerves if they struck. Chapter 147. Parker, sitting in the audience, folded his arms and sneered. No matter how many times I see it, this ability is disgusting. Just looking at it gives me goosebumps. If it weren't for the alien plant, would he have reached his current level? Don't be ridiculous. However, no one could deny that his ability was incredibly powerful. As the tentacles whistled through the air like a whip, Agency stood still, precisely deploying a light shield in front of her to block the tentacles. She laughed. It's humiliating to even mention it. The eldest prince is too sensitive and self-conscious. Suddenly, she dodged the silent tentacles from behind. The moment she landed, she deployed a light shield around her, blocking the incoming tentacles. She was slightly surprised. It said that the eldest prince has a B-level talent and his level was raised by the alien plant. Why do I feel? Shut up. Granville interrupted her, wrapping the tentacles around his limbs and suddenly transforming into a shadowy shadow, charging forward. Agency froze for a moment, then dodged the attack with a swift somersault, then spun around and delivered a powerful kick. It felt like rubber, and she was immediately sent flying by the opponent's counterpunch. Flying high in the air, she immediately deployed a light shield to stop herself, preventing him from landing and instantly destroying her with a single punch. Ahem. After showering herself with healing light, Agency couldn't help but laugh. This prince perfectly embodies the art of playing dumb, hiding one's true potential. So our goddess Cece really is a healing type. The host couldn't help but sigh. She didn't look like someone who wasn't good at fighting. How will Agency respond next? Granville immediately pressed on, releasing his tentacles to engage her midair. The next second, a green light flashed, and his tentacles were severed. Agency stood high in the air, a sneer on her lips. Behind her, like him, several light bands unfolded. With a wave of her fingers, they transformed into lightning blades, slicing his supernatural power to pieces in a few strokes. Amidst the shattering blue light, Granville's pupils shrank sharply. He felt like he was facing a snowy mountain. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't climb it. He could only gaze at her standing atop it from afar. Then, he was swept up by the green light and thrown out, balanced twice by the light shield, and fell to the ground. The referee, who had been huddled in the corner, wiped his sweat, rushed over to check on him, and immediately declared, Nagano Military Academy wins. Even Andre couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected this prince to be so well hidden. If anyone else had gone up, they would probably have lost, and their journey would have ended there. During the team competition, the opposing team seemed to have a quarrel. The main issue was that third Prince Parker, citing the eldest prince's loss as an excuse, refused to allow his supporters to participate. The eldest prince finally said with a cold face, My injury hasn't healed yet, so I won't play. He knew that even if he played, the players wouldn't necessarily obey his orders, so he didn't bother to worry. Without Granville's powerful weapon, Nagano Military Academy took some time, but still won. When Parker freed himself from the earthen wall, his face was grim. After leaving the court, he glared at Granville fiercely. You're not playing on purpose, just to see me lose, aren't you? Granville glanced at him. I lose even if I played. As long as Agency was with Nagano Military Academy this year, winning first place was a sure thing. Humph. So, even the friendly handshake that was supposed to take place was skipped. Parker ignored the host's invitation and walked away. His fans glanced at the sullen prince, giggled, and walked off too. As if this would embarrass him, little did they know that the real shame was on the royal family. Glanville led his two commoner teammates onto the stage, maintaining royal demeanor and shaking hands with each of their opponents. When it was Agency's turn, he felt as if he couldn't reach out, but she had regained her indifferent demeanor, offered a handshake, nodded, and lowered her eyes. This person was so complicated. However, in their subsequent interactions, he discovered that no one was more straightforward than Agency. The finals took place the following morning, already late. The light from the satellites streamed down the sky, illuminating the city lights. Agency and the others returned to the hotel. A young man was sitting by the flower bed at the entrance. Upon seeing her, he immediately came forward to greet her. Sister! His face lit up with joy. He ran 2 steps before hesitating and stopping. After what happened on Dragon Scar Star, he immediately returned and focused on joining the Legion. He also tried to uncover the truth behind what happened, but he had no clue, no leads. That was until he returned from his mission, and heard that his sister had made a splash at the Military Academy League. Gong Yin and the others had somewhat ambiguous expressions. In their eyes, Xie was a junior, but this young man in a military uniform looked more mature than they were, yet he addressed their junior as sister. Xie remained calm. "What are you doing here? Or have you decided to follow me?" Xie Xinghao felt as if he were pinned to the spot, his sky-scale Legion uniform suddenly feeling a bit tight. Nothing to say. Xie glanced at him, and walked into the hotel first. As they passed, he said with disgust, "I told you, leave me alone." Gong Yin, a step behind, noticed the tall, handsome young man's face was filled with dejection, like a large, abandoned dog. Everyone glanced at each other, and walked past him into the hotel. The next day, despite his sister's disdain, Xie Xinghao still arrived at the competition alone, clinging to the railing and peeked out to see the contestants' passage. He heard the roar of cheers as his sister entered. His sister, on camera, was calm and well-mannered, showing no sign of disdain for him at all. TSK, he went to see his own sister right after returning home, only to be ignored. Now he's rushing over to watch the competition. How shameless. Xie Yayang came over to him, arms folded. Xie Xinghao took off his glasses. "You hired someone to spy on me again?" He frowned unhappily. "This is a matter between my sister and me, don't bother me. Don't forget, you're a member of the Xie family now. Don't betray the family for a traitor who doesn't care." The woman brushed back her loose hair. "Also, be careful, your sister might sell you out without even knowing it." Xie Xinghao ignored this low-level attempt at sowing discord. Instead, it was the woman's tone, which confirmed her certainty of a feud between his sister and the Xie family, that made him wary. "Xie Yayang, what did you do to my sister back then?" In Xie Yayang's eyes, he was just a brat who wasn't to be feared. After a few hearty laughs, he said, "Go ask your sister. See if she trusts you and tell you the truth." With that, he snorted and walked away. A hint of disappointment crossed Xie Xinghao's face, but he quickly concealed it. His sister had indeed not told him the truth. But he believed his sister had her own reasons, and it wasn't the distrust Xie Yayang had described. At this moment, the host's excited commentary rang out from the arena. Xie is in the singles competition. Her opponent is Robert Klein, also a freshman from the Imperial Capital Military Academy. Chapter 148. Raybird had never underestimated this opponent. As soon as the countdown ended, he unleashed his full powers. A flood of water poured from beneath his feet, quickly submerging his ankles. Raindrops fell from above, accompanied by the roar of thunderclouds. The entire arena became his domain. Dual-system water mines. The lightning melted into the water, penetrating every pore and guaranteeing a hit. Xie instantly guessed the purpose and immediately coated his entire body with a layer of light shield. A flash of lightning revealed an intact green figure. Raybert's face was solemn. He knew he couldn't defeat her so easily. He immediately raised his arm to catch her fist. As the two of them drew close, Xie suddenly asked, "Did it old Klein who told you to choose me as your opponent? Or did it come from your captain?" To face her, sending a level 5 player in the finals was a bit rash. The young man frowned at this, revealing a flaw. Xie then spun around and kicked him away, sneering, "If you want to use me for attention, you have to see if you have the skills." The host was surprised to find that Xie, usually reserved for displaying brute force, had actually taken the initiative. Xie's attack is incredibly swift. After all, this Liebert is her cousin. Just as she finished speaking, she felt a cold gaze fixed on her. Perhaps it was an illusion. How could this sociable heroine look at him like that? Xie's face darkened as she sped up under Liebert's wide-eyed gaze. She darted through the thunder and water prison, her afterimage almost invisible. Often, after being hit, he wouldn't react, but by the time he could counterattack, the next blow had already struck. Liebert was launched into the air by her kick, then bound by a green band of light, and slammed into the water. The blow to the head knocked him unconscious, and his supernatural powers dissipated. 1 minute and 47 seconds. Everyone held their breath. This time could be considered a crushing victory in the finals. Xie understood the Klein family's desire to cultivate Robert, but she would never use him as a stepping stone. She walked up to Robert with grace, reached out, and pulled him up. After shaking hands, she smiled and walked off the court. Liebert pursed his lips. The applause and cheers had nothing to do with him. After leaving the court, he was met with a stern rebuke from his captain. "Liebert, Didn't you say you had a special trick? How did you lose so quickly? They were practically putting the Imperial Capital Military Academy's reputation on the spot. I'm sorry, I underestimated her. He apologized, sat down with his back straight, and said nothing. The captain was about to say something more when a teammate from the same grade immediately advised, forget it, forget it. Any of us facing Siegency is a loser. If Robert replaces her, at least we have a better chance of winning the competition. According to the rules, a team member can only participate in 2 of the 3 rounds, so the other team would definitely put Siegency in the team competition. However, they all underestimated Nagano Military Academy's determination to win quickly. Siegency was the last player to take the stage in the competition. The director's exasperated voice echoed from the studio, "This is the finals. The finals? Can Nagano Military Academy have a little more chemistry to create excitement?" The team competition, which was supposed to be the highlight, was actually skipped. The host had never seen anyone so eager to end the show. Siegency only played in the first round, and he still has energy left? This was a complete upset. Tikov scoffed and grumbled to Wade, "Anyway, the juniors have already received invitations to the Corps, so who's willing to play along?" The latter rubbed his brow helplessly. The chief instructor really treats Siegency like a brick, moving her wherever needed. She's not in great shape, so wouldn't that be a stretch? It's just a few students, not a big deal for her. This was indeed the case. The strength of the 2 academies wasn't much different to begin with, and Andre was determined to end the match, sending Gong Yin and Nice to the field. This forced the opponent's ace players to play simultaneously. After a fierce fight, the opponent's second player faced Siegency. Facing the petite girl, he caught his breath and was about to attack, but his vision blurred, and he was kicked out by his opponent. The captain of the Imperial Capital Military Academy took the field and launched a fierce attack from the start, but Siegency's abilities, which could be used for both offense and defense, soon gained the upper hand and threw him out. She didn't even move a single square meter. The heavily hyped finals ended just like that. It seemed like it was about to reach its climax, but then someone kicked it off. The audience was stunned, and the host was also a little confused. Then he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Smash it!" Student Siegency led Nagano Military Academy to victory in record time. He struggled to find the elements to liven up the atmosphere, and only then did the audience, belatedly, stand up and applaud. The finals is basically my goddess's personal show. She's so strong. Was she really frozen for 7 years? Xie Xinghao clung to the railing tightly, his emotions swirling. She was still the same sister who everyone admired. When the results came in, the trophy was quickly engraved with the name of the victorious team's military academy, and medals were also prepared for the team members. At that moment, the entire audience focused on them. The principal, far away on Nagano Star, flushed with excitement. "Hurry up and tell everyone. Our school finally took first place. We have extra food in the cafeteria today." As the camera panned across the young team members, finally resting on that calm and refined face, the principal's joy faded, a touch more complex. Some people are born to be special, destined to experience more hardships than others. Sitting in the interview room for the interview was an unavoidable step, a privilege that no other team could envy. Siegency was specifically assigned a seat next to Gong Yin, clearly a special privilege. Most of the reporters' questions were directed at her, given her impressive background, strength, and popularity. "Miss Xia, why didn't you choose Nagano Military Academy over Imperial Capital Military Academy?" She looked at the woman asking the question and replied with a smile. "Compared to Imperial Capital Military Academy, known for its theoretical and rigorous style, I feel the freedom and focus on combat at Nagano Military Academy suits me better." "Isn't it because you're leaving Imperial Capital due to a conflict with your family?" The questions were sharp and venomous. "I don't think my relationship with my family falls within the scope of this question." She smiled and declined, signaling to everyone that she wouldn't answer questions about the Xia family. Another reporter stood up impatiently. "I heard you're actually 27, but because you were frozen for 7 years, you're now listed as 20, correct?" "Yes." "Then why was Miss Xia frozen? Was it that rumored superpower gone haywire? So now all you have left is your healing powers?" They were eager to uncover every detail about her, hoping to uncover a hidden Siegency, so they could pull off the biggest bombshell. She didn't answer, but coughed twice and drank from the water. Andre glanced at her, his face expression blank, and said, "I imagine you all have questions for the other team members, right?" Chapter 149. The reporters in the audience were a bit bewildered. While the other players were also excellent, they certainly weren't as popular as Siegency. "Miss Xia, With a click, Andre gently snapped the microphone stem and looked at the reporter who had asked, "Did you call the wrong name?" The reporters snapped back to their senses at his warning glare. Then, Tikoff straightened the microphone with a smile. "Do you have any questions? If not, then we be dismissed. Is this the Nagano Military Academy style?" Too barbaric, the agency had nothing to do after that. There were always reporters focused on the results of the game. Once they had gathered enough material, these reporters were finally willing to let them go. Back in the locker room, Tikoff simply ripped off his tie. "This thing is so uncomfortable to wear." Wade was about to say something, but when he turned around, he saw that the head instructor had already taken off his shirt, leaving only a vest. He gulped down a glass of water and looked at the overjoyed students. "We be back in 2 days. Go do your own things these next 2 days, and don't cause any trouble." The tense crowd cheered, and was about to disperse when Wade stopped them. "We've won. We have to celebrate anyway." He jokingly glanced at Andre. "Isn't the chief instructor going to treat us to a meal?" Yes. I almost fell for it, if you hadn't told me." Tikoff teleported and grabbed his departing superior. "You can't run away. Come on, I know a good restaurant nearby." The agency, unconcerned, followed them. Originally, the restaurant had no extra seats, but when they heard it was Nagano Military Academy ordering, they actually set up a private room for them. As luck would have it, they happened to run into the Imperial Capital Military Academy in the hall. Because of their base camp, many unfamiliar faces joined them after the meeting, likely close friends. The school, which had always held the top spot, was unexpectedly defeated by the perennial runner-up, even while they were celebrating. The atmosphere at the Imperial Capital Military Academy suddenly became tense as they exchanged glances. As the team leader, Gong Yin nodded to their captain and led her teammates out. Fortunately, the hall was wide enough, so there was no arguing over who was giving way. They were almost through when a voice from the crowd rang out, "TSK, if it weren't for some old woman pretending to be young, how could we have defeated us?" The fact that the agency had been frozen for 7 years was no secret online, although her biological age was indeed 20 this year. The target of this sarcasm was obvious. "My dear student, federal regulations require calculating age based on biological age. If you don't even know this common sense, are you still a military academy student?" When Gong Yin learned of the agency's identity, she felt immense sympathy for her plight. Being frozen was essentially a form of suspended animation. During those years, she had no family around her. No one understood this feeling of helplessness better than Gong Yin. She was originally an old woman. Slap! A slap emanated from space and slapped the young man across the face. Tikoff grinned, half smiling. "You're talking nonsense in front of me. I'm giving you a chance, right?" The young man's face quickly swelled up, and he stared at him in disbelief. "You're an instructor, and you hit a student? Bah, I didn't teach you, you little bastard who deserves a beating. Talk to him about being a role model. They at the Nagano Military Academy don't buy it." Everyone at the Imperial Capital Military Academy frowned. Wade intervened, trying to smooth things over. "Come on, don't be angry. He's just a kid, after all. Just teach him a lesson. Next time, go talk to his instructor." This was a better way to smooth things over. Andre glanced at the crowd. The overwhelming sense of oppression made their anger turn to grievance. "Or else, you can have your chief instructor come find me. Let's go." As the person provoked, the agency walked silently at the back, as if she were the only one there. "Cousin," Liebert suddenly said. She turned around, her eyebrows raised slightly. "Grandpa said you're welcome to come to him anytime," the young man said, his voice lowered. Just then, Xie Xinghao arrived, following the Imperial Capital Military Academy crowd, and caught sight of the two men whispering. Liebert raised his head first, calling out "cousin." He nodded and walked over. "What are you talking about?" Liebert looked at the agency, waiting for her response. The girl's gaze was filled with coldness and warning. "Tell old Klein to stay out of my business." Having stood by and watched his parents' lives and deaths, what good was it now for him to show her affection? Liebert maintained a serious expression and nodded. "I tell Grandpa." Then he left. This feeling of being excluded made Xie Xinghao feel uneasy. He frowned and asked, "Sister, does Grandpa want you to go to the Klein family? What does it have to do with you?" This light-hearted question nearly brought Xie Xinghao to his knees. At that moment, her laptop began to buzz rapidly. It was Tang Baby. "Boss, something's wrong." Xie Agency's face darkened immediately. She quickly found the private room, opened the door, and said, "Report, I have something personal to attend to. I be leaving now." Tikoff was still pouring Andre a drink when he looked up and saw he was gone. Looking back again, his boss had already crushed the glass and quickly laughed. That's just the way we do at Nagano Military Academy. Forget her, let's drink. Xie Xinghao stared intently at his sister's back, gritted his teeth, and followed. Surprisingly, Xie Jinsi didn't try to stop him. The driver immediately sped to the address she given, arriving at a modest residential area on the imperial capital Star. Under Xie Xinghao's bewildered gaze, they arrived outside a small, detached villa. A cordon was in place, and police were carrying a body out. Hello, we've been ordered to screen the scene for residual supernatural powers, Xie Jinsi said, pulling Xie Xinghao inside. The police were about to ask for their warrant, but seeing Xie Xinghao's Sky-Scale Legion uniform and the need to maintain order in the chaotic surroundings, they gave up. There were no signs of a struggle in the room, and the blood was concentrated, clearly indicating the killer's actions were clean and efficient. With no clues worth pursuing, Xie Jinsi went outside and lifted the white cloth. It was this face, no sign of deception. The doctor who had implanted the bone-breaking screw had been preemptively silenced by the Xie family. Who is this person? Xie Xinghao couldn't help but ask, seeing her concern for the deceased. However, Xie Jinsi merely glanced at him before she and Tang Beibei drove away, dismissing him as nothing. Xie Xinghao clenched his fists and returned to the scene to ask the police about the deceased's identity. He had a hunch that this would reveal the truth behind what had happened. Xie Jinsi went straight back to his office in Xindian. The young assistant in front of her was reflected in his cold gaze. So, this is what you've given me. Tang Beibei shuddered. My subordinates neglected their duties and arrived too late. Dr. Brent is dead, and his wife and children are missing. Compared to the cold aura emanating from her boss, the bloody scene that had originally frightened her seemed less of a concern. Assistant Tang, she called softly. Tang Beibei immediately forced herself to straighten her back. Yes. Tell Morian to return as quickly as possible, and then you return to Nagano Star. Xie Jinsi regarded her coldly. When you can handle this matter, come back to me. Go away. Tang Beibei felt deeply disappointed at being treated coldly. If she had been able to handle the situation on Imperial Capital Star, she might have had equal power with Morian, but she had botched it. But this time she really didn't do a good job. The boss had given her enough funds to prepare manpower, and also told her to be careful, but in the end, someone else got there first and silenced her. Chapter 150. The door closed. Xie Jinsi's hands, resting against his forehead, crossed in front of him. There were too few people. Tang Beibei was a recent graduate, capable of handling business matters, but lacking experience in other areas. Besides, their opponent was Xie Zhonglin, a shrewd old man who wasn't Xie Yayang and wouldn't let her get away with anything. Bone-breaking nails were originally intended for torture against serious criminals. Careless use could result in a prison sentence of 20 to 50 years. So, she was cursed, and she wanted to reveal the truth through Bronny's mouth. While she didn't believe she could bring down the Xie family with such a small matter, it was still a good leverage. Furthermore, she wanted to find clues about the superpower transplant from Bronte. Bronte was dead, but he still had a wife and children. His eldest daughter had inherited her father's legacy, and she didn't believe she couldn't extract useful information from them. Xie Jinsi took over the matter and handled it personally. Tang Beibei, listening from the side, realized that her methods were too superficial and began to admire her boss's initiative. After finishing the arrangements, it was already afternoon. Tang Beibei brought her lunch, and she was about to eat when her laptop started to buzz. Hello, I'm Xie Jinsi. Jinsi, can you come back now? The old, inarticulate voice rang out, causing Xie Jinsi to instantly deform her fork. There should be a limit to your temper. On Imperial Star, how could you possibly make waves under my command? These words sounded like an old man's complaint, but coming from Xie Zhonglin's mouth, they were undoubtedly a condescending warning. He had been able to keep Bronte alive back then, and now, when she came looking for him, he could just as easily take this insignificant life. Tang Beibei felt a chill run down her spine, just from looking at the boss's eyes. After a brief silence, she put down her fork, looked out the door, and sneered, What? After seeing my performance, you're thinking of me as a pawn again? Not really. After all, it's better to keep a dog tethered than to keep it hiding in the dark. Xie Zhonglin's words carried a hint of coldness. If you still want to resist, I drag you out and beat you to death. This implicit meaning wasn't spoken, but both of them knew it. There's a family gathering tomorrow. No one has seen you in a while. Come back and say hello to the elders. Xie Zhonglin then hung up the phone. Xie Yayang, who had been clenching his fists, listened to the entire process and tentatively suggested, "Grandpa, let me arrange the staff tomorrow. Yes, invite your 2 great uncles too. Don't leave anyone out." The young woman was stunned. "Grandpa, you know that's not what I meant. Now that Xie Jinxi is here, are you going to let her leave alive?" Xie Zhonglin raised his eyes and glared at her calmly. "Are we inviting outsiders to a family gathering?" This look left her somewhat bewildered, and she began to wonder what her grandfather was up to. A hovercraft crossed the busy street, spun into a shady alley, and stopped at the gate of the military district for inspection. The guard checking identity was surprised when he saw the girl in the back seat. Then, with a smile, he asked, "Are you Xie Jinxi from Nagano Military Academy? My daughter really likes you, and wants to apply to Nagano Military Academy next year. Can we go in?" The black-haired girl in front of the camera was very talkative and calm, but at this moment, she exuded a cold, unapproachable air, which made the guard stop short of saying anything else. But, it's okay. After watching the hovercraft disappear into the distance, he quietly grumbled to his colleagues, as expected of a Xie family member, "This aura is intimidating." The guard next to him, his hair all gray, sighed, seemingly reminiscing, "Actually, this kid was very easy to get along with when he was in junior high. He even say hello to us when he passed by on his way to and from school." "Yes, you were already on duty here then." A solemn atmosphere permeated the military district town. Despite the numerous hovercrafts passing by, the clamor of the outside world was completely inaudible. The hovercraft finally stopped in front of a white villa. 12 years had passed, and even the tree at the gate seemed unchanged, still as dreary and oppressive. The iron gate, too, remained as majestic and tall. Xie Jinxi pondered for a long time and decided to take a risk. The Bronte clue was currently unsuccessful, but the Xie family had. That curse caster from back then was the good aunt she had called her since childhood. He had even made careful arrangements. Mr. Fei followed her, sensing the pressure emanating from the villa and tensing his back. "Miss Xie, if you do anything, I need to double your wages." He instinctively felt that entering here was extremely dangerous. The door creaked open. Xie Jinxi half closed his eyes, as if gazing into the abyss. Without turning back, he smiled and said, "Of course. You only need to get me out when necessary. Otherwise, you won't have to intervene." He nodded and tugged at his neat suit. Xie Jinxi took the lead and walked in. As soon as he entered, a strong wind rushed up, but was blocked by the light shield. "Xie Jinxi, return my cousin's life." A woman burst out of the villa's gate, her face filled with resentment, drawing 2 wind blades at her. Xie Jinxi's gaze icy, he deflected them with a light band, then pointed a finger, creating a line of light points, which flicked away. The woman, startled, dodged a few steps, only to find the light points following her like a shadow. Her anger suddenly turned to terror. At that moment, several ice crystals shot out from the house, struck the light points, and dissipated in wisps of white mist. A few of the light points lost their force, and struck a nearby tree, leaving a trail of marks before finally dissipating. Xie Yayong's expression changed. This woman's abilities had clearly been on par with hers back on Dragon Star, yet in just a few months, they had surpassed hers in power. "Xie Jinxi, you've just returned and you're already murdering my cousin. What are you thinking? I'm naturally aware of your intentions." She glanced at the 2 women indifferently. "Stop pretending to be ignorant." Xianwan climbed to her feet and glared at her fiercely. "Did you kill Xie Xiao?" Compared to other major military clans, the Xie family's biggest problem is its small population and lack of successors. Xie Zhongyi's branch wasn't as talented as his eldest brothers. They finally managed to produce a capable Xie Xiao, only to have him die on Nagano Star. When she learned that Xie Jinxi was the real Xie, she could say Xie Xiao's death was definitely her fault. His killer has already been executed by lethal injection. She disdained to argue with the Xie family and headed for the gate. The maid brought her slippers, but Xie Jinxi stepped directly onto the polished floor without even a glance, unable to conceal the disgust in her eyes. A cold snort echoed, accompanied by a powerful mental force. She turned and saw Xie Zhongyi, sitting on the sofa, a sinister expression on his face. She tilted her head slightly, and Mr. Fei, beside her, immediately counterattacked. Xie Zhongyi, a level 7 player, paled and nearly fainted on the sofa. At that moment, another powerful mental force pressed both of them down. "Jinxi, why did you come back with an outsider?" Chapter 151. It's undeniable that this century-old wretch, with his scheming and tactics, and even his strength, truly brought a great sense of oppression to Xie Jinxi. Her back tensed for a moment, then quickly calmed down, giving a sarcastic smile, After all, he almost died in his own home back then. I'd be worried without a bodyguard. You've always been a difficult child. Xie Zhonglin leaned on his cane, his scolding tone making him look like a kindly elder. Who could have imagined that it was with this very expression that he had made her drink the energy-dispersing potion? Xie Xinghao followed his grandfather. Seeing his sister's undisguised disgust, his hand, which had been supporting him, loosened as if burned, and clenched at his side. He remembered the doctor he had found, Dr. Bronte, who had been the captain of the Tianlin Legion's medical team, but for unknown reasons, he had suddenly resigned 12 years ago. The Xie family had indeed done something to my sister. Xie Jinxi's face was stern. Compared to you, I've only learned a lesson. At first glance, it seemed like they were having a pleasant conversation, but a closer look at the coldness in their eyes revealed otherwise. Xie Zhanghe collapsed on the sofa, feeling dizzy, and no one paid him any attention. From the small hall, men and women emerged one after another, all members of the Xie family holding important positions in the military. Then, two elderly men with snow-white hair emerged, causing Mr. Fei to freeze for a moment. The Xie family had invited all their ancestors out. Xie Jinxi glanced back at Mr. Fei, who tugged at his clothes, indicating that he could escape unscathed at a critical moment. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although returning was risky, she would never play with her life. Everyone's eyes were fixed on her. Especially the two elderly men with snow-white hair, who had already lived a semi-retired life and rarely interacted with others. They made no secret of the complex expressions in their eyes. This was the genius, who had once been on par with the marshal's son. Now, even though he was living in exile, he still shone brightly in the military academy league. And now, she felt only hostility towards the Xie family. However, no matter how much they questioned Xie Zhonglin, they could not find out what had driven him to such a cruel act. Xie Zhonglin, displaying the authority of the head of the family, said, "Since everyone is here, let's eat." Xie Jinxi looked around. Why don't I see Xie Tianli? This Xie Tianli was the kind aunt who had cast the curse on her. The way she addressed him by name made the two elders frown in dissatisfaction. However, Xie Zhonglin, as if knowing her intention, glanced at her coldly. You won't be able to see your aunt for the time being. The curse was a trap on her lips. How could she easily find a way out? Then there's no need to eat this meal. Xie Jinxi turned to leave, when Xie Zhonglin said from behind, Don't you want to know what your mother left you? It wasn't just money that Eulalie left in the bank. He knew the girl wanted to overturn her parents' convictions, and that was what she cared about most. Sure enough, the girl turned around. Could it be that Lieutenant General Xie has finally had a change of heart, and is planning to give me my mother's things? This statement was like thunder, causing Xie Xinghao's entire body to freeze. Yes, he had given his grandfather the password to his mother's bank account, so that he could help his sister recover. But then his sister passed away, meaning she never spent a single cent of that money. She was only 15 years old, and so badly injured. How did she survive? However, he realized it too late and shouted, Grandpa, when you got the password, you promised me you would heal my sister. Both Xie Zhonglin and Xie Jinxi glanced at him indifferently, saying nothing. At that moment, his voice echoed through the hall, making him look like a fool, floating in the air. All that money was used to train Xinghao, but there were other things left behind, Xie Zhonglin replied. Xie Xinghao, standing nearby, was struck again. But what did Lieutenant General Xie mean by that? Xie Jinxi curled her lips slightly. But why did Grandpa even change the password? After I was seriously injured, I was penniless and homeless, and was abducted to the second desolate planet. Who would believe it if he told anyone else? The second daughter of the Xie family, seriously injured, was abducted by human traffickers to the second desolate planet. Her gaze made Xie Xinghao's blood race. What had happened back then? Why would Grandpa treat my sister like this? The servants were serving dishes one by one, in an orderly fashion, but that didn't alleviate the eerie atmosphere in the hall. Even the others were astonished that such a genius as her had encountered such a bizarre thing. Xie Zhonglin remained unmoved, even remembering her deceptive escape. If you obey, I return the things to you. Such a condescending tone, as if she were a puppet to be manipulated. The dark-haired girl's smile was tinged with sarcasm. I was almost dying back then, and you still took the money. Now you're saying you're giving it back to me. I'm afraid you don't even believe it. She spoke calmer. But according to federal inheritance law, I'm of age, and the inheritance is mine. Since you've asked for it now, just give it to me directly, saving me the trouble of going to court-martial. Seeing his face suddenly darken, Xie Jinxi's smile widened. Why? Lieutenant General Xie, don't you agree? I said. Xie Zhonglin suddenly grew wary, and stopped what he was about to say. This girl wasn't one for talk. Her words just now seemed to be deliberately leading him on. Just then, the housekeeper hurried in, disregarding all propriety, and whispered something in his ear. His grip on his cane tightened, and he stared darkly at the girl across from him. Killing intent surged within Xie Zhonglin, finally fading into a helpless smile. You kid, would Grandpa still covet your things? He rubbed the smooth handle of his cane. It's just that your parents are guilty of serious crimes, and their assets need to be thoroughly examined. Since you were still underage back then, I had no choice but to take over. He sighed with a hint of sorrow as he spoke. Ultimately, it's my fault for not teaching your father well enough, and not taking good care of you. Discovered so soon? Xie wasn't discouraged. Let's not talk about the past. I've suffered enough anyway. Grandpa, I just want you to return my things and let me finish college. Xie Yang, standing beside him, nearly gnashed his teeth, his face twisted as he roared, You make so much money, how hard can college be? Ya Yang. Xie Zhonglin looked at her. Those things originally belonged to your cousin. It's not your place to speak. Xie Yang shuddered at that look, confused by her grandfather's sudden change of tone. Xie observed this, and pulled out his laptop. Then let's handle the transfer now. This was clearly a premeditated plan. Xie Zhonglin hadn't suffered such a setback in a long time, and it took some effort to maintain his composure. Old Zhong, go transfer the property to her. The housekeeper forced a smile, as he processed the paperwork on the laptop. Meanwhile, the internet was already abuzz with controversy. Chapter 152. Shocking. Xie, the second daughter of the Xie family, was abducted and trafficked to a desolate planet. The word Xie and abducted quickly became trending searches, and no amount of shocking could express the shock. Oh my god! I just saw the goddess livestream and thought it was a treat, but it turned out to be such a shocking event. I feel so bad for my goddess. No way. Her own grandfather stole her inheritance, left her seriously injured, and abducted her. Lieutenant General Xie, are you still a human being? You can't blame Lieutenant General Xie, can you? I just said that the inheritance needs to be reviewed. And by the way, your goddess's parents are traitors. Why should you blame the child for the parents' mistakes? Besides, isn't it true that Xie was abducted after being seriously injured? After all, she's the Lieutenant General's granddaughter. Who would believe there's nothing fishy going on? Although it took only 2 minutes from discovery to suppression, Xie live stream wouldn't turn off. Butler Lao Zhong whispered in Xie Zhonglin's ear, They're using the Star Domain extranet for live streaming, and our authority can't shut it down. To protect the privacy of key military personnel, the military district town has installed a sophisticated signal monitoring system, prohibiting live streaming or filming without permission. I wonder where this second young lady got the secrets. She's been secretly live streaming since she entered. Xie Zhonglin quickly came to a conclusion. Go, use my authority to contact Major Bai from Long Star. By then, Xie had already reviewed the list of inheritances that had been transferred to her. These properties were her mother's private property, and because of their clean origins, they hadn't been confiscated by the military court. But now, almost nothing that could be used was left. With a sneer, she looked at the Xie family and said, My mother left behind nearly 2 billion in cash and real estate. Now all that's left are things that can't be sold. He took a few steps toward the dining table. These porcelain and silverware must have cost a fortune. Xie Xinghao was shocked. So much money? All of it went to Grandpa. The netizens watching the live broadcast felt their worldviews about to shatter. What a melodramatic drama about a wealthy family. So much money was squandered by the Xie family. Who just said Xie Zhonglin was just keeping it temporarily. Those porcelains are luxury goods. Turns out they were bought with the family's mother's inheritance, while the legal heir was abducted and trafficked to a remote planet. Didn't the Xie family claim Xie was dead back then? They didn't even bother looking for her. Seeing her secrets were almost completely exposed, Xie decided to flee. I have something to do. I'm leaving first. How could Xie Zhonglin let her go so easily? We agreed to a family dinner, the dishes are all set. Why are you just leaving like that? In the blink of an eye, an uncle dodged the camera and blocked the doorway. However, the live broadcast continued. As long as Xie was in the camera, they couldn't easily take action. On Long Star, Bai Qian strode to Xie caravan base. He was stopped by Xiao Er at the entrance. Why is Major Bai here? Things on Long Star were now on track. With Morian gone, he had become the top leader. However, as a technician without powerful superpowers, he was somewhat at a disadvantage facing the marshal's son. Bai Qian glanced past him, scanning the hall. Where's Shuzhou? Senior brother is busy. Busy with a live stream? Baikuen's face was grim. Isn't the lesson from Mulder's last time enough? You've secretly used Dragon's Star Network to communicate with the outside world again. Unable to hide it any longer, Xiao Er smiled confidently. Don't worry about that. Senior brother is using the satellite from Border Star number 2. It won't leak any information about Dragon's Star. Besides, Dragon's Star's satellite surveillance won't allow us to communicate with the outside world. But that didn't convince Major Bai. But you've caused me trouble. When he received Xie Zhongling's message, he nearly jumped. Major Bai, that's not right. We're subordinate to the boss. How can you interfere in the private affairs of the boss and the Xie family? The young man in the white coat called up the live stream. If you shut it down now, you'd be killing our boss. The live stream seemed innocuous, but after understanding the whole story, Baikuen knew he was telling the truth. That guy has severely screwed the Xie family this time. Given Xie Zhongling's character, he never let her off. The handsome young man half closed his eyes, weighing the matter for a moment. Are you sure you won't leak information about Long Hengxing? My senior brother, and I guarantee it with our lives. Baikuen raised a brow and turned away. Chapter 153. The atmosphere in the Xie family remained tense. Out of sight of the live camera, Xie Jinxi was surrounded by members of the Xie family. Old Zhong whispered something in Xie Zhongling's ear, which only deepened his frown. He smiled and said, I didn't realize you were so close to that promising young major. No wonder the marshal had come to her rescue that day. If Baikuen had pleaded, it might have happened. It's just a matter of mutual benefit. Xie Jinxi understood the situation when he mentioned Baikuen and winked at Mr. Fei. It was time to go. He nodded imperceptibly. In an instant, an emerald green light shone like a star. Xie Zhongling and the others closed their eyes. Mr. Fei immediately led Xie Jinxi to deploy his spatial domain. Everyone present was at level 8. Logically, as long as he seized the opportunity, he could easily escape. However, just as he moved outside, the space around him suddenly froze, followed by a deafening crackling sound from the sky. Mr. Fei reacted quickly, twisting space to redirect the lightning elsewhere. However, the thick thundercloud, carrying ions, blocked the signal. The live stream was cut off. Su Jiao, who was furiously typing away on the keyboard at Long Hengxing, paused, his hand still on the keyboard, scratching his head with the long arm under his right ribs. Nothing can be done. Good luck, boss. Netizens watched the blackened screen in an uproar. Mr. Fei faced off against Xie Zhongling, who had drawn his gun. A moment later, the two great uncles had come flanking him from both sides. Xie Jinxi's fingers split the galaxy in half, spreading her arms to block the incoming attack. At that moment, Xie Zhongyi suddenly charged from the front, her face distorted by the lightning, like a ghost. Just as he was about to succeed, a sharp blade suddenly pierced his back, piercing his chest and ear, freezing him in place. How could it be possible? How could this girl's mental power control such a vast galaxy? Blood splattered across her face, but Xie Jinxi didn't even blink. Grandpa! Xian Wan screamed shrilly, rushing to save him, but a slender hand got there first, grabbing Xie Zhongyi's throat. Xie Jinxi, how dare you? She looked at Xie Zhongling, his disguise completely ripped off, his face etched with murderous intent, and sneered, What am I afraid of? She lifted up the hostage, whose chest was bleeding profusely, and said, Get out of my way. You think you can leave safely after causing such a scene in the military district? The patrols will be here soon. Xie Zhongling began to pressure her with the law. But this didn't matter to Xie Jinxi at all. I dare to go to the military court. Do you dare? A barefoot man is not afraid of a shod man, and she has a trump card. Facing Xie Zhongling's distorted face, she smiled with a hint of satisfaction. The Xie family can't withstand a second investigation. Back then, when the Xie family committed the heinous crime of collaborating with the enemy, Xie Tianhen and his wife, they should have been completely eradicated long ago. Yet, for some reason, they were dealt with a slap on the wrist and little action. Xie Jinxi speculated that Xie Zhongling had likely chosen to sacrifice his own family for the greater good, thus restoring his reputation. But he had never even considered probing his son's innocence. After struggling through criticism for over a decade, the Xie family finally regained its footing. However, if Xie Jinxi were to be sent to the military court, they would face the condemnation of hundreds of millions of people in the Federation. Xie Zhongling couldn't afford to take that risk. Facing his gloomy face, Xie Jinxi glanced at Mr. Fei. Mr. Fei glanced cautiously at the Xie family and activated the space domain again. This time, the journey was stress-free. Only after reaching a safe distance did Xie Jinxi look at Xie Zhongyi in his arms. For a moment, Xie Zhanghe was terrified. He tried to resist, but was pinned down by Mr. Fei's space. He angrily cursed, "You little bastard, you don't deserve to shed the blood of my Xie family. Let me go!" He knew that killing a high-ranking military official was a serious crime, and Xie Zhanghe didn't dare kill him. "Huh? You were sure I wouldn't dare kill you, right?" In the dim alley, the coldness of the girl's face made Xie Zhanghe shudder. The next second, she stepped on his head and pushed him into a puddle. The old man is stupid, so the grandson he raised isn't smart either. Xie Zhanghe's eyes widened. "So it was you who killed Zhao, you damned ungrateful bastard." Xie Zhanghe pulled a black mechanical spike from his space button, causing the old man's anger to suddenly turn to horror. How did you get this?" "I originally wanted to give it back to Xie Zhonglin, but since he's too old to handle it, you, his younger brother, will take it for him." Before confronting Xie Zhonglin, she had already come up with a brilliant idea. If she could escape, she wouldn't have to worry about him using the military tribunal for revenge. A green band of light wrapped around the bone-breaking spike and pierced Xie Zhanghe's sternum. Right there. His scream sounded like sweet music to Xie Zhanghe's ears, and she narrowed her eyes in pleasure. Even Mr. Fei, a man of many experiences, felt a chill run down his spine. Aren't bone-breaking nails a military technology? But a bodyguard's most basic ethics is to avoid excessive curiosity. So when Xie Zhanghe asked him to throw Xie Zhanghe back, he didn't react at all. With a thud, Xie Zhanghe fell to the ground, choking like trash. "Grandpa." Xian Wan hurried over to help him up. Therapy device. However, while his external injuries had healed, Xie Zhanghe's superpowers were steadily collapsing, his level rapidly declining. Without their support, he quickly began to show signs of aging. "How could this happen, Grandpa?" Xian Wan's eyes flushed red as she knelt before Xie Zhonglin. "Uncle, call a doctor." Xie Yayang quickly pulled her up. "Don't worry, cousin. I call a doctor right away." Xie Zhanghe had actually attacked a high-ranking military official. This time, no matter what, she won't be let off the hook. He was about to call a doctor when Xie Zhonglin raised his hand, interrupting him. No need to call. He walked over to his brother, his eyes filled with a complexity he himself wasn't aware of. "Did she pull that thing out?" Xie Zhanghe nodded, his eyes red. I didn't know she could do that." Xie Yayang was stunned by this. Bone-breaking nails are military technology, each one numbered, and there are strict regulations for their application and use. Originally, those in Xie Zhonglin's possession were obtained through the convenience of his position, but now, through Xie Zhanghe, they have been passed to Xie Zhanghe. I wonder if she still has them. If they were leaked, it would be a disaster. No wonder she was so sure he wouldn't dare go to court-martial. "Uncle? What do you mean?" Xian Wan, clueless, questioned him in disbelief. "My grandfather suffered such a serious injury because of you." As soon as she finished speaking, she took 2 steps back at Xie Zhonglin's cold gaze. It was because of him that girl escaped. Xie Zhonglin turned back, but was blocked at the door. "Grandpa, what's going on? Why did you treat my sister like this? Please give me an explanation." Smack! A slap landed on his face. "What right do you have to explain yourself to me?" Xie Zhonglin adjusted the ring on his finger and said calmly, "Don't forget who you are today thanks to. And don't forget your last name." As he was about to enter the house, a gnashing voice came from behind him. "So you had no intention of saving your sister back then, and you even deliberately abandoned her." Recalling his sister's back as she left, he closed his eyes tightly and rushed out. Chapter 154. Xie Zhanghe, citing the need to deal with her inheritance, asked Andre to leave the team and return to Nagano Star alone. "If I were you, I wouldn't choose to leave the team now. I instead use the school's protection to leave Imperial Star." Andre sat in a chair, legs crossed, gazing at her intently. Wade, his arm in his arms, tried to persuade him. "The chief instructor is right. No matter how powerful you are, you can't defeat the Xie family. At least by joining us, you can benefit from the marshal's influence." "It's okay, I know what I'm doing." Leaving the team would certainly give Xie Zhonglin an opportunity, but she had a way to contain the Xie family. The bone-breaking nail. So what if she had a curse? But she had evidence. Seeing her confidence, Andre nodded, "As you wish." He had been right before. This girl was a ruthless person. Wade tried to persuade her again, but Tikov pulled her away. "Well, she's not your daughter, so you don't need to worry about her." The next morning, Andre and his group of students left. Xie Zhanghe stayed at the newly built factory, recruiting staff and collecting orders. She was now a living signboard, especially for her therapeutic devices, which sold very well. However, the momentum had barely improved for a few days before the factory ran into trouble. "Boss, the industrial and commercial authorities said our paperwork isn't up to standard, and they're demanding we close the factory immediately." Tang Beibei hurried to the office. Faced with such a situation, a mere assistant like her was powerless. Xie Jinxi wasn't surprised. The Xie family had been established for centuries, and not everyone was in the military. They also had many supporters in the government. "You handle it first." As he spoke, he grabbed his laptop and found someone. Bai Qiuan's scalp tightened at the sight of her name on the screen. "What's going on?" "To thank you, of course." The girl's voice was cold, but Bai Qiuan couldn't help but feel a hint of malice. He asked warily, "Thank me for what?" "During the live stream a few days ago, Xie Zhongling came looking for you, right?" Xie Jinxi leaned forward slightly, moving closer to the screen. "It's rare you're on my side, so I wanted to thank you." "Something's wrong." Bai Qiuan stepped away from the screen and squinted sharply. He lowered his eyes. "How do you want to thank me?" A faint smile crossed her face. "I bought a piece of land on Imperial Capital Star and plan to build a new factory. I'm going to put it under your name. I'd be responsible for the operation and the financing, and you be responsible for the collection. I take 60%, and you take 40%. Sounds good?" Bai Qiuan forced a smile and tapped the table with his pen. "Now that the business is failing, you're using my influence again. You're great, Xie Jinxi. Others who fleece the sheep know to switch, but why are you always targeting me?" God knows how much effort it took him to restrain his outburst. Xie Jinxi wasn't surprised that he guessed his intentions, and replied calmly, "It's because you're so vulnerable and short on cash." Bai Qiuan thought, perhaps because she'd taken advantage of him so many times, that he was actually laughing now instead of flipping the table. "Do you know how many eyes are watching me on Imperial Capital Star? There's no way I agree to this. Being the son of a marshal does indeed possess great privileges, but it also carries with it greater responsibilities. Forget about Nagano Star, that is the territory of his Bai family, no one dares to interfere, but the power on the Imperial Capital Star is complicated, and it is easy to fall into someone's hands if you are not careful. Moreover, the matter involved the Xie family, a member of the military, so even he had to be cautious. Xie Jinxi, as long as it doesn't cross my line, I'm happy to cooperate with you to achieve a win-win situation. However, you and the Xie family are irreconcilable. Given my position, I absolutely cannot interfere, as it would jeopardize the stability of the military. This would undoubtedly pose a huge threat to the Federation, mired in the Empire's conflict." So, when Xie Zhongling asked him to stop Xie Jinxi's live broadcast, after confirming that no information about Dragon Scar Star had been leaked, he chose to ignore it. The Marshal's faction would never abuse public power for personal gain, just as the trunk of a large tree must not be eaten away, otherwise the monkeys will soon scatter. Xie Jinxi looked at the uncompromising determination on his face and sighed, "At least, get me an official map of the influence of the Imperial Capital Star. By the way, the one exerting pressure is the Minister of Industry and Commerce of the Imperial Capital Star." For her at the moment, this person was completely out of her reach. Critically, she currently had no way of obtaining the official relationship map, as intricate and complex as the roots of an old tree. Bai Qiuan didn't seem pleased by her show of weakness. Instead, he scoffed, "You really know how to bargain." She was well versed in the art of making a request she knew he wouldn't agree to, then, after being rejected, backing off, and then making a request he could easily fulfill. Xie Jinxi glared at him. "This request should be easy for you." Then, a notification chimed from the computer, announcing a document awaiting review. Opening it, she found exactly what she needed. At this point, Bai Qiuan added, "Lest you call me unkind, let me remind you that there's a certain Mr. Yi in the file who suffers from a serious genetic disease." He hung up the phone after that. Xie Jinxi glanced briefly at the information and quickly understood the significance of his warning, though establishing the connection was still a problem. After some thought, he called Tang Beibei and asked her to arrange a few things. Nagano Star. To intimidate certain individuals, Jean Taiying used the Dragon Scar Star development as an excuse to regain control of the board. The media took notice. One day, a TV program was interviewing him, and the host asked, "A few years ago, I heard that Mr. Jean suffered from severe cerebral palsy, but now it seems you've recovered. Did you use any new medical technology?" Kim Taiying's eyes flickered, having been smiling. He had always said his condition was under control, partly because he had agreed with Xie Jinxi to keep it secret, and partly because he didn't want to cause any more trouble. But now? Who is secretly spying on him? Haha, if there were new technology, it would have been big news in the Federation long ago. I'm just lucky my condition has stopped worsening. This perfunctory response didn't stop the online rumors. Are you kidding? Brain spondylosis has a 100% mortality rate. You think you're the chosen one? And you're lucky. This old man is just hiding things. If you have a cure, why not tell us? Rumor has it, a healing system cured Kim Tae-hyung. Because that healing system is very special, you can guess the rest. This rumor shot up like a rocket, skyrocketing onto the hot topics list. Jean Jing frowned at the online discussions on Dragon Star and called Kim Tae-hyung, saying, something seems amiss. Someone's pushing the narrative behind this. Kim Tae-hyung had figured it out by now. Who else knew about that girl's healing abilities besides us? The answer, herself. Jean Jing's lip twitched. What's she trying to do? What? When Sejin saw the invitation in front of him, he smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 155. In today's world where power reigns supreme, and the military holds the key, the complex web of relationships on the official side seems to receive less attention. However, all citizens of the Federation live, to a greater or lesser extent, under the control and manipulation of these forces. The Yi family, the one Sejin was visiting today, was a behemoth entrenched at the pinnacle of power. She was greeted by Mr. Ye's eldest granddaughter. She wore a mid-length, round-neck t-shirt and wide-leg trousers. She had thick, dark eyebrows, slanted eyes, and a slightly flat nose. She wasn't particularly beautiful. But she wore light makeup, her hair tied up high, and her refined demeanor exuded a restrained composure that made one hesitate to underestimate her. When they met, she was sitting in the garden, a set of white tables and chairs, upon which lay exquisite refreshments. As the butler led her in, Yiji stood up with a smile. Miss Ye looks even better than on the live stream. She extended her right hand. I'm Yiji. Sejin gave it a light shake, then smiled softly and replied, Hello, Miss Yi. I'm Sejin. Today, she wore a V-neck, cream-colored silk camisole, a black straight-cut suit adorned with gold buttons, white beaded high heels, and her black hair tied up in a bun. She looked very simple. Yiji took a quick look and was somewhat surprised. The girl before her looked completely different from the young military cadet on camera. Miss Ye, please take a seat. She sat down first, then raised her hand towards the person opposite her. Sejin showed no sign of surprise. After sitting down, he watched the woman pour tea with graceful movements. He maintained a composed and proper demeanor throughout the entire process. He wasn't overly friendly, but he wasn't awkward either. He seemed completely oblivious to his purpose. After watching Miss Ye's performance in the Military Academy League, I can't help but sigh at my age. With such talent, her future is limitless. Although Yiji was only in her 60s, she was still in her prime. If she had chosen to marry, and have children sooner, her grandchildren would have been as old as Sejin. It's a pity she's still single. Miss Yi, you're too kind. I'm just trying my best. She smiled, took a couple of sips of tea, then opened the candy cane and tossed in 2 pieces. Yiji, resting her chin on her hand, jokingly said, Sorry, I'm used to strong tea. I don't think anyone outside of this has the honor of drinking tea personally brewed by Minister Yi. She always believed in treating everyone she interacted with the same attitude. So, although she preferred to talk less and do more, as long as there was a purpose, whether the other person was practicing Tai Chi or acting, she was happy to join in. After a while of pretentious conversation, tea and pastries were consumed, and with a tacit understanding, the two began preparing for lunch in the garden. Neither mentioned their respective purposes. Halfway through the meal, the housekeeper hurried in and leaned over to whisper something in Yiji's ear. Only then did she stand up, her expression unchanged. Although interrupting someone mid-sentence isn't very polite, Miss Ye, could you walk with me? Coming. Sejin wiped her mouth with a napkin. Of course. Honestly, this sumptuous meal tasted nothing at all. After all, she hadn't come here to eat. The two passed through the living room, down a long hallway, and arrived at the other end of the villa. Sejin keenly noticed the surveillance and security systems everywhere. Going up to the 2nd floor, she arrived in a room filled with equipment and a doctor. This scene felt familiar from the time at the Jean residence. The old man lying in bed was gaunt, like a withered tree root, even weaker and more frail than even Kim Tae-hyung, a level 8 psychic. Is Grandpa okay? Yiji lived up to his composure, his gaze radiating the authority of a superior. He's stable for now. The bespectacled doctor glanced at Sejin, guessing her identity and a hint of curiosity. We need it as soon as possible. The meaning was self-evident. Yiji then turned to the girl at the door. Miss Ye, since I brought you here, I cut to the chase. Could you please examine my grandfather's condition? We discuss the rest later. The tone was a bit forceful, but Xiejinsi didn't mind. She approached the bedside, raised her hand, and swept a green light over the old man. His internal organs were ossifying and failing, as if they were condensed sand, ready to dissipate at any moment. It was a special case of radiation sickness. She tried to cast the healing light, but found it couldn't revitalize the cells in her internal organs. But her supernatural power told her it could be cured. Seeing her slightly furrowed brow, Yiji, who had folded his arms, couldn't help but tighten his grip. At that moment, a green light, even purer than before, as clear and solid as crystal, emanated. In a split second, Xiejinsi immediately withdrew her hand. How's it going? Yiji strode forward. The other doctors immediately followed to examine him. Before Xiejinsi could respond, the doctor excitedly declared, It's working. No one understood Elder Ye's condition better than these attending physicians. Even the slightest improvement would escape their observation. Xiejinsi's hand twitched at her side, her powers seemingly undergoing some transformation. Miss Ya, let's go to the living room and talk. The joy on Yiji's face lasted only a moment before she regained her reserved demeanor. She nodded and followed him outside. The housekeeper brought a cup of tea, respectfully placed it before her, and then stood aside. Miss Ya, I understand your needs, but honestly, this isn't worth it for us. Yiji's gaze was blunt, her tone firm. If it were just that deputy minister, our Yi family would have dismissed him with a simple word, but I believe you understand the crux of the matter better than we do. Indeed, Xiejinsi focused on the situation at hand, picked up the tea, and took a sip. If it were just a deputy minister, the Yi family would have easily dealt with him. But the problem was, even if they dealt with him this time, there would always be ministers and committee members to pressure them. As long as the Xie family still wanted to deal with her. But she didn't pursue the question further. She put down her teacup, her expression returning to its usual icy expression. Minister Yi, you might not be aware that, in addition to ordinary therapeutic devices and inspection systems, our factory is also developing another type of device. One that can treat and alleviate genetic diseases. We've already made some progress. Yiji's calm expression cracked for a moment. A therapeutic device that treats genetic diseases. As the Federal Minister of Finance, no one understood what this meant better than she did. Miss Ya, I hope you're not joking. Of course. Xiejinsi had no intention of writing a blank check. This matter had been planned since she cured Jin Taiheng. The innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. Currently, there are at least tens of millions of patients suffering from genetic diseases and radiation sickness in the Federation. If the uniqueness of her superpowers were noticed, she would be in great demand. She would never ignore potential danger. So, she teamed up with Su Jiuxiao and others to upgrade the therapeutic device based on her own superpowers, believing that Morian's return would bring good news. Chapter 156. Facing Yiji, who was caught in a dilemma, Xiejinsi dropped another bombshell. Furthermore, I plan to hand over the technology to the authorities. She had never thought she could keep the technology to herself, so handing it over to the authorities was preferable to holding onto the hot potato herself. She only needed to ensure the supply of the core components for the treatment device. Don't you think your loss is too great? Yiji squinted at her with undisguised sharpness. Humans are profit-seeking creatures, but it was unbelievable that this person would casually give up such a huge profit. It even made her wonder if she was lying. If you want money, you have to live to enjoy it. Xiejinsi truly regretted the enormous profit, but she knew she couldn't afford it. I heard your brother is also involved in the intelligent machinery and spacecraft business. I think we must have something in common. At that moment, Yiji had to admit that she was tempted. Faced with such enormous profit, she, too, became an animal. It was at this moment that she realized Xiejinsi had come not merely to escape trouble, but also to seek a powerful partner. A partner who wouldn't fear provocation from the Xie family, a partner who could provide her with immense advantages. Yiji smiled faintly and extended her right hand. That guy's a bit of a slacker, I guess you don't like him very much. Xiejinsi extended his hand. As long as there are common interests, wolves and tigers can be friends. After briefly achieving their goal, Xiejinsi left. Too much talk is empty talk. Both parties need to see tangible benefits before agreeing to cooperate. But at least both parties have this desire, which is good. Xiejinsi returned in a relatively good mood. But when she saw the bodyguard standing guard outside the office, and the uninvited guest sitting in her chair, a chill immediately washed over her entire body. A middle-aged man was holding Tang Beibei's hand, caressing her while smiling and saying, Miss Tang, you're young and capable. My office is in need of a secretary. Why don't you apply here? This small company is a waste of talent. The young woman's heels were pumping, trying to escape him. Minister Wang thinks too highly of me. I'm afraid I'm not up to the job of secretary. Please let me go. She's capable, so why should she rely on her looks? Besides, if she could succeed under the boss, she could earn more than you, a fat pig. As the two of them were arguing, a cold voice interrupted. What are you doing? Tang Beibei turned around and immediately, tears welling up in her eyes, as if she had seen her savior. Boss! Wang Tian immediately abandoned Tang Beibei, staring intently at the newcomer. He hurriedly stood up and walked around the table. Oh, you're Miss Xia, right? You look much prettier than on the live stream. He reached for her hand, but missed. Xia Jinxi sidestepped him and sat down on a chair. Who are you? Wang Tian smoothed his greasy hair, resting his hands on the table in what he thought was a dashing gesture. He leaned in closer and smiled. I signed the document ordering you to shut down. Oh, nice to meet you. The girl raised her brow in understanding, surprising Wang Tian. This wasn't the right reaction. Shouldn't he offer a respectful, fawning smile, then allow him to make some reasonable requests? What brings you here? As Xie Jinxi spoke, he winked at Tang Beibei and tilted his chin slightly toward the door. The latter immediately approached stealthily. Wang Tian stared at her delicate face, his mouth watering. This girl was truly impressive. Miss Xia, to be honest, I'm not willing to issue that kind of document either, but you know we all follow orders from above. Deputy Minister Wang, please speak frankly. The word deputy jarred Wang Tian's ears. He preferred to be addressed simply as Minister Wang when there was no need to distinguish him from the minister. This girl was only so young that she dared to act so recklessly against the Xia family. But it was also because of her youth and inexperience that she was so reckless. His lustful nature made him speak bluntly. Actually, there's room for reversal. It all depends on whether Miss Xia is willing to give it up. Xie Jinxi glanced at Tang Beibei, who had reached the door, and rested his chin calmly. What are you willing to give up? Your company's paperwork was originally problematic. I used to be a businessman, so why not sell me some of your shares? He suddenly reached out and took her hand, which was resting on the table. The lion's share is with me. You can share the profits with me, and you won't have to worry about the Xia family's dissatisfaction. It's the best of both worlds. The door clicked shut. He was so absorbed in the beauty that he didn't notice, emphasizing the words follow me. His hands touched her again, and suddenly, the feeling changed. Veins like steel flexed on her slender hand, and she took his hand in hers, beginning to press. Wang Tian's intoxicated face twisted, and he glared fiercely at the girl before him. Xie Jinxi, you better think clearly about what you're doing. Thanks for reminding me, I'm quite sober. Xie Jinxi flicked her hand lightly, flinging him against the wall. He bounced back like a chicken egg. The bodyguard was knocking on the door outside, and shooting at the door with weapons. The owner in the room was being picked up, and his face was slapped into a pig's head. After beating, Wang Tian lay on the ground like a dead pig and gasped, You actually attacked the government officials. I will arrest you immediately. As he said that, he had to use his brain to call him. Then a stack of information was thrown in front of him. Xie Jinxi leaned against the desk, took the warm water from Tang Beibei and took a sip. After that, he lifted his chin with the tip of a shoe. What should I say when I go out? Do you know what to say? The girl stared at him from a high point, which made Wang Tian shudder. The swollen pig's head's face was intertwined with redness, but his hands holding the information were shaking slightly, and he was reluctant to say two words, I understand. He didn't understand how this girl had the ability to get these things, and once it was made public, he could be ruined or even go to prison. The office door opened, and the bodyguards who were waiting for the battle stared at Wang Tian in surprise. Aside from his messy clothes and hair, there was nothing unusual. Minister. Minister? Wang Tian glanced at them. What are you doing? Don't scare anyone else. The staff outside the office all stared at him anxiously. The middle-aged man forced a smile. Sorry to bother you. Then he and his men hurried away. Tang Beibei picked up the materials on the ground, completely awestruck by the boss. Boss, how did you get all this? Xie Jinxi frowned. You find out as you learn. A fanatic like Wang Tian, who rose to prominence thanks to the Xie family, has plenty of leverage to use against him. Boss Shang has been dealing with the officials of the imperial capital for years, and possesses a wealth of incriminating evidence against such individuals. Any evidence released could easily bring him down. But he only managed to target these minor figures. He couldn't do anything about higher-ranking officials. Otherwise, Sea Agency wouldn't have gone to such lengths to establish ties with the Yi family. However, this could not intimidate Wang Tian for long. With the support of the Xie family, he came to cause trouble again. But this time, Morian also came back with what Xie Agency wanted. Chapter 157. Morian rushed from Dragon Star to Imperial Capital Star. Even using the fastest space jump station, it took him a full 10 days, and by the time he arrived, his face was completely pale. The journey through the space jump station was extremely bumpy. But from the moment he arrived at Xindian, his eyes shone brightly, and he appeared full of energy. He walked to the office with a swift gait. "Boss, I'm back." Xie Agency looked up. "Thank you for your hard work." Morian knew she didn't want a few polite greetings, so he pulled out a white device, about a foot square, from his space button. This is the first-generation genetic disease treatment device. The R&D team asked the boss to give it a name. Tangbebe, standing nearby, was envious. Mr. Morian had only been with the boss for a short time, and he already had his own space button. Then, she mentally encouraged herself. If I work hard after returning to Nagano, I have it too. Xie Agency didn't care about these minor details. She believed that if her employees were capable of bringing her enough wealth, then he would naturally benefit from it. After all, whether it was the spaceship, the mining rights, or the Queen Bee, they were all under her control. Besides, Morian knew the limits. Now her attention was focused on the machine. Has it been tested on humans? Yes, the current maximum healing level is only level 4. But the R&D team has received the boss's new data, and is currently upgrading it. I guess we have good news next time I come back. Let's call it the newborn. Xie Agency turned on the healing device, and felt the healing light it emitted. It was indeed very close to her own ability. But that didn't satisfy her. Have Sujio join the research team, and give me at least a few level 6 or higher. Tell him that if he can create an advanced therapeutic device, I allow him to build a dedicated machine room. Advanced? Morian gasped, but quickly calmed down and nodded. I understand. Perhaps recalling a frustrating experience, he jokingly gloated, if the boss gives the order, he'd definitely be motivated. Compared to the research team leader, Shaw, who was keen on monetizing his inventions, this more capable and eccentric mechanic was extremely difficult to get along with. Aside from the boss who paid him, he ignored everyone. Hand over your work to Assistant Tang. You monitor Longhin Star remotely. Arrange things on Imperial Capital Star as I've instructed. Contact me if you have any questions. Xie Agency then pointed to the therapeutic device on the table. Send this device to the Yi family, as a token of our good faith. The young man was stunned for a moment, then his eyes widened in surprise. Boss, you're not talking about the Yi family, the one from which the finance minister came? I think you're more familiar with Imperial Capital Star than I am. You should be able to find the way. When Morian took a look at the address, he was instantly excited. It was indeed this Yi family. He had thought the boss's background was astonishing enough, but it was her abilities that impressed him most. He had only been on Imperial Capital Star for so long, and yet he had already established connections with this Yi family. However, after Tangbebe explained the boss's upcoming plans, he began to wonder. No wonder. With such a large benefit offered, even the Emperor would probably greet him with a smile. 2 hours after Morian left, the factory's workshop manager called in a panic. Boss, this is bad. That Wang Tian has come with his men to seal the place, and even want to move our equipment. Xie Agency stood up quickly. You handle it first, I'd be right back. With that, she strode out of the office. The staff members bustling around outside all looked up, but when she glanced at them, they immediately lowered their heads. After the girl's back disappeared, they all breathed a sigh of relief and whispered to each other, Oh my god, our goddess Aura is truly incredible. When I first applied for the job, I never imagined she would be our boss. She's really beautiful. Downstairs was the new store, which had already been in its trial operation. The sales staff immediately stopped and greeted her. And then, in the blink of an eye, the boss soared into the sky on a hoverboard. Wearing optoelectronic navigation glasses, she pushed her mental power to the limit, speeding along the unlimited speed rail track, leaving one hoverboard and hover car after another behind her. The factory was located on vacant land outside the main city of the Imperial Capital Star. To save costs, she had chosen wild land. After submitting a series of government procedures, she would then undertake the development herself. The development process required strict adherence to regulations, such as the amount of green space to be preserved, the prohibition of indiscriminate killing of harmless exotic animals, and the standard level of land pollution. It was a very tedious process. To save money, Xie Agency personally performed the most laborious task, driving away the exotic animals. Tang Bei personally oversaw everything else, ensuring no operational errors. However, while these rules were clear, if anyone from above was determined to find fault, there were plenty of excuses. Her hair was ruffled by the wind, and her skin felt slightly tingling. She was filled with a solemn air, especially when she saw the men loading her equipment onto the truck. "Hey, isn't that Miss Xia? You're here quite quickly." Wang Tian's tone was quite arrogant, assuming he wasn't hiding behind his bodyguards, revealing half his turtle-like face. Xie Jinxi glanced at the man standing in front of him. He was a level 7 soldier, standing with his feet shoulder-width apart, his eyes sharp, clearly a military veteran. She couldn't help but smile. "It's different now that I have found a backer." He controlled the hoverboard to land, casually tucking his hair behind his ear. "Are you not afraid now?" Wang Tian gave a thumbs up behind his back, shaking his head and laughing. "I'm safe now, Xie Jinxi. Blame it on you for not being ungrateful." He scanned the girl with his eyes, then turned and shouted to his men nearby, "Hurry up and move." A large truck was quickly filled, and was about to start, when a sharp blade pierced its tires. "Who dares to move my stuff?" The blade returned to Xie Jinxi's hand, transforming into a small ball. "Xie Jinxi." Wang Tian hadn't expected her to be so arrogant. "You dare to interfere with official duties? I arrest you too." He pushed the bodyguard in front of him. "Go! Once we catch this girl, he's going to make her admit her mistake on the bed." The man pursed his lips, then, remembering the old general's instructions, roared, his body clad in black metal armor, and charged forward. A 7th level psychic can mobilize far more psychic particles than a 6th level psychic. The blow from the fist brought a faint sting to his face. Xie Jinxi blinked, donning his silver armor, stepped back, and clenched his fist to meet the blow. The two forces collided, creating a resounding blast that caused the others to cover their stinging ears. The bodyguard's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 158. When Marian arrived, she saw from afar her boss's dazzling supernatural power floating in the air like stars, then transforming into streams of light, and hurtling straight towards the opponent. It didn't seem to penetrate the enemy's defenses, but the opponent wore an expression of extreme pain. Amid Wang Tian's terrified cries, the other bodyguards raised their weapons, firing a hail of bullets at the armored girl, only to be intercepted by several light screens. Countless bullets rustled to the ground, and she opened a light belt behind her, quickly disarming the weapons. Amid the chaos and countless wary and terrified gazes, Xinghe transformed into a sphere and floated beside her, revealing her slender figure. A white shirt, black trousers, and square-toed low-heeled shoes accentuated her slim waist and long legs. Xie Jinxi, you dare to attack government officials? I will not let you go." Wang Tian pulled the two trembling bodyguards to shield him. Cough, cough, cough. The girl coughed twice against her lips, her eyes gleaming coldly. She lifted her slender finger slightly, and with a whoosh, a streak of light lashed across the large face. Marian twitched his lips. As expected of his boss, the Vice Minister of Industry and Commerce, he could whip people whenever he wanted. At that moment, a whistle rang out beside him, followed by a young man's amused voice. "I've heard that Goddess Xie is a decisive killer, and now seeing her in person is completely captivating." Marian then remembered that there was someone beside him, and quickly introduced Xie Jinxi, who was looking over. "Boss, this is Yi Tu, the third son of the Yi family and chairman of the Di Shang Machinery Group." Xie Jinxi's eyes flickered, and he approached. Yi Tu, with undisguised admiration in his eyes, took 2 steps forward and extended his hand. "Miss Xie, nice to meet you." The young man wore a white suit with a pink shirt underneath, no tie, and a buttonhole adorning his slender neck. Compared to his rather ordinary-looking sister, he was more handsome thanks to his slightly higher nose and large, slightly elongated, single-lidded eyes. His hair was slicked back, but with 2 strands of hair left in front of his forehead, he looked bold and unrestrained. Xie Jinxi nodded gently. "Mr. Yi, nice to meet you." Yi Tu's gaze fixed on her. "My elder sister said you're very talkative and interesting. I wonder if we'd be honored to have lunch together later." "Of course, but I should be the host." As they exchanged pleasantries, they seemed to completely ignore Wang Tian, who was standing nearby, which made the latter feel uneasy. Those in this circle naturally knew what a formidable force the Yi family was, and now the third son was chatting and laughing with Xie Jinxi. A bad feeling began to build in his heart, so he greeted him with a shy smile. "Mr. Yi, do you remember me?" Yi Tu paused, winked at Xie Jinxi, then looked back at him. "Excuse me, may I ask who?" Despite feeling unhappy, Wang Tian still handed over his business card with both hands. I'm Wang Tian from the Imperial Capital Star Department of Commerce. I had the honor of speaking to you at the annual meeting before. Yi Tu raised an eyebrow in feigned surprise. Oh, Deputy Minister Wang. He paused, his smile fading. I wonder what you're doing here today. If Wang Tian didn't realize he was here to support Xie Jinxi, he'd be completely blinded. He rubbed his hands awkwardly. This is just my order. How did this damn girl get on board the Yi family? I understand. Yi Tu smiled. Then you can go back now. Huh? Wang Tian was stunned when his laptop started to buzz. He glanced at the smiling young man, turned his back to answer the call, and then his face turned pale. He turned around and bowed to Yi Tu with a look of tears in his eyes, then quickly told everyone to run away. As the level 7 bodyguard was being carried away, Xie Jinxi approached and, amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, drew a ray of green energy from him. The level 7's distorted face suddenly softened, and the reflection of her back was filled with horror in her eyes. After the troublemakers left, Morian went to make arrangements, while Xie Jinxi took Yi Tu on a tour of the factory, which was still under construction. Thanks to Mr. Yi for rescuing us this time, she said. Yi Tu crossed his arms, his gaze fixed on her, as he surveyed the factory. No, Miss Xie is so generous. I wouldn't dare keep her waiting. Miss Xie, on the other hand, is surprisingly bold. Indeed, if Xie Jinxi hadn't known the Yi family would immediately contact her after seeing the therapeutic device, she wouldn't have confronted Wang Tian today, even giving him another beating. But her confident attitude gave Yi Tu mixed feelings. She truly had a firm grip on the Yi family. Especially him, a businessman specializing in intelligent machinery, his eyes watered at the prospect of this therapeutic device. Xie Jinxi simply smiled. Yi Tu glanced at the equipment the workers had brought back and asked, It doesn't look like this equipment is for producing the newborn machine. It looks more like smelting. I'm not planning on producing the newborn machine. Xie Jinxi's statement was startling. I produce the cores necessary for the newborn. Firstly, she didn't have the capital to invest, and small-scale production wouldn't yield any profit. Secondly, she couldn't keep the technology secret, so she might as well make it public. But the cores were different. Besides requiring workers with slightly higher mental power, they were less expensive, required a lower investment, and offered a high return. Also, while they were necessary for the newborn, demand was low. With ample supply and a reasonable price, the risk of being coveted was much lower. Yi Tu's pupils shrank slightly. This girl's ambition was truly extraordinary, but he also spotted a problem. I've seen the cores you produce. It seems the highest is only level 4, making them far too easy to imitate. But Xie Jinxi disagreed. I developed this technology, and the likelihood of imitation is currently very low. The young man simply smiled. The factory wasn't large. Besides producing cores, the Imperial Capital also produced standard therapeutic devices and various shielding machines. It was a mature industry chain with considerable profits. Under Morian's arrangement, the two had a quick lunch and roughly discussed the details of their business partnership. It's better to do it now than today. Miss Xie, why don't you come with me to the Yi residence? My eldest sister might be impatient. Okay. Whether it was Yi Ji who couldn't wait, or Elder Ye's health, Xie Jinxi didn't question him. Upon arriving at the Yi residence, they were ushered directly to the second-floor medical room they had been to. Yi Ji and the doctors were on full alert. Miss Xie, thank you for your help. The woman, dressed in a business suit, must have just left work. She approached the bedside. The elderly man was on oxygen, his breathing very weak. Under Xie Jinxi's near-miraculous healing power, his internal organs were slowly recovering. The doctor stared at the changing images on the instrument, clenching his fists excitedly. He whispered to the Yi siblings, her ability shouldn't be called healing. It should be called the light of life. It's amazing. As Elder Yi recovered, the Yi family immediately arranged for relevant departments to launch the newborn number program, piloting it first in official hospitals before rolling it out nationwide. This move caused a seismic response throughout the Federation. Chapter 159. The Minister of the Federation Medical Department stood before the camera with his head held high. The newborn was developed based on the special abilities of a certain special healing expert. We've achieved a breakthrough, and will soon be available in official federal hospitals. His tone was filled with immense pride. After all, their department had never been given much attention, but now it had garnered worldwide attention, which truly thrilled him. The news immediately sparked a huge discussion throughout the Federation. After all, genetic diseases and radiation sickness have always been humanity's most difficult ailments to overcome. Countless doctors have dedicated their entire lives to these problems, and finally, a therapeutic device has solved them. A therapeutic device that can cure genetic diseases? Are the officials kidding me? Kim Tae-young's recovery must have been thanks to the newborn, but he didn't dare say it for confidentiality. And the former Minister of Finance. He's been seen walking in the park these past few days, and he's also recovered. With two vivid examples before their eyes, the crowd couldn't help but believe it. Amidst their excitement, they began to speculate about the special healing expert the Minister of the Medical Department had mentioned. I venture a guess. This special healing person is Sejin. Speaking of special healing people, who else can I think of besides my goddess? In reality, the authorities had no intention of covering up for her, and Sejin didn't want to keep a low profile either. She needed the fame. She developed the newborn and submitted it to the authorities for public access. Everyone should admire her selflessness. Someone skilled in intelligence even found out where her new shop was located. The families of the first patients, who used the original newborn, even brought her flower baskets to thank her. Miss Ya, if it weren't for you, I would be separated from my father forever. My grandmother suffered terribly from radiation sickness, thanks to you. These people wept bitterly, seeing her as if she were their new parent. Sejin had someone hold them back to prevent them from entering the store and disrupting order. Morian whispered to her that reporters were outside looking in for an interview. She thought for a moment before ordering, greet the officials first, then make arrangements outside. Then she walked outside, surrounded by countless grateful gazes. Morian immediately greeted the reporters. To prevent you from squatting here and disrupting order, our boss has decided to hold a simple reception. Please keep your questions brief. He's very busy. Now even the reporters were filled with gratitude. Sejin stood to the left of the store entrance, behind her a sign advertising discounts for the new store opening. She maintained a subtle smile throughout the reporters' questions, neither appearing flattering nor condescending. Because I experienced the pain of separation from my family from a young age, I understand the preciousness of family reunion. I first learned my ability could cure genetic diseases while visiting a classmate's home. Then I cured Mr. Jean Tae-young, but it wasn't a permanent cure requiring further treatments. So I started thinking, why not use my ability as a model to develop a device that could provide continuous treatment? That's how the newborn number came about. During the final photo session, the reporters returned the favor by taking a photo of her shop sign. After seeing off the reporters and the patient's family, Sejin returned to her office, her expression instantly cold. After the interview goes public, I believe our business will boom. Morian followed up. What did the authorities say? That's the downside of working with the authorities. You have to constantly be wary of their reactions. Ms. Yi said it's okay to promote the newborn campaign appropriately, and she believes you know your limits. Sejin nodded. I leave everything else here to you. I plan to return to Nagano Star in 2 days. Because school is about to start. He looked up at Morian. Do you have any requests for future compensation? Morian paused for a moment, then took a deep breath and said, I hope to receive a direct dividend from the net profit. Rather than falsifying accounts and raising his boss's suspicion, he preferred this approach where the benefits were directly proportional to the effort. Okay. Sejin pointed at the various reports on the table. He had to admit that Morian's abilities were worthy of his request. I give you 5% of the shares. Morian's eyes widened immediately, his heart pounding with excitement. Although he knew his boss would agree, he hadn't expected such generosity. At this point, his boss said, but you have to understand, if you take this benefit, you never get off my ship. Boss, if I hadn't gotten on this ship, I'd still be in the gutter for the rest of my life. Morian's words were quite sincere. The Federation reporters were incredibly efficient. Within half an hour, news reports about her were flooding the internet. Sejin's response earned her countless applause and praise. In the Yi family garden, Yi, too, holding a glass of amber wine, admired the girl's heartfelt response captured on camera. His lips curled slightly. Little liar, full of sweet talk. Yi Ji, standing by, crossed his legs elegantly, admiring her. This girl is able to capitalize on every opportunity. The Xie family's abandonment of her was a truly terrible move. He curled his lips sarcastically. Yi too put down his wine glass and glanced at the woman. Big sister, do you admire her? I only admire people of my kind. Yi Ji replied coldly, I've seen so many greedy, stinking men, and such a lovely girl is truly refreshing. And she's got her backers. At her level, men hold far more power than women. Cute? Yi too stared at the girl on the screen. While her face was impeccable, he couldn't praise her personality at all. She's far more ambitious than us stinking men. She gave up the newborn number, but she still doesn't want to give up the initiative. Yiji understood what he meant. That core is indeed a problem. Meanwhile, Xie Yang was so angry about the reports that he couldn't eat. I thought Xie Jinxi's arrival in the imperial capital was a trap, but she escaped time and again, as if fate were helping her survive. Grandpa, are we going to let her continue this rampant? Xie Zhonglin stared at the girl on the screen, twirling the ring on his finger. We've done what we had to do. Thinking of the events that had unfolded since Xie Jinxi arrived on Imperial Star, even he couldn't help but feel a little irritated. She encountered by Yuanan during the pursuit, and the spies in the League hadn't reneged on their plan, and the pressure they'd been putting on her by the authorities had also been thwarted. He couldn't understand how someone could be so lucky to always find someone to help them. No, it couldn't be just luck. There had to be something else behind it. But she's going back to Nagano Star. Xie Yang paced anxiously. Now she's hooked up with the Yi family. If they become powerful, we have no way of dealing with her. And there's definitely something wrong with her health. We clearly... The words were halfway through his mouth, but he was forced back by the old man's cold gaze. A sudden chill ran through her body, causing her to shiver. Chapter 160. Xie Zhonglin glared at her. Don't mention this again. Knowing her grandfather's unwavering character, and that the bone-breaking nails were indeed taboo, Xie Yang fell silent, feeling somewhat aggrieved. However, this was already strange. There were 5 bone-breaking nails, and Xie Jinxi was not only still alive, but his abilities had even grown so rapidly. Xie Zhonglin sighed, I take care of this. Take care of your health. Before closing the door, Xie Yang saw the old man staring down at the screen with a complex expression, and a strange feeling welled up in her heart. As she turned and went downstairs, she ran into Xie Xinghao, who was about to leave. Ever since Xie Jinxi had a conflict with the others at the Xie family's house, he had run away, but hadn't found his sister. Finally hearing the news, he was about to rush to see her. Xie Yang directed all her anger at Xie Jinxi at her brother. The Xie family has raised you for over 20 years, and still hasn't tamed you. You're just as ungrateful as your sister? Who's the ungrateful one? Xie Xinghao's eyes darkened, as he scornfully appraised her extravagant attire. You're all a bunch of vampires. He had never known his mother had left such a large inheritance, only to have it all gobbled up by the Xie family, but his sister had been wandering around for over a decade. Every time he realized what was happening, he wanted to beat himself to death. Xie Yang wasn't the least bit ashamed. Instead, she smirked at his words. So what? You gave the things to Grandpa back then. Oh, when I think of that bitch starving out there, I'm both afraid and happy. She might have been trafficked to a remote, desolate planet and... She deliberately leaned in close to the young man's ear and whispered 2 words. Xie Xinghao's eyes instantly turned red with rage, and he shoved her hard. Xie Yang then swung a wisp of icy mist at his face, freezing his flesh purple. He gritted his teeth, gathered a ball of lightning, and was about to throw it, but old Joan grabbed his hand. Young master, don't provoke the general now. Xie Xinghao remembered how the butler always took sides in every conflict between him and Xie Yang. The more he saw of it, the more disgusted he became. He hurled the lightning ball at him. Humph. Then, ignoring the butler's charred face and Xie Yang's sneer, he turned and ran out. When he reached the door, he glanced back at the villa, which was simple in appearance but luxurious in interior. He hammered hard on the gate wall, leaving a deep crack, and strode out. He despised himself and hated the Xie family for deceiving him. When Xie Jinxi heard the receptionist say his younger brother was looking for him, he wasn't surprised. Let him in. Xie Xinghao, scarred and unshaven, entered the business world his sister had built. Only then did he realize how far the 12 years between them had stretched. The sister who had once trained tirelessly in the fighting room now sat coldly in the executive chair, sizing up his younger brother. His eyes were red, and he had so many words to say, only to choke out a single word, I was wrong. But in Xie Jinxi's eyes, his gratitude was meaningless. Again, you want to leave with me and help me deal with the Xie family? Xie Xinghao quickly wiped his tears. No, I want to stay. The young man clenched his fists. I'm going to take back everything they took. A determined glint shone in his eyes. No one understood the Xie family's current predicament better than he did. As long as he climbed the military ladder, the entire Xie family would eventually be his. Xie Jinxi hadn't expected him to have such an idea, so he said, those are just the remains of a dead person. There's no need for you to go to such great lengths to retrieve them. Xie Xinghao couldn't accept this statement. That's the property mother left us. I won't accept it. He went to the desk. Besides, Didn't sister do everything she could to get the remaining belongings? And she's also trying to vindicate mom and dad. Did sister not miss mother and father at all? However, the girl's words confirmed his suspicions. I just wanted to slap Xie Zhonglin in the face. What's the point of wanting those things if they're dead? It's better to eliminate the enemy first. But looking at her brother's eyes, he seemed completely unconvinced by her idea, so he said, go ahead if you want. Although his sister's reaction was different from what he had imagined, Xie Xinghao rekindled his fighting spirit. He grabbed her hand and said, Sister, wait for me. Then he hurried off again. Xie Zhenzi sat for a moment, then suddenly sneered. At this moment, Morian, who had been guarding the door, walked in. Boss, we've only found one level 8 psychic willing to take the order. The Federation is so vast, and with its separate military bases, no family can be so omnipotent. If the enemy were to come, they might face endless retaliation. Put yourself in his shoes. If he were a member of the Xie family, he would never miss this last opportunity. However, upon hearing that the person in need of protection was Xie Zhenzi, many were unwilling to accept the contract, while some had already accepted it from the Xie family. Even if there were, many would ask for exorbitant prices. The price was high, so he needed to report it to his boss. As for a level 9 psychic, money alone wouldn't be enough to persuade them. They couldn't afford him. Try to arrange it. That day, 3 hovercrafts drove out of Xindian, and the men on guard immediately split into 3 groups to follow. Xindian was a long way from the airport, and the ideal ambush location was outside the airport. There were few residents there, and the buildings were sparse and low, making escape impossible. As soon as they entered the area, the 3 hovercrafts came under attack. The owners of the nearby hotels, seeing this, closed their doors and called the police. Why is there so much unrest lately? It's really frustrating. He hurried to the back to close the window. Glancing out the window, he saw the manhole in the alleyway move. With a clang, it opened, and out jumped a slender girl. Seeing the face so popular online, the boss's eyes widened in shock. You're Xie. Xie Zhenzi raised her index finger to her lips. The boss immediately shut up and nodded, then watched her scramble to the edge of the alley to observe the situation outside. He quickly realized that the conflict outside was directed at her, so he whispered, where are you going? I can help you. Xie Zhenzi turned back in surprise, somewhat skeptical of his intentions. The newborn developed by your team saved my daughter. The boss rubbed his hands, as if he were looking at an idol. Just because of this, he meddled in the dispute between level 8 psychics without asking why. Xie Zhenzi couldn't understand. No thanks. Then he quickly left down the narrow alley. She had tried her best to minimize the danger, but before she had gone far, thunder suddenly sounded in the sky. Her pupils shrank sharply, and the galaxy expanded at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 161. A massive thundercloud loomed over Central City, drawing countless people to watch. But they soon discovered the raging psychic particles within it. A psychic's trick. Under the thundercloud, countless lightning bolts struck Xie Zhenzi, leaving scorch marks of varying sizes on the ground. Countless hovercrafts and buses heading in the direction slammed to the brakes and collided, causing a series of accidents. The patrol chief, upon receiving the news, gnashed his teeth. Why were these military lunatics causing trouble only in his area? Deal with the car accident first, evacuate the crowd. Xie Zhenzi ran down the street, her mental power surging. The galaxy seemed to come alive in her hands, constantly shifting form and position to block the incoming thunderbolts from all directions. Each blow felt like a hammer striking her head. Level 6 versus level 8. The difference was too great. After a while, she felt her mental power falter, and her body began to tire from the overload. Xie Zhonglin was perched atop a tall building, taking in the tiny yet seemingly indestructible figure. With a few casual swings of his hands, even more ferocious lightning struck, slamming the girl against the wall. The residual arc of electricity grazed her body, causing her to tremble. His eyes were calm, almost cold, as he resolved to give her a quick death. At that moment, a flash of crimson fire suddenly shot out. A sense of danger gripped him, and he immediately raised his hand to throw a lightning ball to counter it. A barrage of shots pelted him, the force comparable to that of a level 8, forcing him to focus. What was going on? According to the intelligence, the girl's hired bodyguard should have been stopped by his men. How could there be reinforcements? No, this is a supernatural weapon. High up in the building, Morian, wearing a scope, held a supernatural weapon. The boss had given him something truly special. Thunder rumbled overhead. His opponent was simply too strong. He immediately leaped out the window and fled. The next second, the lightning plunged the entire building into darkness, and then it collapsed with a crash. After dispatching the attacker, Xie Zhonglin immediately noticed the girl, who had been struck by lightning, was gone. On the wide, chaotic street, a figure in silver armor sped forward. Behind her, bolts of lightning descended. She tumbled and leaped, exerting her full strength. Xie Zhonglin couldn't help but feel a little impatient. He actually been tricked by this girl. She deliberately fallen for it, then waited for her men to stall and gain distance, then fled with all her might. Even he couldn't catch up. But do you think you can get away like this? He whispered darkly, pressing his earphones. She went to the airport. The airport gate was just around the corner, but two familiar figures were blocking the intersection. The Xie uncles. Their clothes fluttered in the strong wind, and their eyes seemed to hold a mixture of pity and regret for their junior. Yet, their rush was decisive, their psychic particles fierce. Xie Jinxi clutched a miniature bomb tightly in her hand. This was her last chance. This bomb was powerful enough to overwhelm the defenses of a level 8 psychic, and she possessed the life-saving Star River and healing abilities, assuming she didn't get knocked unconscious. As for the lives of those nearby, she didn't care. Just as she was about to press the button, a crisp knocking sound echoed, and a strange sound wave suddenly spread. The gleam in the eyes of the two Xie uncles vanished, and they rolled their eyes, clearly stunned by the sound waves. Xie Jinxi's surprise lasted only a moment, and then he darted into the airport like a flash of light. No matter how daring Xie Zhonglin was, he would never dare to act recklessly here. Safe now, his face twisted violently as he watched the silver-white figure scurry in. His almost murderous gaze fell on the upper floor beside him, where stood an elderly man with blonde hair and graying temples. He wore a traditional aristocratic, mid-length dark blue tuxedo, a layered scarf at the collar, a rose pinned to his chest, and leaned on a cane carved with rose vines. He was tall and slender, looking very noble, but his hair, ruffled by the wind, added an air of age. Xie Zhonglin's face darkened as he sneered, "Old Klein, why don't you stay cooped up in that shabby shell of yours? Are you trying to ruin the Xie family's fortunes?" Bonte Klein smiled faintly, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes revealing elegance. "I failed to protect my daughter back then. I will never let my granddaughter suffer at the hands of your Xie family again, even if this shabby shell of mine is broken." As the military's power grew, the officialdom, the machinery that kept the Federation running, became unshakable. The old aristocracy, led by the royal family, gradually declined. Especially as the conflict with the Empire intensified and the Federation accelerated its expansion of Starfield territory, more and more territory fell under the control of the military. Even the Klein family, the Marquis of Rose, was treading on thin ice. Otherwise, they wouldn't have watched their own daughter die. That's a nice thing to say. Xie Zhonglin gathered a ball of lightning in his hand and casually threw it over. "What? You still want to leave the Klein family's future to that girl?" Then tapped his cane again, the small sound transforming into a sound wave that shattered the oncoming thunder. "That child has her future, and my Klein family has ours. I just couldn't bear it." Glancing at the girl parked at the airport gate, the old man's eyes shone with a hint of sadness and regret. This useless grandfather of mine should at least play a role. With a sigh, he turned and walked away. Xie Jinxi didn't see her grandfather, but when she came to her senses, she remembered, with a sharp breath, who had used the supernatural power that had just saved her from danger. After standing for a moment, he turned and entered the airport. At this time, the passengers inside were squatting in the hall, their heads in their hands, fearing that the criminals outside would rush in. The airport patrol was blocking the entrance. Seeing him, he immediately raised his weapon and shouted loudly and excitedly, "Who are you?" Xie Jinxi raised her hands. "Ahem. I'm a passenger fleeing here." "Then come in." As she entered the inspection channel, the identity information she had used to purchase the ticket was transmitted back to the staff's terminal. "You are a passenger, no doubt." The patrol then lowered his weapon. When she entered, the staff exclaimed, "You're Xie Jinxi, the one from Nagano Military Academy." The panic subsided slightly, and many passengers looked up at her, their eyes filled with curiosity and excitement, as if they had seen an idol. She nodded slightly and walked to a corner, where she stood quietly. The sudden attack lasted less than 10 minutes, and soon the news explained. According to reports, a conflict broke out near the airport with high-level psychics. The Skyscale Legion is hunting for a fugitive. The criminal has been apprehended, order has been restored in the surrounding area, and the injured have been transferred to medical treatment. There are currently no fatalities. Before boarding the spaceship, Xie Jinxi quietly watched the screen. Xie Zhonglin was being interviewed. He looked righteous and expressed apologies for the inconvenience he had caused the public. "Wait for my return." Chapter 162. Agency chose a single cabin, which had its own bathroom and shower facilities. She removed her clothes, revealing her skin, charred from the electric shock. The supernatural energy slowly flowed through her, and the black scabs quickly fell away, revealing new pink skin. Suddenly, the supernatural energy crystal in her brain vibrated. The sudden surge of supernatural energy made her tremble all over, and she quickly suppressed the growing supernatural power. Not yet. No risks can be taken until the bone-breaking nail is removed. As she emerged, draped in her bathrobe, her computer rang, revealing Baikuin's handsome face. "You're truly lucky." His tone was unclear, whether it was regretful or lamenting. Agency poured herself a glass of water and drank slowly. "You want me to die?" Baikuin was stunned by the question. Admittedly, he disliked her style, but he had never considered her death. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to his father for help, a request he hadn't previously made. She shook her head calmly. "Not really," she said with a slight quirk of her lips. "You don't think the marshal's rescue was a fluke, do you?" Agency raised an eyebrow in surprise. That made sense. How could the marshal have noticed a small figure like her? "Then I really have to thank you." "Don't worry, I've already thought of a thank you gift." Then, seeing the young man opposite her smile meaningfully, she had a strange feeling of foreboding, and her delicate eyebrows furrowed. She then took in the man's background and asked, "On the warship? Are you going back to Nagano?" "I came back for something." Agency didn't ask any further questions. Firstly, she wasn't interested, and secondly, their relationship hadn't reached that stage. However, once she landed on Nagano Star, she learned the reason for Baikuin's return. It had already been all over the news. At 9 o'clock on Nagano Star, the official ceremony for the conferment of the title of Marshal's son, Baikuin, took place. Among his peers, Major Bai's promotion speed is unmatched, and his achievements are truly astonishing. Agency overheard at the airport exit, and then her mind was filled with Rinchinka's excited screams. "Cece. Oh my god, it's a living Cece." After a break, the girl, whose complexion had darkened, gave her a bear hug. After a moment, he pulled her out in amazement, and compared the height of her head to her chin. "How did you grow so much taller?" Agency was now over 1.7 meters tall. Manny, standing beside her, said with some envy, "Maybe Jincy grew up late." Seeing her, Agency understood how Rinchinka had known the time of her arrival. "Come on, let's go back to the dorms." The tall girl pulled her aside and led them out. "Oh my god, Cece, I saw you perform in the Military Academy League. You were amazing." She only mentioned the Military Academy League, never mentioning her business or her background. The girl danced with excitement. "I heard from a senior that the Imperial Capital Military Academy always calls us barbarians. Now you've beaten them into submission. See how proud they are of us. You have no idea, you've become a celebrity in our school. Even on Nagano Star, many people like you." As if to confirm her words, reporters were outside the airport. They swarmed over her and wanted to interview her. They had probably gotten flight information from Imperial Capital Star and were specifically waiting there. Rinchinka was like a solid wall, shielding her behind him. "Move aside, please. Our Cece doesn't like being interviewed." "Sorry, our boss won't be doing interviews." Manny followed, blocking the left side. But the reporters, like wolves seeing fat meat, passed over the two of them with their cameras and guns, poking at Agency. "Miss Ya, how do you feel about winning the Military Academy League? Will the Shinshin be promoted on Nagano Star? Are you involved in its sales? Miss Ya, are you planning to give up your studies and focus on making money in the future? Miss Ya, there are rumors that you and the Xia family are at odds. Is there some hidden reason?" Questions flooded in like a flood, and Agency frowned. Unexpectedly, Rinchinka exploded first, shouting and sending a burst of golden light that sent the crowd flying. "Are you done yet? My friend just got off the spaceship and hasn't even rested yet. Why are you so obsessed with her?" The reporters were immediately enraged. Some pulled out their cameras and started filming her in the face. "What's wrong with you? You're a military academy student, yet you're so arrogant? Believe it or not, I expose you." Manny was a little anxious, holding on to Rinchinka tightly, afraid she'd get angry and hurt someone. "Kiki, calm down. Don't cause trouble for our school. Besides, she'd be joining the military in the future, so she couldn't have too much negative information, otherwise it would be easy for people to exploit." Just then, Agency emerged from behind the two of them. The reporters, seeing this, became agitated, thinking she had compromised. They were about to rush over, but were met with her cold, distant gaze. Sorry, I'm tired. She reached for the camera, which was still filming Renchinka. The man didn't want to let go, but her unyielding gaze sent a chill down his spine, as if he'd be bloodied if he resisted. He simply allowed her to take the device and delete the contents. Since I'm representing the Nagano Military Academy, I naturally be considerate of you. Let's put it this way. I have the company arrange a press conference in a couple of days. Please be sure to attend. She put the device back and smiled softly. My friends are just trying to protect me. Please forgive me and refrain from writing nonsense. In front of the camera, she was as easygoing as ever. This made the reporters breathe a sigh of relief. They were glad to have an interview. They were worried she'd become too secretive. Just then, a hovercraft screeched to a halt on the side of the road. The driver's window rolled down, revealing Zaylan's beaming face. "Ha, get in." Before the reporters could react, the three of them jumped into the hovercraft and sped away. Renchinka complained, "Class monitor, you're so late. I was nearly pissed off by those reporters. What kind of people are they? Please, I have to attend my brother's enthronement ceremony. I come pick you up right after." He glanced at the expressionless Xie Jinsi in the rearview mirror and chuckled. "My brother seems to have something to ask Jinsi. I take you to the principal's office first. He should be here soon." Xie Jinsi had always known that this young man's honest exterior concealed a bright heart, and his bad feeling intensified. "I'm a little tired. I don't want to go. My brother said there's something good." How could that be unbelievable? Filled with suspicion, the group arrived at the principal's office. Upon seeing her, the principal treated her with the warmth of a granddaughter. "Oh, Jinsi, I've been waiting for you to come back. You've worked so hard in this league." Sitting down on a nearby sofa, the principal beamed at the awkwardly looking Renchinka and the others. "What are you all standing around for? Come sit down together." The secretary brought tea, and the group stood up. The principal grumbled, "Don't be so reserved. Learn from Jinsi." Xie Jinsi sipped her tea slowly, glancing at the principal. Unnecessary courtesy. Chapter 163. Out of respect for the principal, Xie Jinsi didn't ask what he was up to, but he had a rough idea. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. The secretary opened the door, her face etched with excitement. "Major Bai." "Oh no, Lieutenant Colonel Bai is here." When Xie Jinsi heard her change of address, his eyes fell on Baikuin's epaulets, his expression remarkably calm. After all, developing a new star is like digging for treasure. There are countless resources and opportunities there. Baikuin first helped quell the rebellion of the level 8 alien beasts, then fended off the attacks of the flame snakes, and captured the enemy leader. These two achievements alone were remarkable enough. Not to mention, given his personality, he likely turned in most of the things he collected, which would naturally earn him even more merit. Principal. The young man was still dressed in his military uniform, a crisp white uniform adorned with gold chains and a red ribbon slung diagonally. He was handsome and elegant, as pure and smooth as white jade. "Kuwan, you're here. It's a good coincidence that Jean Shi is here too." The principal, always proud of Baikuin's school, patted him on the shoulder and then turned aside. Baikuin, holding a scroll of documents tied with red silk, marched in a straight line, approached Xie Jinshi and saluted. Before the students could react, Xie Jinshi raised an eyebrow, stood up, and saluted. "I have been entrusted by the military to present Xie Jinshi with a rank." Baikuin's movements were like a textbook example of military etiquette. He handed the documents to her with both hands, his expression solemn. Because Sergeant Xie Jin, she bravely defied imperial spies, and turned the tide in the Military Academy League, the military has recommended him to the court for exemplary service, and has awarded him the rank of Sergeant Major. This wasn't just an honorary rank, but a real one. Zaylan and the others widened their eyes in surprise, then burst into applause. "See, that's impressive." Manny nodded vigorously, agreeing with Renchinka's cheers. Xie Jinsi's surprise flashed by. She had assumed the military, trying to cover up their mistake, wouldn't make any comment, but she hadn't expected them to be waiting for her. After accepting the lightly written document, she raised her hand and saluted. "I swear in the name of the military to dedicate my life to the Federation and the people." Although Baikuin had heard this oath many times and recited it herself, it sounded especially moving when she said it. Because she hadn't joined the Legion, she could only choose the uniform, which required her to report to the logistics department for her size. After the formal ceremony, Baikuin said, "Since you're still a student, there won't be a public rank awarding ceremony. I hope you understand." Whether it was for her sake or to save the military's reputation, she didn't care. The principal smiled and offered a few words of encouragement, then said, "You young people, If you have your own things to talk about, go ahead. Jinsi, we talk next time. Jinsi understood the implication, but remained silent, leaving with the others. The principal sighed. This girl is still so difficult to deal with. Someone had leaked the news of Baikuan's arrival, but a crowd of young men and women gathered outside. With their eyes brimming with enthusiasm, they maintained the last bit of composure of a military cadet, following closely. Baikuan, rather helplessly, said to Jinsi, "This isn't the place to talk. Let's go to the cafe off campus. Then you two can get down to business." "I'm leaving first," Zalen said. Seeing this, Renchinka and Manny realized it was time to say goodbye. "Then we go too. Jinsi, we wait in the dorm." Then the two of them were left staring at each other. Jinsi's scrutinizing gaze fell on his face. "What do you want to do?" Given her personality, she probably wouldn't want to deal with her unless there was something important. But the serious business had just been completed. Baikuan said calmly, "The follow-up to the flame snake incident. I don't remember if there's anything else left to deal with. Let's go check it out, and we find out." As they chatted, they walked to the curb where the hover car was parked. Anon was in the driver's seat, smiling and talking to someone. He waved at her. Baikuan raised his chin toward the car and said, "Get in." Something was wrong. Jinsi opened the car door. The child in the back seat, originally sullen, immediately broke into a bright smile upon seeing her. "Sister." With a bang, the car door slammed shut. Jinsi's face darkened as he stared at Baikuan with a cold, icy tone. "Don't tell me this is the sequel?" This child's background has been thoroughly investigated. He's from an orphanage in the Empire, abducted by a fire snake because of his special abilities. The young man stood by the car and explained, he has psychological problems due to the abuse he suffered as a result of being trafficked. He should have been sent to an orphanage or adopted, but he refused to go. He's already 10 years old, and according to the law, adoptions must take the child's wishes into consideration. At this point, if he didn't react, he would be truly dumbfounded. Jinsi glared at him coldly. "What's it got to do with me? Considering a child's wishes presupposes an adoptive parent. You can't force him into a relationship. It really has nothing to do with you." Baikuan wasn't surprised by her reaction. "He just wants to stay with you." After saying this, he gave a rare look of frustration. You have no idea how troublesome he can be. So much so that he had to bring him to see her in person. Then he turned to Philsis, who was leaning against the car window, and said, "You can see, she doesn't want to adopt you, so you still need to go to the orphanage." The child immediately pouted, opened the car door, and came to Jinsi. "Sister, I don't eat much, and I can work and earn money in your factory. Can I stay with you?" He tugged at the hem of her clothes, his dark eyes watering, his mouth and nose red, as adorable as a porcelain doll. But this didn't soften the girl in front of him. "What's the point of following me? Once custody is confirmed, I need to pay for your education, provide you with food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. And if you're not satisfied later, you can sue me." She pulled the little hand away, unyielding. "So why would I bother myself with this?" Then she glanced at the culprit with disdain. "Just a little brat. Is it worth all this trouble?" Then she turned and walked away. Filthy stared at her back, tears streaming down her face, biting her lips and sobbing. Baikuan, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. "Can you give up now?" She didn't even care about her own brother, let alone a stranger. He had never considered letting her adopt the child. It wouldn't be right for either her or the child. After getting in the car, Filthy was still wiping away tears. Baikuan sighed and ignored him. "Even though Miss Ye has been silent for over a decade, her momentum is no less than yours." Anon suddenly brought up the subject. Baikuan's emotions were even more complicated. If she hadn't left the Xie family, or if her ice ability still existed, perhaps. He wasn't one for making assumptions, but a faint sense of regret welled up in his heart. Chapter 164. The adoption incident didn't even cause Jinsi the slightest ripple. With 2 days until school officially started, Jinsi asked Tangbebe, who had rushed back, to arrange an interview. Then, he waited to enter a peaceful sophomore year. According to plan, this was how it should have been, but sometimes trouble strikes unexpectedly. At noon on the day before school started, Baikuan suddenly called, "Hey, did Philsis come looking for you?" His tone was urgent, but it didn't affect Jinsi at all. "No." Before he could continue, she replied rather coldly, "What does his disappearance have to do with me?" Then she hung up. Even on the other side, Baikuan sighed, his face grim. "Miss Ye is as quirky as ever," Anon said tactfully. "It's none of her business anyway." Although her cold-bloodedness kept refreshing his senses. Agency quickly finished his plate and headed for the sparring room. Just as he was leaving the cafeteria, he heard the school alarm blare. Then, an urgent announcement came over the PA system. Unknown individuals have invaded the school. Everyone, please take shelter immediately and remain vigilant. Renchenka was still a little confused. Huh? What's going on? Who's invading the school? Manny quickly pulled her back to the cafeteria. Anyway, let's hide. The cadets reacted quickly, and soon the once crowded streets were empty. Patrol robots and guards were deployed, and surveillance drones buzzed overhead, searching for their target. The cafeteria's large screen displayed the drone footage, and the target was quickly located. The initially nervous Nagano-Star crowd was stunned. A child. He was as flustered as a puppy encountering the outside world for the first time, his eyes darting around aimlessly. The guards on the hoverboards were also a bit bewildered, shouting through their loudspeakers, "Kids, stop! We're getting you out." The atmosphere, initially reminiscent of a battle, suddenly turned into a scene of child coaxing. But Philsis was extremely alert, running even faster, as if he had seen a monstrous beast. The guards, feeling a headache, consulted among themselves for a moment before spreading out to surround him. One of them swung out a rope made of water energy, about to tie him up. "No!" The child screamed, waving his hands wildly. A surprising scene unfolded. The water energy was dispersed by his tiny hands. Huh? What's going on? The crowd watching in the cafeteria was stunned. Renchenka rubbed his chin. Could it be that this little thing has special abilities? Cece, what do you think? Where's Cece? The guards tried every possible way to catch the child, but couldn't. They had no choice but to land and try to catch her. Filthies ran around like a stressed cat, soon getting scratched by branches and covered in blood. This made the guards hesitant to approach. "Kid, stop running. Watch your eyes." Just as their heads were spinning, a cold voice rang out, "Stop." The guards were surprised to see the frantic child suddenly stop, burst into tears, and throw themselves at the approaching person. Sister. It's no exaggeration to say that everyone was completely bewildered. The captain of the guards approached her, speechless. "You are? Agency, right? Is this your brother?" Truly, with both of them sporting black hair and dark eyes, it was hard not to misunderstand. How could you let him run loose? He forced his way through the identity verification system. Do you know what commotion he caused? Please send him away quickly. Honestly, if the person before him wasn't Agency, who had brought honor to the school, he might have roared. At the word "send away," Philsis hugged her waist tightly. "I don't want to leave. I want to follow my sister. Please don't abandon me, okay?" It was like a fledgling's complex. Because Agency had saved him, he didn't dare trust anyone but her. However, he had no idea how deeply this statement shocked the onlookers. No way. Agency actually abandoned his own brother? This child is so pitiful. Don't talk nonsense. My brother is Xinghao from the Imperial Capital Star. He's already 21 years old. Agency glared down at him. Are you sure you want to follow me? The child nodded rapidly. Then we go through the adoption procedures this afternoon. Adopt? Agency then briefly explained the whole story to the guards and left the school under their admiring gazes. When Tang Bebe arrived in her hovercraft, she nearly swallowed an egg. Adopt? It's no wonder she was so shocked. Their boss really didn't seem like the type to be charitable. Any objections? Philsis glared at her fiercely. No one could stop him from following his sister. Then Agency shoved him aside. From now on, Assistant Tang will take care of your affairs. Don't bother me until you can work. The child sniffed aggrievedly. Got it. Tang Bebe couldn't help but feel sorry for him. After getting off the car, she tried to hold her hand, but the child dodged her in disgust. The look in her eyes was as if she were an old witch. What a pity. When Baikuan learned she wanted to adopt, he rushed over, his expression twisted. Do you know what you're doing? However, Agency told him meaningfully, if you had told me about the special nature of his abilities earlier, it would have saved a lot of trouble. This little thing is worth the investment. I knew it. Baikuan glared at her, his teeth gnashing. You're even taking advantage of a child? He's so dependent on you. He regretted bringing the child here. Not only did it not make him give up, it actually pushed him into Agency's hands. I raised him, and he works for me. It's only natural. Before the young man could object, she continued, and how do you know he's unhappy? Baikuan was speechless, thinking of the child who had been awake all night since Agency left, and her desperate pursuit to find her. He wiped his face and reluctantly advised, raising a child is no small matter. Teach him well. After a pause, he added, although you meet the financial requirements, since you're single, the adoption process might be difficult. Leave it to me. Finally, Philsis was listed as Siagency's relative, as a younger brother. After completing this, Siagency immediately handed the little creature over to Tang Bebe. Perhaps knowing he would see her again, Philsis didn't make a fuss and obediently followed her. After returning to school, the principal came up again. Jianshan made a request, hoping to buy a Xinxing phone from her. Given the Federation's speed, they should be able to arrange it here on Nagano Star pretty quickly. Siagency looked across at the principal. I don't have any inventory on hand right now. Chapter 165. The portly old man said with a look that said, you can't fool me. My nephew has a child who needs treatment, and she doesn't want to stay in the hospital, so she wants one. He sounded extremely anxious. That's even more unnecessary. The original generation of the newborn can only delay symptoms, and the treatment time is extremely long. The newborn can only delay death. Long-term treatment is required to stabilize symptoms. Although the original intention of developing the newborn was to free her own abilities from being unique, she didn't have the conviction to save countless lives. Furthermore, she still held the Jin family's hand. If Jin Taehyung was cured by the treatment device, he would definitely make trouble for her first. As for the newborn upgrade, it would probably be several years later, and by then, she wouldn't have to worry about Jin Taehyung's backlash. In fact, when the newborn was discovered, the entire Jin family thought they could break free from Siagency's control. However, after actual treatment, they realized that unless Jin Taehyung received treatment at all times, it would be ineffective. For a true cure, she still had to rely on Siagency's special abilities. The principal, seeing she wouldn't budge, was slightly annoyed. I thought this was a small matter for you. It's a small matter for you too. If you want it, wouldn't the Nagano Star Medical Department be willing to provide it? Siagency was unfazed by his emotion. The old man stared at her for a moment, his thick lips pursed, and then released in a sigh. It's not that I'm taking advantage of you, but there's a problem with the Federation's second batch of newborns, and the child can't wait any longer, so I'm coming to you for help. This news was enough to make Siagency open up. What's the problem? The problem with the new student train was most likely related to her. Well, I can't say for sure. It seems there's a blockage on the production line, and there hasn't been any progress. Having been the principal for so many years, he's had a lot of connections, and since it was something he was closely involved with, he probably heard some rumors. Siagency couldn't guess the details based on just a few words. I have it delivered to the principal this afternoon. Remember to receive it in person. The principal couldn't help but laugh. You little girl. She really didn't know what she was talking about until she saw the rabbit. After leaving the principal's office, Siagency's face darkened, and he contacted Morian, who was far away on the Imperial Capital Star. Boss. The sound of typing could be heard from the other side, clearly busy with something. Did you know that the second batch of the Xinxing has already started production? The girl's voice was cold, and Morian blinked, then paused his work. I hadn't heard of that at all. Then he realized the problem. The second batch had begun production, but they hadn't received any orders for the cores at all. We originally agreed to cooperate, but Yi Tu was actually trying to ditch them. After a brief moment of surprise, Morian chuckled sarcastically. Do we need to temporarily reduce core production? Siagency simply replied, increase the quantity and price, and expand sales channels. Okay. After disconnecting the call, Siagency couldn't help but recall Yi Tu's frank expression when he asked her to collaborate, and she chuckled. She had just left the Imperial Capital Star, and she was already eager to reveal her business-like nature. Did he think she was a fool? Since she dared to control the core, she wasn't afraid of others stealing the technology. Anticipating Yi Tu's reaction soon was inevitable. Imperial Capital Star. Yi Tu stood in the R&D room, his face no longer the carefree smile, but filled with anger. This is the result you said could replace the core. What about my idle therapeutic devices? Will you be responsible? He glanced at the group of researchers, their anger unbearable, and they all lowered their heads in silence. The head of the R&D room had no choice but to step forward. In terms of the structure, we have indeed achieved a perfect one-to-one reproduction. We just don't know why it can't match the newborn. I'm afraid they used technical means during production that we're unaware of. The two unknowns completely ignited Yi Tu's anger, and he asked sinisterly, you don't know, and you still want to ask me, right? The head immediately fell silent. The people present were like a bunch of quails in work clothes. Yi Tu knew these were his best technicians, and his anger wasn't solely directed at them. He had thought he could easily crack the core technology and escape Siagency's control, but after wasting so much time and money, he ended up back where he started. He snorted coldly and left. Boss, do you want to contact the factory that produces the core? The secretary jogged over and whispered. The batch of newborn units stuck online were like empty shells. They desperately needed the core to function. Yi Tu felt a little frustrated, but finally compromised. You go contact them. Luckily, news of the second batch of production hadn't spread yet. Otherwise, with Xie temper, if he knew he was trying to cut off the source of the problem, he would have retaliated fiercely. However, his elation was quickly shattered. The secretary hurried into his office, her face grim. Boss, they say the core is temporarily out of stock. If you want one, you have to wait for the next batch. And, he glanced hesitantly at his boss, who seemed ready to eat him. The price is going up 5%. The man, who had been in the business world for nearly 30 years, was silent for a moment. What's this woman up to? Contact the person in charge of Imperial Star. Hello, Mr. Yi, this is Morian. The young man on the other end seemed unsurprised by his call. Yi Tu fiddled with the lighter on the table. Mr. Morian, I'd like to ask what you're talking about. Someone came in with the order data. Morian took it and examined it, a smile in his eyes. I don't know what Mr. Yi is talking about. Why did the price of the core go up? And didn't we agree to reserve stock for the newborn? Morian felt that the young man's tone was like that of a scumbag, who, after squandering his fortune on a life of debauchery, returned home to find his wife no longer obedient and justified in expressing his dissatisfaction. You know, our core has been selling well since its release. Costs are high here on Imperial Star, so raising the price is a necessary measure. The young man paused. As for reserving stock, you didn't even place a pre-order. We can't just keep it. Every businessman knows that holding on to merchandise without cashing it in is a loss. Standing on Mei Li's side, Yi Tu was speechless for a moment, finally resorting to the local bully's dominance. So when can you deliver the goods? Wait a moment, let me check the production plant's schedule. If you want it, you have to wait until next month. What? Chapter 166. Morian lowered his voice. There's nothing I can do. Other clients are also in a hurry. If Yi Tu still didn't realize the other party was doing this on purpose, he would be a fool. He slammed his lighter on the table. I need to contact your boss directly. You're welcome. If you need to contact the boss, please choose a time during Nagano Star's afternoon or evening. She's busy with school. After disconnecting the call, Morian raised his lips sarcastically. What a fool. The boss had set a much bigger trap than he had dug. Yi Tu was anxious, but he didn't lose his composure. He stared at Nagano Star's clock until 7 p.m. before calling Xie. Hello. From the sound of her voice, there was no fluctuation. Yi Tu couldn't tell if she had heard anything. Miss Xie, I'd like to ask if you were the one who ordered the price increase for core products? It's just to meet market demand. The communication interface carried a ragged breath, accompanied by the whistling sound of the wind. Yi Tu politely asked, Miss Xie, are you busy right now? Xie pressed pause, and the virtual lasers that had been firing at her stopped. We're training now. You can take a 10-minute break. As if discussing business with him was far less important than training. Yi Tu gritted his teeth slightly, but still managed to negotiate with her patiently. I understand the price increase, but why aren't you prioritizing the cores for the newcomers? That's not what we agreed on. About this, you were the one who considered our factory as a backup option, so why are you accusing us of not giving you preferential treatment? Xie took 2 sips from the kettle, and waited a moment before the other party continued. We were inconsiderate on this matter. Yi Tu realized his plan had leaked, and there was no point playing dumb. After all, the fundamental reason is that Miss Xie has monopolized the core technology. As a businessman, I naturally want to reduce costs. As if the fault was all hers. Xie casually put down the kettle and curled her lips. We're all businessmen, who doesn't want to make more money? At this point, Yi Tu couldn't help but bow his head. What do you want? He believed Xie wouldn't dare to backtrack on the official agreement. However, if she deliberately used excuses to delay delivery, slowing down production on his side, he easily missed out on the first wave of the most profitable opportunities. I don't want to embarrass Mr. Yi, but I'd like to offer you a little favor. Hearing her half smile, Yi Tu had a bad feeling. My company plans to officially list on the Central City Stock Exchange, but it's almost ready. What a boast! Yi Tu had seen greedy people before, but never one who dared to take advantage of him so openly. He was so angry that he laughed. Why don't you think about what you're talking about? He knew this woman had made a fortune on Dragon Star. Going public wasn't just a matter of money, but of people. Mr. Yi, I'm clear-headed. Siegency's voice was cold and serious. I believe you know how profitable core is. This investment is a sure win for you. But why should I go against the Xie family over such a small profit? Yi too was very clear-headed. I've already made more than enough money. In an era of military power, being a lieutenant general put a lot of pressure on him, even though the Xie family had little influence in the business world. But if they got ruthless, it would be easy for them to kill him. Why would a businessman think too much money is too much? Siegency wasn't surprised to be rejected. If the core isn't enough, what about the energy ore? What are you talking about? Up to level 8. Yi Tu's breath hitched slightly, and he swallowed. Say that again? Level 8 energy ore. These 5 simple words made Yi Tu's throat dry. He took 2 sips of the cold coffee in front of him. Are you sure? I can have my assistant show you a sample. Energy ore is hard currency, whether in the Empire or the Federation. Furthermore, no spacecraft manufacturer could remain calm when hearing about energy ore. He knew that energy ore had appeared on Dragon Star, but once it was taken back, it was deposited into the public treasury for use as military equipment. Even with the Yi family's status and capabilities, they only managed to obtain level 7, which wasn't much. But now Siegency told him she had a level 8 and was open to cooperation. She then added, actually, I've been thinking about how to utilize these things, and I think Mr. Yi understands the ins and outs better than I do. He certainly understood. This forced Yi to reevaluate this partner. After all, he was able to snatch the lion's share from giants like the Jin and Hong families. Ahem, regarding the capital injection. Siegency's eyes gleamed. I have Morian discussed this with you personally. Soon after, a company called Mingxi Energy officially went public in the Imperial Star Central City. Due to future military involvement, Morian was the company's legal representative. But the names of the shareholders were shocking. Siegency, and Yi too. One of these two possesses a reputation that would convince the entire Federation, while the other boasts deep-seated strength. Investing in them is a sure win no matter how you look at it. Yi too is watching everything closely, so even Xie Zhonglin has no way of interfering. Looking at Xie Yayang again, she's practically going insane. How is Siegency still so successful? Grandpa, what should we do now? Looking at his granddaughters urging him to act, Xie Zhonglin sighed. Rather than getting angry at the enemy's progress, we should seize the opportunity to improve our own strength. Xie Yayang suddenly felt a greater sense of humiliation. Also participating in the development of Dragon Star, Bai Qian had already been promoted to lieutenant colonel, while she was suspended from duty. All of this was Siegency's fault. Thinking of that bitch joining the military in the future, she felt a wave of panic, as if drowning. She asked, Grandpa, can you find a way to get me back on duty early? Xie Zhonglin smiled with relief. Since you're determined, I naturally find a way to help you. Yayang, you're the hope of our Xie family right now. Don't let me down. Yes. Xie Yayang clenched her fists. She wouldn't stand by and watch Siegency catch up with her, but she didn't know that everything Siegency did wasn't about catching up to anyone, but about making herself stronger, becoming indestructible. After the company went public, it completely connected its business operations across Bianhuang Star, Long'an Star, and the entire Federation. She was like a spider quietly spinning its web before dawn, gathering everything she needed. While constantly improving her skills at school, she used her vacations to train her subordinates. But she never set foot on either Imperial Capital Star or Bianhuang Star again. Until the summer vacation of her junior year, the Military Academy League resumed. Before she left school, Andre, despite his status as head coach, blocked the entrance to the girls' dormitory. After a fierce fight, he dragged her to the principal's office. Hey Andre, don't be so rough. Jinxie is a girl after all. The principal quickly told him to let go. Andre nudged the corner of his swollen mouth with his tongue. She's a girl, but she's not weak at all. Cough, cough, cough. Siegency, sitting on the sofa, had a pale face, reddened by the coughing. The principal glared at Andre resentfully. Isn't that weak? Chapter 167. For years, Siegency had been improving at her own pace, and Andre, the chief instructor, had seen it all. But for some reason, the more she trained and improved her strength, the worse her health seemed to deteriorate. Her face was as pale as if it had been dusted with flour. She could clearly pin Tikhov to the ground if she really came to blows. Andre's sharp gaze swept over her, and he frowned. Are you close to a breakthrough? The energy particles surrounding this girl were extremely unstable. Ahem. Siegency sat down leisurely on the sofa. This has nothing to do with the chief instructor. The principal was shocked. Wow! This is the first time I've heard of a cadet being promoted to level 7 before graduation. He couldn't help but rub his hands and laugh. Oh, Jinsey is truly the pride of our school. With you here, why worry about not winning this year's cadet league? But he didn't know that simply suppressing her growing energy was nearly driving Jinsey to collapse. Having just managed a restrained fight with Andre, her mind was buzzing. I'm sorry, principal. Just like her sophomore year, Jinsey refused. You can see, with my current physical condition, I simply can't compete in the military academy league. As time passed, her body instinctively continued to grow, but because of the bone-breaking nails, she couldn't upgrade her abilities, and thus couldn't withstand the damage that growth brought. It was a vicious cycle. The search for the 9th-level bodybuilding plant was urgent. She couldn't waste her time on such matters. The principal fell silent. The school had annual physicals, and Jinsey's report clearly stated her respiratory system was severely damaged, and long-term treatment was recommended. Andre wasn't going to be fooled. Hey, I was still strong when I beat up your instructor, so what's so hard about those students? Jinsey gave him a sullen glance and said, No. You girl. Andre scratched his hair irritably. Actually, with Bizalan and the others around, it wouldn't be necessary for you to do anything. But your cousin, the Klein kid, recently broke through to level 6. He's a dual element, and I don't think the Bi kid can handle him. Originally, neither Bizalan nor Rinchenko were ready for level 6, but they used alien plants just for the military academy league. This method wasn't ideal, but they were naturally gifted and had a high ceiling. More training before reaching a higher level could eliminate any potential problems. I trust the monitor and Chinku. Andre choked again, angrily yelling, Can't you have a sense of collective honor? No. Andre felt deeply that the man before him had a profound flaw in his character. He stared at her speechlessly, his face pale and his frame thin. His fists clenched and unclenched, deflated. The principal beside him was also feeling a headache. When he was a freshman, he could still use business as a bargaining chip. But now, Jinsey didn't care about the school's small order volume. Instead, their school brazenly demanded a discount. What do you want in exchange for going? To dissuade them, Jinsey bluntly said, I want a level 9 body forging plant. Andre nearly choked. What had he just heard? Level 9? His voice echoed loudly through the office. Why don't you just go and rob it? Even if you sell our principal, it wouldn't be worth that. Principal, If there's one, it's not impossible to snatch it. Her calm response made it clear she truly meant it. At this point, the principal paused for a moment and suddenly said, Actually, it's not impossible. Meeting Jinsey's quick glance, he chuckled, And you don't have to snatch it. I just heard a rumor that someone on Imperial Capital Star is offering a 9th-level bodybuilding plant within the past 2 months. The girl half closed her eyes, as if pondering the truth of this statement. Then she opened her computer and contacted someone on Imperial Capital Star. Miss Ye, do you know what time it is on Imperial Capital Star now? Yi Tu's voice was hoarse and filled with anger. A shower of starlight streamed in from the floor-to-ceiling windows. Someone on Imperial Capital Star is offering a 9th-level bodybuilding plant. She spoke much faster than usual, and Yi Tu was stunned for a moment. They've only spread rumors. The specific terms of the deal haven't been disclosed yet. With a snap, the screen closed. The man turned over in bed and fell asleep again. In the principal's office, the portly old man looked at her cheerfully. Are you willing to go now? Jinsey gave him a long look. Yes, but I won't be participating in the training camp. Besides, I want to be free to do whatever I want, except during the competition. As long as she went and brought home a championship, everything was fine. After both parties reached an agreement, Jinsey returned to her dorm to continue packing her simple belongings. As soon as she entered, Rinchenko approached her. Cici, are you okay? Did you have a fight with the chief instructor? Did he force you to participate in the military academy league? Yeah, Jinsey replied briefly. Manny studied her expression. So you're going? Go. That single word stunned both of them. Thinking back to her sophomore year, no matter what the head instructor said, she refused to go. After losing, some classmates even accused her on the school forum of shirking responsibility and not prioritizing the school's interests. Rinchenko's first reaction was to raise her hands in excitement. Manny smiled, but then realized she might have another motive for agreeing to go. Driver Pratt arrived to pick up the boss, but ended up with 3 people in the car. Jinsey folded his arms, and the other 2 looked at each other in bewilderment. Assistant Tang asked me to go to Longhan Star to hand over some matters to Colonel Bai. I went straight there. Manny had now fully integrated into Sea Agency's inner circle. Furthermore, she was able to take charge when necessary. Renchinka rubbed her hands together like an impatient scoundrel. Hey, I haven't seen my little bunny in ages, so I'm going to check him out. The bunny she was referring to was Qin Luo, who had joined Mingxi Energy Technology Department directly after graduation. Even Sea Agency couldn't understand how Renchinka had managed to snag him. When they arrived at the factory, Qin Luo was waiting eagerly outside the gate. Seeing his boss felt like running into his homeroom teacher after skipping class. A bit of a guilty conscience, even though he already taken time off. No wonder Renchinka nicknamed him Little Bunny. Ha ha, Luo Luo, here I come. The tall girl jumped out of the car and lunged forward, nearly losing her boyfriend's grasp. Qin Luo immediately cast aside his fear of his boss, his eyes curved in laughter, as he embraced his girlfriend and patted her on the back. I've taken the day off today. I'm taking you downtown. Sure. I want to eat some barbecue moi. Renchinka kissed him happily on the cheek. Then let's go grab some dolls. Just like last time, we empty the machine and make the boss cry. Faced with his girlfriend's enthusiasm, a blush spread across his fair face. He then took her hand and smiled. Okay, all up to you. Chapter 168. After saying hello to her good friends, Renchinka jumped into Qin Luo's car and drove away. Even from a distance, her chattering voice could still be heard. Manny couldn't help but smile, sighing, "They're such a good match." Sea Agency glanced at her, but said nothing. Pratt followed. "Miss Manny, are you envious?" "Not really. Over the past 2 years, she's seen a lot working at the factory, and as her skills improved, she realized, even without love, there's no such thing as a life or death struggle. Furthermore, as she completed one task after another, earning recognition and respect from others, she felt a particularly strong sense of satisfaction." Pratt, who also worked part-time as a security guard, said hello to the two and returned to his post. After returning to the office, Sea Agency and Manny instructed them on what to keep in mind when going to Longin Star. "Besides handling matters with Baikuan, I need you to check on the Queen Bee's condition and see if she's showing any signs of advancement. The Queen Bee isn't stupid. She's definitely trying to break free from human control. Moreover, it's entrenched on Dragon Scar Star, possessing vast resources and rapidly upgrading. Originally, there's no need to worry, but she's also suppressing another level 8 ancient dragon snake." "I understand." Manny nodded, her eyes no longer filled with cowardice. At school, she and the girl in front of her were classmates, but here, they were superiors and subordinates. Assistant Tang will handle the rest. For the past 2 years, with Yi2's official dealings, Sea Agency has dispatched a cargo ship and numerous additional personnel. This has effectively completely suppressed Boss Shang and Caesar's forces, leaving Su Jiao in charge of the situation on Dragon Scar Star. Even Xiao Air was withdrawn. As soon as Manny left, Xiao Air followed her, walking briskly and beaming with excitement. "Boss, my senior brother has found the item you requested and is waiting to be returned with the cargo ship." Sea Agency looked up. "Test it once it arrives, and let me know the results. Also, don't let anyone know." He remained remarkably calm, dampening Xiao Air's excitement. My senior brother asked me to ask you about his machinery room. We talk after Manny gets there." Sea Agency didn't even raise her head. She had to quickly deal with the urgent matters at hand. She didn't know how many more troubles lay ahead on her trip to Imperial Capital Star. After the cargo ship returned, Sea Agency made a special trip to the airport. It was basically the same as on the list. Manny was directing the workers unloading the cargo, when a familiar voice suddenly rang in her ears. "Manny." She turned around. Her former lover was still as elegant and handsome as ever. "How are you doing now?" Jean Jing looked at the girl, now completely refreshed, and couldn't help but sigh. Sea Agency truly knew how to coach and mentor. Who could have imagined that timid Manny could possess such an aura, commanding others with such ease? But he forgot that she was simply trapped by her family and poverty. How could someone who could get into the Combat Command Department of the Nagano Military Academy be mediocre? Manny pursed her lips. "As Mr. Jean sees, I'm fine." Then, not giving him a chance to get close, she simply went to the other side. A dark glint flashed in Jean Jing's eyes. She was indeed not as easy to coax as before. It seemed that achieving his goal through her would require some effort. Not far away, Sea Agency observed this, raised an eyebrow slightly, but didn't take it seriously. This training camp was once again held on Dragon Scar Star. Andre, along with a group of students, brazenly boarded her spaceship. But just before departure, Sea Agency stopped them at the boarding gate. After hearing her request, The middle-aged man glared at her with a look of deep sorrow. You're actually asking for a boat fee. Tykov chimed in. Do you know that giving your boss a ride is a basic workplace rule? My ship, I am the rule. Siegency folded her arms and glanced at the throbbing instructors with a half-smile. If you won't pay, do me a small favor. Several instructors shut up at once, eyeing her warily. It was bad luck. What favor did you ask for? Andre had assumed the ride was a sure thing, so to save the school money, he hadn't asked for the money. He didn't know if he could get it back from the principal now. It's nothing. This is Manny's first time working for me so far away. Chief instructor, please keep an eye on her so she doesn't get bullied. It would have been fine if she hadn't said it, but the moment she did, Manny beside her became nervous. After all, going to Dragon Star, she wouldn't have her boss's backing, and she'd have to deal with 2 officers from the military. And Assistant Tang said those partners were from Border Star number 2, making them difficult to deal with. Andre breathed a sigh of relief. That's it, all right? When something really happened, he really wanted to come back and beat himself up for making such a promise. After seeing off the spaceship, Siegency went back to the technical department. At that moment, Xiao Air was debugging the improved newborn. Due to confidentiality, only he and his assistant were working on this. How's it going? Seeing her approach, the 2 men simultaneously raised their inquiring eyes. Senior brother sent back a level 6 and a level 7 device, with extremely high healing efficiency. Short used a blunt comparison, this one's as advanced as if the boss had personally built it. This time, Siegency was finally satisfied. Very good. Short asked again, are you going to put it into production? No. Siegency surveyed the 2-meter-tall machine. 2 more will be enough. Good things are rarer and more valuable. Then he asked Short to build a special space button for it. I want to increase its value. Looking across the Federation, the number of advanced therapeutic devices is countless. What's more, this one can also treat genetic diseases and radiation sickness. As a technician, Short only cared about the results of the product's realization, not the product's sales strategy. Okay. Siegency remembered something and asked, hasn't the original version been returned? My senior brother said he'd see if it can be upgraded. Well, he wants to research a mecha with healing capabilities. After saying that, he glanced at his boss's face and found that she didn't show any dissatisfaction. Instead, she surprisingly praised him. That's possible. Sure enough, Xiao Air felt that his senior brother was like a mischievous child. With the boss's backing, he became increasingly lawless. After making all the arrangements, Siegency boarded the spaceship to Imperial Capital Star. Even then, Manny and the others landed on Dragon Star. Su Jio was reviewing a pile of data sheets, 6 hands and 4 eyes, busy in front of the screen. When he heard she was coming, he tossed the information to her. Here you go. If you don't understand, ask my assistant. With that, he retracted his supernatural power. Manny didn't have many opportunities to interact with him, but with Tang Beibei's reminder, she understood his temper. Before he ran away, I quickly said, Mr. Su, I come back to you after I finish looking at it. The boss has something to tell you. Chapter 169. Manny didn't even have time to adjust to the time difference before she began to review over 10 hours of data. Finally, she put down her electronic stylus and frowned. Ms. Manny, is there anything you don't understand? A young woman approached, smiling. She shook her head. I go find Mr. Su first. As she was about to clear the documents on the desk, the assistant rushed over and gathered the papers. Manny pursed her lips and gently pushed her aside. I do it myself, or I won't be able to find it later. The woman glanced at her obscurely. Thank you for your help. It's just my job. After finding Shujio and verifying it at the base, she transmitted the data back to Nagano Star. Then the two began to discuss the machine room. After hearing Shujio's numerous requests, Manny's scalp tightened slightly. No wonder the boss wanted her to oversee the construction of the studio. If he had done it himself, no amount of money would have been enough. Facing Shujio's gleaming eyes, she slashed across his blueprints with a pen. The budget the boss gave us is only enough to build these facilities. For a moment, she felt like she was being tortured to death by this mechanic. After finally convincing Shujio, she felt like her head was about to explode. No wonder Assistant Tang had given her such a sympathetic look when she arrived. Bai Zaylan and Renchinka had already left for training, and she had thrown herself into various tasks again. She didn't know if it was her imagination, but after Shujio gave up, the assistant found her many tasks. After 3 full days and nights of this, she finally couldn't help but say, Assistant Wu, I think you should compile some of the data first before giving it to me. The woman had originally been a technician, but after becoming an assistant, she traded her work clothes for a professional, hip-hugging suit. She smiled at the girl's request and said, "Sorry, I have a lot of work to do too." Then she turned and walked away. Manny frowned. After all, she was Sujio's assistant, so she couldn't say much. After finally finishing her work, she still had to meet Baikuin to hand over the dividends. The thought of meeting this legendary figure made her nervous. Just as she was leaving, Assistant Wu, having received the message, walked in. With the air of a caring sister, she asked, "Miss Manny, would you like me to accompany you? Colonel Bai is quite serious. I've dealt with him before and can help you." As soon as she finished, the girl, who had been thought of as sociable, suddenly became serious. "Assistant Wu." Manny stared at her intently. What the boss hates most is meddling subordinates. The boss had always valued his deal with Colonel Bai, but this matter couldn't be brought up openly. Therefore, it had always been handled by her trusted aides, and Manny valued this opportunity. This woman not only knew about it, but also wanted to get involved, which made her very unhappy. Ignoring her sullen expression, Manny put away the briefcase and stood up to leave. Assistant Wu gritted his teeth, turned around and glared at her back. "A brat, still wet behind the ears, wants to ride on my coattails. Humph." Then he picked up his laptop and dialed a number. As soon as the call was connected, he said in a coquettish voice, "Honey, she won't let me go." The meeting with Baikuin was as tense as expected. Although Manny occasionally stuttered, she managed to remain calm throughout. After handing over the bill, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. This now left only one mission left for her on Dragon Scar Star. Just as she was thinking, an unexpected visitor appeared on the way back to the caravan base from the military base. "Manny, do you have time for coffee?" Jean Jing was dressed in a suit, his eyes filled with a fascination Manny had never seen before. He should have been fascinated. The girl before him had blonde hair tied in a ponytail, her figure slender and graceful, clad in a white shirt and trousers. Her already pretty face, tinged with confidence, shone like sunlight. Manny also found this feeling strange. The man who had once seemed unattainable to her was now speaking to her in a pleading tone. "Okay." Dragon Scar Star had been developed for nearly 3 years, and its facilities were now very complete. The cafe was located near the military base. As soon as they sat down, Jean Jing apologized, his eyes filled with guilt and self-blame. "I regret what I did to you before. I was so angry back then." Manny paused as she stirred her coffee, a flicker of bitterness in her eyes. "It's all in the past." Jean Jing sighed. "I know you won't forgive me. There's no such thing as forgiveness or non-forgiveness between us." Her response was rather cold, but Jean Jing didn't give up. "But we're business partners now. We have to meet in person sooner or later. Are you going to keep talking to me like this?" Manny pursed her lips, her expression finally softening. "Mr. Jean, what exactly do you want from me?" "Nothing. I just wanted to chat with you. After all, we're the only 2 people here who know each other best." This resonated deeply with Manny. As always, she encountered Jean Jing again and again over the next few days. Sometimes he declined, but sometimes they chat and eat together, and the awkward atmosphere slowly faded. On Manny's 5th day on Dragon Scar Star, Jean Jing invited her to dinner again. "Come to think of it, my grandfather was saved thanks to you." The young man smiled, helping her with some food. She raised her eyes slightly. "It's all thanks to the boss." After dinner, she returned to the caravan base and, after some thought, called the boss. Xie Jinxi was still on the spaceship bound for Imperial Capital Star. "What's up?" "It's like this." Manny felt a little guilty when she mentioned Jean Jing. But seeing she didn't show any dissatisfaction, she asked, "What do you think, boss?" Xie Jinxi didn't expect her to ask him that. After a moment's thought, he said, "You discuss it with Sujio." "I talked to Caesar." "Yes." With the boss's affirmation, Manny perked up. After meeting with Sujio and discussing it, the 2 quickly came up with a plan. When Xie Jinxi landed on Imperial Capital and was driven to Mingxi Energy headquarters by Pratt, Manny received good news. Mr. Su's assistant attempted to steal the blueprints for the improved version of the newborn. "We've sent her back to Nagano and are charging her with breach of contract and theft of confidential information." "Yes." Xie Jinxi's only cold response was, "Where's Sujio?" Manny glanced at Mr. Su, who was shaking his head in fear. Mr. Su said he's willing to develop an employee monitoring system for internal use to make amends. "Tell him if it happens again, I directly deduct his funds." Xie Jinxi sneered. "Who ordered this?" It was Jean Jing. Manny had become suspicious since she mentioned Mr. Jean during dinner that day. Plus, Assistant Wu knew about the boss's deal with Colonel Bai, so it was clear someone had tipped her off. After discussing this with Sujio, he hacked into Assistant Wu's computer and discovered that the two were in frequent contact. He deliberately gave the woman an opportunity, and she took the bait. Chapter 170. Manny, you did a great job. Agency praised her generously. Manny smiled shyly. After the call was cut off, her heartbeat quickened, and she saw endless possibilities in the future. When Jin Jing approached her again, she appeared remarkably calm. Manny, I didn't think you'd be so heartless. He looked deeply hurt. Grandpa has always been so kind to you. Can you bear to watch him suffer from his illness? Faced with this inexplicable accusation, Manny strangely no longer felt hurt, but instead a face filled with sarcasm. The boss said that people are driven by profit. Whether you want to save your grandfather or just profit from the Xinjiang, you know it clearly. Jin Jing was a little taken aback, having not expected her to say such sharp words. Don't you like me anymore? Yes, Manny admitted, staring at his face. But I won't let love hinder my future again. How could a girl not like her first love? But she had discovered from the rise of Morian and Tangbebe that career advancement was even more fascinating. And she was heading in that direction. But as she swung the golden mirror behind her, she pursed her lips in fear. She had almost fallen into his trap again. Luckily, she had made the right choice again, otherwise, she would have ended up like Assistant Wu. In Imperial Star, Morian listened to the whole story and couldn't help but smile. It turns out, the boss's vision is very accurate. 2 years ago, he had also thought Manny a little weak and naive, relying on false love for spiritual nourishment. But time would prove that poverty and profit are the true driving forces of progress. Agency declined to comment, instead asking, "How's the matter I asked you to inquire about?" Morian immediately turned serious. "I've already found out. It's the Hong family that's behind this, and they've already spread the word. The exchange is barter." Hong family? Agency's brows knitted. This news wasn't good. She and the Hong family had a long-standing grudge over the development of Dragon Star. Those people still didn't know the true reason for the Flame Serpent's landing, otherwise they would have joined forces to siege her. It seems that Mrs. Hong of the Hong family was injured on Dragon Star and lost her energy crystal during her advancement. She urgently needs a level 9 energy plant to repair her abilities. Clearly, this was something she couldn't offer. It seems we can't meet the terms of the deal. Morian then elaborated, even if we did, the other party might not be willing. After all, because of their boss's actions, those people had suffered a heavy loss on Dragon Scar. Actually, there's no need to exchange with the Hong family. Agency thought for a moment, and asked him to invite Yi Tu over. Just say we haven't seen each other in 2 years, and invite him over for dinner to discuss future cooperation. To be honest, if she hadn't mentioned the word cooperation, Yi Tu would have been reluctant to attend. But no matter how much he disliked it, the necessary social interaction had to continue. It's been 2 years since we last met. Miss Ye seems even more different. He wanted to say more beautiful, but the young woman before him looked pale, and her breathing was shallow. To anyone who didn't know better, they might have thought she was critically ill, which made it difficult for him to compliment her. How could a healing system capable of treating terminal illnesses become so ill? Yi Tu appropriately concealed his curiosity. Thank you for the compliment. Agency ignored his scrutinizing gaze, and took a sip of her water. Well, my team has developed something great, and I'd like to discuss it with Mr. Yi. The man perked up immediately. Oh, what is it? He knew the good stuff the woman was talking about must be of immense value, but it would come at a price. An improved version of the newborn, level 7. Yi Tu hadn't taken the first few words to heart, as his team had also improved the newborn. But when the 2 level 7s came out, he couldn't help but freeze in his chair. Did I hear that correctly? Except for being unable to kill, you can completely use it as another Agency. Across the steaming water, her smile seemed enigmatic. His throat felt dry, and Yi Tu was about to take a sip of his tea, but his sweaty hands nearly knocked the cup over. He quickly calmed down. What are your demands? I want the Hong family's level 9 body forging plant, but I don't have a level 9 energy plant, so I'd like to ask for a favor. I knew it, Yi Tu mentally complained. He wiped his hands calmly. If you want, you can use the level 7 newborn. As long as she spread the word, someone would surely be willing to exchange it for a level 9 body forging plant, and then trade with her. It seems Mr. Yi also thinks the level 7 newborn is worth the price. Yi Tu felt a little annoyed at having his thoughts seen through. The newborn was only level 7, yes, but according to what Agency had revealed, its healing efficiency was probably comparable to that of a level 8 healing plant. And crucially, it wasn't a consumable item. It can also treat radiation sickness and genetic diseases. Even if it were sold for a fee, it would still bring in eye-watering profits. Perhaps its functions couldn't compare to those of a level 9 body forging plant, but its value to those in need far surpassed the latter. And unfortunately, Yi too, was that person in need. Why don't you go on your own? He raised his gaze, his tone as if he had caught her vulnerable. Is it because you're having a dispute with the Hong family, or are you afraid the Xie family will interfere? Both reasons. Xie Jinxi wasn't afraid of him using this to blackmail her. I trust Mr. Yi, that's why I came to you. Don't play any tricks on her. One pair of eyes was cold, the other calculating. The two stared at each other for a moment, and Yi too smiled first. You should have more than one level 7 freshman, right? I want them all, except the one I'm exchanging, and the rest I can buy at the original price. No one could resist the benefits of a monopoly. Sure. The girl's straightforwardness surprised him, but then he became defensive again. Something was amiss. His thieving look made Xie Jinxi raise an eyebrow. Mr. Yi, you don't have to look at me like that, do you? It doesn't matter who you sell it to. This thing was too hot to handle, so she was naturally willing to take it on. Yi too breathed a sigh of relief, secretly thinking that he had been too overthinking. But I don't want money. I want a spaceship, and a warship grade one. Cough, cough, cough. Yi too wiped his mouth awkwardly and looked at her speechlessly. He couldn't be more careful with this woman. Do you know how much a spaceship costs? Warship grade? After complaining, he looked her up and down. What do you want a warship for? Warships can only be produced under official regulations. Although he did take orders from the military, this was his first private venture. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. It's just built to the standard, and you don't have to equip it with weapons, so how can it be illegal? Xie Jinxi seemed remarkably calm. You know, my goal has always been the military, but I imagine the path to advancement will be incredibly difficult, so I'm building a foundation here first. Yi too didn't know how to evaluate her. Who would use their own money to pave their own path in the military? Just as he was about to sneer, she said, we have 3 level 7 tanks and 1 level 6. You can have them all. He wiped his hands. Deal. Chapter 171. Business has always been a way of starving the timid and bloating the bold. Yi too had courage, connections, and the means. 3 level 7 newborns in exchange for a level 9 energy plant and half a spaceship. That's right. According to the blueprint Xie Jinxi gave him, that spaceship wouldn't carry any basic weapons, so it could only be considered half a spaceship. With the production conditions in his factory, it would even be more economical than a commercial spaceship. But let me make this clear. If it's manufactured according to your blueprints, it will only have loading and flight capabilities, nothing else. Yi too emphasized this repeatedly, fearing she would make further unreasonable demands. Xie Jinxi's eyes also shone with a hint of smile. That's enough, but don't cut corners. No problem. The young man's tone still held a hint of triumph. I'd build you a warship to the standards of 5 admirals. Why are warships so expensive? It's because the weapons they carry are expensive. For example, the weapons on those high-end warships, a single electromagnetic cannon, can cost as much as a small commercial spacecraft. Just building the hull itself, even the marshals, is about the same. After the 3 high-end Xinjiang units are operational, it won't take long to recoup the profit. After finishing his meal, Xie Jinxi was about to return to the company for a rest, but a call from Morian interrupted his good mood. Boss, as your subordinate, I have to remind you to fulfill your guardianship responsibilities in a timely manner. What do you mean? She suddenly realized. Your adopted brother, Philsis, has had teachers at school who repeatedly emphasize the importance of a guardian's presence to ensure a child's psychological well-being. Xie Jinxi fell silent. The young man on the other side of the screen also fell silent. He knew. The boss had long forgotten about the little brat. Back then, considering Philsis's age, Xie Jinxi had decided to let Tang Beibei, a woman, take care of him. But he was too clingy. He run to the company every holiday, clung to her like a sister. And because they were close, the school required her, as the guardian, to attend parent-teacher conferences, garden parties, picnics, and other events. If she refused too many times, the school would accuse her of post-adoption violence. After being driven to the brink by calls from the teacher, Xie Jinxi, citing the need for a better education, sent him to Imperial Capital Star. This private school was full of children who lived long-term because their parents were too busy to care. The school turned a blind eye, paying a high fee. But Xie Jinxi was the first guardian to have not shown his face in 2 years. The school had repeatedly reminded Morian, hoping the legal guardian would show up. I understand. Xie didn't refuse. She had decided to adopt the child because she valued his abilities. Just like watering a flower or planting a tree, you have to give to get something in return. With the address Morian had given him, Pratt drove his hovercraft and followed the navigation to the school gate. With summer vacation approaching, the school was filled with hovercrafts, all parents coming to pick up their children. Morian had already informed Philsis in advance. As the school gates opened, a tall, thin figure rushed out like a black whirlwind. Sister! Sister! Xie had almost forgotten his face, but his repetitive voice made her recognize him instantly. The 12-year-old was already almost 6 feet tall. Filthy's face flushed with excitement. He didn't hug her as he usually did, but stood restrainedly before her. You finally came to see me. His dark peach-colored eyes were like the night sky, gleaming specifically for the girl before him. Sorry, I've been a bit busy these past 2 years. I know. When I grow up, I can help you and protect you. Her unconcerned response made him happy for a long time. Sister, I got first place in the school's supernatural ability test, and the Imperial Capital Military Academy affiliated high school gave me a recommended admission. After getting in the car, he was like a puppy seeking credit, his tail wagging, even the seatbelt unable to restrain it. Not bad, what reward do you want? The child's eyes lit up. I want to live with you. Xie only then realized that Morian had actually bought him a small apartment near the company. After arriving, Filthy's took out his key, opened the door, and warmly invited her in. He pulled out the brand new slippers that had been sitting in the closet for ages and placed them on the floor. Pratt had just reached the entrance with his suitcase when he took it from him. A bright smile graced his delicate face. Thank you, brother. I take good care of you. He remained motionless in the entranceway as he spoke. Thank you for your hard work. Pratt had raised his siblings himself and had a soft spot for children. He reached out to touch his head, but the child turned his head away. Sorry, there are only 2 rooms here, Philsis said more bluntly. Pratt paused. Then, he tilted his head to look at his boss, who was folding his arms. Filthy's also turned his head, staring at her eagerly. Her eyes were filled with the words, I want to be alone with my sister. Xie sat on the sofa and said, I contact you when I'm about to leave. The young man nodded. Then I go to the staff dormitory. The door closed, and Filthy smiled triumphantly. He put the box away and poured her a new cup of warm water. Then he shyly sat down beside her, hugging his stuffed pillow and opening his online shopping mall. What do you want to eat, sister? I make it for you. Xie leaned slightly to her side, supporting her forehead. Something light. Okay. Even though he was being asked to do something, he acted like he was being greatly rewarded. While waiting for the food to arrive, Xie watched him mop the floor dust and make her bed. Then he hung her clothes in the closet. Wearing a brown puppy bandana and matching apron, anyone else would have been dazzled, but Xie gaze remained calm the entire time. Something even tinged with suspicion. She couldn't understand where this child's cheerful energy came from. Dinner's meal was light, just as Xie had requested, corn and shrimp, cabbage, tofu, and fish soup, and a plate of small greens. Light but not bland. Filthy's watched her eating and asked nervously, Is it delicious? Very good. A flush of excitement crossed his face. He waited until she showered and entered her room, before returning, rolling excitedly on the bed, hugging his pillow. Meanwhile, Xie returned to her room and contacted Morian. Boss, what can I do for you? Morian had already finished get off work, and seemed to have just showered. Then he noticed the boss had a strange look on his face. Has Philsis behaved unusually in the past 2 years? After all, they had worked together for over 3 years, and Morian could probably guess his boss's current mood. He asked, Do you know why I bought him an apartment? Without waiting for Xie response, he replied with a look of unbearable pain on his face. Because he's constantly asking about your news and preferences, I've been having nightmares for several nights. Chapter 172. Xie still didn't understand the source of Philsis's fondness for her. But seeing her miserable subordinates, she felt a sense of concern. How much is the apartment? The boss doesn't have to give it to me. Morian regained his elitist demeanor. The apartment is already in my name. After all, the boss will be living in the military district town, right? As long as one is promoted to major, one can be allocated an apartment in the military district town of the planet where they are stationed. In his opinion, with his boss's ability, there's no need to spend extra money on a house. Unlike the last time she returned to the Imperial Capital planet, this time was very peaceful. Because Xie Zhonglin was away on a mission with the Skyscale Legion. Even Xie Yang and Xie Xinghao were absent. But peace didn't mean leisure. Some people, seeing the huge profits of the new life, wanted to take advantage of her because they couldn't get any advantage from Yi too. Xie Jinxi pushed them where she could, and dismissed those who couldn't. Some people also tried to use coercion and inducement, but she thwarted them all. There had been attempts to infiltrate the factory over the past 2 years, but Morian had managed it like a fortress, leaving no room for exploitation. With Xie Jinxi's arrival, she wouldn't tolerate these incidents as unseen, finding ways to deal with everyone one by one. It was finally clear that she had not only the ability to create such a large industry, but also the ability to maintain it. Amidst this open and covert competition, the atmosphere of the Military Academy League gradually heated up. With the announcement of the list of contestants from the major military academies, Xie Jinxi's name once again attracted attention. "Sister, there are reporters outside again." Philsis drew the curtains. "Is Sister Chinka coming?" Renchinka was one of the few people who could get close to him. Xie Jinxi looked up from the screen and hummed. "Are you going to pick her up?" "No, I go straight to the hotel tomorrow." Philsis said but didn't ask to go with him. He might be clingy, but he knew his sister's limits. The next morning, after breakfast Philsis had prepared, Xie Jinxi put on her Nagano Military Academy uniform and arrived at the hotel to meet up with everyone. "Aw, Cece, I missed you so much." Renchinka gave her a bear hug. Most of the group this time were familiar faces: Bai Zalen, Renchinka, Xiang Yi, and Minnie Shelby from Class 3. The remaining 2 were twins from the 2nd grade, and they were very excited to see her. "Senior Xie, my name is Yu Kuai, the eldest brother. My name is Yu Lu, the younger brother. This time, we follow you." The 2 of them were exactly alike, speaking each other like simultaneous interpreters. Xie Jinxi nodded. "Hello." She glanced at the crowd and noticed someone was missing. "Where's Instructor Tikov?" At this moment, Andre, who had always had a fierce expression, snorted. Bai Zalen pulled her aside and whispered, "Instructor Tikov is temporarily staying on Longin Star because Manny is injured." "Injured?" Xie Jinxi frowned. "I haven't heard of it. It seems he was attacked by unknown individuals while out, but fortunately, the instructor happened to save him." Renchinka followed. "Manny told us not to tell you. She handled it herself." Xie Jinxi pondered for a moment, then put off asking. At this moment, Andre snorted again in dissatisfaction. "If I had known, I should have taken another caravan spaceship. Now we've got this mess." After saying this, he glared at someone and turned away. Bai Zalen grinned and whispered to Xie Jinxi. He was furious about Manny's injury, more than anyone else. He insisted on keeping Instructor Tikov, saying that our students can't be bullied by those unscrupulous businessmen. That's right, that's just him. He has a sharp tongue but a mean heart. The scene at that time was perhaps a little funny. Renchinka still laughed heartily at the memory. Andre, to some extent, felt guilty, having promised Xie Jinxi to keep an eye on Manny, only to have something happen right under her nose. After hearing the general story, Xie Jinxi gained a new appreciation for their chief instructor's sense of responsibility. She hadn't expected a casual request to draw such serious attention from him. She chased after him to thank him, but the chief instructor, knowing how to take advantage of the situation, glared at her condescendingly. "If you really want to thank me, I'll win the championship." Xie Jinxi didn't refuse this small request. In this Military Academy League, her comeback and Robert's promotion to level 6 became the 2 main themes. Everyone was speculating about who was stronger between the 2. At the opening ceremony, the camera didn't miss her, constantly filming her face. Afterward, there was a brief interview. "May I ask why your school chose Bai Zalen as captain instead of Xie Jinxi? Is he being given preferential treatment because he's the marshal's nephew?" Andre's face darkened. How dare he question him? Wade quickly separated him and replied with a smile, "There are many considerations behind choosing Bai Zalen as captain. Due to competition strategy, we can't disclose this." In reality, it was simply because Xie Jinxi hadn't participated in the training camp and didn't understand the twin brothers' abilities, making it impossible to choose the right combination of forces in actual combat. That's why Bai Zalen was appointed captain. The instructors were worried sick, while the team members hid back, staring at the sky and muttering. Xiang Yi approached Xie Jinxi and started to beg him. "Only after arriving on Imperial Capital Star did I realize how rich you are. Can you let me live off you?" Xie Jinxi turned around and said, "I don't need a freeloader, but I do need help. Being a freeloader is fine, and can I live off you at the same time?" Mitty Shelby rolled his eyes and pulled him away. "Can you be quiet in front of the camera?" At that moment, a sneer rang out from not far away. "What kind of people are these at Nagano Military Academy? They're as shameless as dogs, and they're living off you. This demanding tone came from someone familiar at Imperial Capital Military Academy, Glaine's. He folded his arms, looking at the sinister Xiang Yi with disdain. The latter grinned, then charged into the opposing team and punched him in the face. Glaine's hadn't expected such brazenness, and for a moment, he was stunned before immediately striking back. The entire opening ceremony went quiet, then agitated. Wow, a fight already started. The media immediately gathered their cameras. That's too bad. Lebert was about to strike when a large hand restrained him. Your team provoked them first, and even if they got hit, there's nothing you can do. Zalen said with a smile, our school always speaks with fists. The two captains' eyes instantly lit up. The opposing instructor, with a sullen expression, tried to intervene, but Andre stopped him. What's the point of us adults meddling in a child's matter? The veins on the middle-aged man's arms bulged with the force. Other military academies gathered to watch the excitement. Xiang Ye's fight was so intense that traces of his wolf transformation were already showing on his body. This wasn't going to work. Wade was sweating profusely, anxiously winking at Xiejinsi. She pursed her lips, swung out a light band, and bound the two men fighting fiercely, then separated them. Chapter 173. Manny took her plate to her seat and sat down. Hearing the loud cheers coming from the cafeteria screen, she couldn't help but put down her chopsticks and look over. The Military Academy League had begun. TSK, your boss is bullying the kids again. Caesar sat across from her, a beast leg in his right hand, and a bottle of Baijiu in his left, his movements quite heroic. Manny was still unaccustomed to dealing with such people. The principal and the chief instructor asked the boss to go. That's right. With that girl's personality, she wouldn't play such a low-level game. Caesar glanced at the girl, a sly smile playing across his greasy lips. Do you know what your boss is really like? He uses a chainsaw to chop people down. There's an interstellar pirate named Dragon on the second desolate planet. He's been driven to ruin by her, and has returned to his life of murder and robbery. The girl's face stiffened slightly, causing Caesar to take a sip of his wine contentedly. Young children are so fun to tease. Manny quickly concealed her annoyance and got down to business. I hope Miss Caesar can come with me next time to find the Queen Bee. I've always felt something was off. No problem. After finalizing the decision, Manny looked back at the figure on the screen, the camera's favorite. She leaped swiftly between abandoned buildings, dispatching a member of the enemy team in the blink of an eye and stealing their scorecard. Her cold face made one shudder. This person was definitely not a good person, but following her would likely give him what he wanted. The boss's success isn't accidental, she murmured. This surprised Caesar. At this point in the league, competition had reached a fever pitch. This year's tournament was a points battle, where all teams could hunt down all targets, enemies, monsters, and other teams on the field to obtain the points cards they possessed. The goal was to create a competitive atmosphere. Before the end of the match, points had to be entered into a terminal. And entering your points determined your score. If you entered 10 points on the first day of the competition, no amount of points would be added by the end, no matter how many tasks you completed. But if you failed to successfully enter your points before the end of the competition, you would not receive a score. There were only 3 terminals for entering points. This rule was extremely flexible. All teams, eager to earn more points, chose to enter their points on the afternoon of the final day. Weaker teams not only had to carefully manage their efforts to gain points, but also had to avoid being hunted down by stronger teams, so they were extremely cautious. But when the final day of the competition arrived, everyone was stunned. The Nagano Military Academy had destroyed the scoring machine, leaving only one. These lunatics, are they going to gather the remaining teams together for a brawl? Those guys who want to fight before the competition even starts, how can we expect them to stay quiet? One team complained as they hurried to their destination. Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed from the side. You guys really know us well. Everyone jumped in surprise as a wild wolf suddenly charged out. The whirring of its wings stirred up a thick cloud of dust. A girl in golden armor rushed over, shouting and beating everyone she met. Scoreboard. As they panicked, they felt a breeze pass by, and the electronic scoreboard hanging from her waist was already in Mighty's hands. Let's go! She roared and retreated first. Renchinka cheered, You're not strong enough. She ran after him. The others tried to catch up, but a giant wolf swept past and knocked them over. The 3 of them vanished in the blink of an eye. In the alley, Xiang Yi transformed into a humanoid, wearing only a pair of pants. Can I put on some clothes? Mitty held her forehead, unable to bear the sight. There's a live stream. A black rope with wolf teeth dangling from it was tied around the young man's neck. His tan body was tall and muscular, and his sweaty muscles seemed to glow as he moved. It's going to burst anyway? Xiang Yi curled his lips indifferently. I don't have the money for a full set of biomolecular clothing. Little did he know that the women in the live stream were going crazy for him. Seeing a military academy league offer such perks? Love it. I just wonder if he accepts sponsorship. I just love this poor, crazy little rascal. Elsewhere, Bai Zaylan and his twin brothers also reaped a bounty. As for Xie, she remained directly beside the score recording machine. A light shield covered the machine, so anyone who came could only watch. Weaker teams could even be single-handedly wiped out by her. This is terrifying. I guess no one except the Imperial Capital Military Academy and the Royal Military Academy can handle her. It feels like the other players aren't even on the same level as her. Don't worry, Robert can handle her. As time passed, the final climax was approaching, and the remaining strong teams arrived with their points. The score recorder, nearly 2 meters tall, stood in the central square of the abandoned town, shrouded in a green light shield. In the now-defunct pool nearby, a slender woman stood on a rockery in the center. Her expression was calm, like a sculpture adorning the rockery. A dozen teams quickly staked out their positions in the square, their gazes fixed on a predatory threat. Before they could devise a countermeasure, Xie teammates had already returned. Standing there, the pressure was intense. Hey, this is really lively. Xiang Yiguang, shirtless, his hands uncontrollably twitching in a beastly manner. Nagano Military Academy, what the hell are you trying to do? The Royal Military Academy captain's face was indignant. You're deliberately disrupting the order of the competition. Bai Zaylan chuckled. Don't the rules forbid that, do you? He glanced back, and the twins immediately prepared. With an hour left until the competition ends, we've decided to open logins for the final 10 minutes, So, you quite quickly touched the scoring machine, and it vanished. Everyone was stunned. Bai Zaylan clenched his fists. So let's fight. With a loud shout, his supernatural power enveloped the entire square. Most people fell to the ground as if crushed by a boulder. As if on cue, the 6th-level warriors from the upper 3 schools attacked one after another. A patter of rain fell on the field, accompanied by thunderous crashes, and countless people's hair stood on end from the shock. Then, a dizzying puff of smoke swept through, and the entire square was immediately plunged into chaos. Grab the points. Renchenko was the first to rush into the crowd. Xiang Yi chuckled and rushed towards the Imperial Capital Military Academy. Glanes, come fight me if you dare. Glanes, unable to bear the provocation, immediately jumped up. Come on, wild dog. But before he could make a move, Robert conjured a water prison to imprison Xiang Yi. Su Xuyan searched for his scorecard but found nothing. No. Hey, I'm here to fight. How could I possibly bring a burden? Xiang Yi grinned, fangs bared, and he actually broken free from the water prison. Chapter 174. Glanes had already rushed out and engaged Xiang Yi. The latter's moves were wild and dynamic, and the fight was incredibly exhilarating. Not only him, but the other Nagano Military Academy players were also like troublemakers, rushing in and attacking wherever they went. The rats that poked their heads out of the sewers were crushed by a single foot. Some tried to attack them, but discovered they had no points at all. Xie, standing alone on the rockery, clutching a bunch of scorecards, watched the chaotic battle with a cold eye. However, no one had yet charged forward. The pressure she felt was simply too strong. In the end, she could only curse. Nagano Military Academy, those lunatics. The melee lasted for half an hour, and more people withdrew from the field. When the smoke and dust cleared, only a dozen or so players remained standing. Most of them were players from the upper 3 schools, with some captains or ace players from other teams also present. The other teams had given up struggling and instead watched the final battle with great interest. Lebert, I think we could team up. The captain of the Royal Military Academy suggested, teach these barbaric lunatics a lesson. He gave the team at the pool a resentful glare. The captain of the Loki Military Academy agreed, indeed, they're all injured now. Exactly. He suddenly widened his eyes. Xie shed a healing light, and his teammates, bruised and bleeding from the corners of their mouths, visibly recovered. Xiang Yi, still in beast form, his twisted wolf claws restored, couldn't help but cast a defiant glare at the others. The other contestants' faces immediately contorted, their faces grumbling as they labored to carry the healing device, exhausted. But those lunatics at Nagano Military Academy have a humanoid healing device. The audience couldn't stand it anymore. No, this is too much. Xie abilities are incredible, aren't they? He can attack, defend, and even heal. At this moment, Bizalan casually wiped the excess blood from his mouth and said with a smile, "Don't even think about joining forces, because if we're out, you won't be able to find the scoring machine." Everyone inside and outside the arena thought, "Damn, how shameless." So now the other military academies have to fight first, leaving the last one to decide the outcome with them, right? Damn, who came up with this idea? That's too mean. There was a lot of speculation online about who made the decision, and even voting. Of the 7 contestants, the seemingly honest and upright Bizalan received the fewest votes, followed by the carefree Rinchinka. But in reality, this was a plan they had discussed after training, and then revised based on everyone's suggestions. Agency, who received the highest number of votes, unexpectedly didn't participate at all. At this point, the remaining contestants had no choice but to follow the Nagano Military Academy's plan. To conserve their energy, they decided to have the captains compete against each other. As they were deciding on the format, Robert stepped forward. "No need, you all can join." The other 3 immediately felt immense pressure. It proved their pressure wasn't psychological. Before they could even make a move, Robert condensed a hair-like line of water. The lightning, overwhelming the sky, passed through the water, instantly electrifying them, rendering them defenseless. The scoreboard was in hand. Currently, it showed that the Imperial Capital Military Academy had the highest points. As long as they could successfully enter their points, they would secure the championship. The clearing was left for the 2 teams. Yukwai returned the machine to its original location, and Agency retracted the light shield. 10 minutes remained in the match. "Choose your opponents," Bizalan said with a smile. The sky was thick with dark clouds, and dazzling lightning struck the Nagano Military Academy. A green barrier blossomed like a beautiful flower, blocking the attack from the sky. The battlefield was set up. In the blink of an eye, everyone had found their opponents. Looking at the charging gray wolf, Grimes felt the scratches on his chest ache even more, and he had no choice but to bite the bullet. He felt a little regretful for provoking this madman. Agency stood beside the machine motionless. A sharp sound of wind pierced her ears, and she turned her head to grab the man's wrist. Before her was a face that concealed a fierceness beneath its calmness. "Cousin, I don't know if I can be your opponent now." Thinking of that match in freshman year, he was almost crushed into the dust by her. Now, after 2 years of training and having reached level 6, he didn't believe he could be crushed by her again. Agency didn't reply. The strength of her arm was astonishing, and she hadn't noticed him before, allowing him to break free. A flash of lightning flashed before her eyes, and with a stern look in her eyes, she swung a point of light, shattering it. The young man suddenly vanished from her sight, and she stared coldly. She spun around and delivered a fierce punch, then, before he could react, immediately raised her elbow. Their punches and kicks were accompanied by a sharp, wind-like sound, almost impossible to look away from. The moment they separated, they each unleashed their supernatural powers in a fierce clash. Robert's physical skills were incredibly formidable. Bizalan wouldn't have lasted more than 10 minutes under his control. Agency couldn't suppress him quickly enough, so she had to distance herself and use her supernatural powers. Outside the arena, Andre's brow furrowed. That kid from the Imperial Capital Military Academy has some talent. This is the first time I've seen this girl forced to use her powers. Wade was a little worried. She's probably reaching her limits. Hearing her gradually heavier breathing, Robert quickened his pace. Agency had no choice but to increase her strength and speed. Suddenly, a shudder ran through her body. She flung out several screens of light behind her, using them to reach the rooftop. A dense, kelp-like line of lightning, covering most of the square, followed behind her. The arc of electricity made everyone's hair stand on end. So powerful, everyone watched with bated breath. Agency turned and condensed a ball of light, but a dizziness washed over her. The balls of light instantly multiplied to dozens, uncontrollably dividing into points of light that obscured the entire square and suddenly fell. If Robert's powers were truly astonishing, her attack was terrifying. So dense, it could turn everyone into a sieve in the blink of an eye. The worst part was, this power carried a suffocating, oppressive feeling. Oh no! Agency bit his tongue to stay awake, spread his fingers, and endure the excruciating pain to mobilize his power. From a distance, it looked like a dense aurora hanging from the sky. Everyone stared in amazement at the dazzling specks of light landing on the emerald green screen. It was like being in a dream. Just then, the countdown began to ding, and Bizalan quickly shoved the scoreboard onto the machine. Match over. The shrill sound of the machine awoke everyone. They stared at the young girl, half kneeling on the roof, gasping for breath, and swallowed. Just now, It seemed like she was about to advance. For some unknown reason, she suddenly stopped. On a warship in outer space. Xie Yang was laughing joyfully. The screen before her was showing the finals of the Military Academy League. Xie, half kneeling on the roof, was hesitant to stand up. While others were speculating about the reason Xie didn't advance, she knew it all clearly. I was wondering, how could 5 broken bone nails be completely unharmed? Turns out they were all fake. Then she stood up and went to the command room. Chapter 175. After the competition, all the contestants boarded a helicopter back to Central City. Standing on the podium once again, Xie expression was extremely grim, pale and cold. After receiving her medal, she still had to give an interview. As she prepared in the lounge, everyone looked at her with concern. Cici, are you okay? Renchinka sat down next to her. You look so pale. Why don't you ask the instructor for leave later, and skip the interview? Zaylan suggested. She simply shook her head. If she didn't attend, who knew what the outside world would speculate? The weaker she was, the less likely she was to let anyone know. Just then, a staff member walked in with a young boy. This kid said he's Miss Xia's brother, and he's here to deliver something. Filthy ran straight towards her, a thermos hanging around his neck and a thermos bucket in his hands. Sister, I made something delicious for you. Like a caring little manservant, he cleared a small table and set the table for her. Is your throat sore again? Have some pear soup first. Xie stared at him in silence for a moment, then reached out to take the kettle. Everyone had just come down from the podium, and while starving, they watched her leisurely eat, fearing the questions the reporters were about to ask them. Envy. Renchinka rubbed her hands together and leaned in front of her. Hey. Is it delicious? She wanted a piece. Before Xie could say anything, Philsis pulled the greedy person away. This is for you, sister. If you want some, go find Mr. Qin. Renchinka exaggeratedly clutched her chest. Philsis, you've changed. Not only are you not giving me food, you're stabbing me in the heart. Knowing her rabbit wasn't there. At this moment, a staff member entered with a young man. This gentleman says he's Miss Ren's boyfriend, and has come to deliver something. In the quiet lounge, Renchinka leaped up. Ah, Lolo. Why are you here? Qin Luo smiled, and set the large bag aside, a touch shy at the teasing glances from the instructor and her classmates. He reached out to catch her and smiled. I took annual leave to celebrate with you, and I'm also on a business trip. Besides, he figured his girlfriend would go straight to her internship after the competition, and wouldn't see her for a while, so he come all the way here. I brought some fried chicken, a few boxes of barbecue, and some drinks. He ruffled her fluffy short hair. I can't stay here too long. I wait for you outside. Renchinka, being fed, smiled like a little leopard. Qin Luo said hello to his boss again, before leaving. Renchinka opened the bag, and discovered the generous portions he brought. He quickly greeted everyone. Don't just stand there. The interview still has over 10 minutes left. Eat quickly. Everyone immediately dropped their manuscripts, and gathered around to ask questions of the reporter. They ate first. Now, no longer envying Xie, they began to feel grateful for Renchinka's boyfriend. I used to think your boyfriend was too shy, but now I see he's got so many good qualities. Midi sighed, but Renchinka glanced at her warily. You can look for someone based on his type, but I won't let you imagine him. Don't worry, he's not my type. Midi rolled her eyes. With his physique, I might even have to hold him in bed. No, that's not the case. My son Luo may look thin, but he's incredibly strong from lifting heavy objects every day. Renchinka's mouth was greasy as she added to herself. Although I hug him most of the time, it's because she's so impatient. During the interview, after the usual questions, the reporter, as expected, focused on Xie. Xie, why did you stop advancing? She held onto the microphone. It wasn't safe with other contestants present. There are rumors that your health is deteriorating. Is it due to the after effects of your supernatural powers going haywire? Zaylan and the others frowned. This question was too revealing, too much. No. Ahem, it's due to other factors. The reporter quickly pressed. Are you free to tell me? No. After dealing with the reporters, Andre took the initiative to take everyone out for a nice meal. After dinner, he announced, your internships have been confirmed. He glanced at Xie. It's the Skyscale Legion. Everyone looked at her. It was no secret that Xie had a troubled relationship with the Xie family. Zaylan and Renchinka were particularly aware that the Xie family had even attempted to kill her, and they couldn't help but ask, Instructor, can you make Jinxi choose again? I can't help it. Andre sighed. Senior year internships are arranged by the school and the military and are led by instructors. Unless there are special circumstances, changing internship locations is not permitted. Even for students like Bizalan, who come from military families or have relatives in the military, their post-graduation destination is already set, but they still have to follow the school's arrangements for internships. Several legions, like Xiang Yi, have already extended olive branches to him, but they can only join after completing their internship. In silence, Xie stood up. I'm done eating. I be leaving first. Clearly, a huge conspiracy was looming over her. First, she called Yi Tuesday. Have you got the alien plant? The Hong family is still waiting. I'm in touch. We have to wait. Yi Tu's voice was lazy. Is it urgent? In front of him was the interview footage that had just been played. What do you think? Hearing her slightly dangerous tone, Yi Tu pondered for a moment and said, I asked my eldest sister to intervene, but from what the Hong family says, the alien plant probably hasn't been delivered to the imperial capital star yet. After all, they were a partner that brought huge benefits, and they had agreed to a trade-off. It was time to put some pressure on the Hong family. At the same time, her embarrassing appearance caught the attention of other enemies. The evil dragon, holding the plump woman in his arms, stared intently at the screen before him. Baby, no matter how I look at her, Scalpel looks like she's dying. Mariana glanced sideways and yawned lazily. Now the whole Federation knows she's in poor health. This is an opportunity. Besides, she doesn't get along with the Xie family. When Xie identity was first revealed, he was quite worried about the Xie family's retaliation. But after the live broadcast incident, her feud with the Xie family surfaced, and he saw an opportunity. She can't get away this time. The strength in the dragon's hand gradually increased. Mariana frowned slightly, glanced indifferently at her bruised arm, and snuggled deeper into his embrace. The Xie family didn't give Xie any time to recover. The transfer order came quickly. Boss, how about you apply for an extension? To be honest, Marian was worried his boss wouldn't be able to return once he left. Extensions were possible, like when Manny couldn't make it back from Dragon Star, she applied for a 2-month extension. Others, citing reasons like long intervals between spacecraft flights or encountering space storms, could apply for an extension. I've tried that, to no avail. Once an internship is arranged, the intern becomes under the management of their respective regiments. The Xie family didn't give her that opportunity. Chapter 176. If I fail to report on time, deducting points is a minor matter. Xie fully believed that the Xie family would punish her severely, such as depriving her of her internship and directly ending her path to military service. Ma Yan followed suit, worried. Even with bodyguards, outsiders can't enter the Corps. No need, I've made arrangements. Looking at his boss's indifferent face, Ma Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, the boss never fights a battle without confidence. Having learned that she was going to participate in an internship, Xie Xinghao rushed back. He missed the military academy league, but it was just in time to pick her up for the internship. When they arrived at the company, a look of worry crossed his face. Grandpa will definitely have other ideas. Sister, how about you and your classmates join my company? Xie Zhonglin didn't restrict his development. A few years later, he was promoted to second lieutenant, commanding a team of 100 men. When these interns arrived, they would be randomly assigned to their teams. If my sister joined his team, at least she wouldn't have to worry about her immediate superior putting obstacles in her way. There's no point in telling me. Xie Xinghao immediately understood. I find a way to get Grandpa's approval. Xie looked at the worried young man. We talk about it later. Then he lowered his gaze to the documents in front of him. Xie Xinghao checked the time and tentatively asked, Sister, it's almost noon. How about we go get lunch together? It had been a long time since he and his sister had eaten together. Before Xie could reply, a child's clear, joyful voice rang out from outside the door. Sister. The tall, thin boy walked in, carrying a large thermos bucket and a thermos flask dangling from his arm. He smiled, but glanced warily at the young man standing next to him, his sister's biological brother. Today we have steak and corn soup. He placed the food on the coffee table at the other end of the office. Xie put down the documents and said to another young man with black hair and dark eyes, Go and eat by yourself. Xie Xinghao was stunned, staring at the busy boy. Sister, who is this? When Marian entered, he saw Philsis, like a wary puppy, with his ears perked up. He introduced himself to Xie Xinghao. Hello, Mr. Xia, I'm your adopted brother. My name is Philsis. Brother? The two brothers, one big and one small, looked at each other with their eyes burning red across the coffee table, while their boss ate leisurely. Morian wanted to whistle. This was really funny. Yes, Mr. Xie, do you have any objections? Vilsa sat next to his sister and slid closer. His seemingly innocent face was full of defiance. Xie Xinghao felt a precarious panic. Sister, what's going on? Xie Jinxi held out the soup. As you can see, the two brothers reacted in different ways. One felt like floating in the air, the other deeply hurt. Xie Xinghao couldn't blame her actions, only finding them ironic. Sister, why did you adopt such a child? It's useful. Xie Jinxi simply said two short words. Yes. Veldis puffed out his chest. I can cook for sister, wash her clothes, and take good care of her. Mr. Xie, don't worry. He was beaming with pride. Xie Xinghao wasn't the type to argue with a child. Sister, I'm leaving first. But ultimately, he was still discouraged. Filthy suddenly rose, like a victorious rooster, his head held high and his chest puffed out. But when he turned around, he met Xie Jinxi's deep, scrutinizing gaze, and immediately deflated. Sister, what's wrong? Is she angry because he bullied her own brother? Filthy. She rarely called him by his name like that, and the boy clutched his pants nervously. Why do you think I adopted you? He blinked and answered affirmatively, because I'm kind. Not only did you save me. No. Xie Jinxi wiped her mouth with a napkin. If you can't figure it out, this adoption relationship doesn't need to continue. The child's eyes suddenly reddened at the refusal. He left tears welling up in his eyes. Morian placed the documents on her desk, gave a brief report, and walked out. Sure enough, the child was waiting for him in the hallway. Mr. Morian, I don't understand. He pouted in grievance, looking at him pleadingly. Morian sighed, folded his arms, and looked at him. Philsis, just think about what use you can make to the boss. My sister said I ask her when I'm able to work, so I've been working hard to learn to cook. That's not right. Morian denied again. The efforts you're making could be accomplished by just hiring a nanny. The role I'm talking about is bringing benefits to the boss. For example, Assistant Tang, and I can bring wealth to the boss. Mr. Shujio and Mr. Shower possess advanced research and development capabilities, and Miss Manny will definitely be a valuable assistant to the boss in the military. And your advantage is that you're a 12-year-old, third-level psychic. He bent slightly, looking directly into the boy's clear eyes. In this age where strength reigns supreme, this is an advantage none of us can match. Your role is to be the sharpest knife in her hand. You definitely have a place by the boss's side in the future. Do you understand? Felsa suddenly realized, and a smile bloomed again. I understand. Then he happily took the thermos and left. Still a naive child, he turned to look at the woman leaning against the door. Boss, we're corrupting the child. Xie Jinxi raised an eyebrow. What else? Did I adopt him just to raise him to be a kind, selfless, and altruistic fool? Thinking of the boss's younger brother, Morian agreed. The time was set quickly. 3 days after the military academy tournament, Andre and everyone boarded the spaceship. To Mingwang Star, home to the Skyscale Legion. Due to its favorable climatic conditions, Mingwang Star is the Federation's largest grain and vegetable growing planet. 80% of the planet's residents work in related industries. Hundreds of transport ships depart from here every day, delivering food and vegetables to the entire Federation. However, recently, several interstellar pirate robberies occurred here. In one small settlement, the entire population was massacred, even infants. This caused great panic. The Rose Legion is stationed here, tasked with protecting the residents of the settlements, safeguarding the vegetable and food production bases, and hunting down the interstellar pirates who are wreaking havoc. Severely short of manpower, they requested reinforcements. The Federation therefore dispatched the Skyscale Legion. Aboard the ship, Andre briefly explained the situation on Mingwang Star to everyone, emphasizing in all seriousness, although you won't be sent to hunt interstellar pirates, there's a chance you might encounter them during other missions. Your only recourse is to escape. Every year, students die during internships. As an instructor, he simply hopes the number is as low as possible. Chapter 177. On Dragon Scar Planet, Manny was driving a hovercraft, speeding across the wilderness. Ahead of her were 2 swiftly flying low-level bee beasts. Something must have happened to the queen bee, otherwise she wouldn't have avoided contacting us. She said solemnly to Caesar in the driver's seat, we must inform the boss. Caesar, however, looked nonchalant. Exotic beasts, especially high-level ones, always have their own little tricks. The woman rested her hand on the car window, letting the wind idly pick up her braids. And isn't she on an internship? Aren't you afraid of disturbing her? It's precisely because she's on an internship that the boss needs to be prepared. Caesar glanced sideways. This girl had only been on Dragon Scar Planet for less than a month, but her approach had become more decisive. Agency received the news just as the spaceship was about to land. Her classmates, filled with excitement and anticipation, gathered towards the exit. The noise was so loud that her brows furrowed. Holding onto her earpiece, she asked, "Do you know what's causing this?" "I saw her once before, and there were no signs of advancement. But then she suddenly lost contact with the base." Manny's voice was heavy. "I suspect the Queen Bee is injured." The Queen Bee had been working with them for almost 3 years. The fat alien beast had been friendly to her the last time they met. It made no sense for it to suddenly change its mind. Most alien beasts become cautious when injured or protecting their young. But the Queen Bee is always in labor, so the first hypothesis is the most accurate. The spacecraft began to vibrate slightly, a reaction only seen when entering a planet's atmosphere. Agency gazed at the mountains and clouds visible outside the window and said, "Anyway, you should investigate first. Report to me if you find anything unusual." After a pause, he added, "If there's no result after 20 days, you temporarily hand the matter over to Sujio and come do the internship." I couldn't let my subordinate, who I had finally secured, go to hell like this. "Yes." Minghuang star. It truly had abundant sunlight. 2 twin stars stood side by side in the sky, providing enough light and heat for plant growth. Looking out, the transformed plain stretched as far as the eye could see, covered in lush greenery. The military base resembled a majestic black and white behemoth, reposing majestically on a plateau. The activated star shield resembled a giant bubble. It housed a towering observation tower. Fighter jets flew in and out continuously, and surveillance drones circled like birds. The spacecraft landed in the port city outside the military base, the main thoroughfare for cargo transportation between Minghuang Star and other planets. Hundreds of spaceships enter and exit this area every day. However, due to recent harassment from interstellar pirates, all incoming and outgoing ships are extremely cautious. After landing, they underwent a rigorous inspection before being led to the military base by their handlers. The bus passed through streets filled with greenery and flowers. To minimize the impact of the high temperatures on daily life, the buildings are all clad in brown brick and stone, and the floors are low. Whether in a villa or a small high-rise building, everyone enjoys growing flowers and vegetables on their balconies. The water from the automatic watering canister sprayed, creating small rainbows in the sunlight. This is a planet that truly loves life. A rose is carved on the gate of the military base. Upon entering, everyone found the familiar atmosphere of steel technology and solemnity. They were led to the vast drill ground and lined up by class. Soon, the sergeants on duty nearby saluted in unison. A man between young and middle age stepped out first, glanced at the troops on the field, tilted his head and smiled, saying, "Thank you, Lieutenant General. I'm so envious of you for having such a talented group of young men." When they saw his face clearly, everyone gasped. This man was so beautiful. His long chestnut hair was languidly tied back, and his brown eyes shone like glass in the sunlight, melting with a smile. His nose was like a hanging gall bladder, his lips like roses. But his slender stature, over 1.9 meters, would never be mistaken for a woman, especially with the superior presence hidden beneath his smile. His white uniform, with the Rose Legion insignia on his shoulders and a delicate rose on his chest, served as a perfect backdrop for his face. This man was Lieutenant General Rong Yi, commanding the Rose Legion. Beside him, Xie Zhonglin, his imposing presence alone prevented him from being overlooked. Andre and the other instructors immediately raised their heads and puffed out their chests. "Salute. Meet Lieutenant General Xie, Lieutenant General Rong." The students, stunned by her beauty, finally came to their senses and saluted with their legs together. In the hushed and solemn atmosphere, Agency, standing at the front of the first class, was fixed by 2 sets of gazes. Xie Zhonglin immediately averted their gazes and came to the front of the formation. Rong Yi, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, examined her critically, then stopped moving. "First of all, welcome to the Skyscale Legion for internship. Every sergeant in the Legion is a veteran worthy of your learning." After a brief opening statement, Xie Zhonglin announced the interns' assignments. "You will be randomly assigned to teams and receive missions assigned by your captains. The list will be announced now." Then a woman emerged from behind him. It was Xie Yayang. She gave the person who had her teeth tingling with a subtle glance before tapping the screen. "Those whose names are called, please step out and report to your captains." Team D29, Leon Filius. A legion has major divisions like the Vanguard, reconnaissance, and logistics. Each division has its own specialized combat units, such as mechas, fighters, and healing. Generally speaking, interns are assigned to the reconnaissance unit. This is because the vanguard consists of powerful and experienced veterans, who are the first to charge into battle. The interns were there, mostly just serving as waiters. But as the students from each class gradually left, leaving only the team from the Military Academy League, Andre suddenly had a bad feeling. The remaining 5 will go to Team A10, Xie Young announced almost impatiently. Andre's brow furrowed. I have objections. He stared at Xie Zhonglin. I believe my students are unsuitable for the Mecha Vanguard. Bai Zalen and the others, still unaware of the significance of Team A10, suddenly changed their expressions. This was the first time they heard of interns joining the Mecha Vanguard. They all glanced at Xie Jinsi. Sure enough, she was being targeted. Not knowing what tricks the Xie family was hiding, Bai Zalen and the others couldn't help but feel a little worried about her. Instructor Andre, these students are more talented than you think. Xie Zhonglin's old eyes remained calm. In this team, the lowest level of ability is level 5. They need better training, better opportunities. This intern team was even stronger than the sergeants in Team A1. But Andre didn't back down. They are talented, but lack experience. Because of this, I believe they need more protection. Chapter 178. In Andre's view, once these children grow up, they will surely become the new pillars of the military. Why should they be put in danger because of the Xie family's selfish interests? As the chief instructor, his dominance was so strong that Xie Zhonglin couldn't help but frown. So, you think my arrangements are unreasonable? Of course not. Andre's voice echoed across the playground. I think I need to file a complaint with the Military Affairs Department. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. On the side, Rong Yi, watching the show, couldn't help but laugh, and interrupted the confrontation with a light cough. Although minimizing the risk to interns is an unwritten rule, I don't think joining the Vanguard should be a big problem. He looked at the protective middle-aged man. After all, this is the planet where I'm stationed, and hunting down interstellar pirates is the responsibility of my subordinates. The Skyscale Legion primarily focuses on patrols and reconnaissance, so there's no distinction between Vanguard and reconnaissance. However, Andre wasn't fooled. This explanation only applies to the current situation on Mingguang Star. When it comes to other missions, the Vanguard will still have the highest mortality rate. Rongyi wasn't offended by his rebuttal. Instead, he admired this straightforward man. But, Mr. Andre, you can protect them during their internship, but what about after graduation? He glanced at the young men. These kids are incredibly talented. One day they face danger. Instead of waiting until graduation, why not take this opportunity to hone their skills? The man's tone was gentle, but his aggressive beauty and aloof air of superiority made it seem oppressive. Andre pursed his lips tightly. That was true. But, he glanced at Xie Zhonglin. This was assuming the Xie family had no intention of targeting Xie Jinsi. But such obvious facts couldn't be used as a justification, as they could easily refute it as malicious speculation. It's decided. Xie Zhonglin glared at Andre coldly. If you have any objections, go to the Military Affairs Department and file a complaint. Of course, it was useless. Because Xie Zhonglin's reason was sufficient, the interns would be prioritized for safe haven. While this reason sounded convincing, upon closer inspection, it was simply perfunctory. When the danger truly arrived, the entire army might be annihilated. What a waste of risk. Andre stared at the Military Affairs Department's response, breathing heavily with rage. What a bunch of scumbag parasites. But he couldn't say that to the students. He tried his best to suppress his anger, turned around, and said, the military department has refused to mediate. Be careful. If you have any questions, come to me first. Don't worry, instructor. We be careful. Bai Zalen patted his chest. He just didn't believe Xie Zhonglin would dare to do anything to him. Andre nodded and watched them go to Squad A10. Then a feeling of powerlessness rose in his heart. The military was now incredibly powerful. Even with the centuries-old military academy behind him, he could only let them manipulate him. Unlike the interns from the same school who had been taken back by the captain, the young students went to the squads on their own. When they arrived at the Squad A10 dormitory, training was underway on the playground. A group of men and women in army green short-sleeve shirts and camouflage pants followed the slogans. Their movements were perfectly coordinated, their voices resounding. Several people stood at the door, waiting for the full set of movements before standing and saluting. Report. They were also very loud, but no one, including the captain, looked at them. The team continued with basic exercises like running drills and boxing, leaving the interns aside. Zalen called out again, but still no response. Completely excluded. Xiang Yi folded his hands behind his head and yawned. Huh, quite stingy. It was just a rejection from the instructors. Why would he give them such a hard time? The sun made him sweat faster, and his throat started to itch from lack of water. Xie Jinzi leaned against the wall in the shade, and fished out his water bottle from his backpack. It was empty. Cece, I still have some, but it's cold. Renchinka pulled out his water bottle, and poured her some. Drink a little. Ahem, thank you. It was almost evening, and Team A10's training had finally concluded. The group of people suddenly dispersed like sand, staring at the young men in small groups as if they were monkeys. The captain turned to leave, but Zalen frowned, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Report." His voice was so loud that it echoed throughout the courtyard. The captain whirled around. I'm not deaf. The young man bared his teeth. Then why can't the instructor see us? If he's not deaf, then is he blind? Renchinka and the others didn't smile too obviously. Instead, they stood in a row, appearing genuinely sincere. The captain's already disgruntled face darkened even further, and he sneered. I'm just afraid a few high-achieving students will look down on our A10 squad. Every year, new recruits desperately try to get into the vanguard because of the many opportunities for advancement. But this was the first time he encountered someone who hadn't wanted to join from the start. It was like a slap in the face. Zalen replied, We're just following the school's instructions. Does following the school mean you disregard my orders? The captain crossed his arms and pointedly said, Don't forget, I have the final say on your internship results. We complete the task diligently. I promise not to deduct points from you. Zalen seemed oblivious to the threat and smiled pleasantly. The captain looked at him and the men and women behind him and snorted, Put your things down first, then gather. Honestly, being accepted into this team was a kind of recognition of his abilities. The son of the marshal, the youngest daughter of the Ren family of the Glorious Legion, he wouldn't dare offend either of them. The other two were also promising prospects favored by other legions, and with the old guard at the Nagano Military Academy watching closely, he really didn't dare deny them graduation. After all, there was only one person he really wanted to deal with. When the young men returned, his gaze fell directly on the Frailest girl. Suddenly, she raised her eyes, their reflections clear as a coal pond, illuminating his calculations. He was startled, then immediately straightened his expression. The seniors in the dorm tonight will explain the rules of Team A10. Now, familiarize yourself with this area. You won't have anyone to guide you. They exchanged glances, and decided to head to the cafeteria. Here they ran into other students, who had joined the team earlier, and were already familiar with the seniors. Although still a little uneasy, they were already chatting and laughing. It was just the five of them, sitting alone at a table. Renchinka tasted the food on his plate, his face falling. TSK, this lousy cafeteria is nowhere near as good as our school, but the vegetables are delicious. Maybe these vegetables were still growing in the dirt an hour ago, Mitty echoed. They didn't seem to mind being ostracized by the team at all. After dinner, everyone looked at each other. They were still worried. Chapter 179. In the silence, Xie put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and said, Let me remind you all, no matter what happens next, I hope you won't interfere. How can we just stand by and watch you get bullied? Renchinka immediately retorted. This is for your safety and future, and to avoid burdening me. Besides, if I truly need help, I ask you. Before they could say anything, she added, Besides, there's no turning back between me and the Xie family. It's a fight to the death. Several of them changed their expressions simultaneously. At this point, they were filled with mixed emotions, and didn't know how to respond. Let's go back. Xie was the first to stand up. On the way, he met Xie Xinghao, who had hurried over. He looked guilty. Sister, I'm sorry He had just had an argument with Xie Zhonglin. You know it's useless, so why bother? Xie glanced at the slap mark on his face, and walked past him. Xie Xinghao turned abruptly and raised his voice. I want to help you. In front of his sister, he always felt like he hadn't grown up yet. But he really wanted to make it easier for her, even though he was so weak. Xie paused, glanced back, and said, You don't have to do much. Just stay in your position, and let others manipulate you. You're helping me. Because the person holding the chess pieces will use them to their full potential. Xie Xinghao watched his sister and her friends walk away, clenching his fists. People came and went at the cafeteria entrance, all casting subtle glances at him. 5 people, 2 boys, shared a dormitory, with 4 veterans inside. There were also 2 veterans in the 3 girls' dormitory. They first received their uniforms and the military-wide communications equipment, then familiarized themselves with the surrounding area. It was already late when they returned to the dormitory. The 3 veterans in the girls' dormitory were standing guard, their arms folded. Siegency noticed at a glance that the backpack on the bed had been turned inside out, and clothes and other belongings had been scattered across it. It was clear that the other party had been very rough. The backpacks of the other 2 had also been opened, but nothing had been taken out. She looked at the 3 tall women without saying a word. The woman with shoulder-length fishtail hair raised her eyebrows and raised her chin in a haughty manner. "Do you have any objections?" Veterans checked the new recruits' luggage. "It's standard procedure." Rinchinka spoke first. "Even if they want to check, they should have waited until we were present. Why are they going through our things without permission?" "That's right. If our things are lost, whose responsibility is it?" Mitty frowned. "What kind of ridiculous excuse is this for bullying?" The woman with the ponytail chuckled and said to the strong, short-haired woman, "This year's interns are all pretty arrogant." Over here, Siegency quietly made the bed and folded up his clothes. When he spread them out, he found they were all torn. Rinchinka's eyes widened, her anger rising. She rushed forward, but was stopped by Mitty. She shook her head. "Don't forget what Jinsey said." Besides, she had just checked her own clothes. They weren't torn. So these people were just deliberately targeting Jinsey. Siegency set the torn clothes aside and continued to clean up, as if nothing had happened. When he opened the kettle, he found it was full of dirt and covered it with a lid, setting it aside. Sheets, mattress, quilt, almost nothing survived. As she continued, the oppressive atmosphere in the dormitory grew thicker. After checking everything, she sighed, stepped past the others, closed the door, and drew the curtains. As she did so, she caught sight of Captain Roddy, fleeting by the window across from her. Warning flashed across the 2 women's eyes, and as their supernatural particles trembled slightly, they stood up immediately. Before they could mobilize their supernatural powers, they were bound and gagged by green bands of light. They were pinned against the wall, their exposed eyes filled with rage. "When you received Xie Yang's order, didn't you ask what kind of person I was?" The thin girl's eyes shone with sarcasm. "If you want to blame someone, blame her." She extended her fingers, condensing 2 green beams of light, which gently penetrated their bodies. The next second, cells began to multiply uncontrollably, their internal organs swelling. Their entire bodies twisted like a strange ball of flesh. Their eyes bulged in agony, and then 2 thin green bands approached their eyes. Amidst their horrified gazes, they suddenly stabbed into their eyes, stirring. The slender fingers flicked casually, inflicting pain deep into their bones. When they were on the verge of death, they were healed. Even the blood was drained back, and the cycle repeated. Intense pain enveloped their minds, their bodies shattered and pieced together, then lost their sense of existence. Siegency maintained her expressionless expression, as if she were not standing before a living person, but a piece of flesh. But the hidden madness in her eyes betrayed her. Rinchinka and Mitty took 2 steps back simultaneously, their throats trembling rapidly, their stomachs nauseous. About 20 minutes later, the 2 men, suffering from psychological torture, had turned pale. Sitting on the bed, leaning against each other, staring at the overhead light, "God, is this hell?" The 2 veterans, suffering both physical and psychological torture, had collapsed in the corner like soulless pieces of flesh. Siegency walked over, bent down, one hand on her waist, the other gently resting on her chin as she examined them. Aside from her eyes, there was no sign of torture. So, pleased with her own flawless tactics, she said, "Not bad." The 2 veterans were in stark contrast to 20 minutes ago. At least, as they looked at her, they trembled as if they were about to die. "Help! Help!" The short-haired woman stumbled out, and the long-haired woman crawled after her. Captain Roddy, observing from the 2nd floor across the street, was startled and jumped out of the window, repeatedly asking what happened. "Whoa! Siegency is going to kill us!" The 2 female soldiers cried miserably, causing everyone in the male and female dormitories to rush to the windows to watch. Roddy's heart skipped a beat. He knew his soldiers well. Although they were 2 women, their ability to make it into the vanguard proved they possessed superior mental fortitude. These 2 were among the best in Team A10, on par with the men. How could they have been completely defeated? The middle-aged man roared in fury. "Siegency, what did you do?" Then a set of bedding, some clothes, and a kettle were thrown at the 2 women's feet. The slender girl came forward and saluted. "Captain, a senior broke my things. I reasoned with you, and you 2 have truly repented. This kind of bullying by veterans is common in every regiment." But Roddy couldn't admit it to her face. He glared at her darkly. You said it, right? Why don't you just ask the senior? The girl stared at the two women with a deadly gaze. Did you cut it? In an instant, the pain she had caused erupted from the depths of their souls, and they both trembled. Yes, we did it. Roddy turned quickly. Didn't those two fools see he was backing them up? If he had looked closely, he would have seen the two women's gazes unfocused. Chapter 180. Not every sergeant knew that the regiment's leadership was targeting Siegency, and simply treating her as an intern. Seeing this outcome, they were all surprised. Lillian is such a person? I was even trying to woo her. How unrefined. Cutting sheets and clothes? Women are just women. They're capable of such petty tricks. Wouldn't it be better to just beat them into submission, those new recruits? Roddy glared at his whispering men, his anger rising. Do you have so much free time? It's almost lights out. Why don't you just go back and rest? The sergeants ran off laughing. Siegency also turned to leave, but the middle-aged man called out, Siegency, did I let you go? She turned back and asked, Is the captain going to give me justice? The man choked and pointed at the two women, their faces filled with despair. What did you do to my men? I said, I was just being reasonable. The short-haired woman, awed by the night breeze, finally regained some clarity. You're talking nonsense. You clearly ripped us open and blinded us several times. The more she spoke, the more Roddy's face lashed out. He dashed into the dormitory and found it tidy and tidy, with no signs of a fight. Not even a drop of blood. He turned around and came out again, send the military doctor. The military doctor hurried over and, after examining both of them, said with a strange look on his face, There are no signs of injury. But the man before him clearly didn't believe it. Check it out again. That girl is a healer. Maybe she can be cured. No, she's only level 6. If the injury is as severe as Lillian says, it can't heal so quickly. There will always be unhealed cells left. The military doctor's confident tone left Roddy with nothing to say, so he pointed at the two and said, But look at their mental states. There could be many reasons for such mental states, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a fait accompli. It could be a fantasy. The military doctor, whose rank was 2 ranks higher than Roddy's, was annoyed by his expression of disbelief and picked up his suitcase to leave. There have been a lot of patients lately, and the medical department is very busy. I'd be leaving now. The 2 veterans were eventually taken away for psychological treatment. After seeing the military doctor off, Roddy turned and glared at Siegency fiercely. Captain, it's almost lights out. Her face, shrouded in the night, looked like a dead person, sending a chill through his heart. Go back and get some rest. With that, she left in a rage. If he had looked back, he would have seen the girl looking at him with a sinister gaze. Siegency bent down to pick up the broken items on the ground and threw them into the trash can. When he returned, he didn't see the other 2. A moment later, the 2 returned with new bedding. Thank goodness the logistics office is still open. In reality, they had sought out by Zalen, coaxed him into giving them the key, and returned with their new belongings. Just wear our clothes for now. Siegency pursed his lips, watching the 2 put their belongings down before finally uttering 2 words, thank you. They spent the night until dawn. They were all excellent freshmen, perfectly suited to life in the military area. After dinner, they were even quicker to the drill grounds than the veterans. After a night of reflection, Roddy knew he could no longer judge Siegency based on common sense. After a brief, routine training session, he swept his sharp gaze across the ranks. Interns, step out. Everyone thought back to last night's farce, and their spirits suddenly lifted. There's something interesting to watch. The 5 of them simultaneously arrived in front of the formation. Lady, under the pretext of a test, asked the veterans to spar with the interns. Everyone was excited. Who wouldn't want to teach the new recruits a lesson? However, the outcome was destined to prevent them from showing off their seniority. These 5 were all champions, who had fought their way through the Military Academy League. They might lack experience, but their strength was no less than theirs. Zalen, for example, had pinned his opponent to the ground in under 2 minutes. The remaining veterans, watching this, were thankful they hadn't lost face. When it was Siegency's turn, aside from a few female soldiers, none of the men dared to raise their hands. How cowardly. I do it myself, Lady suddenly said. Zalen and the others frowned, but remembering Siegency's instructions, they swallowed their words. Facing a veteran with decades of service, Siegency was as delicate as a newly emerged lotus leaf in a pond, seemingly vulnerable to a pinch. Cough, cough. She coughed twice against her lips. Isn't this too weak? Everyone looked at the intern, whose style was completely different from theirs. A fierce look flashed in Roddy's eyes, and he lowered his body slightly before charging forward. In Siejinsi's eyes, his muscles resembled rolling mountains. She ducked her head to avoid a punch, then blocked a knee with her hand. She truly felt the immense power of the opponent's attack. But Siejinsi's icy eyes gleamed with a cold light. This wouldn't make her yield. Veins bulged on her arm, less than half the man's thickness, as it slammed down hard into his face. The other soldier's jaws nearly dropped. Was it that brutal? Roddy was even more surprised by her attack. No wonder the lieutenant general personally ordered her to keep an eye on him. With a roar, tiger stripes appeared on her body, and her stature doubled. She swung her massive tiger claws, whirring like the wind. Then she slammed headfirst into the green light shield. With a wave of her fingers, the green light bands immediately engulfed her opponent. Roar! Roddy growled, her muscles straining to slowly expand the light bands. She gripped her right hand, then suddenly tightened it, wrapping the ferocious tiger man like a rugby ball. With another flick, she smashed the ball against the wall. The wall collapsed, sending Roddy flying far away. She rolled directly onto the playground of Team A09 next door, leaving Siejinghao and his men stunned. Is this Captain Roddy? Looks like him in beast form. Fuck. Who beat him into such a trance? Team A10 felt their faces droop. Strictly speaking, it was only a brief encounter. At this moment, Siejinsi withdrew his hand just in time, stepped over the rubble, and reached the writhing Roddy. The light strip vanished into a speck of light. Captain, are you okay? She coughed softly twice, and held out her hand. I'm sorry, you suddenly used your powers, and I was startled and couldn't stop. Watching the two Vanguard teams' embarrassing defeat, Roddy felt like dying. Looking at the hand stretched out before him, he wanted to crush it, but in front of everyone, he couldn't afford to lose, and he had to force a smile. As expected of the Military Academy League champion team, I haven't seen such a skilled intern in ages. As he climbed to his feet, he grasped Siejinsi's hand, and couldn't help but exert force. Instead, there were a few cracking sounds. It was his metacarpal bones that had shattered. Meeting his face, twisted in pain, Siejinsi curled her lips softly. Captain, your hands are too fragile. Roddy gave her a deep look, and went to the medical room. Siejinsi ignored his murderous intent, and coolly accepted the gazes from everyone. Those gazes converged with one message. Damn, this intern is so fierce. Chapter 181. In the vast expanse of space, Mariana stood beside a chair with her eyes lowered. The dragon's sarcastic yet satisfying smile reached her ears. Alright, I see. What's the difference between you and me? I can leave the people to you. I just need to see the bodies. Remember what I said? Don't harm civilians. That's easy. The dragon scratched his ears, cut off the communication, and then threw his legs over the chair in front of him. He then pulled Mariana over and pinned her against his lap. Did you hear that? Daddy, those people's words can't be trusted. What if this is a trap? The woman spoke with a hint of worry, only to be gripped by a rough hand on her chin. The force was so strong it seemed as if it would crush her jawbone. Listen, Scalpel, I'm determined. The dragon licked her ear. You're not the only woman around me. Put away your thoughts, understand? Mariana's eyes flashed with grievance, and she leaned against him and muttered, We know, we help you catch him. The question is whether Siejinsi is willing to submit to you. Out of the man's sight, she curled her lips slightly. In Siejinsi's eyes, any problem that can be solved with force is not a problem. But Captain Roddy, after realizing the disparity in strength, resorted to oppression through privilege. If he didn't meet the standard during drills, he'd be made to run laps as a corporal punishment. If he didn't meet the standard for cleanliness, she'd be made to clean the restrooms, cafeteria, playground, and other areas. In short, she used every excuse she could think of. Even though robots were already cleaning these areas, she was trying to steal their work, and even angered the intelligent robots. Others thought he was seeking revenge for the beating he received that day, and gossip swirled, both openly and covertly. Siejinghao even got into a fight with him over this, but that didn't change the fact that Siejinsi was being targeted. At the same time, Siejinsi also refused by Zaylin and others' offers of help. Since you're interns, do your internship well. Aside from her, Roddy had indeed arranged for the interns to be properly instructed. Rinchinka looked at her anxiously, but he didn't even ask you to follow the mission. The threat of interstellar pirates still existed. The Vanguard patrolled nearby human settlements daily, and some remote towns and villages were even garrisoned. All interns began working with veterans after 2 days of acclimation. Those of his classmates assigned to the reconnaissance team had missions as far afield as the other hemisphere of Mingguang Star. And Siegency hadn't even left the military base. After sweeping a few times, Siegency, under the watchful eye of the robots, placed the broom high up to prevent it from being collected as trash by the little creatures. Let's go eat. Renchinka stamped her feet anxiously. Mitty beside her side, that's enough. She knows what's going on. Indeed, Siegency wasn't anxious at all. If Xie wanted to deal with her, he wouldn't do it at the base. After all, this wasn't his territory. The enemy was waiting for a chance to strike a fatal blow. And on the 7th day after arriving on Mingguang Star, it seemed they had finally found their chance. Lady had taken everyone aboard a helicopter in the dead of night, claiming they were heading to protect a small town thousands of miles away. The town wasn't large, but it housed the largest market for vegetable vendors and growers. So, order needed to be maintained. Also arriving was Xie Xinghao's A09 squadron. Siegency, come with me to the market's periphery. Generally speaking, the periphery is the most dangerous. Siegency glanced at him, but said nothing. Nearby, Xie Xinghao listened with his ears perked up, his brow furrowed. After assigning his personnel, he also headed for the periphery. Everyone donned their military uniforms, armed themselves with particle guns, and quickly took up their posts after receiving their mecha's space buttons. Before dawn, the place was already bustling with activity. Nearby vegetable farmers drove truckloads of green and colorful vegetables here. Entry was allowed after identity checks. Soon, the area was packed with goods waiting to be selected. Merchants arrived in large refrigerated trucks, some even using spaceships to load their goods. The empty plain resembled a skyscraper, a scene of grandeur and bustle. Siegency stood at the outermost edge, watching a spirited old woman bargain with a merchant. No, at least 1,000 per cart, or I have worked for 2 months in vain. She rolled her eyes and curled her lips. Look at my back, it still hurts. Hey, don't try to fool me. Everyone knows they're all grown by robots. In fact, the customers she dealt with were mostly regulars, and they settled on a price in just a few words. Sometimes they argued until their faces turned red with anger. Such scenes were a world of ordinary life that Siegency had never experienced. The world is full of such things. Bai Zaylan and the others, who were patrolling everywhere, quietly approached her and stuffed a large tomato into her mouth. Hey, an old man gave it to me. It's delicious. The old lady who had agreed on the price nearby chuckled, my tomatoes are the best. She then shoved a few off the cart and gave them to them with a smile. Come on, I know you guys. You're so impressive in that league. My great-great-grandson even wants to apply to your military academy. The merchant was about to say, sell it all to me, but when he saw the young men, he shut up. Renchinka was immediately surprised. You look so young. You even have great-great-grandchildren? The gray-haired old lady in work clothes winked playfully. My grandson is no less handsome than these two. He's got some of the good looks of my youth. The people around him laughed heartily. Lady happened to look over and saw a few interns gathered together. She scolded them, are you taking this mission for granted? Siegency, get moving. Although she didn't know why her superiors had sent her on a mission today, Lady remembered the lieutenant general's hint. Don't let her have it easy. The smiles of the others faded. Siegency, disapproving, was about to leave when she suddenly turned and looked in a certain direction. Then she shouted behind her, get into town. Bai Zaylan and the others had never doubted her mental strength. Seeing this, they immediately shouted, everyone, get into town. The crowd erupted in unrest. Roddy's vision darkened with rage, and he stormed over. What are you all doing? Siegency didn't look at him, his gaze fixed on the distant mountains. Here they come. He raised his hand. Instantly, dozens of massive light screens stretched 20 meters across. The people trading immediately looked up, stunned into silence by the scene. A laser beam suddenly arrived, shattering the light screens, a crimson glow illuminating everyone's terrified faces. The bright silver metal unfolded, deflecting the light wave. Even so intensely, the heat made everyone's hair curl. The galaxy shrank into a sphere, revealing a fan-shaped, molten plane. Roddy, with a stern expression, jumped into the mech, turned on the loudspeaker, and shouted, everyone, get to the city immediately. Anyone who wasn't blind could have seen what was happening. The crowd immediately scrambled towards the town, some falling to the ground, trampled until they were hoarse. Observing the situation, Roddy immediately made arrangements. Groups 11 to 20, maintain order. Groups 1 to 10, cover here. He then looked at the interns. Except Siegency, everyone, get back. Chapter 182. What do you mean except Cece? Renchinka asked angrily. Still pulling off these messed up plots at this hour? Sea Agency pushed her. I'm going to stay and treat the wounded. You go ahead. Cece. Zalen pulled her over and ran inside. We have to go save people too. There were too many people being trampled, and if they stayed, they would only hinder Sea Agency's progress. With that, he piloted his mech, scooped up the old woman beside him, and quickly ran towards the city. Sergeants in their uniform white D-class mechs quickly established a defensive line. Several large and small warships flew over from the other side of the mountain, and everyone's heart sank. Interstellar pirates. Xie Xinghao also ran over with his men. He opened the front cabin of his mech. Sister, get in. I'd like to. Xie Agency removed the space button on her arm. It was empty. She casually dropped her belongings and stood unprotected among the mechas. Xie Xinghao raged, Lady, how dare you? None of my business. Lady, panicking, stared at the woman. After decades of experience in the military, he had a vague feeling. These pirates were targeting Xie Agency. So, did the lieutenant general who assigned her this mission know? At that moment, a message came back from the brain. Residents should be evacuated. The nearest troops have been dispatched for support. Lady couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed the general had no intention of sending them to the battlefield with Xie Agency. Many fighter planes and mechas flew out from the small warships and rapidly approached. Engage! Lady gave the order immediately. The mechas guarding the front line quickly took off, intercepting the enemy and giving the residents time to retreat. On the ground, Zalen and the others were constantly picking up the trampled residents. Looking back, their expressions suddenly changed. Why doesn't Jinxie have a mecha? Rinchinka turned back and cursed. I knew there was something wrong with suddenly assigning Cece to this mission. It's obvious that General Xie knew the interstellar pirates were coming, and maybe they were in cahoots. Xiangya's voice was filled with sarcasm. No way, why would Lieutenant General Xie and the interstellar pirates? Zalen was about to retort when a laser beam suddenly shot out, striking the fleeing crowd not far away. In an instant, flesh and blood turned to ash in the high-temperature particles. After the incident on Dragon Scar Star, he still found it difficult to accept such a tragic scene. I'm going to kill all these beasts. Rinchinka's eyes were red as she rushed to the front line. Zalen quickly grabbed her mecha, save people first. Rather than killing people, saving as many residents as possible was better. The two vanguards were vastly outnumbered by the interstellar pirates, and some of the enemy had slipped through the defenses and reached the sky above the market. Relentless laser fire descended. As the entire population panicked, a green light shield unfolded like a star in the sky, accurately intercepting the attack. A figure clad in silver armor quickly approached. Why aren't you leaving? Cece, where's your mech? Rinchinka asked as she retreated. No, Xie Zhonglin suddenly assigned me a mission, and encountering interstellar pirates couldn't be a coincidence. Xie Agency's indifferent response made everyone's heart sink. They gradually realized that the military they longed for wasn't sacred and unattainable. When they reached the entrance to the small town of Star Shield, she casually threw a ball of healing light to the wounded and prepared to leave. Jinxie, where are you going? Zalen called out to her. An old friend is here. I'm going to say hello. She couldn't mistake the dragon claw mark on the mothership. Zalen still couldn't believe her faith had collapsed, and stuttered unusually, or maybe they're not targeting you. The next second, an approaching warship roared overhead. Scalpel, Xie Agency. I know you're here, get out. The evil dragon stood in front of the transparent cabin of the command room, microphone in hand, grinning. A level 4-star shield like this can't stop a single shot from me. Get out of here if you know what's good for you, or everyone will be buried with you. Reality slapped him in the face like a slap. While the location of the military academy internship wasn't a secret, in cases like this, they knew exactly which team they were assigned to, and they came right after him. Who would believe there's no insider? What Zalen and the others found most unacceptable was Roddy's reaction. Xie Agency, I order you out. Not to mention the interns, even some of his men were stunned. Captain, what nonsense are you talking about? We're all still alive. Why should we hand over an intern to the interstellar pirates? That's right. Fight them. We can fight, but what about the townspeople? Roddy's response was perfectly justified. He glanced at his men. Are we going to sacrifice everyone for an intern? Just then, the dragon's voice echoed from the sky. Don't waste time. You won't get any support. I give you 3 minutes. If you don't hand over Xie Agency, I raise this town. As expected, Roddy pushed Xie Agency with his mech. Why don't you go? At this moment, everyone else fell silent. The next second, a purple mech swooped down, shoving him and his mech to the ground. Lady, Are you in cahoots with the space pirates? Xie Xinghao pounded on his cockpit. How else would these pirates know my sister is here? Lady activated his mech and pushed him away. What are you talking about? The Dragon Legion is roaming everywhere. It's normal to run into them. He despised this foolish boy from the bottom of his heart. If he hadn't relied on being the grandson of a lieutenant general, how could he have become the leader of the vanguard so quickly? The once bustling market was now in ruins, with vegetables and vehicles scattered across the ground. Who knew how many people, who had previously been bargaining for a living, had been reduced to a bloody mess? Cece. Renchenka was almost in tears. What a mess. Xie glanced at her younger classmates. When I get over there, look at my hand signals and run towards me. The four of them understood. She must have had a plan. Xie Xinghao listened and nodded quickly. I go too. Lady, standing by, thought he had completed his lieutenant general's mission and would surely receive a promotion upon his return, so he let out a smug smile. And so, with countless people watching, Xie headed towards the devastated open space. When she reached a certain distance, she saw the muzzle of a gun protruding from the mothership and waved back. Bai Zaylan and the others immediately rushed towards her in their mechas. In an instant, a beam of advanced electromagnetic cannon streaked across the bright sky, striking the town behind them. They were completely stunned. Looking back, the town, already immersed in terror, had been annihilated. The star shield, the houses, the inhabitants, the soldiers, all melted in the immense energy. The stinking smoke rose in the glaring sunlight. When they looked at Xie again, they found her calm, as if she had already known the outcome. A needle suddenly pierced her back. The whole person fell limply, and was abducted by the fighter plane with metal claws. Chapter 183. Xie Zhonglin and Rong Yi arrived simultaneously, greeted by a dilapidated market, still shrouded in traces of bustle, and a town reduced to a vast crater after cooling down. Xie Zhonglin's face darkened horribly as he gazed upon the scene. But when he saw the few survivors, a flicker of coldness flashed across his eyes. Several young men stood at the edge of the crater, their eyes hollow. Because at this moment, their faith had been challenged as never before. When they saw the newcomers, their eyes shone with utter disgust and hatred. Lieutenant General Xie, are you satisfied? Bai Zaylan's voice was so hoarse, it seemed to bleed blood. The first time we sent Jinxi on a mission, we encountered interstellar pirates, and she didn't even have a mecha. Not only that, the pirates knew Jinxi was here before they even got close. Lieutenant General Xie, do you think this was a coincidence? After hearing his tearful words, Rong Yi's face nearly gave way. Xie Zhonglin hadn't expected any survivors, but he hadn't revealed a single flaw. What are you talking about? Send for the military doctor. These interns need psychological treatment. Don't worry, Lieutenant General Xie. I believe we should start by investigating the clues they provided. Rong Yi wouldn't give him the chance to continue his tyranny on his territory. There's a spy involved in this interstellar pirate attack. Lieutenant General Rong, these interns should be under my supervision. Similarly, Xie Zhonglin wouldn't give him the chance to uncover anything. As long as it's on Mingwang Star, I have the final say. A few strands of long hair blew across the man's eyes, dimming the cold glint in his gaze. With nearly 1 million dead this time, I can't bear the weight of such a heavy responsibility if I don't uncover the spy. He glanced at the old man before him calmly. Also, intensify the search for Xie communicator. Take this opportunity to locate the evil Dragon Legion's lair. Leaving others to continue the pursuit, Rong Yi strode away. It's best if he doesn't find anything or else. Don't blame him for being rude. Unfortunately, most of Mingwang Star's satellites were destroyed by Evil Dragon and his men, making it impossible to determine the direction of Evil Dragon's escape. The next day, the technical department reported, for a while, we were unable to track Xie communicator signal. It could be interference, or perhaps, the communicator wasn't connecting to the base. Rong Yi, pruning the roses, accidentally cut the flower. Very good. He took a deep breath, maintaining his composure. Online public opinion is overwhelmingly accusing us of inaction. The victims' families are even planning to organize and file a lawsuit in a military court. The technical staff nervously told him the online information. Are we going to suppress public opinion? Let them speak. Rong Yi frowned. We failed to protect them. That's a fact. We even letting a wolf into the house. Thinking of the town that had been blasted into a deep pit, a flicker of pity flashed in his eyes. And besides the evil Dragon Legion, there's also the broken army, lurking in the shadows. The adjutant, his face filled with indignation, asked, Is there nothing we can do? Rong Yi put down his scissors, and gazed at the bright sunlight outside the window. Perhaps we can count on that little girl. Since the evil dragon didn't kill Siejinsi outright, it would surely spare her life. It all depends on how far this little girl can go. Protect those 4 interns. They'd be very useful. He couldn't help but sneer. If Xie Zhongling was truly in cahoots with the evil dragon, it probably wasn't just about killing his granddaughter. But the old man was just daydreaming about seizing his own territory in the distant universe. A massive warship, like a ferocious beast, traversed the endless expanse of space. Several men in spacesuits searched the area surrounding the spacecraft, destroying the satellite machinery that was secretly following it. Then, they returned to the evil dragon and reported, "Boss, your guess was right. That old man, Xie Zhongling, has indeed installed a tracking device." The evil dragon took a few gulps of his wine, then, unable to contain himself, rose and headed for the cell where Siejinsi was being held. How should he deal with this woman who had repeatedly tricked him? He could start by whipping her, leaving bloody wounds on her body. Then tear off her clothes. No, he would make her do the job in uniform. That would surely be quite satisfying. Of course, he wouldn't let her die. He extract the core manufacturing technology from her. With immense anticipation, he arrived outside the cell where her superpowers were restricted and asked, "Is she awake?" The subordinate stammered, "She should be awake, but..." "Idiot, what do you mean she should be awake?" He pulled a crystal card from his pocket and pressed it against the door. The heavy, dark door swung open automatically, revealing the giant, gleaming silver egg. The excitement on the dragon's face quickly gave way to surprise, and he let out a sinister grin. "Scalpel, you don't think I can do anything to you like this, do you?" The egg stood still, unresponsive. If the dragon hadn't witnessed her capture, he would have thought it was another wasted effort. With a loud roar, his hands transformed into dragon claws, clawing at the silvery egg with all his might. The force that would normally crush even a high-level mecha left no trace on it. Even as he paused to catch his breath, several blades, as thin as willow leaves, suddenly shot out from the egg. With a swift movement that left only silver light, they darted through the narrow cell, quickly leaving long, thin wounds on his body, forcing the dragon to retreat. His earlier good mood instantly turned to anger, his face etched with fury. "Just wait!" He strode back to the command room. Mariana saw his expression and her heart skipped a beat. The others also lowered their heads, fearing they would be caught in his wrath. "Why are you hiding so far away? You damn girl!" The young woman smiled seductively, poured a glass of wine, and walked over. "Daddy, give." The wine bowl was knocked to the ground with a thud. As the man pulled her over, pinned her to a chair, her clothes torn open, and the whip whistled against her body, her eyes widened with intense hatred. Siejinsi remained in the dome, the door closing and opening again. Hearing soft footsteps, she put away the Star River. Then the red-haired woman threw herself at her. "It's all your fault. You caused me such serious injuries. You're so annoying." Siejinsi felt a slippery liquid on her hair, frowning, and then healed her wound. Then he pushed the woman away. "What are you doing here?" Mariana, her skirt shrouded in torn straps, spun around and sat down on the bed, wrinkling her nose coquettishly. "You know what? I was imprisoned here for 2 months when I was a child. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have come back." Siejinsi folded his arms and looked at her. "Because you rebelled against him?" The woman crossed her legs seductively and tossed her hair. "Back then, I had 2 older sisters, but they refused to surrender and ended up dying." She curled her lips sarcastically. "How foolish. You saved your life from human traffickers, and then you ruined it so easily." Chapter 184. Mariana wasn't the dragon's biological child, but rather a stolen possession from a fellow thief during a robbery. 3 girls were up for auction at a high price. They were beautiful, gifted with supernatural powers, and had been brainwashed into forgetting their families and hometowns. At first, the dragon treated them well, providing them with good food and clothing, and everyone called him Miss. The naive children thought he was only menacing on the outside. But when their bodies began to grow, the dragon's perverted nature was revealed. "He loves this game, but in 60 or 70 years, I'm the only one who managed to grow up and become one of the vice-captains of the dragon army. Amazing, isn't I?" Then, they discovered that all the beautiful things about young girls were just dreams, and only a miserable survival was reality. Mariana sat on the bed, gently swaying her seductive bare feet. "My little angel, you're the first adult woman he's ever taken a liking to." However, she was still met with that cold, indifferent face. "If that's all you want to say, then go back." God knows, this is what Mariana loves most about her. "Oh, why aren't you a man?" She leaned against her shoulder, lost in thought. Both her body and her morals were damaged, and she only knew how to express her affection through this kind of physical contact. Dad asked me to persuade you to come out of the deformed metal. To save him some hardship, just obey him. I refuse, ahem. She coughed twice against her lips. Mariana pouted, then suddenly leaned in to kiss her on the lips. When they separated, her humble face was reflected in her dark, deep eyes. She pursed her lips, groaned softly, and left. After she left, Siejinsi wiped his mouth and retreated back into the dome. Outside the surveillance camera, the evil dragon slammed his hands on the table and furiously went to Mariana's room. Upon entering, he wrinkled his nose and grabbed the woman's hand. How dare you hide an alien plant? Mariana frowned painfully. I'm taking medicine. On the dressing table sat a bowl of medicinal juice. I've been wandering in space all this time, and all my spare medicine is gone. I had to use the alien plant to make a bowl. She looked at the man with grievance. She calmly took the medicine and drank it. There was nothing else unusual. Alam was startled and confused. After a moment, he threw her onto the bed. Mariana. He grabbed her hair and called her name solemnly. Don't try to play tricks on me. You may have grown up, but don't try to escape my control. Understand? You always wrong me like this. Be good. Alam patted her cheek. We be at the base soon. Find a way to give me the scalpel, so you don't have to suffer. I understand. After the man left, Mariana pulled a green alien plant from under her pillow. It was damp and radiated a gentle energy. A long spaceship had landed on a planet. Even elsewhere, Zalen had received an unidentified message during the night. After a brief moment of surprise, he quickly threw back the covers and got out of bed to find Rong Yi's men. In the middle of the night, they arrived at Rong Yi's lounge. Lieutenant General Rong, there's news from Jinsi. The man dressed as he led him to the technical department. Are you sure it's her? It's very likely that Jinsi's company has a dedicated communications system on Dragon Scar planet. That evil dragon shouldn't be able to block her signal. The two of them walked so fast, they were practically running. Soon, they found the source of the message, Border Planet Number 1. Sure enough, that bastard is hiding here. Rong Yi slammed the table, then frowned slightly, feeling a sense of unease. But, I'm afraid, we won't be able to land. Unlike Border Planet Number 2, Border Planet Number 1's environment is more suitable for human habitation, with numerous settlements of all sizes. It simply lacks resources, making it impossible to build large cities. Furthermore, due to the numerous meteorite belts nearby, its development value is low, making it a gathering place for interstellar pirates and various criminals. Under Boss Shang's management, Border Planet Number 2 at least has some official connection with the Federation, but it is completely isolated. It is larger in size, and its power structure is more complex. Its relationship with the authorities is like water and fire. The military has launched several encirclement and suppression operations, but those guys have always fled without fighting. If we station troops there, they would be surrounded and killed in a flash. After repeated occurrences, coupled with the fact that criminals far outnumbered ordinary people on Border Planet Number 2, it had become a completely lawless zone. Hearing that the evil dragon had actually relocated its base here, Rong Yi felt a deep headache. If we went there, we might provoke resistance from other forces, and the consequences would be more than we gain. At this moment, Xie Zhonglin seemed to have received the news and rushed over. Have you found the location of the evil dragon army? The thought of the evil dragon escaping right before his nose, and of watching such a great achievement go to waste, made him sick. But being able to deal with Siejinsi wasn't a complete failure. Rong Yi felt annoyed by the sight of his old face, but nodded with a slight air of solemnity. On Border Planet Number 1. Then, with a sigh of relief he said, Don't worry, Lieutenant General Xie. Your granddaughter is still alive. Sure enough, seeing the wrinkles on his face twitch a few times, he felt pleased. He then said in a negotiating tone, This general is in charge of guarding Mingguang's star, and also has to guard against that damn Pijuan pirates. Why don't you let Lieutenant General Xie track down the evil Dragon Legion? Xie Zhonglin gave him a veiled glance. What a cunning brat. Since the higher-ups have asked us to work together, this matter is serious. We should consider it carefully. Going to Border Planet Number 1? That's like stirring up a hornet's nest. Zalen, standing by, was almost completely disheartened. At this moment, these two were still concerned about their own interests. He had thought that as long as he knew the enemy's location, rescued them, and killed them, everything would be easy. In the end, he still didn't see through these people's ugly faces. Finally, Xie Zhonglin left the technical department, using the excuse of discussing it tomorrow. At this moment, his computer vibrated again. Tell Rongi to send someone to infiltrate secretly to provide support. I handle the rest. Clearly, she had already guessed that the military wouldn't make a big move. Seeing the other party's message again, Rongi calmed down. Can she really take down the Dragon Legion alone? Jinsi always has her own ideas. Bai Zaylan replied stiffly, since she said so, please cooperate, General. Alright. Rongi, being a shrewd man, noticed his displeasure and raised an eyebrow. You're quite hot-headed, young man. You're still too young. Wait until you're in my position, and you understand. Bai Zaylan interrupted him, I will never become like you. Just like my original intention was to protect this star region, I will never allow tragedies like the trading market to happen. Then he strode away, fist clenched. Rongi was stunned by his piercing gaze, then shook his head with a laugh. How could the marshal raise such a child? Then he sighed. Silly child, who in high positions didn't have that dream in their youth? With just this kind of passion and sincerity, it's impossible to even go far, let alone protect someone. Chapter 185. Xie Jinsi remained in the dome, and was carried to an empty room. Then, there was the blazing heat of fire, the crackling of thunder and lightning, and the bombardment of the warship's main guns, yet the dome remained motionless. The humming of the cutter lingered, still causing no damage, though a bit noisy. Boss, there's nothing we can do. The man holding the cutter reported back, only to have his head severed by a single claw from the dragon's claw. Splattering blood fell on the faces of the others, turning them pale with fear. The dragon gasped, Where's Mariana? The deputy captain went to deliver something to the Pejuan. They were able to re-establish themselves on the first border planet thanks to the protection of the Pejuan pirates. The price they paid was that they had to share 30% of their gains with the other pirates on every expedition. Although the attack on Mingguang Star was a joint effort between two interstellar pirate groups, they still had to share a share. Mariana returned late, looking very exhausted. The dragon glared at her with disapproval. Did that old witch Pejuan touch you? Hateful. How many times has she touched me since I arrived here? Mariana twisted her waist, and sat down beside him. In fact, in the early years, the dragon often used her as a reward for his subordinates. The dragon stroked her soft waist. My dear daughter, can you think of a way to make the scalpel yield? Mariana twirled her red hair with her fingers, and replied lazily, Only profit can make her yield. She yawned, but was pushed to the ground by the man. You're talking bullshit. The dragon stood up, and took a few steps. I don't believe she could stay in there for 7 years without food or water. Mariana sat for a moment, then climbed back up. There's a solution, actually. She pulled her high-slit skirt up to cover her thighs. Wait a few days, and we try to persuade her. Why wait a few days? Of course. The woman was about to say something when the floor beneath her feet suddenly shook. An earthquake? The pirates hurried out of the base, and the shaking quickly ended. The dragon felt as nauseous as if he had eaten a fly. This is a bad year. Then he yelled to his men, Why isn't the natural disaster monitoring system responding? The men quickly reported, It's just a sporadic earthquake, and it'd be over soon. As he said, the shaking was only brief and soon subsided. Even so, the dragon was still upset, and yet another life was lost at his hands. Don't be angry, Dad. Mariana gave them a look, and the trembling men hurried away. The dragon shook her off forcefully. You better keep your word, or you be in trouble. He strode off. Mariana remained where she was, her red dress and red hair a blazing flame, blood dancing eerily at her feet. 3 days passed like this, and she went to see Xie Jinsi. It was unclear what she said. The latter emerged from the dome and agreed to meet with the dragon. The man practically jumped up upon hearing the news and hurried over. Xie Jinsi was drinking water in the empty room. Having not eaten for nearly a week, she looked utterly frail. But her eyes remained cold and defiant, making the dragon's hands itch again. Mariana, holding the tray of food, rolled her eyes. I finally managed to coax her out. Don't rush into anything, Daddy. The dragon fixed its gaze on the black-haired woman and waved his hand. Get out of here first. The woman pouted, groaned softly, and walked away, twisting her waist. The door slowly closed behind her. She tilted her head slightly, her peripheral vision meeting Xie Jinsi's deep eyes. She flicked her hair, and handed the communicator to the squad leader beside her. In Dad's name, call everyone here. Yes. The man asked no questions, and immediately sent a message using her communicator. In the room, Xie Jinsi looked coldly at the approaching man. You little girl, finally giving in? You have your reasons for following me. He pinched her small, delicate chin, forcing her head up, the tyrannical desire in his bones stirring. His fingers slowly tightened. Siegency's eyes remained cold from beginning to end. Evil dragon, do you remember when you broke into my clinic 3 years ago? I told you to stay, but you ran. You deserved it. Yeah, it hurts. The space button flickered slightly, and the transformed metal quickly climbed onto her body. A fierce glint flashed in the evil dragon's eyes, and his entire body transformed into a dragonman form. The silver blade had already reached him. He swung his claws, but his longest middle toe was severed. Blood splattered on the bright silver metal, accompanied by the evil dragon's roar. A pair of wings suddenly sprouted from his back, and his voice became hoarse and raspy, like a beast's. Siegency, you're dead. With the swift sound of a gust of wind, he suddenly appeared before her. Siegency immediately slashed with her sword, but missed, and was then kicked away. With a clang, a huge spiderweb of cracks was smashed into the wall. Dragon-like transformation is the ceiling for beast-like abilities, but the dragon can also fly. His strength and speed are at the pinnacle of his class, earning him widespread notoriety. Siegency has been at his worst lately. The dragon's fangs protruded, its scaly face smirked. What makes you think you can fight me? Ahem. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and sighed. I don't want to fight anymore. Save your energy if you can. Haha, giving up now? Too late. The man fluttered his wings, the wind whipping up almost unsteadily. Just as he was feeling triumphant, a dull earthquake erupted again. The light swung wildly, casting shadows in a panic. The walls, pillars, and even the entire base trembled. This time, everyone, including the dragon, felt the suffocating pressure. Roar! Outside the house, Mariana stood in a pool of blood, her face and hair dripping with gore. A subordinate nearby, already pale-faced, looked as if bereaved. He pointed behind her and said, "Little Miss, what's that?" She turned to see a massive purple beast piercing the base, its golden pupils gazing down at everyone. A level 8 alien beast, an ancient dragon snake. After dropping the head in her hand, she muttered, "Is this your method?" Layers of green light shields covered the stairs, and a woman with black hair and dark eyes descended, carrying a man. She dumped the battered dragon into the pool of blood. Still breathing, the dragon let out a hoarse sound, its eyes widening in shock at the pile of shattered corpses not far away. The woman, now a 7th level psychic, came over, bleeding, and knelt beside him, like a puppet. "Dad, how did you get so badly injured?" She stretched out her finger, and slowly poked it into his heart. "Such a serious injury makes it hard for me to torture you any further." The dragon convulsed as he watched her lick the blood from her finger. "Let your daughter use your blood to give you one last dance." Chapter 186. As Mariana's superpowers surged, the evil dragon felt his blood surge uncontrollably. It instantly pierced through his veins and flesh, blossoming across his body. From afar, it looked as if a lush red spider lily had blossomed on his sinful body. Siegency sat on the tail of the ancient dragon snake, quietly admiring it. A-level superpower, blood manipulation. It seemed tailor-made for this woman. Powerful, but deadly. It was difficult to upgrade. Before reaching the advanced level, each advancement required enduring the pain of blood rupturing the body. And at the advanced level, the damage was even greater due to the power's immense power. Unless he could find a healing plant of the same level to assist him, he would only end up exploding and dying. The evil dragon was well aware of Mariana's power, and had therefore never allowed her to possess any. He even considered destroying her superpower crystal, but Mariana's abilities were too exceptional. She handled many matters, including the business. So the dragon couldn't help but let her live, believing he could subdue her. Unexpectedly, she had actually obtained a level 7 healing plant from Siegency. When he saw the men standing behind her, glaring at him with indifference, he knew. He had been pecked by the eagle he had raised, his flesh eaten. The blood slowly drained away, and the dragon felt the invitation of death. You colluded with Siegency and betrayed me." He let out a final wail and died. Mariana stood up, the blood dripping from her body as if it had life, leaving no trace. She spread her arms, gazed at the bright sky, and giggled. This is what freedom feels like. A faint red tear fell from the corner of her eye. From the time she was kidnapped at the age of 8 to now, at the age of 38, 30 years. But now, she was just a blood-soaked shell. After watching the entire scene, Siegency stood up. "Clean up the mess. The support is here." The ancient dragon snake lowered its massive head. She reached out and patted it. "Go play." A gleam of joy flashed in its eyes, and its scales rustled as it soared high into the sky. Rongi and the others, piloting mechas, were startled by its massive presence. But the beast ignored them, and fled straight through the atmosphere. Soon, they discovered their shock was far greater than that. By the time they reached the location Xie Agency had given them, even Rong Yi's expression changed. Corpses piled like a mountain, blood flowed like a river. The interns, in particular, were almost nauseated by the sight. Renchinka approached her in a mech. "Cece, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Xie Agency looked at the approaching advanced mech and pointed at the corpse on the ground. "Lieutenant General Rong, the dragon has been killed, and the other interstellar pirates have surrendered." Rong Yi opened the cockpit. "You did a great job. I report the truth when I get back, and give you credit for the first achievement." He didn't ask Xie Agency how she had taken down the Dragon Legion. Their goal had been achieved. Mariana and her men packed up their belongings, then left in a warship, following the military headquarters. In the distance, a tall, thin woman with flowing gray hair, dressed in a suit and a feathered cape, stood in a helicopter, watching the fleet depart through a telescope. She smashed the telescope fiercely. What a waste! 2 little girls teamed up to take down these useless people. He only regretted that Xie Agency and Mariana acted so quickly. Waste, waste! Mariana advanced to level 7 right under his nose and cultivated such a large group of confidants, and he was completely oblivious. She had originally thought she rushed here to reap the benefits, but she hadn't expected the military to have been secretly watching. Besides, the enemy's main force was stationed in outer space, not landing, so other forces wouldn't take the initiative to attack him. Are we just going to let Mariana take the evil Dragon Legion's resources and escape? The subordinate asked. Impossible. That's my prize. Pejun immediately ordered, "Dispatch the troops, follow me to outer space to seize it." After a pause, he gritted his teeth and said, "Spread the word. Say the evil dragon is dead, and whoever seizes his legacy gets it." Rong Yi, and at most Xie Zhonglin, had come all this way. They couldn't possibly leave the base empty, and they probably only brought a fraction of their forces. If we don't act now, we have no chance later. After sharing with the others, a little less is better than nothing. She licked her lips. I heard that bastard evil dragon made a lot of money on this second desolate planet. In the end, only the nearest marked pirates arrived. Pejun, is the information correct? The old man with the coxcomb hairpin twirled 2 iron balls, confirming with her again. I've been in a fight with Mingguang Star lately. What do you think? Pejun paused. If you win, keep that Rong Yi kid for me. There aren't many such top-notch ones left. Ha, you lecherous witch. Had barely reunited with the main force when 2 powerful pirate groups surrounded them. Rong Yi and Xie Zhonglin were both in the command room deploying their respective teams. Lieutenant General Xie, it looks like we have to take action ourselves. That damn old fellow, if he tries to play tricks on me again, I kill him even if I have to serve that old witch Pejun. Of course. 2 pirate groups led by level 8 psychics brought considerable pressure. Even if Xie Zhonglin had any plans, he wouldn't do it now. After assigning the personnel, the 2 men left together. Xie Zhonglin couldn't help but ask, Lieutenant General Rong, I wonder if Jinxi is. Oh, the second young lady is doing very well. Rong Yi praised with a half smile. This general has already prepared a battle report for submission. She will definitely be given the credit for annihilating the Dragon Legion. This was the truth for public affairs, but privately, he wanted to discuss the old man. The battle began. Xie Agency was now in front of Mariana's cell. Cece, you really don't want to be with me? The woman reached out and cupped her face. You've given me a new life. For you I die. Mariana, I have my own plans. Xie Agency tried to remove her hand, but she grabbed it instead. You know you belong with us. Renchinka, standing nearby, got goosebumps and rushed over to remove her hand. Cece won't go along with you. Mariana was stunned for a moment, then sneered. My little angel, you're loved wherever you go. Bai Zaylan leaned against the wall, folding his arms. Seeing this, he said in a deep voice, we have to get ready to help. He glared coldly at the woman in the cell. He hadn't forgotten that it was these people who destroyed the town. Xie Jinxi nodded and followed them to the logistics area to treat the wounded. The group separated, and soon she spotted Xie Yayong striding towards her. Xie Jinxi, follow me out to fight. Faced with such an obvious trap, Xie Jinxi turned and was about to leave. Xie Yayong suddenly grabbed her arm and whispered in her ear, Do you want to watch Xie Xinghao die? And your internship points? Don't you want them? Chapter 187. Xie Yayong practically had the word conspiracy written all over her face. Xie Jinxi looked back at her, alright. This might be a chance for a comeback. Then he followed the triumphant-looking woman to the mecha hangar. Xie Xinghao was also about to leave. After the battle at the trade fair, His team had been completely wiped out. This had dealt him a heavy blow. When he saw her, he mumbled, "Sister." Agency didn't respond, leaving. The young man was startled. "You're leaving too?" He quickly realized what was happening, and glared at Young fiercely. "At this moment, you're still thinking of harming her?" With only 3 people present, the woman no longer concealed her twisted feelings. "Yes, I just want you to die." Thunder rumbled from Xinghao's body, and Young smiled gleefully. "Didn't you say you were leaving?" Agency interrupted their confrontation. This puzzled Young. This woman knew there was a trap, so why wasn't she panicking at all? But it didn't matter. She definitely wouldn't escape this time. "Use a level 6 mecha. We have to support the Lieutenant General and his men." Young raised her chin, pointing to the noticeably taller, colorful mecha not far away. Agency chose a red, humanoid mecha and sat in to inspect it, confirming it was safe before closing the cockpit. Xinghao opened his mouth, wanting to tell her not to go, but Agency didn't even glance at her. Golden, red, and purple mechas flew out one after another. Rongyi was fighting Pajun when suddenly, a beam of electromagnetic cannon struck the opponent's extremely fast mecha. He was overjoyed, and immediately used his supernatural power to mobilize nearby meteorites to attack fiercely. "Lieutenant General Rong, I'm supporting you from a distance." His joy turned to surprise, then to anger, at the girl's calm voice. While maneuvering his mech to fend off the enemy, he scowled, "Lieutenant General Xia, why is the intern here? What's she planning to do to him?" Xie Zhonglin was fighting another regimental commander in the distance. When he heard the voice on the communicator, he simply replied, "She needs training." Rongyi nearly vomited with nausea. Unfortunately, the Pajun attack from the opposite side didn't allow him to be distracted, so he had to focus on the enemy. Here, Agency provided support from afar, each strike hitting the enemy with precision. The 2 level 8s, unable to cope with the situation, ordered their men to surround her. Encircled, with no support, she quickly typed commands into the console, swiftly dodging the laser cannons while also counterattacking. And, while concentrating on controlling the mech, her supernatural powers unleashed even more ferocious attacks. Green streaks of light appeared and disappeared, swiftly piercing the cockpits of fighter planes and mechas. Debris drifted in space, blood rapidly drawn out by the vacuum. She was like a demon, terrifying the enemy. The red mecha shuttled through the blood, quickly attracting the attention of a high-ranking enemy general. A beam of electromagnetic fire suddenly struck from behind. She reacted with incredible speed, her fingers leaving only an afterimage as she dodged the attack. Advanced mecha. Agency looked around and flew the mecha towards Young. Young was horrified at the sight, and turned to flee. Damn Agency. But the mecha behind her was far superior to hers, not to mention the enemy was a level 7 psychic. A laser beam struck her mech's arm directly. Grandpa told her to go to the battlefield. Why haven't you taken action yet? Agency was fleeing when suddenly, the entire mech froze in place. Space domain? The electromagnetic cannon behind her fiercely attacked her. She pursed her lips, her supernatural powers surging, and she grabbed the fleeing golden mech. She dragged it fiercely to the rear. The flash of an explosion erupted across the battlefield. Xie Zhonglin's eyes twitched violently, and Xie Yang's terrified screams filled his ears. Ah! He had no choice but to rush Xie Yang to the hospital ship. Meanwhile, Agency remained pinned to the spot. From a distance, Rongyi noticed something was amiss. The battlefield was a cacophony of supernatural powers, and he hadn't yet determined who had initiated the attack. But he was determined to rescue the person, but before he could escape, he was stopped by Pajun again. "Rongyi, I'm only playing with you because I like you, yet you still have the heart to care about other women? Are you courting death?" She fired a shot at the imprisoned Agency. Rongyi, furious, used his supernatural powers to deflect the beam. At this moment, the level 7 mecha chasing Agency attacked again. Xinghao, engaged in a fierce battle with the enemy, turned his head, and recalled the scene of him opening the basement door, and seeing the blood-soaked girl. He recklessly charged forward in his mecha. However, upon entering that space, he was pinned to the spot. The blinding electromagnetic cannon suddenly fired. The blue light stung her eyes. Agency was about to control the galaxy defense, when her mental power suddenly suffered a backlash, and one of her mental power signatures failed. Oh no! The uncontrolled supernatural power surged, and the supernatural crystal in her brain shone with a dazzling light. She had advanced. At that moment, her consciousness seemed to be torn from her body. Stars and black holes appeared one by one in the empty universe. A green crystal hovered quietly, drawing endless power from the stars. She quickly realized that this was the world of spiritual power and supernatural abilities. Some of this power had been devoured by the black hole, and she was quite dissatisfied with this plunder, so she mobilized those powers to shatter it. Soon, a tiny white crystal caught her attention. This was. She held her breath slightly. Besides, 3 spiritual power marks glowed faintly, one purple, one red, and another, a white one, trembling violently. As expected, something was wrong with the queen bee. She pursed her lips, suppressing her rampaging spiritual power. Dragon Scar Star. Outside the base, the people, helpless in the face of the frantic queen bee, noticed that it had suddenly quieted down. Baikuin acted decisively. Kill it immediately. No! Manny stretched out her arms to block the queen bee. It lost control because someone drugged it. It's calmed down now. Seeing this, the queen bee quickly dove underground to escape. The Jean family's 7th level psychic, unleashing all his powers, ignored the situation and rushed forward to kill both the human and the beast. How dare you, old woman! Caesar roared, charging forward. At the same time, Tikoff also activated his space to protect Manny. Stop! Baikuin furiously suppressed the entire scene. Amidst this chaos, Caesar's eyes flickered, and he moved the Jean family's housekeeper into Tikoff's space. The 2 spatial domains collided, creating a violent dimensional rift that shattered the housekeeper into pieces in the blink of an eye. Outer space on Borderland Planet Number 1. As the dazzling, soul-stirring green light spread across the battlefield, everyone was affected. The mental force that suddenly struck his brain was even more astonishing. Even Xie Zhonglin hadn't imagined that this discarded chess piece could possess such abnormal mental power. Even the level 8 psychics present couldn't escape the dizziness. The spatial domain then loosened. When Xie Zhenzi regained consciousness, he was immediately overwhelmed by intense pain. Advancing to level 7 before even removing the bone-breaking nail was a stretch. Chapter 188. To escape Xie Zhonglin's clutches, Rongyi had to free up his hands. While everyone was still unaware, Xie Zhenzi controlled the galaxy and stabbed directly into Pejuan's mech cockpit. Rongyi reacted quickly, simultaneously striking Pejuan with his laser beam and supernatural power. The advanced mech was distorted beyond recognition, rapidly oozing blood. Boss! The Pejuan pirates panicked, charging forward with all their might. The advanced mech that had been about to attack Xie Zhenzi ignored her, dragging the wreckage of Pejuan's mech as quickly as possible and attempting to flee. Rongyi couldn't let them escape like this. He immediately chased after them in his mech, leaving a large group of high-ranking pirates in the dust in the blink of an eye. The Pejuan pirates were doomed. Seeing this, the leader of another pirate group cursed, "Men, retreat." Xie Zhonglin paused for a moment and decided to deal with Xie Zhenzi first, but at this moment, countless screams of terror rang out from the Skyscale Legion. Mariana and the others, who had escaped at some point, were on a killing spree. Where she passed, countless low-ranking soldiers were drained of blood in the blink of an eye. The dim universe seemed to be covered in red spider lilies. Several factions were scrambling about, and the scene suddenly became a chaotic mess. Xie Zhonglin immediately ordered Xie Xinghao, organize an evacuation. Xie Xinghao was stunned at the words. Then he charged at Xie Zhenzi and his mecha. I take my sister back to the hospital ship. Xie Zhonglin's face darkened instantly. There's no way to help a rotten wall. With him at the center, thunder erupted. One force rushed towards the Markel pirate group, a feat of merit. Another force rushed towards Xie Zhenzi and the others, pawns that must be dealt with. The targeted targets felt the stagnation of space. Rongyi, in the midst of a devastating slaughter, turned back with shock. How could that damned old man possess spatial abilities? Without hesitation, his ability locked onto Xie Zhenzi and the other 2, forcing them back onto the medical ship. Xie Zhonglin's plan had failed again, and he furiously shouted into the communicator, Rongyi, you're meddling. You've repeatedly challenged this general's limits. The 2 men simply fell out. The outcome was that the 2 pirate groups suffered heavy losses and fled in disarray. The remnants of the dragon pirates escaped. Xie Zhenzi narrowly escaped unharmed. Back on the medical ship, Xie Xinghao opened her cockpit, his pupils constricting. She was covered in blood. Although her ability continued to heal, it couldn't withstand the continuous opening of wounds. Sister, how are you? Xie Zhenzi forced herself to send a message to Morian on her computer, weakly pushing herself to her feet. Help, I'm getting down. Renchinka and the others, who were transporting the injured in the recovery bay, also rushed over. Seeing her miserable state, their faces paled with fear. Cece, what's wrong with you? She glanced at the concerned faces of the others, her eyelids slowly falling shut. The space button flickered, and Xingha emerged, immediately enveloping her tightly. Imperial Capital Star. Morian was remotely directing Manny to clean up the mess, when he suddenly received a brief message and stood up. Alien plant, send to Mingwang Star. A flicker of panic crossed his face. Something's happened to the boss. Mr. Morian, is there a problem? Manny asked across the screen. What's the problem? Perhaps the Queen Bee's madness has affected the boss. Morian looked at the girl across from him, and sat down again. It's okay. Just follow what we just discussed. You can report directly to Mingwang Star afterward. After the call ended, after a brief thought, he contacted Yi Tu to inquire whether the transaction for the level 9 body forging plant had been successful. I'd pick it up this afternoon. Is your boss in a hurry? Yi Tu's tone contained a hint of teasing. In reality, he was curious. Why would C Agency, a mere level 6, want a level 9 plant? It seemed a little odd. Morian didn't give him any clues. Mr. Yi recently made a fortune using the high-level freshman account, but we haven't even seen a single drop of the plant. Of course he's anxious. We've been working together for so long, and you don't even have this basic level of trust? Yi Tu narrowed his eyes slightly. But it was only natural for businessmen to prioritize profit. Besides, you still have 2 advanced therapeutic devices to deliver. Morian replied calmly, it's just arrived. I come to hand them over to Mr. Yi tonight. After hanging up, he immediately instructed his assistant to book him a spaceship ticket to Mingwang Star. As soon as possible. He forced himself to quickly handle the remaining work and arrange follow-up matters. He just hoped that no news would arrive from Mingwang Star yet. If not, he was sure that a vampire like Yi Tu would never miss an opportunity to exploit the situation. On Mingwang Star, Rong Yi personally supervised his men as they carried the silver egg to the medical department. Xie Zhonglin's face darkened. Lieutenant General Rong, the intern should be under my care. Before Rong Yi could reply, Andre snorted coldly, the students of this school should naturally be under my care. Lieutenant General Xie, please do not worry about it. He clenched his fists tightly behind his back. Also, given Lieutenant General Xie's overly harsh treatment of our interns, I've asked the principal to request a replacement of the intern corps with the Military Affairs Department. When he learned that this old man had thrown C Agency and the other 2 into the trade market, nearly wiping them out at the hands of interstellar pirates, he nearly lost his soul. At this point, with Lieutenant General Rong's tacit support, he would never allow his students to be harmed by this old man again. In response, Xie Zhonglin could only glance sinisterly at the 2 men and walk away. After this battle, the interstellar pirate crisis on Mingwang Star was finally resolved. With the submission of the military report, a great deal of discussion spread throughout the Federation. First, 2 tragedies occurred here. The initial Anya village massacre, which killed 2,123 people, and the Amaran trading town massacre, which had recently sparked widespread protests, with a death toll of 2,213,009. This number was shocking. Then came the triumphant news. First, the Dragon Legion was annihilated, its leader captured. The leaders of the Mark Pirates and the Broken Army Pirates were severely injured, and nearly 50 of their senior leaders were captured. At the same time, news of an intern's significant contributions was revealed. This helped to silence the gossip of the Federation citizens. In addition, some undisclosed military reports also caused an uproar within the military. A traitor had been found in the Amaran trading town massacre. The remnants of the Dragon Legion escaped because a traitor had obtained the cell key. The former was blamed on the now-deceased Roddy. The second was Lieutenant General Xie's grandson, Xie Xinghao. His cell key had been stolen by members of the Dragon Legion, ultimately leading to the deaths of hundreds of members of the Skyscale Legion at the hands of Mariana. Lieutenant General Xie personally filed a complaint against him. When the news arrived, the military felt as if the Xie Tianhan incident had been repeated. Chapter 189. What happened on Mingwang Star has become a hot topic lately. Yi Tu even knew about it before the people of the Federation, but by then, Morian had already boarded the spaceship with a level 9 body forging plant. Could it be that something happened to C Agency? He returned home, intending to ask his eldest sister. But by then, Yiji was already furiously busy. Stinky boy, if you have the time, why don't you help me argue with the military? They're constantly asking her for money. Every major battle was a time for the military and the finance department to argue. Requests for supplies before the war and pensions afterward kept Yiji swamped. I don't have the time for that. Yi Tu's mindset was completely at odds with his name. He loved making money and hated politics. Yiji sighed. If this lousy brother had been more useful, The old man wouldn't have let her take the brunt of it. I had no choice but to tell him what I knew. It was Xie Jinxi who killed the leader of the evil Dragon Legion. It was she who advanced through danger, severely injuring the leader of the Broken Army pirates, achieving a breakthrough. The young man, who had been leisurely sipping tea, was suddenly stunned. So strong? Then he smacked his lips. It seems her performance in the Military Academy League was too conservative. Indeed, even the military brass were astounded by this newcomer. Yi Tu sighed. She might still rely on me for business now, but in a few years, I, your brother, will be the one clinging to her. Not necessarily. Yi Ji raised an eyebrow slightly. She was seriously injured in this battle, and Xie Zhonglin is vying with Rong Yi for supervision of the interns. For a moment, Yi Tu thought of Morian's back as he hurriedly took away the level 9 exotic plant. If only he had gotten the news sooner. Let's stop here. Although he loves making money, there's no need to be so ruthless. Strictly speaking, Xie Jinxi's survival would bring him greater benefits than his death. Morian was aboard an official medical supply transport ship, which exclusively traveled through space stations without making any stops. Even so, it took 5 days to reach Mingwang Star. After landing, he didn't rush to the military base. Instead, he settled in Guangyuan City, a large gathering place nearby. He asked Manny for Bai Zaylan's phone number, contacted him, and introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Bai. I'm the boss's assistant, Morian. I'm in Guangyuan City. Could you please come out and see me? Originally, Renchinka, who was closer to the boss, was the first choice, but her background wasn't as strong as Bai Zaylan's, so the latter was the preferred choice. Bai Zaylan had seen him many times and nodded immediately. Wait, I asked for leave from my superiors. Thinking of Xie Jinxi, who was still trapped in the transforming metal, he thought for a moment and approached Renchinka and the others, requesting leave under the pretext of going out to buy necessities. It was quickly approved. At this hour, squad leader, you're still in the mood to go shopping. I'm so worried. Renchinka seemed somewhat uninterested. Cece's still in that iron ball. I don't know if she's alright. She had noticeably lost weight these past few days, spending her days circling the transforming metal ball. Mitty comforted her. Let's go out and find a way. Xiang Yi put his hands in his pockets and glanced at the silent, sullen Bai Zaylan. From what he knew, he didn't seem like the type to be distracted at a critical moment. Led by Bai Zaylan, the group, each with their own thoughts, arrived at the agreed location. Morian couldn't help but frown at the sight of so many people. Bai Zaylan quickly explained, We are all friends of Cece. Mr. Morian, there's nothing to worry about. Renchinka, who knew Morian better than him, grabbed him and asked, Assistant, do you have a way to save Cece? Yes, but I need your help. I need to see the boss. The group immediately became serious. Not far away, a man with a telescope observed the group sitting together and reported back, General, someone from the imperial capital has arrived, and they seem to want to rescue the second young lady. Xie Zhonglin, sitting in his office, sneered, I was wondering why those young people suddenly wanted to go out. Then he ordered, find a good time to see if that girl's dog has brought anything back. Morian thought it would be best to hand the item directly to the boss. But outsiders can't enter the military base without permission from higher-ups. Renchinka suggested, why not explain this to Lieutenant General Rong? He's the one who calls the shots at the military base, after all. That approach will work. Bai Zaylan then contacted Rong Yi's guards, explaining that Xie Jinxi's men had brought a special medicine that could cure her, and they were granted access. Everyone was overjoyed and hurried to the military base. However, just outside the city, the five were attacked by an unusually powerful supernatural power. The person was heavily clad. But Bai Zaylan quickly recognized them through his supernatural power, Lieutenant General Xie's men. Asshole. Without a word, the other party charged directly at Morian. Morian condensed a mist in his palm and transformed it into a shield. But the opponent was a wind element, and in the blink of an eye, he was behind him and ripped the spatial cord from his neck. Morian's face suddenly changed drastically, and the translucent mist transformed into a whip, striking the attacker. At the same time, Bai Zaylan and the others also attacked, but were all blown to the ground by the gust of wind from this level 7 psychic. The man escaped. Morian chased for a while, but could only watch helplessly as he entered the military base. Furious, he kicked the stone next to him. Watching the scene from the surveillance camera, Xie Zhonglin smiled with satisfaction. After all, he couldn't escape his grasp. Renchinka's eyes were red with anxiety. Mr. Morian, what do we do now? Morian's suit was a little disheveled. He sat down on a large rock outside the base. Let me think about it. Let the guy come out first. Then he sat down and sent a message on his laptop. The buzzing surveillance drones in the sky flew away. When Rong Yi's adjutant arrived, he was somewhat surprised by the subdued atmosphere. What's going on? Renchinka wiped her tears and was about to say something. It's almost time. Morian, standing nearby, checked the time and suddenly said. Just then, a young man in a courier uniform ran over and handed him a box. Mr. Morian, please sign for your delivery. Morian fished a wad of tips from his wallet and handed it to him. Thank you. Turning around, he smiled at the stunned young men. You really didn't underestimate Lieutenant General Xia's methods. Before disembarking from the spaceship, he had already checked in the express delivery on board and sent the 9th level bodybuilding plant directly to the military base. Because he knew, at this moment, Xie Zhonglin would undoubtedly be closely monitoring anyone connected to his boss. Playing tricks with such an old fox required a lot of courage. When he finally found the giant egg, Morian felt a mixture of emotions. His boss had been forced into this state. Boss, I've got something to deliver. The silver egg opened, and the stench of blood wafted out. Chapter 190. Xie Zhonglin personally cracked the space button his men had snatched. He wanted to see what was inside that could save her. A cloud of gloom immediately fell on his old face. There was nothing inside. Elsewhere, in the medical room, Morian placed something through the opening, then turned to the worried young men and said, Let's get out first. He had a rough idea of what his boss was up to. He said roughly because the reality was too horrifying. Normally, a single bone-breaking nail would be enough to cripple a high-level psychic, but his boss clearly had more than one. The Xie family must have been quite ruthless. When Xie Jinxi appeared before everyone, unharmed, everyone, including Rong Yi, was stunned. He couldn't understand why Xie Jinxi looked like she was dying after only advancing a level. He also couldn't understand what Morian had given her to have her so full of life in just 2 hours. And she was in better shape than when she arrived at the base. In contrast, Xie Yayong, whose legs had been blown to pieces, and whose right arm was only half gone, was in a state of disarray. On the day she returned to the Imperial Capital Star for her work report, she hadn't yet received her bioprosthetic limbs, so she could only sit like a lump of flesh in a smart wheelchair. Seeing Xie Jinxi surrounded by people and watched by awestruck eyes, the resentment and bitterness in her heart welled up like a continuous spring. Since childhood, she had lived under this man's aura. In the ability test, she was only an A-rank strength type, while Xie Jinxi was an S-rank dual type. Even her father, when she cried from the painful training, would grab her ears, point at Xie Jinxi, and say the words she hated the most. Can't you learn from your cousin? The elders liked her cousin, her classmates liked her, even her first crush liked her. Every time someone saw her, they say, Look, she's Xie Jinxi's cousin. And then, they add, we're sisters. Why is she so weak? In fact, achieving a 15% A-level strength score was already over 93% rare. And yet, she had a cousin with a perfect score. Jealousy drifted like smoke in the wind, ink in the water, to every corner. She had given so much, but in the end, she couldn't extinguish her radiance. She had even left her in this tattered state. Xie Yayong clutched the blanket tightly with one hand, trying to dispel the chill creeping through her brain. She wouldn't give up. She wouldn't just give up. When the spaceship landed on Imperial Star, it was greeted by a line of people from Central City. Flowers, applause, and streamers of light drifting through the sky made it seem like a festive occasion. Renchinka scratched her head, bewildered. Why all this enthusiasm? Beside her, Bai Zalin let out a subtle smile and whispered, Lieutenant General Rong, like my brother, has a lot of fans. Everyone suddenly understood. It was simply because of his good looks. At that moment, Philsis emerged from the crowd, his face radiant with sunshine. Sister, welcome back. Then he held out the bouquet. Xie Jinxi casually accepted it. The people around her were stunned for a moment, then immediately thrust their gifts and flowers into her hands. Goddess, look at me! Ah, Goddess Cici, take my flowers. I thought the goddess was so aloof, but it turns out she accepts flowers. I should have taken the initiative. Xie Jinxi took both bouquets quite naturally. Her hands were full, and she smiled slightly apologetically, indicating she couldn't take any more. The team continued to move forward, and the crowd simply followed her. The lively welcome ended only when they reached the square at the end of the street, where patrol guards blocked everyone and allowed the military personnel to disperse. A group of people followed Rong Yi and Xie Zhonglin to the Federal Military Council building to receive their awards. These interns were just there to join in the fun. The real stars were the sergeants who were being honored. Of course, they had achievements. These would be recorded in their internship files, and they would receive military ranks upon graduation. It was just that they weren't eligible for public recognition here. After awarding the 2 lieutenant generals with medals, the marshal gave his summary before the cameras. Unexpectedly, he specifically mentioned Siegency. I'm delighted to have such an outstanding young person like Siegency. She gives me a glimpse into the future of the military. I hope that the current generation of cadets, represented by her, will bravely fight to protect our Federation and expand our star region. As soon as these words were spoken, the officers, led by Roni, applauded. However, several officers sitting behind the marshal displayed subtle expressions, one even frowning in disgust. This scene was captured by the camera. After receiving the commendation, the Nagano Military Academy's intern corps also became the Rose Corps. For Siegency, this was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. At least this internship period would be spent peacefully. They had a day off, and just as they were discussing going out for dinner, Xie Zhonglin approached. The atmosphere suddenly grew cold. Xinghao wants to see you. His court hearing is this afternoon. The old man simply said this before turning and walking away. Siegency didn't reply. Instead, he turned to Renchinka and the others and said, "Let's schedule it for the evening. Let me know when you've reserved a seat. I'm leaving now." With that, he followed the crowd of people in white military uniforms and boarded the hovercraft. Renchinka sighed dejectedly. Cici, she really can't let go of her brother, right? Bai Zalin thought for a moment and told him, Jinxi's parents were executed when she was 10. She and her brother depended on each other for survival. It's inevitable that she can't let go. A genius who should have risen to fame in the Federation alongside his brother had endured such a difficult past, only to find himself on the same starting line as them. "Boss, are you going back to the company?" Pratt asked. Siegency held his forehead, his eyes narrowed. To the military court. At this moment, Xie Xinghao was being held in the interrogation room. His hair and beard were disheveled, his uniform wrinkled, and he looked utterly dejected. When he saw her, his first words, a hoarse voice, were, "My sister took it, right? His crystal card key." "Yes." Siegency pulled out a chair and sat down across from him. The young man's bland reply was like cold water poured over his head. With reddened eyes, he questioned her, "You are actually colluding with interstellar pirates? If Xie Zhonglin can do it, why can't I? It's just a trick." At this moment, Xie Xinghao had to face the strangeness of her. With his hands shackled, he covered his face and choked out a sob. "How could you be my sister?" That unruly girl, with a cold face, yet a kind heart. Siegency frowned, then curled her lips sarcastically. "Why do you think Xie Zhonglin gave you the key?" "Because he knew I'd take it." Xie Xinghao's cloudy eyes darkened for a moment. "Don't worry, I won't identify you." This satisfied her considerably. She stood up and said, "That's all." Just as she was about to leave, the young man stopped her. 2 million Omran people, and those hundreds of Skyscale Legion soldiers, have become the souls of your conspiracy. Sister, do you feel guilty? She grasped the doorknob and tilted her head slightly. From now on, there will be even more corpses piled at my feet. Chapter 191. Because there was no evidence linking Xie Xinghao to interstellar pirates, the loss of the key crystal card was deemed an accident. But the tragedy had already occurred. In the end, Xie Xinghao was dismissed from his post, deprived of his lifelong military and political rights, and sentenced to 50 lashes. The execution took place in the execution room, behind the military court. He was stripped, and the specially designed whip, capable of breaking through the psychic's reflexive defenses, lashed into his flesh. In a short while, his tanned body was covered in blood. Blood flowed down his pants onto the ground, but he seemed insensitive to the pain. 2 years ago, he had vowed to Siegency that he would grow up and take everything back. And in that moment, all his ambitions, all his future, were shattered. After the execution, the guards removed his handcuffs. He left the military court as if he had lost his soul. A number of people were waiting outside, all family members of deceased Skyscale Corps soldiers. Upon seeing him, they rushed forward, faces filled with indignation. "It's all your fault for losing the key. If you hadn't let the interstellar pirates escape, how could my son have died? Why don't you just die? Pay with my husband's life." Although the farce was quickly stopped by the guards outside the courtroom, the media outlets still made a story about it and posted it online. But gradually, public opinion began to take a strange turn. Originally, criticism of Xie Xinghao shifted to Siegency. 3 criminals from one family. How did Siegency get into the military? The post was posted by a prominent blogger specializing in military news, who frequently visited the military for interviews and had hundreds of millions of followers across the Federation. This post immediately caused a sensation, and countless blog posts on the topic popped up like mushrooms after rain. As the title suggests, Xie Tianhan and Olari Klein are guilty of treason. As their child, Xie Jinxi is completely ineligible to join the military. Ordinary people who want to work in the federal machinery must also undergo a 3-generation background assessment. I agree with the blogger. He's clearly a criminal. Look at Xie Xinghao. If the top beam is crooked, the bottom beam will be crooked. Who knows if Xie Jinxi will also become a cancer in the military? Plus, she's been on border planet number 2 for so long. She's probably already committed many illegal acts, just like those people. When the public opinion began to ferment, Xie Jinxi was having dinner with Renchinka and others. The table was once overflowing with delicious food, but everyone suddenly grabbed their laptops and started browsing like flies. Are these people crazy? There must be someone behind this. Is it your grandfather again? Xie Jinxi put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a napkin. Talking about your own son's crimes will only drag you down. He's not that stupid. Who did it? Renchinka scratched her head in frustration. Ah, why are there so many problems in the military? Stop pulling, your hair's falling into my bowl. Xiangyi pushed his plate away with disdain, glaring at her with contempt. Where there are people, there are intrigues. Being able to withstand a beating isn't enough. You have to be able to withstand it. These two never got along. The slightest disagreement would lead to an argument, and then a fight. The calmest person present was the one involved. Mitty couldn't help but taunt her. Why don't you panic a little? There's nothing to panic about. It's just some old-fashioned people who are upset with me. Xie Jinxi poured himself another glass of water. As long as there's no official statement, the online comments are just nonsense. Bai Zaylan nodded. After all, my uncle just publicly praised you this morning. The military wasn't about to demolish their own defense. Unexpectedly, these hot topics only lasted one night and died down the next day. Xie Jinxi quickly guessed that Xie Zhonglin had taken action. After all, if this topic continued to be discussed, the entire Xie family would be put on the spot. Boss. Morian knocked on the door and entered. Yesterday, after Xie Xinghao was taken back by the Xie family, he was sent out again in the early hours of the morning, but our people lost him. He was a little confused. The boss clearly disliked his own brother, so why was he suddenly concerned about his whereabouts? Send someone to look for him. No, I know where he is. Xie Jinxi's eyes glittered strangely. Please ask Mr. Fei to come. I go myself. Inside the manor on the outskirts of Central City, Xie Xinghao opened his eyes dazedly and found himself in a white room. The glare of the overhead operating lights made him half close his eyes. He remembered being surrounded by others after his execution yesterday. He fainted after the butler sent a car to take him back. The whip wounds on his body hadn't yet scabbed over, and the slightest movement caused bleeding. He was in so much pain that his vision was blurry. Why would the Xie family treat someone who was already useless? Suddenly, he realized his hands, feet, and waist were being controlled by the supernatural suppression rings. Next to the operating table, a round black machine approached him. What's going on? Haha, awake? Xie Yayang approached, her arm folded. She had already installed her prosthetic limb, and from the outside, she was still the proud and arrogant eldest daughter of the Xie family. But the bruises and pale complexion indicated that she was not in good condition. Xie Xinghao struggled, but it only widened the wound. Blood flowed down the white operating table. Xie Yayang licked her lips excitedly. So similar, ha ha ha. She laughed a twisted laugh. This scene is so similar to what your sister experienced back then. With that, she flipped the switch on the machine as the young man stared in shock. Before Xie Xinghao could ask what she had done to his sister back then, he was suddenly struck by excruciating pain. Ah! He watched with his own eyes, as his supernatural crystal was pulled out of his brain. What was going on? Did his sister suffer the same thing back then? The excruciating pain clouded his thoughts. Xie Yayang looked excitedly at the purple, six-sided psychic crystal. This way, she could escape the torment of the chill and replace it with a new one. Just as she was thinking, two streaks of green light shot out. If the adjutant beside her hadn't acted quickly, one would have pierced her head, the other, however, pierced the machine. The psychic crystal, nearly pulled out, retracted back into Xie Xinghao's brow in the blink of an eye. Xie Yayang stared at the source of the psychic power in astonishment. Xie Jinxi, you've ruined my plan again. The door was kicked open, revealing a familiar, repulsive face. Ahem. She gently pressed her lips together and glanced inside the lab. The man in the metal mask was gone, and neither was Xie Tianli. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to the operating table and slashed at Xie Yang with a knife. The level 7 wind psychic quickly pulled the woman back. Little did she know, Xie Jinxi's target was the operating table. She untied Xie Xinghao's restraints, lifted him up with a light belt, and, while doing so, stored the smoking machine in a space hub, quickly retreated. Xie Yang's eyes went dark with rage. Hurry! The wind-type psychic swiftly gave chase, and she hurried to follow. But as soon as she lifted her foot, the white psychic crystal in her brain went haywire, freezing her to a frost in the blink of an eye. Chapter 192. After seeing Xie Jinxi and his men emerge, Mr. Fei immediately abandoned Xie's great-uncle and teleported away with the siblings. On the way, Xie Jinxi treated Xie Xinghao's injuries. When they returned to the company, the young man was left on the sofa, fully awake. He stared blankly at the ceiling. Sister, did Xie Yang steal your ice ability? Thinking of the excruciating pain, his entire body was still twitching. So it wasn't a power runaway at all. Did Xie Zhongli know about it? He sat up abruptly, his entire body contorted. Of course he did. Where did this technology come from? Morian, who was sorting through documents, twitched his eyelids. He had become accustomed to his boss's strange experiences. Xie Jinxi took a sip of water. You have too many questions. Suddenly, Xie Xinghao collapsed at her feet, slapping himself hard and crying bitterly. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't know anything. It's too late to say anything now. Xie Jinxi looked at him repentantly with a cold gaze. From now on, just run the shop for me. At these words, even Morian was stunned for a moment. Then she said, Morian, go print out this document. Morian looked at the file being transferred to the computer, his eyes suddenly widening. Boss, this? Go ahead. Xie Jinxi rubbed her forehead and looked at her terrified brother. Since you already know the true face of the Xie family, make the most of your remaining value. Xie Xinghao looked at her from bottom to top. I understand, sister. I listen to you from now on. Ma Yan quickly returned, holding a transfer agreement and placing it in front of Xie Xinghao. Sign it. He took the agreement, confused, and after reading it, looked at his sister, bewildered. Why? This was one of his sister's largest stores, and she had just transferred it to him. Hadn't his sister given up on him yet? Sign it, and do your best. Xie Jinxi held up her forehead and looked at him. Didn't you say you listened to me? There's an experienced manager over there. He teach you how to arrange the merchandise and run the business. It shouldn't be difficult to get started. Xie Xinghao finally signed, his confidence returning. After he left, Xie Jinxi instructed Morian, after I'm gone, no matter what problems arise in that store, you don't have to worry about them. I deal with everything else after I return from my internship. Morian's doubts subsided. What problem is the boss talking about? Ah, a robber used to robbing, seeing someone weaker than her in possession of wealth, can't help herself. Her eyes gradually grew colder, gleaming with a strange light. That evening, Xie Jinxi reunited with the others, preparing to depart for Mingguang Star the next day. Their training regiment was now the Rose Legion, and Xie Zhonglin had returned to his regimental base. This meant that the entire internship would be quite peaceful. The only unexpected event was the dismissal and expulsion of Instructor Tikoff. After reuniting with the others on Mingguang Star, Manny said to Xie Jinxi with a hint of self-blame, I was so busy arguing with Colonel Bai about the Queen Bee's fate that I didn't notice Caesar's actions. As a result, she used Instructor Tikoff to kill the Jean family's housekeeper. The housekeeper, under the Jean family's orders, drugged the Queen Bee, disrupting its powers. After the incident, she was desperate and ruthless, determined to cut off Xie Jinxi's financial resources. In the end, she met her end at the hands of two space-based masters. The Jean family had lost a level 7 Esper, and they were determined to retaliate at all costs. Unfortunately, it was the Jean family who had provoked the situation first. Things on Dragon Scar Star were now under Baiquan's control, and they couldn't distort the truth. In the end, they had no choice but to target Tikoff, a veteran with no connections, who had killed ordinary people. Even if there were reasons, he had also suffered the consequences of his status. Xie Jinxi simply raised an eyebrow. Caesar is only now taking ruthless action. He's been patient for a long time. He must have been unable to bear it any longer and seized this opportunity to kill him. What about the instructor? Manny, distressed, sat down on the bed. He was trying to protect me. Originally, Tikoff had retired due to injury and received an annual pension. Working at the Nagano Military Academy, I had a salary and lived a comfortable life. Now I have neither. Xie Jinxi crossed his arms. Rather than that, I'm thinking about how to deal with the Jean family. Then he called Yi Tuesday. Did Jean Taihang ask you to schedule treatment for the newborn? Yi Tu glanced at the young man opposite him, smiled apologetically, and stood up and walked to the window. Is there a problem? The Jean family wants to exploit my wealth on Dragon Scar Star. Do you think that's a problem? That's a huge problem. Yi Tu was still counting on her to sell her energy mines. After hanging up, her smile faded slightly when she turned back to Jean Jing. I'm afraid Mr. Jin's appointment won't go through. Jean Jing's hopes were dashed, and his expression turned cold. If Mr. Yi needs energy mines, our Jean family can also provide them. He hadn't expected Yi Tu to choose Xie Jinsi over the Jean family. To be honest, Yi Tu was somewhat tempted, but his years of observation had told him that Xie Jinsi could bring far greater benefits than the Jean family. It's not about the energy mines, he pondered for a moment. It's that, given your current situation, you can't expect anything to work out on Dragon Scar Star. The bulk of the profits had been taken by Xie Jinsi's B colonies. Besides, Bai Qin, who was in charge, was also in cahoots with Xie Jinsi. No matter how powerful the Jean family was, they couldn't get past the military. Honestly, Yi Tu thought Jean Taihang's decision to take action against Xie Jinsi was truly foolish. Did he really think that having the replacement, the Xinsheng, meant he had a way out? And he even took Yi Tu into account. What did he think of him? Mr. Yi, do you really think there's no room for maneuver? Jean Jing's tone was filled with meaning. Although I'm a businessman, I wouldn't stab my partners in the back. Yi Tu waved his hand, signaling his secretary to see him off. After everyone left, he sighed, these people, when they get older, they think they can do anything. The secretary smiled at this. I guess they didn't expect their tricks would be discovered. Then, they stepped directly into Xie Jinsi's trap. Jean Jing, sitting in the hover car, felt a chill emanating from his body, and the thought of Manny made him even more depressed. I had thought that with Morian gone, the mechanic in charge on Dragon Scar Star wouldn't be very effective, but I didn't expect Manny to show up. Several plans had failed, not only harming Antly but also ruining the last bit of friendship he had with Xie Jinsi. On Mingguang Star, after Xie Jinsi received a satisfactory answer, he informed Tang Bebe. See if Instructor Tikov needs anything. I help if I can. Roger that. After finishing her brief business, she turned off her laptop. Renchinka just happened to be returning from training. Let's go do some shopping. We've been on Mingguang Star for so long, and we haven't had a proper stroll. Mitty chimed in. That's right. From what Lieutenant General Rong said, we have a lot of things to do. They made an appointment to go out and begin their year-long internship. Chapter 193. Imperial Capital Star. Xie Yayong shivered, huddled under the quilt. When she opened her mouth, cold air gushed out. What was going on? It was becoming increasingly unbearable. The housekeeper pushed the door open and turned on the heater. Miss, are you okay? Housekeeper, when will Grandpa be back? Has that man been found? Old Zhong's eyes held a hint of pity. The general has returned to his base and told you to rest well. He won't be back for a while. In reality, Xie Zhonglin had said, don't worry about her. Even with her bioprosthetic limbs, Xie Yayong's combat effectiveness was greatly reduced, practically half retired. I'm freezing to death. Xie Yayong clutched her head in despair. Then should I take out my ice power? No. Xie Yayong flatly rejected the suggestion. If she did, she would become her ordinary self again. Suddenly, she grabbed the housekeeper's hand. Go find out where Xie Xinghao is. Go! The Xie family has a natural talent for lightning abilities, so they definitely adapt better than ice abilities. Old Zhong sighed. No need to look for him. The young master is on Imperial Star. Looking at the information he sent, Xie Yayong's eyes flashed with twisted hatred. She had finally driven these people away, but why were these siblings living better off than she was? Go get Auntie! That night, after Xie Xinghao finished his report in the store's second-floor office, he turned off his laptop and prepared to go back to sleep. Just as he stood up, he suddenly became alert. Who? Outside the window, Xie Yayong and Xie Tianli jumped in. Xie Xinghao tensed and quietly pressed a button on his desk. Xie Yayong, how dare you come here? Heh, as long as you two are still alive, I will never let you go. Xie Yayong surveyed the office. She was overcome with jealousy. Everything Xie Jinsi possessed, even the embroidery needle she despised, she would snatch from him. Aunt? Xie Xinghao's eyes suddenly widened as a powerful mental force assaulted him, completely obliterating his consciousness. Xie Tianli breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this boy's mental power wasn't as abnormal as his sister's. Yayong, that's enough. Xie Yayong immediately produced the prepared transfer contract, with her name already signed by Party B. Signed. The power of a spellcaster lies in their control over the mind. At this moment, Xie Xinghao was like a puppet, signing the transfer contract as he was told. After receiving the documents, Xie Yayong's fingers turned white with excitement. "Auntie, it worked." Xie Tianli smiled nonchalantly. "It's just a small matter. Just cast another spell on him, and it'd be foolproof." The young woman put the documents away, looked at the lifeless Xie Xinghao, and smiled. "Follow me." With that, she led her men down from the second floor. Mullion, who had just gotten out of the car, happened to see them. When he saw Xie Yayong, his eyelids fluttered. He glanced at the two of them, but didn't immediately attack. "Xinghao, what happened?" The young man smiled at him. "Nothing." Mullion frowned. "I just received your report. Can you come back to headquarters with me to discuss it?" "No time. There's a problem." He gestured backward. A spatial vibration spread, striking Xie Tianli, hiding in the shadows, and she let out a brief cry of pain. Morian immediately drew his superpowered gun and fired at Xie Yayong. Butler Lao Zhong suddenly appeared, grabbed her, and ran away. After the mental control wore off, Xie Xinghao fainted. When he awoke, he was lying in a hospital bed, with a splitting headache. "How are you feeling?" Morian finished answering the phone by the window, and turned to ask. He sat up abruptly, his already pale face darkening. "Xie Yayong manipulated me into signing the store transfer contract." He struggled to get off the ground. "I have to file a complaint with the Industry and Commerce Bureau. The Federation has a clause specifically regarding contracts signed due to superpower interference. All it takes is proof that the other party has interfered with the contract to invalidate the agreement. It's useless." Morian stopped him. "I've tried. The Xie family's methods are beyond your and my ability to counter. In fact, the boss had said, no matter what happens, don't intervene." She probably already guessed Xie Yayong would take action. Xie Xinghao was devastated, nearly collapsing. He covered his face and said bitterly, "I've held her back again." Mullion, knowing full well what was going on, offered solace. "It's okay. The boss said he'd deal with it when she gets back." The store had changed ownership, and after Mullion posted the announcement on the group's website, the factory stopped supplying goods. Xie Yayong sneered disdainfully upon hearing the news. Why would it be so difficult for her Xie family to find a supplier? Xie Xinghao spent some time in depression. After contacting Xie Agency to apologize, he dejectedly awaited criticism. "You said Xie Tianli showed up too?" "That's right. She cast a spell on me, causing me to..." Well, when he got to the point, a sharp pain like an electric shock shot through his brain. At that moment, he finally understood why Xie Agency had left without a word, blaming himself so much he wanted to die immediately. He had experienced all the suffering she had endured. But Xie Agency's response was the same as Morian's. "Let's talk about it when I get back." After a pause, she asked, "What do you want to do next?" "I'm not cut out for business." Xie Xinghao rubbed his face. "I plan to be a beast hunter, and volunteer at the welfare home when I have time." "Whatever you say." After hanging up, he sat on the ground, dejected like a deflated balloon. Xie Agency said she would handle it when she got back, and as soon as they waited, it was the end of the internship a year later. They had to return to the Imperial Capital Star first, as some outstanding students needed to receive awards. They also had to say goodbye to the seniors who led the team. Some had already received notices to join the Rose Legion, so the farewell banquet had become a welcome party. Amidst the laughter and tears, Xie Agency stood out, aloof and alien. She sat in a corner, messaging Boss Shang. When the reply came, it spread, she put down her laptop, her lips curling slightly. Renchinka, his face flushed from drinking, ran over and hugged her, nuzzling her face like a puppy. "Cece." "Ha ha ha." "Burp. Why aren't you drinking?" Xie Agency squinted at her, and casually stuffed a piece of the sour orange in front of her into her mouth. She pouted. "So sour. Are you awake?" Xie Agency folded his arms, and looked at her. The girl smiled sheepishly, averting his gaze with a sense of guilt. Suddenly she asked, "If I ever do something to offend you, will you be angry?" "It depends." Renchinka could only scratch his head, and turned back to drink with Mitty and the squad leader. "You knew Jinsey couldn't drink, yet you still bothered her?" Mitty chuckled as she blew at the bottle. "I just thought we wouldn't be able to see each other again." Renchinka hugged the bottle and burst into tears. The sound was incredibly loud. Then she began to gulp down the drink, occasionally howling. Chapter 194. When Qin Luo arrived to pick them up, His girlfriend was already unable to walk. She was clinging to her boss's thigh on the side of the road, howling, "Cece, I'm so sorry. Beat me to death. Who told me to prioritize love over friendship?" Hiccup. This made him a little embarrassed. "Ahem, boss. Take her away." Siejinsi listened to her wailing for a long time, his head buzzing. Qin Luo wanted to say something, but seeing her tortured expression, he held back. He scooped Renchinka up and held her in his arms, looking at his girlfriend's friends. "Boss, let me take you guys first." Siejinsi waved his hand. "No thanks." Mitty also declined his offer. "There's a public hoverboard nearby, we be back soon." Xiang Yi and Bai Zaylan, two grown men, certainly didn't need him to take them there. "Okay then." Qin Luo smiled and easily lifted Renchinka horizontally, placing her in the passenger seat and fastening her seatbelt. "Then I take Chinka with me." He was still wearing a shirt and trousers. After working on Imperial Star, although he was still shy, he already lived up to the description of being gentle as jade. After getting in the car, seeing his girlfriend still pouting, he couldn't help but rub her head with amusement. "You're not drunk, but you're acting up again. It's just that I can't bear to see you again for a long time. Ah, I'm out of energy." She rolled over with difficulty. "Carry me back later." "Okay. Give me a bath." "Okay. I don't feel full just from drinking. There's a steak marinated in the fridge. We grill it when we get home." Watching the hovercar drive away, Mitty couldn't help but sigh. When Kiki said her boyfriend could carry her to bed, I didn't believe it. It turns out this rabbit really eats meat. Bai Zaylan and Xiang Yi were speechless. They'd been dating for 3 years, and they didn't eat meat. Were they in a spiritual relationship? Siejinsi yawned. "Let's break up." Watching her retreating figure, Mi-Di forced a sly smile. She's such a good character. Everyone was overcome with sadness at the separation, but she remained unaffected. She's just more determined. With 2 weeks left before graduation, everyone had gone home. After graduation, they would report to the Corps. The next day, Siejinsi was inspecting the stores and happened to pass by the one Xie Yang had taken over. She stood at the door and looked at it. The assistants and operations managers beside her also stopped. Xie Yang was there arranging the merchandise for the sales staff. Seeing her, he was stunned for a moment, then walked out with his arms folded. "Siejinsi, no matter how capable you are, it's a shame you have such a foolish brother." The thought of having snatched the store from her made her incredibly happy. Siejinsi laughed along. "This little brother isn't very smart, but he's quite useful." Sensing the restless ice particles around her, he added, "I just hope you can keep everything you've taken." Soon, under Xie Yang's sinister gaze, he led his men away. "Humph, not only can I keep it, I also take everything you own." She lowered her arms and strode back to the shop. Just then, the secretary came to tell her, "New stock has arrived. Boss, would you like to inspect it?" "Let's go." The goods were stored in the warehouse behind the shop, and workers were unloading them one by one. She opened the box, took a look, and frowned. "Why is it a different model from the previous one?" A little afraid of her, the secretary hesitantly replied, "The supplier says it's a newly developed product." Watching her expression, he added, "We've tested it. Compared to other similar products on the market, it's very functional and cheaper." Xie Yang nodded at the answer and said, "Get ready to stock it." However, as soon as the items were put on the shelves, someone came to look. The man wore glasses and, despite his suit, his hair was a little messy, and he looked very hurried. "Hello, sir. What can I do for you?" The man's eagerness was evident. "I'd like to see your new intelligent robot." In fact, without waiting for the salesperson to lead the way, he ran straight to the newly added product, his eyes widening. Sure enough, it was there. Just as Xie Yang walked in, he quickly restrained his expression and made a phone call outside. "Boss, we've found it." That afternoon, the inspectors from the Military Court of Justice arrived at the store, first approaching Xie Yang. "Miss Xie, according to the police report, you're connected to several robberies. Please come with us." Xie Yang stood up abruptly. "What do you mean?" The men following the arresting officers immediately raised their weapons at her. "Please cooperate with the investigation and don't resist. Otherwise, we have the right to shoot you on the spot." Xie Yang, still serving in the military, naturally understood the gravity of the situation. Her heart began to beat wildly. She calmed her breathing and raised her hands. Before leaving, she said to her panicked secretary, "Hurry and go to the Xie family to inform Uncle Zhong." Thinking of what Siejinsi had said to her yesterday, a chill ran down her spine. "It's okay," she told herself. "She's the eldest daughter of the Xie family. No one can do anything to her. In fact, Before the secretary could notify old Zhong, the housekeeper had already learned about the young lady's plight online. Watching the overwhelming news, he immediately realized that the young lady had been tricked. When the interrogation began, he used special channels to observe. According to our investigation, the intelligent robots you sold were stolen goods from interstellar pirates. The prosecutor laid out the evidence in front of Xie Yang. Even the product numbers are identical, the contracts are all signed by you, and the surveillance footage proves you've indeed contacted the other party's leader. She, shackled, picked up the evidence before her with trembling hands, her voice trembling slightly. I don't know his identity. The photo was indeed a supplier she was familiar with, wearing silver-rimmed glasses and dressed in a suit, looking refined. He also had various mechanic certificates, his identity easily verified on the official website. Such a person, actually a space pirate. Thinking of this, she hurriedly asked, if he's a space pirate, why isn't there a wanted poster? He has a special ability. He can change his appearance to imitate others. The other photo shows his true appearance. The other photo showed a bald man with a pale face and no beard. The fierceness in his eyes betrayed his evil nature. In short, there's now irrefutable evidence that you were selling stolen Freon for the space pirates. The prosecutors gathered their things and stood up. Honestly, it was quite surprising that such a major case could be solved so easily. Xie Yang was stunned for a moment, then struggled violently, shouting, I had no idea. I'm innocent. The prosecutor looked at her sarcastically. According to our investigation, each batch of goods you sold was a different model. Didn't you suspect anything? Miss Xia, just wait for the judgment of the law. Xie Yang collapsed into a chair. In another room, listening to the whole process, old Zhong knew that the eldest lady was doomed. Chapter 195. Because of Xie Yang's identity, she faced a military tribunal. The military tribunal, renowned for its efficiency, decided to formally hear the case a week later. She had originally thought she could ask her grandfather for help, but no matter how she requested to see her family, she was only met with old Zhong's embarrassed gaze. The general can't come back now. What else did Xie Yang not understand? Grandpa had given up on her. If we just get that Freon out of here, we can minimize the guilt. She remained in the detention room, anxiously grasping old Zhong's hand. Uncle Zhong, you don't want to see my life ruined like this, do you? Please help me. An uncontrollable chill radiated from his hand, leaving old Zhong's face filled with pity. He wanted to say, if he had known this would happen, why did he do it in the first place? He had no experience in business, yet he insisted on robbing a store like this. He had no doubt this was a trap set by Xie Agency. Miss, please wait a moment. Without the general's order, no one in the Xie family dared to intervene. Xie Yayang's father, Xie Tianlong, pleaded with his father, Dad, for all the hard work Yayang has put in for the Xie family, please help her. Looking at his eldest son, who had gained weight slightly, Xie Zhonglin's expression was cold. Then who will help the Xie family? I spent so much time trying to get it back on its feet, and that kid's just ruined it all. Xie Tianlong fell silent, as he thought of the years after his brother's death, when the Xie family was practically condemned by everyone. He lacked his father's foresight, his brother's intelligence, and even his sister's special abilities. Half his life had passed, and he had only risen to the rank of lieutenant colonel in the Tianlin Corps. He was strict with his daughter, but he couldn't bear to see his only daughter ruined like this. Yayang must have been framed by Xie Agency. That's her own fault. Xie Zhonglin was so disappointed. He had been raised and taught by her since childhood, yet she was still so foolish. Tianlong, this is not a simple matter. Don't interfere. The Xie family was now under siege from all sides. They could only wait until the storm died down before finding a way to reduce the sentence. Xie Tianlong's heart sank, and he said with red eyes, but I only have this one daughter, Dad. However, the old man simply glanced at him indifferently. You can have many children. Seeing his father completely unmoved, he returned home with a sad face. Inside, a middle-aged woman's eyes were red and swollen from crying. Tianlong, did Dad agree? When the man remained silent, the woman grabbed his uniform and began to roar, Are all the men in the Xie family heartless? Yayang was brought in by the old man to train at such a young age, and in the end, he was just thrown away after using her. Xie Tianlong pushed her aside and sat down on the sofa. Dad did this for the Xie family too. For the Xie family? The woman sneered, tears welling up in her eyes. For the Xie family, he first betrayed his own son and his wife, then drove away his granddaughter and grandson, and now he doesn't even care about Yayang. He's the only old man left in the entire Xie family. Enough. The small room was filled with the two men's roars. The woman collapsed on the floor, sobbing, "I'm telling you, if Yang is locked up, I'd die. You two just go." Xie Tianlong's face darkened, and then he let out a sigh. "I go back and talk to Tianli about a solution. My sister is a spellcaster, so getting that interstellar pirate to change his tune shouldn't be difficult." Over here, Xie Jinxi was looking at something in the company's R&D room. A giant searchlight, 2 meters in diameter, that looked like a machine inlaid with purple gems. According to the reports sent back by Su Jiao and Xiao Air, each activation of this small space teleportation station requires 500,000 trillion energy, equivalent to a fist-sized level 7 energy ore. Morian felt his heart bleed just saying it. That's more energy than a commercial spacecraft's full-range voyage. We've only built one set so far, 2 units, capable of transporting a maximum of 5 people at a time. Morian asked, "Will the teleportation point be on Nagano?" "No, I have my own arrangements." Xie Jinxi's eyes gleamed strangely as she took the space button from another teleportation array and said, "Let me try it first." And so, in full view of everyone, she boarded the spaceship and traveled to a nearby planet. The person observing from behind immediately informed Xie Tianlong, "Xie Jinxi has left Imperial Capital Star. We found her boarding information for Kara Star at the airport." "Great." Xie Tianlong excitedly approached Xie Tianli, "Sister, Xie Jinxi has left Imperial Capital Star. Now you can finally take action, right?" "Really? Why would I lie to you?" Xie Tianlong couldn't understand why his sister, almost reaching level 9, would be hiding from a little girl like Xie Jinxi. But Xie Tianli was still hesitant. "But Dad, if the old man knew they were acting without permission, he'd be furious. Just asking you to control that Frail, how big of a deal could that be?" Xie Tianli thought about it, and realized it wasn't a big deal. She crossed her arms and asked, "What about the compensation we agreed on?" "You're Yang's aunt." Xie Tianlong waved his hand unhappily. "You get half of your sister-in-law's hotel shares." And so, the day of the trial arrived. Frail, who had always been under strict guard, finally appeared in public. To enhance his disguise, he even shaved his eyebrows cleanly, looking like a light bulb under the white light. Xie Tianli sat in the corner of the audience, silently channeling her mental power. The closer the spellcaster casts the spell, the more effective it is. Just then, a cold voice suddenly rang in her ears, "Aunt, long time no see." The girl took off her mask, and her heart sank. It was during this brief moment of lapse that Xie Jinxi, following the spell seed in his brain, invaded her mind. The cursecaster's mental power was indeed formidable, but it was no match for her. The judge was facing Xie Yang and Frail. Behind him sat officers from the military meeting, eavesdropping. The trial will now begin. "Frail, do you admit to the following facts? First, you robbed Roko Robotics Development Group of its merchandise near Feishua Star and killed a security guard?" Frail was unusually calm. "I admit it." Finally, "Did you sell the stolen goods through Xie Yang?" Xie Yang sat in the confessional chair, her hands clenched tightly. She glanced at her father in the hearing room, who gave her a reassuring look. "I admit it." Frail's 3 words stunned both father and daughter, and they both looked at Xie Tianli in the audience. The woman sat there in a daze, her eyes wide open. Xie Yang could no longer hear the judge's verdict. Her mind flashed back to the tragic treatment she received in prison, and her face grew increasingly pale. Once the eavesdropping officers reviewed the testimony and unanimously approved the conclusion, her trial began. The military court then announced, "Criminal Xie Yang is expelled from the military and sentenced to 47 years in prison. Criminal Frail is sentenced to death by lethal injection." Chapter 196. Mrs. Xie rolled her eyes and fainted in the hearing room. Xie Tianlong supported her while glaring at his sister fiercely. "Xie Tianli, what are you doing?" But the woman just glanced at him without reacting, leaving Xie Tianlong so angry that he wanted to beat her to death. "Dad, I don't want to be imprisoned. Save me." As she was being led away, Xie Yang struggled frantically. 47 years of imprisonment, longer than the time she spent growing up free. She didn't want it. Uncontrolled ice energy erupted from her, breaking through the restraining bracelets and crawling across the courtroom, along the ground and walls. The staff and reporters, who were about to leave, were startled. Just then, a crackling sound of wires ignited from within the room, and with a snap, the lights went out. The brief dimness was a bit disconcerting, and strangely, Xie Yang's shackles had been severed. Flustered, she turned and ran outside. She could not hear her father's voice, shouting at her to calm down. The guards followed, and at that moment, a powerful mental force swept over the scene, leaving everyone stunned. When they regained consciousness, the two prisoners were gone. Xie stood in a dark corner of the corridor, watching Xie Yang run past and throw something at her. The commotion finally subsided, and a heavy, oppressive atmosphere permeated the military court. When the Chief Justice learned what had happened, he was furious. "You Xie family, you've gone too far. You dared to defy this court." The mental force that had helped Xie Yang escape was naturally attributed to Xie Tianli, the curse caster. First, capture him and increase his sentence. Also, summon Xie Tianli. Outside the central city, Xie Yang rode on a hoverboard, the icy air emanating from it freezing her eyebrows and eyelashes. Her body stiffened from the cold, causing her to tumble off her hoverboard, smeared with grass juice. She shivered, her foggy mind conjuring a single thought: escape. She was Xie Yang. How could she have ended up like this? As she struggled to crawl, a pair of black lace-up leather boots appeared before her. "Huh, you're in such a mess." The cold voice chilled her even more. Looking up, she saw the face she hated and feared. Xie. Her face, purple with cold, twisted. "It's you, isn't it? You and Frail conspired to harm me." "Yes, it was me," she admitted calmly. "You took the bait faster than I expected." Xie Yang suddenly burst into laughter. "I thought you cared so much about Xie Xinghao, but you're even using your own brother." She stumbled to her feet. "It's ridiculous. After you escaped, he secretly ran out to look for you and nearly died outside." "Ha ha, how ridiculous." Xie suddenly grabbed her hair and forced her to her knees. "Who allowed you to stand up?" He twisted a black bone-breaking nail and stabbed it into her chest. Without warning, the excruciating pain paralyzed Xie Yang to the ground, and she screamed miserably. She clutched her chest, but to no avail. Gradually, her body functions were destroyed by the nail, and she collapsed to the ground. Xie eyes flashed with madness. "What a pity, you can only bear one." Then, she pulled a black prototype machine from the space hub and asked the still-conscious Xie Yang, "Does it look familiar?" Her eyes widened with terror. "You? Stop!" She kicked feebly, unable to shake the enveloping sense of terror. As the machine hummed and started up over her head, a series of emotions flashed through her eyes: resentment, terror, and finally madness. "Xie, even if I die, I won't let you have your way." With that, she violently activated her supernatural powers. Her body simply couldn't withstand the onslaught of supernatural powers. Blood spurted from all her orifices, and her body was quickly ravaged by the dual supernatural power surges, swollen and covered in ice crystals. Xie Yang died, her mouth choking with resentment. She died from the unleashing of supernatural powers. The lies the Xie family had slammed into Xie were now coming true. White energy overflowed from her, slowly condensing into supernatural crystals. Xie extended her hand, and the energy crystal, as if summoned, entered her body. A surge of ice energy once again coursed through her body. She retracted the device and gazed coldly at her corpse. The young man nearby also slowly approached, unsure whether to be horrified by the bone-breaking nail or mournful over his sister's madness. "What do you want to say?" Xie returned to his usual indifference. "You blame me for using you?" His eyes reddened slightly, but he smiled. "I don't blame you, sister." Back then, he had been foolish, letting Xie Zhonglin exploit him to harm his sister. Now, being exploited by her, it was only natural for her to retaliate. Xie suddenly smiled. "Even so, I don't want you anymore." In the past, Xie Xinghao would have questioned her heartbrokenly. But now he forced a smile. "Yeah, I get it." The sister who had cared for him and protected him had died when he was 11. She had perished at the hands of the Xie family's cold-bloodedness and his own foolishness. "Then I'm leaving." These 4 short words elicited no response from her. Xie Xinghao wiped away his tears, straightened his back, and walked away. "Sister, will you look at him?" He didn't dare look back. Little did he know that the moment he turned, Xie had already left without a backward glance. Finally, Xie Xinghao watched her disappear. Back at the office, she sat in silence at her desk. A moment later, the sound of an incoming call on her laptop interrupted her silence. Checking the caller ID, she clicked answer. "Xie, you are truly worthy of being a child of the Xie family." Xie Zhonglin's voice was calm, yet his anger was palpable. Clearly, he had received the news of Xie Yang's death. "Actually, I'm quite skeptical about whether I'm actually a descendant of the Xie family. After all, whose grandfather would be so ruthless?" This resentment, even if the entire Xie family were buried with him, wouldn't fade. The old man sat before the screen, his hands resting on his cane, his eyes glittering with a sinister glint as he looked at her. When you reach my level, you be even more ruthless. Then he sighed, never mind. You planned all this so meticulously, and Yaoyong deserves to die. Oh, you don't think I planned all this time just for Xie Yaoyong, do you? Xie propped up his forehead sarcastically. If I had my way, she would have been dead long ago. Maximizing profits was her guiding principle. Xie Zhonglin gradually developed a bad feeling. The girl leaned closer to the screen and suddenly smiled. Xie Zhonglin, I hope you live longer. The old man's face darkened. And I hope you can climb back up. The communication was cut off. Morian came in to deliver some information. Xinghao transferred some money before he left. It was his earnings from hunting this year, compensation for the loss of his shop. He didn't know how to judge someone who was clearly from a different world. To put it nicely, he was naive. To put it bluntly, he was just stupid. After living for over 20 years, exploited by the Xie family as a child, and then, by his own sister as an adult, he finally saw through the fickleness of the world. Chapter 197. Xie Jinxi sighed and frowned. Deposited into the company account. After a pause, he dialed the technical department's short number. Send Qin Luo over. Soon, Qin Luo arrived. At this moment, Xie Jinxi was examining the black machine, not turning back. Are you sure it's fixed? I confirmed that all the parts are in good working order. As for why it doesn't have the function you mentioned, there's only one answer. He spoke in a highly professional tone. This machine doesn't have the ability to extract energy crystals. From a mechanic's perspective, this was quite incredible. The healing device possesses healing properties, because it contains energy minerals that can convert energy. This machine, however, is essentially an empty shell. A cold glint flashed in Xie Jinxi's eyes. So, was this actually the masked man's ability? The man had been present the day Xie Xinghao was attacked, but she hadn't noticed. Thinking of this, she crushed the machine. Go ahead and get busy. Qin Luo didn't leave immediately. Instead, he looked embarrassed. After a moment, he looked at her firmly and said, Boss, I'm planning to resign. Morian raised an eyebrow, but Xie Jinxi, on the other hand, seemed to have anticipated this, and wasn't surprised at all. Are you planning to join the Ren family's glorious legion? In fact, she had already guessed it from the drunk's ramblings at the dinner party. Qin Luo scratched his head sheepishly. Qin Ke and I proposed, and she agreed. Qin Ke is impulsive, so I have to keep an eye on her constantly to feel at ease. Then his face was covered with guilt and determination. Because of the 20-year confidentiality agreement, I'm willing to pay the penalty, and also submit to brainwashing. Xie Jinxi was a little surprised. After the brainwashing, will you forget her? With modern technology, brainwashing can only be performed in time periods. Qin Luo's work hours also contain memories of Renchinka. After the surgery, her memories will be erased along with them. I will forget, but Chinka will definitely make me fall in love with her again. The glint in his eyes, at that moment truly impressed Xie Jinxi. Then he said, there's no need for brainwashing. I plant a spiritual power seed in you, which will automatically dissolve when the time comes. She paused. Forget the penalty. Consider it a gift to you. After all, I might not be able to be there when the time comes. Morian gasped. How generous. It seems that silly girl's years of nagging have paid off. Qin Luo hadn't expected her to agree so easily, and his face flushed with excitement. Thank you, boss. He turned around and told Renchinka the good news. Then, when Xie Jinxi left work, he was embraced by the girl who had blocked his way to the door. Wow. Cici, I'm so touched. Why are you so kind to me? First you introduced me to Luo Luo, and then you saved my life. Oh wow, I'm such a jerk. How about you marry me? Qin Luo hurried out to share his joy with his girlfriend. Xie Jinxi, no longer overwhelmed by her height, reluctantly pushed her away and said to the young man, who was shocked, take her away quickly. Qin Luo consoled his fiancée before finally taking her away. The thought of meeting the Ren family's parents made her even more uncertain. The hover car sped away, and Xie Jinxi sighed, his eyes once again frost-covered. Let's go! Pratt followed the navigation system and drove to an upscale residential complex. He took the elevator and arrived at a door. The Xie family had kept Xie Tianli hidden very secretly. If Xie Jinxi hadn't apprehended her, no information about her would have been found. The person protecting her had already been eliminated. Morian knocked on the door, but there was no movement from inside. She turned to look at her boss. She simply exerted her mental power, and the sounds of running and falling could be heard from inside. Xie Tianli flung the door open. Enough. She no longer looked as radiant as before, her face haggard and withered, as if she had been exposed to the sun for 3 days. In just one day, Xie curse had backfired on her, leaving her head feeling as if it were about to split, and she was controlled, unable to go anywhere or do anything. Xie walked in first, pulled out a chair at the dining table, and sat down. If you can't stand it anymore, just tell the truth. Morian stood behind her, holding a tablet, while Pratt closed the door and stood guard cautiously. What exactly were my parents executed for? Tianli glanced at her, as if wondering if there was anything to doubt. For treason. But the deceased Aurea had said it was due to an experiment. It seemed she would have to wait until she climbed up to find out the truth, or perhaps, if she could get it out of Xie Zhongling himself. Then she asked, where is the man with the superpower transplant technology? Under Xie Jinxi's irresistible gaze, Xie Tianli sat down dejectedly on the sofa, holding her head. I don't know. Only Dad can contact him. She wasn't lying. Xie Jinxi frowned. Where's Dr. Bronny's family? Hand over their information. The woman before her didn't know. She didn't believe Bronte, a doctor, would avoid contact with that person. The man was dead, and yet his family's information disappeared, most likely in the hands of his daughter. It's just that the Xie family's ability to control information was so great that they didn't even know what the other party's daughter looked like. Xie Tianli understood her purpose, but there was nothing she could do. I only have simple information about Bronny's wife and daughter. Xie Jinxi raised her chin, and Morian stepped forward with a tablet, motioning for the woman to send the information over. Xie Tianli hesitated. This is confidential information. If I send it, Dad will find out. That would be her death. Not long ago, her father had lost his temper because of her interference in the military court. And yet, she was scolded, and Xie Jinxi controlled her so much that she didn't even have a chance to ask for help. Don't make me push you a second time. Under her gaze, Xie Tianli swallowed and passed the information along. After receiving it, Morian's expression suddenly changed. At that moment, Xie Tianli's scream interrupted his thoughts. The woman's face bulged with blood vessels, her eyes quickly filled with bloodshot and turned red. Finally, she rolled her eyes and collapsed to the ground. Her mental strength was shattered. Xie Jinxi stood up with a relaxed expression. The next scene was about to get interesting. As a spellcaster, Xie Tianli had secretly handled many dirty deeds for the Xie family. Once these spells were lifted, who knew how many people would rise up against the Xie family? Let's go! She left with some hope, but suddenly turned back and caught Morian's complex expression. After getting in the car, the young man observed her expression, took a deep breath, and said, Boss, I have a request. This was the second time, after 4 years together, that she felt uneasy and humble. Speak. Xie Jinxi's gaze fell on his face from the window. About Bronny's daughter? A faint look of nostalgia crossed the face of this capable subordinate. Yes, she's Loeva, the one I've been searching for so long, and also my first love. I have only one request. After you've thoroughly investigated, spare her life. Chapter 198. Honestly, Xie Jinxi admired Morian's abilities. But he was a romantic, which meant he had weaknesses. However, she also knew that not everyone was like her, willing to sacrifice anything except their own lives. I only care about the results. Just don't cause me any trouble. Morian's eyes immediately lit up. Yes. From the moment she left Xie Tianli's apartment, a storm against the Xie family began. Xie Jinxi returned to the company. But even though it was supposed to be time to get off work, the lobby was bustling with activity. The woman's giggles mingled with the man's teasing. Oh, you're such a talker. I'm not as good as you say. Ha ha ha, darling, I can see through every detail about you. I say yes, you should feel confident. The man wore a brown jacket and brown sunglasses. He had blonde hair and long legs, and was handsome and charming. He comfortably stretched his arm on the sofa, letting the girl lean against him. With a smirk, he leaned into her ear and whispered, for example, I guess you like it more intense in bed. The woman was surprised for a moment, then, apparently struck by what he said, she blushed and shoved him aside. Damn it! Who allowed you to say that? The laughter froze completely as the cold-blooded boss approached. The three young women quickly stood up, calling out boss in a scattered voice, their faces filled with anxiety. Oh my god! The boss caught us messing around with a man after get off work, Morian frowned. You still have to maintain your image at the company. It's time to go home after get off work. As if they had been granted amnesty, they quickly said goodbye and fled. Xie Jinxi glanced at the man, who was displeased at being interrupted, and said coldly, follow me. The moment he entered the office, the man seemed to have melted in water, returning to his original appearance. A large, bald head, so white you could clearly see the veins. Disguise abilities weren't common, but Frail was definitely an outlier. Unless necessary, he preferred to maintain his true appearance. He knew, if you pretend too much, you forget you exist. He put his hands behind his head and sat down on the sofa, crossing his legs high. Dear goddess, yeah, couldn't you come later? I could pick someone up right away. After I arrive at Nagano planet, take the teleporter over and we transfer to border planet number 2. Agency finished, giving him a warning look. You better not cause any accidents while you're here. The man, startled by her gaze, sat up quickly, rubbing his head uncomfortably. How dare I? It was his fault for going to Mingwang planet to restock supplies, only to run into this woman instead of grabbing them. He regretted it so much. When he saw her in the Rose Legion uniform, he should have run away. He glanced at the woman's tall figure and delicate face. She was the most challenging type of aloof. Frail's mind suddenly twitched, thinking it was just a lonely intern. A little teasing wouldn't be too much of a stretch. It turned out to be a miscalculation. Agency's coldness was truly cold-blooded. 3 of his younger brothers were killed on the spot, and even the spaceship was confiscated. In order to avoid being handed over to the military, he voluntarily had a mental mark planted on him. He began his life of working for her. But then again, ever since he started doing business on the second border planet, life had been incredibly good. His younger brothers had even started calling her boss. After instructing Morian to keep an eye on him, Agency prepared to return to Nagano planet. After returning from school, Philsis immediately ran to her with red eyes. Are you leaving, sister? Yes, something? There was a metal box by the window, and Agency packed her few belongings into it so they could fit into the space link. Since you're joining the Legion, I won't be able to see you for a long time. Philsis took her things eagerly. I help you. Then he quickly packed them up, and even took out the frozen food he had stored in the refrigerator to pack them up. That evening, he asked again, Sister, have you decided which regiment you join? No. Philsis, picking up his chopsticks, smiled again. But by the time I graduate from the academy, you probably have your own regiment. Then I'd be able to help you all the time. He never doubted his sister's abilities. Agency quirked her lips sarcastically, not knowing what she was thinking. Maybe. The next day, she prepared to return to Nagano Star. Taking the fastest route, they arrived just in time for the Nagano Military Academy graduation ceremony. That day, they wore Nagano Military Academy uniforms, just as they had at the freshman welcome ceremony. From the podium, the principal surveyed them. After experiencing the regiment and the battles of war, these children have already begun to possess the bearing of a soldier. This filled the old man's eyes with satisfaction and relief. You are all the pride of Nagano Military Academy. All of us, faculty and students, are proud of you. Agency, representing the graduates, took the stage and gave a brief speech. Then, diplomas and insignias were presented. At first, everyone was excited. But when the instructors brought out a dozen portraits, and the principal placed insignias next to the frames, everyone stood at attention in awe. It's a shame they didn't graduate successfully, but their spirit will forever be engraved on the Nagano Military Academy's monument. Their military blood will be inscribed in the everlasting school motto. Their souls will illuminate the path for successive generations of students. The principal's eyes were slightly red. Strive on, my children. At this moment, everyone saluted solemnly. Then, military representatives arrived to present military ranks and insignia to some of the students. This was another familiar face, by Kyun. He had made considerable achievements on Dragon Star, and was expected to become the youngest major general in the coming years. When he arrived on stage, the first name he called out was Agency. Because of your significant contributions to Mingwang Star, Lieutenant General Rong has proposed to the military council that you be officially awarded the rank of second lieutenant. For a moment, the entire room erupted in laughter. Over the years, the number of cadets who have graduated with the rank of second lieutenant could be counted on one hand. These individuals now hold high positions within the military. Even the youngest, Baikuan, has been promoted to colonel at the age of 30. However, Agency was destined to be an outlier. Cece, haven't you received an invitation to join the Legion yet? After the graduation ceremony, Renchinka asked her worriedly. Agency shook her head. Not to mention an invitation. Even her interview application had been rejected. Zaylan was also quite worried. Even the Rose Legion hasn't responded. Generally speaking, for a top-ranked military academy like theirs, internships are often followed by employment. Yet Agency, with such excellent grades and qualifications, hadn't even been accepted by the Legion. The higher ranking the Legion, the less likely they pay attention to me. However, the Rose Legion was kind to her. Rather than simply responding with unsuitable, Lieutenant General Rong's adjutant gave her a specific response. Due to your background, we cannot approve your application. Chapter 199. Even though the Xie family and I were already at loggerheads, blood was something others could not forsake. First, the crimes of Xie Tianhen and his wife were taboo in the military. Second, there was Xie Zhonglin. Apart from anything else, going against a lieutenant general over a little girl was simply not worth it. Xie Jinxi was capable, but she was only a graduate. Unless they could find a smaller regiment with a relatively simple background and in dire need of talent. But with the Xie family's current notoriety, that might be difficult. Accusations of the Xie family abusing their power, accepting bribes, and recklessly exploiting mineral resources within the garrison continue to mount. Even the deceased Xie Zhao was exposed for forcing underage high school students, with more than one victim. One incident after another once again thrust the Xie family into the spotlight. In the Xie family compound, Xie Zhonglin sat at the head of the conference room, coldly gazing down at the quail-like members of the clan below. It's come to this. Let's all deal with it on our own. Everyone immediately looked up, faces filled with horror and disbelief. Uncle, are you just giving up on us? Where's Tianli? How did her curse break down? Yes, who's targeting us? Xie Zhonglin glanced at his eldest son, whose face was ashen, and said in a cold, steely voice, Tianli is useless. Xie Tianlong shuddered, afraid to meet the shocked looks of his clansmen. He had harmed his sister. The uprising against the Xie family was unstoppable, and Xie Zhonglin could only try his best to mediate. After sending his clansmen away, Xie Tianlong collapsed like a pile of mud, and with a mournful face, he asked, Dad, what do we do now? What should we do? Xie Zhonglin straightened his back, his eyes fixed on him. When you and Tianli went to the military court, you should have considered the consequences. He had meticulously concealed Xie Tianli's whereabouts, but this idiot had brought her directly to Xie Jinxi. Xie Tianlong felt that if he weren't his biological son, he would have been slapped to death by now. But he hadn't expected that a mere Xie Jinxi would have led them to this situation. It was too late to admit his mistake, so he asked, are we going to let Xie Jinxi run amok? I'm not dead yet. Xie Zhonglin's eyes were filled with murderous intent. After Xie Tianlong left, his adjutant expressed his concerns. General, now that the curse has been broken, if the second young lady reveals the bone-breaking nail incident, that would be a fatal blow. However, this was the least of Xie Zhonglin's worries. He sneered, she only revealed this if she were so foolish she had no self-awareness. Otherwise, she would have found a way to submit evidence the moment she pulled out the first nail. His granddaughter proved to be quite clever. Xie Zhonglin thought for a moment, gripping the end of his cane. Go get that girl an invitation to join the group, and then spread the word. Once the news spread, those who had originally wanted this seedling gave up. Xie Jinxi was in his office, looking at the invitation on his laptop, slowly tightening his grip on the pen. Boss. Manny knocked on the door and entered. The ship bound for border planet number 2 has departed, and Mr. Frail has also left. Also, here are the supplies we need to take to Dragon Scar Planet. Please review them. Surprisingly, she wasn't selected for the Rose Legion, but instead for the Marshal's Glory Legion. And she was in by Qin's unit, the envy of countless people. Xie Jinxi took the list, quickly reviewed it, signed it, and handed it to her. Well, once you join, you won't have to worry about the caravan. She looked directly at the girl, still somewhat uneasy about her future, and said, Manny, work hard to climb the ladder. Even her superior hadn't received the notice to join the Legion yet. Yes. After perking herself up, Manny looked at her worriedly. So what are your plans next? Graduates don't necessarily have to join the Legion. Are you planning to join the military council's directly controlled units, or the Royal Guard? As the name suggests, directly controlled units report directly to the military council, the highest authority in the military, and obey its orders. The vast majority of the soldiers there come from conscription, making them a mixed bag, with good and bad recruits, and it's difficult to get ahead. If they were sent to support other legions, they would likely be used as cannon fodder on the front lines. The Royal Guards, by comparison, were better paid, but they were always estranged from the military, making it harder to get ahead. Of course, it's a directly administered unit. Manny was silent. She had graduated top of the class at the Nagano Military Academy, yet she had to join the Corps through the same military service channel as ordinary people. Compared to her, she was truly incredibly lucky. And so, Xie Jinxi set off again for the Imperial Capital Star. Passing the company gate, He spotted Tikov lounging on a beach chair, sunbathing. A small table beside him, set with cookies and juice, looked quite relaxed. He was now the captain of the branch's security team, earning more than his retirement allowance and his instructor's salary combined. "Oh, boss, you haven't found a job yet?" The man raised his glass towards her. Siegency didn't bristle at his teasing, but assured him, "Enjoy your leisurely days. Such a high salary doesn't mean you can retire early. Making the most of everything and everyone is her principle." Tikov gazed at her back and sipped his juice comfortably. "I be waiting." After several days of travel, Siegency disembarked from the spaceship and was greeted by an elderly man in a tuxedo, his hair neatly pointed. "Miss Xia, I'm Melji, the butler of the Klein family. I'm here to greet you on the orders of the Marquis." After a brief moment of surprise, Siegency nodded. "Lead the way." In truth, she couldn't quite grasp this grandfather's true intentions. He might seem indifferent to her, but he came to her rescue at a crucial moment. As for caring for her, when she and Xie Xinghao were driven to despair, no one from the Klein family came to their aid. She remembered that when her mother was still alive, she wasn't particularly welcome at the Klein family either. After all, her parents' marriage wasn't blessed by either side. Only old Klein loved to hold her in his arms and tell her stories in the rose-filled garden. A story about a prince, told countless times, with the cliched opening line hundreds of years ago. Siegency couldn't say whether she hated the Klein family or not. Having seen so much human warmth and coldness, such simply indifferent treatment seemed perfectly normal to her. As for the Klein family's role in her mother's death, she had no idea. While sorting through the various pieces of information about the Klein family, the car had already entered the tree-lined path. After a long drive around a rose-covered wall, they finally entered a gate with carved bronze ornaments. After driving through the beautifully manicured gardens and around the Angel Fountain, we stopped in front of a castle. Chapter 200. Though it looked majestic, the cracks and fading in the corners were already visible, the marks of age clearly evident. This was the current state of many aristocrats. Beneath the glitz lay the decay of a nation lost to the military and the government. Melgui bowed and opened the car door for her. The maid and young butler standing at the door flanked her, bowing in unison. "Welcome, Miss Gency." The young woman who emerged from the car looked out of place. For ease of movement, she wore a white, sleeveless, V-neck chiffon blouse, stretch green straight-leg pants, and black ankle boots. The maids, wearing lace headscarves, were even more refined and sophisticated than she. Melgui discreetly observed her expression and realized she was looking at a place she had never seen before. "Miss Gency, the Marquis is waiting for you." Noticing the change in Melgui's address, Siegency simply nodded and walked in without looking away. The site was of a bronze staircase covered in red carpet, extending to the second floor on both sides. Melji led her to the first carved and filigree door on the right, which led to the reception room. "Sir, Miss Gency has arrived." A painting opposite the door showed a family in aristocratic attire. Old Klein, watching, quickly turned around. A complex mix of emotions filled his thin face. The girl before him reflected in his deep eyes, and countless emotions melted into a smile. "Child, sit down." He quickly called to Melji, "Quick, bring up the frango cake and the fruit pie when made." These were the snacks Siegency had always had to see when she visited the Klein family as a child. But she couldn't even remember it herself. She sat down on the sofa and asked directly, "Don't bother. What's the matter with calling me here?" Then, as expected, the coldness froze old Klein's agitation. He then sighed with a wry smile. "You really do blame Grandpa." "Not really." Siegency took a sip of the tea in front of him. "After all, I survived." The old man's lips trembled. "I'm sorry, I wasn't there when you were most helpless." His kindness and apology paled in comparison to Siegency's. "You don't have to apologize, because blood isn't the fundamental driving force behind human action." "No, I couldn't even keep my own daughter." "Then I have no right to stand in a mother's shoes and blame or forgive her father." She truly felt no hatred or sadness. She sat upright, like a stranger with no connection. Melji couldn't help but say, "Miss Gency, you're wrong." Melji stopped talking. Old Klein interrupted him, looking at Siegency again, and said tentatively, "I think you came to the Imperial Capital Planet to join the directly administered troops, but those in the military council. Well, those who have a problem with you probably wouldn't agree. So I wanted to ask if you'd be willing to go through your uncle's direct recruitment channel." He understood Siegency's current predicament, but this was the only way he could help. It had to be said that this had hit a chord with Siegency. According to her plan, she had originally intended to buy a spot and then work her way up. Now the Klein family had given her a chance. Seeing she didn't answer, old Klein, thinking she was hesitating, smiled wryly and said, "It's difficult for officers of noble birth to establish a regiment these days. Your uncle has not only struggled to get promoted, but he's still unable to lead his direct command. This is the best I can do. If you're unwilling, what benefits do you want?" Her gaze was like a knife, causing the old man's eyes to suddenly fluctuate. His lips trembled slightly. "I just want to help you." His eyes were like a plea, asking her not to say anything that would hurt him. Unfortunately, Siejinsi was no longer able to see things from an emotional perspective, but she could act. "I understand." A relaxed smile appeared on her face. "Thank you, Grandpa." Like a sign of acceptance, old Klein's wrinkles blossomed with joy. Okay, then you can stay here for a while. Kreet's on leave tomorrow, so he can take you with him when he returns to the army." Melgue happily ordered 2 maids, ordering them to serve in Miss Jinsi's room. "Miss Jinsi, we take you to your room." The staircase was merely a formality of aristocratic architecture. Behind it, there was an elevator leading directly to the 3rd floor. Following the maid's lead, she felt a sense of familiarity in the murals and furnishings. Entering, she saw that it was indeed the room she had lived in as a child. "Miss Jinsi, would you like to bathe first?" The 2 maids looked at her anxiously. "Yes, thank you." They cheerfully pushed out a clothes rack filled with gorgeous dresses and suits. Siejinsi glanced at it indifferently and casually said, "Pick out a trouser suit." The 2 young maids hurriedly did as she was told. After she entered the bathroom, they exchanged a wry smile. This cousin is truly serious, yet surprisingly easy to talk to. Just then, there was a commotion at the downstairs door. The 2 maids peeked out the window, their expressions changing. Soon, Siejinsi emerged in a bathrobe. The 2 maids hurriedly grabbed the riding suit they had chosen and helped her put it on. As she was buttoning it, the clacking of high heels approached. The door was flung open. A girl with brown curly hair and a long blue lace dress with a full hem entered. The 2 maids quickly pulled up their skirts and saluted, "Miss Lilia." Lilia first sized up the black-haired woman, then sneered, "Siejinsi. With a body that's been through the rigors of life on a remote planet, you've managed to adapt to life in our house." Siejinsi buttoned her own shirt and leered at her. Lilia? The cousin who had always argued with her since they were little, and who would cry and complain when she got beaten. "Humph, you still remember me?" The girl, with a large bow in her hair, paced around the room, her skirt in hand. Suddenly, she grabbed a teapot from the bedside dining trolley and poured the water all over the bed. She tossed the teapot aside, crossed her arms, and raised her chin defiantly. "How dare you sleep in my house?" Besides being bigger than when she was little, she still only knew the same tricks. Siejinsi was fed up and ordered the 2 maids, change the sheets. Then she walked towards her smug cousin. Lilia lowered her arms, her arrogance fading into guilt under her gaze. What do you want to do?" "I'm warning you, this is my home." "It's your home for sure." Siejinsi grabbed the fabric from her chest, twisted around, and flung her in one smooth motion. With a loud thud, Lilia fell headfirst into the hallway, her large skirt folding like a wilted flower. Everyone, including herself, was stunned. Siejinsi leaned against the doorframe, his lips curled. "But that won't stop me from dealing with you."